He was a poor loser, constantly despised and humiliated by his girlfriend. He finally abandoned his stable but uninspiring life and resolutely embarked on the path of entrepreneurship, determined to make a fortune and turn his life around. However, just as he was making progress, a major obstacle appeared in his path. That obstacle was none other than a rich playboy from Beijing. Hidden away in the suburbs, this young master spent his days raising snakes for fun and shirking responsibility. Eventually, his father, a government official, forcibly dragged him out and ordered him to toughen up through hands-on experience in various public institutions. When he worked as a street vendor, the playboy's father kicked him into working as urban management or city inspector. When he had no choice but to resort to petty theft, the playboy was assigned as a police officer. Even when he was recklessly driving while making deliveries, it just so happened to be the very first day the playboy started work as a traffic cop. And the most infuriating part? His ex-girlfriend shamelessly started following him around like a lovesick puppy. Fine. If I can't outplay you, then maybe I'll just steal you instead. Watch how a kind-hearted, soft-tempered poor loser, after suffering blow after blow, turns into a cunning, deeply calculating dark horse, and how he manages to conquer the cold-blooded, iron-hearted, flirtatious playboy, taming him into a loyal puppy who loves, protects, and cherishes only his wife. Chapter 1. You find a shady spot and wait there. I'll be right over to pick you up. Chi Cheng hung up the phone, wiped his hands with a dishcloth, and cheerfully went into the inner room to change clothes. She's here? Wu's mom followed him inside to ask. While peeling the sweat-stuck tank top off his rough-skinned body, Chi Cheng glanced at his mom with his big, round eyes, unable to hide the grin on his face. She's here. Today was the first time Chi Cheng's girlfriend was going to meet his parents. The sun blazed overhead. Cicadas screamed hoarsely in the heat. Not far from the Wu family's home stood a large trash bin. Every year around this time, its rancid stench would waft into the kitchens of all nearby homes. As Chi Cheng passed the bin, a sticky ice cream wrapper clung to the bottom of his shoe. He stomped hard and scraped it off, sending hundreds of flies scattering in all directions. Yu stood at the mouth of the alley, her face filled with irritation and impatience. As she saw Chi Cheng approaching, she suddenly felt a surge of disgust. She wasn't sure if it was because of the jiggle in his belly, the two stubborn tufts of hair poking up on his head, or that face, greasy and grimy from constant exposure to kitchen smoke. Let's go, dinner's almost ready. Chi Cheng reached out to take Yu's hand. She suddenly pulled away, her face hidden in the shade of a tree, eyes cool and unreadable. What's wrong? Are you nervous? Chi Cheng smiled warmly. It's okay, my mom's just a rural woman. She won't make things difficult. She's been excited ever since she found out you were coming. Been looking forward to it for 2 days. Got up early this morning to buy groceries. Maybe we should break up, Yu said. Chi Cheng thought he'd misheard. He stared at her, dumbfounded, speechless for a long moment. The way we are now, Yu continued, it's really boring. Boring? I think it's great. Yu gave a bitter smile. That's you. With that, she turned to leave, but Chi Cheng grabbed her arm. Yu, we've been together for 7 years. You can't just say break up and go. At least give me a reason. Yu shot him a sideways glance. Does the 7-year itch count? If it itches, I'll scratch it. Scratch your damn uncle. Yu suddenly snapped. Her pretty lips spat sharp words. Don't joke around with me. I'm not playing. Starting today, we're officially done. From now on, we're just friends. Why? Why break up when everything's fine? Chi Cheng was still trying to salvage things. Tell me what I'm doing wrong. I'll change. Yu rolled her eyes. Everything's wrong. You'd need to be reincarnated. But Chi Cheng stayed stubborn. I don't believe it. You don't believe it? And why not? Yu's lovely face flushed red with anger. I didn't want to spell it out to spare your pride, but since you're begging for it, fine, let's talk it out. Chi Cheng looked like he was all ears, sincere and ready to repent. Yu took a deep breath and pointed at his double chin. Look at you. Since we got together, how much weight have you gained? Remember back in freshman year how slim you were? You were in shape. Now, every step you take leaves a dent in the ground. Walking beside you feels like I'm walking a Tibetan Mastiff. Didn't you say back then that skinny guys don't feel safe? Chi Cheng protested. Yeah, I did. Yu flung her bag onto the ground. But now you've got so much damn security, I could cry. Do you know? Lately I've been dreaming that there's another woman between us, and I always wake up smiling. Chapter 2. Yu Yu's sharp tongue was nothing new. Chi Cheng had long since gotten used to it. He didn't stoop to argue. Instead, he bent down, picked up her bag, and handed it back with an apologetic smile. If you don't like me like this, I can lose weight for you. Don't bother. This isn't about a few dozen pounds. Fat can be lost, but stinginess? That's hopeless. Every time we go shopping, you only want discounted stuff. At the supermarket, you only grab sale items. Even when booking a hotel, you pick the ones with no internet and no air conditioning. All my girlfriends have their own cars now. Me? I'm still crammed on buses and subways. Chi Cheng tried to soothe her patiently. Beijing's traffic is terrible and gas prices are sky high. Driving's just not cost-effective. Yu snapped back in frustration. Right, your monthly salary is barely over 2,000. With how expensive everything is in Beijing, having a girlfriend must be such a bad deal. Huh? To save you money, let's just break up. Don't do this. Chi Cheng pleaded in a small voice. I don't mind spending money on you. Oh yeah, a whole 2,000 yuan. What's there to mind? Even if you went all out, you'd barely cover a bowl of fermented mung bean soup and 2 fried dough rings. You're a graduate from a top university, stuck in a 9-to-5 job, earning less than someone with a vocational degree. My childhood friend didn't even finish high school, and she's driving a BMW now. You can't afford a BMW. Fine, but shouldn't you at least be driving a Passat? Chi Cheng took out a tissue and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Don't worry. In a few years, I'll buy one. A few years? With that measly salary of yours, and in that dump of a house your family lives in. You seriously brought me here for dinner? Chi Cheng, desperately poor. You really live up to your name. Face it, a guy named like you will never make it rich. Go on back inside. Just tell your mom we broke up. Yu turned to leave. Chi Cheng reached for her again, and the two began tugging at each other. Even the neighbor's dog started barking. Is there really no chance at all? Chi Cheng's eyes were rimmed with red. To be honest, Yu wasn't truly heartless. If she were, she would have broken things off long ago. Seeing Chi Cheng like this stirred up some guilt, but the feelings were gone. Sooner or later, she had to make a clean break. Dragging things out would only make it worse. Chi Cheng, to be honest, it's not just about money. I hate that you have no ambition. Since we got together, you've never done anything bold, not once. I mean, even if you got mad and yelled at me for once, that would at least be something. People say you're steady and dependable, but the truth is, you're just spineless. You're stuck. At the base of the utility pole behind you sat a loose brick. Chi Cheng stared at it blankly and suddenly remembered a short story where the male protagonist kept bashing his head with a brick to win back his lover, ultimately creating a touching tale of tragic romance. I'd die for you. Chi Cheng suddenly blurted out. Yu didn't even blink. She laughed like it was a joke. Don't die for me. Just slice your arm a bit, and I'll call you sir. Chi Cheng, shaking all over, slowly walked toward the utility pole. He bent down and picked up the chipped brick with trembling hands, like wind-blown bamboo. After managing to grip it steady, he turned to look at Yu, his lips quivering. I really will do it. Don't regret it. Yu gave him a sideways glance, not taking him seriously at all. She turned and walked away. Bang! Yu froze mid-step. She spun around, and her face went pale with shock. Chi Cheng lay collapsed on the ground, body twitching, blood pouring from his forehead. Chi Cheng, don't scare me like this. Somebody help. Someone's tried to kill themselves. Chapter 3. Chi Cheng woke up to find himself lying in a small clinic. Next to him stood a doctor, sterilizing tweezers and scissors. When he heard movement from the bed, Jiang Shaoshui turned his head and gave a warm smile, revealing 2 rows of clean, white teeth. You're awake? Chi Cheng noticed. This doctor was actually quite handsome. Who brought me here? While putting his tools away, Jiang Shaoshui replied casually. Your girlfriend found 2 guys to carry you over. She even told me specifically to use the cheapest medication, and only the kind that's covered by insurance. Chi Cheng laughed, almost happily. She really knows me well. Jiang Shaoshui's handsome face froze for a second. A slight, unreadable smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He walked over to Chi Cheng and handed him a glass of water. Take your medicine first. After taking the pills, Chi Cheng hurriedly asked, "Where's my girlfriend?" "She left a while ago, right after I finished treating your wound. It's been, what, 3 or 4 hours now." "Hey, what happened to your head?" "Got hit with a brick," Chi Cheng said proudly. "You got into a fight?" "Nope. My girlfriend wanted to break up with me. I wanted to make a statement." Jiang Xiao Shui had never heard of someone making a statement by bashing their own head in with a brick. "Was it worth it?" he asked, half teasing. Chi Cheng didn't reply. He picked up his phone and called Yu. "Do you still want to break up with me?" There was silence on the other end for a long time. "Just focus on healing for now. We'll talk later." Chi Cheng hung up with a satisfied smile, waving the phone at Jiang Xiao Shui. "She said she won't break up with me for now. Worth it? Hell yeah." Jiang Xiao Shui hid the look of contempt that flickered in his eyes, keeping a friendly smile on his face. "Doctor, how long will this take to heal?" "At least 2 months." 2 months? Chi Cheng groaned in despair. "That's going to cost a fortune." Night fell. The clinic was quiet. Just Chi Cheng and Jiang Xiao Shui remained. Chi Cheng had an 4 drip in one hand and his phone in the other, playing a game of Zuma. Jiang Xiao Shui stood beside him, watching him play completely wrong, firing random colored balls and dying in minutes. But he kept retrying again and again. "Hey," Jiang Xiao Shui cleared his throat. "Your head's busted and you're still playing games? I'm bored. This is the only game I have. But I just can't pass this level." A slight smirk crept onto Jiang Xiao Shui's handsome face. "You keep playing like that, no wonder. You're just firing randomly." "I'm not. I follow the rules." Chi Cheng defended. Jiang Xiao Shui watched for a bit longer, then suddenly realized something and asked, "Wait, are you colorblind?" "No, I can tell colors apart." Still suspicious, Jiang Xiao Shui asked Chi Cheng to pause the game and pointed at a red ball. "What color is this?" "Yellow." Chi Cheng answered, dead serious. Then he pointed to a green one. "And this?" "Also yellow." Finally, he pointed to a purple one. "That's blue." Jiang Xiao Shui burst out laughing and patted him on the shoulder. "Dude, you're definitely colorblind. Give it up. You could play until you die and still not pass." But Chi Cheng kept holding up his phone, completely unfazed. "No big deal. Just training my eyes." Jiang Xiao Shui found Chi Cheng amusing and ended up chatting with him more. "So, why did she want to break up with you?" Chi Cheng curled his lips. "Said I was too fat." Then he tossed his wallet over. Inside was a photo of him and Yu during their first year of college. He was nearly 50 pounds lighter back then. Jiang Xiao Shui looked at it and felt kind of bad for him. Not to be rude, but yeah, she is better looking than you now. Honestly, I think she and someone else would be a better match. Don't take it the wrong way. Hey, what kind of thing is that to say?" Chi Cheng protested. "Just being honest." Jiang Xiao Shui shrugged. "What do you know? This guy here, is me. The real deal." Chi Cheng pointed at himself, then at the photo. Jiang Xiao Shui quickly snatched the photo back, scrutinizing it, and comparing it to Chi Cheng's current face. Yeah, there was definitely a resemblance. Chubby guys really were hidden gems. And now Jiang Xiao Shui suddenly understood why Yu wanted to break up. Anyone would be shocked by such a transformation. "Man, you need to lose that weight. Look at you in the photo. Thick eyebrows, sharp eyes, smart and sharp. Look at you now, still got the big eyes, but now you just look dazed." Chi Cheng blinked. "Really? Why would I lie?" Jiang Xiao Shui said as he pulled the 4 needle out. "You'll be on a restricted diet while you heal anyway. Might as well start losing weight." 2 months passed in a flash. Chi Cheng's wound had healed completely, smooth and scar-free. Just like Jiang Xiao Shui suggested, Chi Cheng had eaten vegetarian the whole time, and he'd shed over 20 pounds. He actually looked much better. He could feel it just walking, lighter and quicker. That day, he bought 2 packs of cigarettes and returned to the clinic to thank Jiang Xiao Shui. "I've been coming here for 2 months straight. Honestly, I'm a little reluctant to leave." Jiang Xiao Shui laughed heartily. "Well then, if you're going to miss me that much, go smash your head in again, and we'll see each other every day." "Ha!" Chi Cheng laughed, waved goodbye to Jiang Xiao Shui, and strode off with a new spring in his step. Chapter 4. During the 2 months he spent recovering, Chi Cheng called Yu several times, trying to arrange a meeting, but she never agreed. She told him, "When you're healed, we'll talk. In the meantime, reflect on yourself." Wanting to see Yu as soon as possible, Chi Cheng cooperated fully with his treatment. He didn't eat anything that was off limits, and later even stopped using his phone, afraid that the radiation might slow his recovery. At last, he made it through. Once Yu heard he was fully healed, she agreed to meet. This time, it wasn't in the alley. It was by the lake in a park, definitely no bricks around. Chi Cheng arrived early, standing by the lake with the breeze gently blowing. Compared to his previous scruffy appearance, he looked clean and presentable now. He was even wearing the t-shirt Yu had bought him for his birthday back in sophomore year. He'd gained weight after that and couldn't wear it anymore, but he tried it on yesterday, and it fit again. Yu's fair little face practically glowed in the sunlight, bright and radiant. Her figure was flawless too, the perfect balance of curves and elegance. As she walked toward him, every cell in Chi Cheng's body screamed with excitement. After so many days apart, his heart itched like it was being clawed by a cat. When Yu saw him, she showed only a flash of surprise, no other expression. "Why have you lost so much weight?" "Missed you too much," Chi Cheng said, reaching out to brush a strand of hair from her forehead. "You said I was fat, so I worked hard to lose it. I haven't reached perfect shape yet, but I'll keep trying." Yu coldly dodged his touch. Chi Cheng leaned closer. "You said we should think things through. Have you figured it out?" "I have. Let's break up." Even though it was the second time he'd heard her say it, it still stabbed his heart like a blade. "Why? You said I was fat. I immediately started losing weight. What more do you want me to do?" Yu stayed blunt and firm. "Chi Cheng, like I said, it's not just about the weight. You don't even understand the kind of life I want. I don't want to settle down young, cooking and cleaning for the rest of my life. I don't want to spend years trudging through endless markets and discount racks. Do you get that?" Chi Cheng stared at her stubbornly. "So you're saying I'm too cheap for you?" "It's not about being cheap." Yu snapped, clearly frustrated. "Why can't you understand? With your current situation and career prospects, even if you weren't stingy, it wouldn't change anything." "What do you mean I have no prospects?" "I work at a state-owned enterprise. Tons of people would kill for that job. Sure, my salary isn't high now, but in a few years, once I become an engineer, I'll be making 50, 60,000 a year. TSK. 50, 60,000? That'll buy you 1 square meter of an apartment, huh?" All of Chi Cheng's earlier enthusiasm was blown away by the chilly autumn breeze. You weren't like this before. Back in school, you always said you didn't care about anything, that all you wanted was to be with me forever. That was just being polite, couldn't you tell?" Yu scoffed, her expression souring. "I thought you'd take it the right way, that you'd be moved, feel the pressure, and become determined to succeed. But no, you took it literally. You really believed I wanted nothing. Every day, that satisfied look on your face, always going on about your state-owned enterprise like it's some golden ticket. I don't know where you even get that smugness from." Chi Cheng had nothing left to say. "All right, I've said what I needed to say. From today on, I could still die for you." Chi Cheng interrupted her, forcing the words out. Yu's eyes darkened, a storm of frustration in her expression. "Don't you get tired of using the same trick twice? And besides, we're standing on grass. Where are you going to find a brick?" To her shock, Chi Cheng suddenly gave a strange, eerie smile. "Just a brick, right?" With that, he turned and walked toward a big tree behind them. Right under Yu's nose, he dug under the soil beneath the tree and pulled out a brick he had hidden there beforehand. Same big forehead, same exact spot, same brutal force. Except this time, he gritted his teeth and stayed conscious. Chi Cheng, you're not even human." Yu cursed him, but she still rushed over, teeth clenched in fury, and supported him as they walked out of the park. Chapter 5. Jiang Shaoshui had just seen off his last patient at the door when he spotted 2 familiar figures in the distance. His facial muscles twitched. Damn, not even 3 hours since they left, and they're already back? This time, Yu had no patience. She shoved Chi Cheng straight into Jiang Shaoshui's arms and turned on her heel, leaving without a word. Jiang Shaoshui helped Chi Cheng into the house. Chi Cheng groaned miserably, looking utterly pitiful. "Dude, I was just messing with you. Why'd you actually do it? Even if you miss her, this is too much." Chi Cheng grimaced in pain. "She wants to break up with me again." After cleaning the wound, Jiang Shaoshui began administering anesthesia and stitching him up. To ease Wu Chi Cheng's nerves, the two chatted idly. So what was it about this time? Wu Chi Cheng slumped. Said I'm too stingy. Jiang Xiao Shuai burst out laughing. Do I seem stingy to you? Wu Chi Cheng said, genuinely aggrieved. I've only been working for 2 years, low salary, barely making money. But anything she wanted, I never said no. She wanted an iPhone, so I scrimped and saved for 3 months, squeezed 5,000 yuan from my teeth, and got her one. She liked this one makeup set, over 1,000 yuan, and I gave up getting myself a new phone just to buy it for her. My phone's 5 years old, fell in the toilet 4 times, and I still haven't replaced it. Well, if you put it that way, Jiang Xiao Shuai said lightly, then I think your girlfriend was right to break up with you. Wu Chi Cheng's eyes flared wide. Why? Jiang Xiao Shuai answered casually. So you'll stop tormenting yourself. But inside, Wu Chi Cheng's emotions churned wildly. When he got too worked up, his head twitched and tugged at the fresh wound, making him wince in pain. All right, just sit still, will you? Jiang Xiao Shuai straightened Wu Chi Cheng's head. Looking at him like this, he thought. Actually, Wu Chi Cheng wasn't bad looking. When he first came in, he was chubby, which distorted his features. Now that he had slimmed down, his facial contours stood out. He could even pass as moderately handsome. Sure, maybe he wasn't a perfect match for a goddess like Yu, but he definitely didn't deserve to be beating himself up like this. Doc, how long will it take me to heal this time? Not as bad this round. If things go well, a month. Over that month, Wu Chi Cheng came to Jiang Xiao Shuai's clinic every day for dressing changes. The two gradually got close. Wu Chi Cheng began sharing everything. There are 3 kids in my family. I'm the youngest. My eldest sister's over 40. Her kid's already in high school. My second sister married someone down south. She just had a big chubby boy this year. My dad had a stroke over 10 years ago. He passed 2 years back. I'm the youngest, and since I was little, my parents doted on me the most. Whatever was good, they saved for me. That always made my second sister pretty pissed off. I was a real standout as a kid. Always came first in class. All the neighbors praised me. Look at that Wu kid. You won't find another so well-behaved from the east and to the west. I never did a bad thing growing up. I was a diligent student and always helped my mom out at home. I remember when I was little, you couldn't swipe a card on the bus. One time, I got shoved off the bus before I could pay. So I chased the bus, all the way from the terminal stop to the starting station. When I finally caught up, I paid the fare and just walked home. Even in college, I never skipped a class. Won scholarships every year. One time, my girlfriend asked me to skip class to go shopping. I said no. First time we got a hotel room. I spent the whole night watching TV in bed. When she cuddled up to me, I didn't even try anything. After I started working, my coworkers always took office supplies and stuff from work. I never did. What's mine, I take. What's not mine, I don't touch. After listening to Wu Chi Cheng's long, heartfelt monologue, Jiang Xiao Shuai couldn't help but sigh. All these years, you've really had it rough. Chapter 6. Wu Chi Cheng lay on his stomach, getting in for drip. He turned his head toward Jiang Xiao Shuai. I've lived straight and honest, haven't done a single shady thing, gave her all my heart. So why does she keep trying to break up with me? Precisely because you're too upright, too transparent. You've become boring. Everyone has a desire to conquer. When the satisfaction she can extract from you is all used up, she naturally loses interest. Would you keep playing the same game over and over, or rewatch the same TV series again and again? I would. I've watched Drawing Sword over 20 times. Jiang Xiao Shuai was speechless. How many people are as stubborn as you? Wu Chi Cheng scratched at the chipped paint on his phone case, feeling unsettled. Then he asked, do you think, once I'm healed, if I give her a really expensive gift to show I'm not stingy, will she still break up with me? Jiang Xiao Shuai spoke gently but firmly. When the root of a tree doesn't love you, it can sprout 1,000 branches of excuses. You break one branch, another one grows. You need dozens of days to break one. She only needs a few seconds to grow another. You'll never be able to keep up with the speed she finds reasons to brush you off. I don't believe that. Wu Chi Cheng insisted, still stubborn. Jiang Xiao Shuai smacked Wu Chi Cheng lightly on the head. Why are you so dead set in your ways? I majored in science. Everything needs evidence. Without solid known conditions, I can't draw conclusions. You've read too many novels, you overthink. People aren't that complicated. Sometimes couples break up just because one sentence didn't come out right. Happens all the time. Fine. Jiang Shui didn't argue further. Suit yourself. Just take care, all right? In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The weather had cooled, and Chi Cheng's wound had fully healed. He'd lost another 10 pounds, and looked much better, more spirited, and even a bit handsome. He talked to Jiang Shui daily, and the days felt less painful. His temper also seemed calmer than before. Leaving for real this time? Jiang Shui eyed him sideways. Not coming back again, right? Probably not. This time I actually feel pretty confident. Jiang Shui let out a breath. All right then, off you go. Stop by and hang out sometime. Chi Cheng walked out of the clinic with a steady stride. Compared to last time, he didn't feel as anxious to see Yu. He didn't call her right away. Instead, he took a detour and went home first. His mother was sitting on the heated Kong bed, making padded pants for her grandson. Truthfully, no kids wear those anymore. They're bulky and hard to wash. But Wu's mom insisted on making them, believing store-bought ones weren't warm enough. She'd already torn up some cloth and had cotton ready. Now she was trying to thread a needle, her eyes not what they used to be, hands sore from struggling to hit the eye of the needle. Let me do it. Chi Cheng held the needle with rough fingers, eyes focused, lit up only by the thread and needle hole. Bright and clear. Sanner, you've lost so much weight, Wu's mom said, clearly distressed. Chi Cheng smiled. I'm on a diet. Doesn't look good when you're too skinny. You looked sturdier before. Doesn't matter what you like, Mom. My fiancé prefers me slim. Wu's mom asked, when's you coming over again? Chi Cheng handed her the threaded needle and mumbled, soon. She's just been busy with work lately. Can't find the time. His mom nodded and went back to her sewing. Chi Cheng noticed her placing leftover cloth into an old shoebox nearby. Who knows what she was saving it for? The box had been around for over a decade. The brand didn't even exist anymore. But it was still perfectly square, not a dent in sight. His chest tightened. All the words he'd planned to say suddenly stuck in his throat. You've got something you want to say to me, don't you? Wu's mom noticed before he even opened his mouth. Chi Cheng hesitated. He just couldn't bring himself to say it. But his mom already understood. With her stiff, slow body, she crawled over to the end of the Kong bed. She'd stacked quilts there neatly. She moved two aside and unfolded the one at the bottom. Then she opened a hidden seam in the quilt lining. Inside was a pouch, sewn shut. She opened that too. Inside it, a cloth bag, also sealed. Layer after layer. Inside, there was only 10,000 yuan. Mom, I'll pay you back. Chi Cheng said. His mom waved him off. What's this talk of paying back between mother and son? Chapter 7. This time, to avoid any surprises, Yu picked a coffee shop for their meeting. She arrived 10 minutes early and checked the place top to bottom, making sure there wasn't a single brick lying around. At 8 p.m., Chi Cheng arrived. Watching his figure approach, Yu was momentarily dazed. Slimmed down, Chi Cheng didn't look quite as annoying, but the lingering air of cheapness around him still turned her off. Seeing Yu after so long, Chi Cheng's heart stirred, but only slightly. He quickly steadied himself. No scar left on your forehead? Yu asked, a rare hint of concern in her voice. Chi Cheng touched his shiny forehead and grinned. Heaven couldn't bear to ruin such a handsome face. The same line, the same self-deprecating humor. When it came from a rich, suave guy, it'd sound cocky and charming, making any goddess's heart flutter. But from Chi Cheng, it just made you want to slap him. This is a gift for you. A platinum necklace, Chi Cheng said. Someone with a bit more finesse might have said, open it and take a look, leaving their lover a touch of surprise. But Chi Cheng didn't know how to play those games. He bought a platinum necklace and made sure to say it straight out. As he pushed the jewelry box toward Yu, he suddenly noticed a diamond necklace already hanging around her neck, something he'd never seen before. Who gave you that necklace? Chi Cheng asked. Yu gently touched it with her slender fingers, like slicing scallions. She was careful, clearly treasuring it. A friend, she said. Chi Cheng's hand, mid-push with the gift box, froze. He asked tentatively, then, will you still accept mine? Yu smiled graciously. You've already bought it. If I don't take it, that'd just make you lose face. Chi Cheng finally let out a small sigh of relief. A hint of joy lit his eyes. He stood up slightly, wanting to put it on her. I'll have to take this one off first. Don't bother. I'll wear it later at home. Wu Chi Cheong's lifted backside slowly settled back into his seat. Sir, would you like something to drink? Wu Chi Cheong glanced at the menu. Even the cheapest coffee was over 40 yuan. Thanks, I'll have nothing, he replied immediately. Out of his sight, Yu rolled her eyes. Since you accepted the gift, do you think maybe we can get back together, like before? Yu's pupils instantly flushed red, like she'd just heard something deeply offensive. Wu Chi Cheong, what kind of person do you think I am? If I really got back with you over a platinum necklace, wouldn't that make me ridiculously shallow? If you gave me this necklace just to win me back, then sorry. I don't want it. She took the jewelry box from her bag and, with visible reluctance, pushed it back toward him. Yu had to muster a ton of courage to push it back, like she was betting it all, hoping Wu Chi Cheong would read the room and not take it back. But she lost that bet. All right then, Wu Chi Cheong said, dejectedly retrieving the box. When their hands briefly touched, Yu gave a tiny tug as if to hold on. But Wu Chi Cheong didn't even notice. So you still want to break up with me, huh? Of course she did. Yu was seething inside. Absolutely. She snapped. Hearing it a third time still stung, but it hurt less than the first two. Out of habit, Wu Chi Cheong still asked why. Let's not beat around the bush. Aside from being fat, lazy, and stingy, what other problems do I have? Yu, still bitter about that platinum necklace, wasn't in the mood to say anything nice. I can't stand men who earn dead-end salaries. If you really have what it takes, quit your job. Let's see if you, a graduate from a top university, can even survive without your cushy government paycheck. This time, Wu Chi Cheong stood firm. I won't quit my job, but I can still die for you if that's what it takes. Yu almost screamed to the heavens. What the hell? Of all the men in China, how did she end up with this 1 in a billion lunatic? Listen here, Wu Chi Cheong. I checked the entire area. There's not a single loose brick in sight. Your little pity stunt won't work this time. Who said that? There's one right here. Wu Chi Cheong replied coolly. Yu's eyes darted around. Impossible. I checked everywhere. Wu Chi Cheong calmly reached for his bag, only for Yu to snatch it away first. She opened it, and, sure enough, a brick lay inside. Thank God she reacted fast. Another scene like last time would have been a disaster. He seriously brought a brick? Wu Chi Cheong, are you for real? But the real drama was just beginning. Wu Chi Cheong unzipped his coat. From a large inside pocket, he pulled out another brick and slammed it against his own head. Gasps echoed through the cafe. The other customers scattered, staring at Wu Chi Cheong in horror. Yu's pupils turned nearly violet from rage. She glared at him, teeth clenched. You really never fail to shock me. Wu Chi Cheong, holding his bleeding head, stood up. His gaze was calm, and his lips carried a determined smile. To earn your admiration, this brick was totally worth it. This time, Wu Chi Cheong didn't need anyone's help. He walked to the clinic on his own. It was 9 o'clock. Most shops had closed. Usually, Jiangshao Shui shut down at sunset, but tonight, both doors were wide open. He stood in the doorway, his sharp eyes scanning every passerby. Finally, the target appeared. Oh, you're still open this late? Wu Chi Cheong asked, slightly surprised. Jiangshao Shui chuckled through his nose. Knew you'd come crawling back. Left the doors open just for you. Wu Chi Cheong looked embarrassed. Jiangshao Shui jerked his chin. What are you waiting for? Get inside. The two of them walked in, one right behind the other. Chapter 8. A week later, one evening, Wu Chi Cheong went to the clinic as usual to have his bandage changed. Jiangshao Shui slowly unwrapped the gauze on Wu Chi Cheong's head. His dark, curled eyelashes fluttered as he let out a mocking snort through his nose. Your damn skull's getting tougher by the day. It's only been a few days and the scab's already formed. Wu Chi Cheong chuckled. How many more days until it's all healed? About a week and you'll be good to go. Wu Chi Cheong started muttering to himself again. What kind of dumb idea are you cooking up now? Jiangshao Shui jabbed Wu Chi Cheong hard with his knee. Don't tell me you're thinking about smashing your head again next time you see her. I'm warning you. If you pull that crap again, go hurt yourself somewhere else. Don't come to me. You keep this up, and I'm starting to wonder if you're in love with her or me. Wu Chi Cheong scratched the back of his neck and smiled sheepishly. Not long after his bandage was changed, thunder rumbled outside. Wu Chi Cheong had planned to chat with Jiangshao Shui for a bit longer, but judging by the weather, he figured he'd better head out. He quickly threw on his coat and was just about to step out when Jiang Shaoshui grabbed him and shoved an umbrella into his hand. Thanks. I'll bring it back tomorrow. With that, Chi Cheng dashed into the storm, lit up by a streak of lightning. Jiang Shaoshui didn't go home either, planning to spend the night at the clinic. After locking the windows and doors, he headed into the bedroom. The rain had already started, pelting against the windows with a metallic clang. He wasn't sleepy at all. Sitting cross-legged in front of his computer, he typed away furiously against the backdrop of wind, rain, and thunder. After a good 3 or 4 hours, his eyes bloodshot, Jiang Shaoshui finally began to feel tired. He slumped onto a pillow and dozed off. Bang! 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 3 loud knocks pounded the door. Jiang Shaoshui turned over grumpily and tried to go back to sleep. Bang, 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 bang. A flurry of impatient banging. What the hell? Jiang Shaoshui was pissed. Who the hell knocks like that at this hour? He shoved his feet into a pair of slippers and stomped to the door, shouting, "Who is it?" "Shaoshui, it's me." Chi Cheng's voice came through, sounding urgent. Jiang Shaoshui froze for a second. This idiot didn't just go bash his head again in the rain, did he? He opened the door. Chi Cheng stood there unharmed, bandage still on his head, but his shoes were soaked. "I thought you went out in the storm to bash your brains again. You're hilarious. It's already 1 in the morning. What would I be doing that for?" "It's 1 in the morning already." Jiang Shaoshui rubbed his face in confusion, then immediately roared. "It's 1 in the freaking morning, and you're showing up here for what?" "I borrowed money from my mom to buy a necklace. You didn't want it, so I thought I'd return it tomorrow and give her back the money. But today I looked for it, and it's gone. I thought maybe I left it here. I saw your light was on and figured you hadn't slept, so I knocked." Jiang Shaoshui groaned, raking his fingers through his hair, and motioned for Chi Cheng to come in. Chi Cheng searched the clinic for half an hour, checking every nook and cranny, even shining a flashlight down the drain, but no sign of the necklace. "When's the last time you saw the necklace?" Jiang Shaoshui asked. Chi Cheng racked his brain. "I think it was when I gave it to her. After that, I didn't really check." Jiang Shaoshui grew suspicious and told Chi Cheng to recount the whole gifting scene. After hearing everything, Jiang Shaoshui smirked coldly and gave Chi Cheng a solemn look. "Stop looking. You're not going to find it." "Why not?" Chi Cheng still didn't get it. Knowing Chi Cheng wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, Jiang Shaoshui just spelled it out. "She took it, dumbass. Get it?" Chi Cheng shook his head firmly. "No way. She said she didn't want it, and I put it back in my bag. She wouldn't have taken it from there. We'll see, won't we?" Chi Cheng seemed surprisingly chill. "If she took it, that's fine. Maybe she saw me trying to off myself and felt sorry, so she quietly accepted the gift." Jiang Shaoshui jabbed his finger into Chi Cheng's forehead and growled, "If I were the god of thunder, I'd have struck your dumb ass dead already." Chapter 9. The rain outside kept pouring harder. Jiang Shaoshui didn't have the heart to kick Chi Cheng out, so he just let him crash there for the night. Once it was morning, Wu could go straight to work and save himself the trouble of commuting back and forth. The two of them squeezed onto a single bed, packed in tight. Lying on their backs, they could only rest their arms on their stomachs. Jiang Shaoshui turned his head and glanced at Chi Cheng. This guy had become a completely different person from when they first met. In the dark, his face looked sharper, more defined. The glistening pupils reflecting the ceiling above were so clear and clean. "What day is it today?" That loud, blunt voice instantly shattered Jiang Shaoshui's fleeting daydream. "The 30th. Chi Cheng suddenly sat up and pulled his phone from his jacket pocket, dialing Yu's number. A few moments later, a drowsy voice answered. "Hello? What is it?" Chi Cheng said, "It's the 30th today. We still have 877 minutes left on our family plan. Just leave your phone on, go ahead and sleep. We can't let China Mobile have the last laugh." What came from the other end was a furious, annoyed, speechless, borderline hysterical curse. "You idiot." It even woke her roommate, who asked groggily, "What happened?" Yu's voice, lazy and full of irritation, replied, "My ex total lunatic. I broke up with him 3 times, and every single time he threatened suicide." Her friend asked, "Is that platinum necklace he gave you?" "Ugh, don't even bring it up. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. He gave me the necklace, then I teased him a bit, and he tried to take it back. Can you believe that kind of man? No way. Is he even a man?" I didn't hold back either. While he was fumbling with that brick, I just snatched the necklace and left. Good. If you don't take it, it's a waste. That's the only way to deal with him. I'm selling it tomorrow. Sick of even looking at it. Jiang Xiao Shui couldn't take it anymore. He ended the call for Chi Cheng. Wu muttered, almost to himself. Actually, she already canceled the family plan ages ago. I just wanted to hear her breathing. Jiang Xiao Shui replied coldly. You've heard enough now, haven't you? Yeah. Chi Cheng stared blankly ahead. So now I can agree to break up, right? You should have agreed a long damn time ago. Jiang Xiao Shui exploded, jumping up and punching the bed frame hard. What did I tell you back then? That girl never gave a damn about you. You smashed your head for nothing. It was just one brick. Jiang Xiao Shui's chest heaved. His forehead was sweating. He silently cursed himself. Why the hell am I so worked up when the guy himself isn't? Xiao Shui, thinking back now, what you said really made sense. I should have studied liberal arts back then. If I had, I could have just jumped into Weiming Lake. Maybe I'd be reincarnated by now. Jiang Xiao Shui let out a cold snort. Sure. I'd definitely burn you a nerve at your grave. Why? You don't know you're missing a nerve yourself? Chi Cheng went silent. His whole body turned cold, like the rain outside was pouring directly onto him. His phone rang again. Chi Cheng grabbed it like it was a lifeline, staring at the screen. Unfortunately, it wasn't you calling to explain. It was his department supervisor. I just called you. Why was your line busy? The voice was thick with drunkenness. Chi Cheng answered, my phone's messed up. Bad signal. Get over here quick. The machine's broken. We need it for tomorrow morning. He hung up and mechanically got up to put on his shoes. Jiang Xiao Shui sat up too, watching him. You're really going out now? It's still raining out there. Your boss is unbelievable. Why not call an electrician? Besides, your head's still healing. Should you really be running around like this? But Chi Cheng was already used to it. He was basically the all-around handyman in the department, fixing lights, computers, machines, anything that broke, they called him. There were 4 people in the office, and only he did any actual work. The other 3 just sat around, yet all of them earned more than him. Still, he felt weirdly proud of himself. Jiang Xiao Shui chased him to the door. Hey, are you seriously going? It's kind of cold in your room. I'm going out to warm up a bit. Chapter 10. At this hour, with the rain coming down so hard, even if you could get a ride, it would cost a fortune. Afraid that his boss would be angry, Chi Cheng broke into a run down the street. The rain lashed against his face, and the umbrella over his head was practically useless. An old man on a motorbike was riding alongside him. Feeling sorry, he shouted, Young man, hop on. I won't charge you. Just tell me where you need to go. Hearing something like that in a moment like this really touched Chi Cheng. No need. It's just around the corner, he replied, then pulled the last 37 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the old man. Here, you take this. Stop working and head home. You're too old to be out in this weather. Unlike US young folks. The old man tried to return the money, but Chi Cheng turned and bolted. By the time the old man got back on his bike to chase him, Chi Cheng had already vanished. After running another 10 minutes or so, Chi Cheng finally arrived at the office. His boss was drunk, smashing things in the office. The moment Chi Cheng opened the door, he got a face full of shouting. Look at the damn time. You're always putting on airs, but when I really need you, all of you disappear, always whining about a raise. Have you ever stopped to think if you're even worth it? What the hell are you staring at? I told you to fix the machine, not to stand there gawking. Without a word, Chi Cheng knelt down and started inspecting the machine. With no one to help, he held a flashlight in his mouth while wiring with both hands. A sudden sizzle. He got shocked, trembling all over, while his boss just stood there watching. Another sizzle, and Chi Cheng felt his hair stand on end. He kept working straight through the night, until morning finally broke and he found the problem. His boss had sobered up by then. The part up here is broken. It needs to be replaced, he said. Hearing that a part had to be replaced, the boss immediately frowned. Fine, replace it. But you're paying for it. Chi Cheng panicked. A few hundred yuan wasn't nothing, but more importantly, why should he be the one to pay? Helping solve problems was his duty, sure, but being made a scapegoat? Absolutely not. This part was already broken before I even touched it. It's not my fault. His boss's face darkened. Chi Cheng, you really lack perspective. You've already fixed the machine for me. What's a few hundred yuan? It's not a small thing, Chi Cheng argued. I only make a little over 2,000 a month. So you're saying the company doesn't treat you well? The boss suddenly roared. If you're not happy here, then leave. There are plenty of companies out there that pay better. Go work for them. Stop taking up space here if you don't appreciate it. Chi Cheng stood like a statue, his eyes blank, his face pale. You're making demands now? Have you even looked at yourself? Dumb as a rock. If it weren't for me throwing you a bone, you'd be starving by now. Your office mates have come to me more than once asking to have you transferred. They've had it with you. Chi Cheng thought back over the past 3 years. How many times he'd helped those co-workers. He thought he was warm-hearted, thought they'd remember his kindness. But in their eyes, he was just trying to show off, trying to impress the boss, trying to climb over them to get ahead. Chi Cheng, you're the one who fixed the machine. If it's not working, it's your responsibility. Just pay for the part today, and we'll be done with it. If you keep being stubborn, I swear you'll regret it. Everyone else had already grown numb to it. Chi Cheng was only just now waking up, realizing he was trapped in a dark, toxic place. You could do 100 good deeds, and no one would remember. But one mistake? They'd never let it go. I quit, Chi Cheng said suddenly. I've decided to resign. His boss finally seemed to realize what was happening. Chi Cheng was really going to leave. If he left, who would take care of all those little odd jobs? I'm warning you, Chi Cheng. Don't forget who trained you. If you really walk away, I won't approve any leave of absence. Those 3 years of insurance payments? Gone. Insurance? What did it ever insure? His girlfriend was already gone. What the hell was it protecting? Chi Cheng turned and walked out. His boss bellowed after him. Don't forget. You were absent for a whole week not long ago. Unapproved. That's triple the penalty at the daily rate. And with today's broken part, you're not going anywhere until you pay up. Chi Cheng snapped back. I wasn't absent. I was on sick leave. His boss grabbed Chi Cheng by the collar, snarling. Who the hell do you think you are? Yelling at me. Everything your hands touch breaks down. You're the reason half this equipment's busted. Chi Cheng was being choked, his face turning red. He tried to pry the boss's hand off, only to be kicked hard into the wall. The bandage on his forehead flew off. You dare scratch me? You idiot. Bastard. Get the hell out of here. Chi Cheng grabbed the edge of a display case to pull himself up, his bloodshot eyes locking onto an ID photo inside it. Beneath the photo, 3 words stood out. Zhang Baogue. He burned the name into his memory. Chapter 11. The 4th time they met after the breakup was on a barren plot of undeveloped land. Several thousand acres without a single brick or tile in sight. Yu deliberately stood on a solid slab of concrete, making sure there was nowhere nearby. He could pry up a brick and hide it. Once everything was in place, Chi Cheng appeared in her field of vision. This time, Chi Cheng came with a completely different mindset than before. He had mentally prepared himself. Even though his emotions still stirred when he saw Yu's pretty face, he no longer had the impulse to die for her. If Yu insisted on breaking up again, Chi Cheng was probably going to grit his teeth and nod. I quit my job at the state-owned company. I'm planning to start my own business. This bold move, which shattered his old image, didn't win him any admiration from the goddess. Instead, he got a harsh scolding. Are you brain dead, or what? That kind of job is hard to get, and you actually quit? With your level of intelligence, you think you can start a business? You better pay back everything your grandma ever gave you. Quit screwing around and go back to your old job. Your whole life, you're only good enough to be a small-time clerk. Leave that company, and you won't even be able to feed yourself. After hearing this, Chi Cheng completely gave up. Hands in his pockets, standing upright. His gaze no longer held any warmth or longing. Just a shred of patience and stubbornness. Give it to me straight. Break up or not. It was the first time she'd heard him speak to her in that tone. Yu found it surprisingly refreshing. She tiptoed closer, swaying her hips as she walked up to Chi Cheng. She searched him from head to toe, made him take off his shoes and socks, confirming that he had no bricks hidden on him. Once she was sure, a glint of excitement appeared in her seductive eyes. Break up. I don't believe in this curse anymore. Maybe it was the word break that triggered something in him. That taut string in Chi Cheng's head snapped again. He picked up his phone. Once the call connected, he simply said 3 words. It's time. Then, Yu watched in disbelief as an electric scooter zipped toward them. When it reached them, it screeched to a halt, and a buzz-cut young guy tossed a brick from the basket into Wu Chi Cheng's hands. Wu caught it smoothly and patted the guy on the shoulder. "Thanks, man." The young man spun the bike around and took off fast. Wu Chi Cheng then slammed the brick into his own head. The move didn't look like a suicide attempt. It was more like a stunt. Just a bit of blood oozed out. Wu Chi Cheng didn't even bother covering the wound. He tossed the brick aside and walked away, leaving Yu frozen in place. Wu Chi Cheng arrived at the entrance to Jiang Shaoshuai's clinic and hesitated. Should he go in? Would he get yelled at? Just as he was debating, Jiang Shaoshuai spotted him and, unexpectedly enthusiastic, ran over beaming and helped Wu Chi Cheng inside. "You haven't been here in so long. I thought something happened to you. Why did that sound so off?" Indeed, Wu hadn't been around for a while. Ever since quitting his job, he hadn't come for treatment. He just let his wounds heal on their own. This visit was a pure habit. Like if he didn't show up after smashing his head, the whole routine would feel incomplete. "Don't use too much medicine this time. I quit my job and money's tight." Jiang Shaoshuai looked at him with frustration, like iron that wouldn't turn into steel. "You really quit because of her?" "Not entirely." Seeing how miserable Wu looked, Jiang Shaoshuai didn't have the heart to salt the wound any further. After disinfecting him with saline, he leaned in for a closer look. "You don't even need medication this time. Let it heal on its own. 2 or 3 days, and you'll be fine." Wu Chi Cheng looked puzzled. "What's up with my head? I smashed myself harder than ever this time, but I barely felt a thing. No pain, no dizziness." Jiang Shaoshuai grabbed his hand and pressed it to his own forehead. "Feel that? Your damn skull's harder than the brick now." Wu Chi Cheng chuckled sheepishly. Jiang Shaoshuai noticed. It was a really pleasant smile. "Warm, even. I honestly hope your heart becomes like your head. Heals faster and faster, gets tougher and tougher. Until one day, nothing can break it anymore." Wu Chi Cheng realized that even a casual sentence from Jiang Shaoshuai could hit him right in the heart. "Shaoshuai, am I really dumb? Like, super low IQ?" "You're not dumb. You just have a low EQ." Wu asked again, "Then why are you so sharp? Why do you see things so clearly?" Jiang Shaoshuai gave a dramatic flick of his white coat, like a whirlwind. "Been screwed over too many times." "You've been played before too?" Wu Chi Cheng couldn't believe it. Jiang Shaoshuai gave a half smile. "Worse than you. Way worse." Silence fell over the clinic. "Master, please accept your disciple's bow." Wu Chi Cheng suddenly lunged in front of Jiang Shaoshuai, shouting at the top of his lungs without warning. It scared Jiang so bad, he stumbled back 3 steps and nearly fell into the trash bin. "What the hell? Can't you give a warning? Damn near pissed myself. What the hell are you doing?" Jiang Shaoshuai clutched his chest, pupils practically shrinking. Wu Chi Cheng looked devout. "I don't want to get played ever again." Once things had calmed down, Jiang Shaoshuai said something to Wu Chi Cheng, words originally spoken by Li Ka-shing. He'd always treated them as his personal motto, a guiding light in life. An egg broken from the outside becomes food. Broken from the inside, it becomes life. It's the same with people. Broken from the outside, it's pressure. Broken from the inside, it's growth. If you let others break you from the outside, you'll only become someone else's meal. But if you can break from within, it's like a rebirth. Chapter 12. For 3 consecutive days, Wu Chi Cheng received psychological counseling from Jiang Shaoshuai until the wound on his forehead fully healed. Master Jiang was very dedicated to his disciple, doing everything he could to remove the demons from Wu Chi Cheng's heart, helping him stop reaching out to Yu, and making him fully accept the reality of the breakup. While treating patients, Jiang Shaoshuai kept a close eye on Wu Chi Cheng sitting nearby. Wu Chi Cheng picked up his phone again. Jiang Shaoshuai immediately shot him a cold, piercing glare and said slowly, "Put that down." "I'm not calling her," Wu Chi Cheng explained. "I just want to play a game." I downloaded a colorblind version of Zuma. Only then did Jiang Shaoshuai turn his head away. Halfway through the game, Wu Chi Cheng's phone rang. Monkey King, you're truly amazing. Even 5-element mountain couldn't keep you. You leapt out, the real Sun Wukong. Monkey King, you're one of a kind. Even with the tightening spell, you stayed true to yourself." Wu Chi Cheng couldn't believe it and didn't dare answer. This was the first time Yu had called him since the breakup. "Why aren't you answering?" Jiang Shaoshuai asked. "It's Yu, Wu Chi Cheng replied, dazed. Are you a man or not? If you are, then pick it up. Say what you gotta say. Wu Chi Cheng answered the call. On the other end, Yu Yu's clear voice came through. Is your wound healed? If so, let's meet. Turns out it wasn't just Wu Chi Cheng with psychological compulsions. She had some issues too. Wu Chi Cheng looked at Jiang Shaoshui for guidance. Jiang Shaoshui simply said, figure it out yourself. Once again, Wu Chi Cheng marched into battle. This time, Yu Yu didn't choose the place on purpose, nor did she perform her usual pre-meeting inspection. She figured humanity could no longer stop Wu Chi Cheng. No matter the time or place, he would somehow make a brick appear out of thin air. Yu Yu felt a strange sense of excitement, arriving early and anxiously scanning her surroundings. Wu Chi Cheng appeared casual, strolling leisurely. What is it? Wu Chi Cheng asked. Break up, Yu Yu declared loudly. Wu Chi Cheng took deep breaths, practicing a blend of self-hypnosis and qigong to get through the mental block. Fine, let's break up, whatever. He was done caring. Strangely, Yu Yu kept tugging at his arm, eyes filled with anticipation. Wu Chi Cheng didn't understand what she was expecting. Seeing him do nothing, Yu Yu started pounding his chest. Time to bring out the brick. Hurry up. Wu Chi Cheng's face twitched. Bring out what brick? Give me the brick. Like the last few times, zip. Out comes the brick. She laughed behind her hands, as if recalling something hilarious. In Wu Chi Cheng's mind, a horde of wild horses was stampeding. Their hooves trampled his internal organs into pulp. No romantic ending from a novel here. Not only was the heroine not moved by his persistence, she was addicted to it. This is my forehead. Made of flesh. You even kissed it once. Wu Chi Cheng's heart shattered, but he found it so ridiculous that he actually laughed. 7 years. A whole 7 years. And he'd become a damn magician. Yu Yu stomped her foot in frustration. Come on. I'm waiting. Don't let me down. Across from them were 2 big trees, between which several bricks lay scattered. Wu Chi Cheng walked straight over, picked one up, and brought it back to Yu Yu. She looked completely let down, eyes tinged with annoyance, as if she'd been tricked. I told you to bring a brick, not pick one up from over there. Wu Chi Cheng scowled at her. Bring what? There are bricks right here. If one's not enough, I'll get a whole pile for you. Let you have your fill. It was the first time Yu Yu had seen Wu Chi Cheng lose his temper. She was momentarily stunned, forgetting even to retaliate. She just stared at the brick in his hand, like it held some unfinished wish. Wu Chi Cheng knew. She was waiting for him to hit himself. From her initial disgust to now helping it along, from panic to anticipation, from threats to enjoyment. Even the scent of his bloody forehead had, to her, changed from horrifying trauma to a charming part of everyday life. It was time for a grand finale. Wu Chi Cheng closed his eyes and smashed the brick onto his forehead. Nothing. No feeling. He hit again. Still barely any sensation. He gathered all the strength in his body for a final, fatal blow. The brick shattered. Yu Yu. A brilliant light shone down on Wu Chi Cheng, casting his figure in a radiant glow. Yu Yu, we are officially broken up. After saying this, Wu Chi Cheng burst into laughter and turned to leave. In that moment, blood-tinged tears rushed into his nose. From now on, naive, kind-hearted, cowardly, weak, a pushover. All these words could go to hell. Anyone who dared take a single hair from him again, he'd headbutt them with his iron skull. Jiang Shaoshui sat in his clinic until night fell. Then he stood at the door, watching as waves of passers-by came and went, but still no sign of Wu Chi Cheng. He sighed. These past few days have been a waste. That fool had fallen into the same trap again. Just as he turned to go inside, a firm arm blocked his path. He turned, and there, in the dark, was a familiar yet unfamiliar face. Wu Chi Cheng's features glowed with a cold aura, his eyes like twin blades boring into Zhang's. Though he wore the same smile, there was a powerful pressure behind it that made Zhang's skin crawl. You. Jiang Shaoshui was momentarily stunned. Wu Chi Cheng curled his lips. I've changed my name. A bad feeling rose in Jiang Shaoshui's gut. To what? Wu Suo Wei. Wu Fearless. Jiang Shaoshui gone silent. Chapter 13. Guozi, your big flathead is back. Someone shouted from outside. Guo Chengyu stared at himself in the mirror. Crew cut. narrow face, a stubbly jaw with a faint bluish tint, and slightly slanted eyes with subtle red veins in the whites. He always looked like he hadn't slept, though he was just born that way. Sharp lips, slightly pointed chin. At first glance, he seemed hard to get along with, but in reality, he loved to smile. Guo Chengyu stepped outside and saw a glass box on the ground, housing his beloved pet that had been fostered elsewhere for a while. The so-called big flathead was actually a king cobra. Guo Chengyu liked playing with snakes, but never kept them himself. In his free time, he'd go hunting for interesting specimens, bring them back for others to raise, and once they were in good shape, he'd take them out for a spin. Looks like it got a little fatter, Guo Chengyu said, crouching down to take a closer look. Inside the glass box, the king cobra coiled mightily, pitch black from head to tail. It leaned regally against the glass wall, its eyes disdainfully sweeping over the humans outside, flicking its red tongue menacingly. TSK, look at that gaze. Damn, this one's a little show-off. Guo Chengyu turned and said to Li Wang beside him. Li Wang reminded him, it's almost time. Let's get going. Don't want to keep them waiting. Guo Chengyu waved his hand. Put the second lord in the car. Two men stepped forward carefully and loaded the glass box into the car. While on the road, Li Wang asked, should we pick up Xiaolong too? Guo Chengyu's face darkened. What for? Didn't you say this time it wasn't about gambling? Guo Chengyu curled his lips. I've already got one ready. Just bringing him over. The car drove straight toward the outskirts of Beijing, heading to Chi Cheng's humble place. Chi Cheng was something of a figure among the Beijing elite. People in the circle called him Snake Guy. He didn't really do anything besides hole up in a few small houses, spending his days with his snakes. Sometimes he'd raise pigeons or bamboo rats to feed his reptiles. He lived like a retired cadre. Chi Cheng was different from Guo Chengyu. Guo liked playing with snakes, but not keeping them. The snakes he bought were always raised by someone else, and he only brought them out for fun now and then. Chi Cheng, on the other hand, truly lived with snakes. He not only fed and trained them himself, but also brought them everywhere, even sleeping with them next to his pillow. During holidays, Guo Chengyu always came here to fight snakes, usually betting money on the outcomes. When Guo arrived, Chi Cheng was teasing a green bamboo viper with a twig, giving the venomous snake a morning kiss. He turned to look at Guo, a hard line creasing the corner of his eye. Guo Chengyu's features were delicate and wickedly enigmatic, hard to read. Chi Cheng had bolder features, thick brows, and a rough, edged expression. His gaze was always dark and brooding. The two had known each other for over a decade. Their fathers were old friends, and to outsiders, they seemed extremely close. In truth, neither of them could stand the other. In front of the house was a small pit covered with wire mesh, specially made for snake fights. Chi Cheng personally brought out his champion, a Burmese python weighing over 60 kilograms, as burly and sharp-eyed as its master. The two kings of the serpent world, who would never meet in the wild, were finally about to clash. Besides Guo and Chi, several spectators stood around, some who had come with Guo Chengyu, others from Chi Cheng's crew. They formed a circle, eager for the deadly entertainment. The king cobra was ferocious, agile, and highly venomous. The python was thick, muscular, and unimaginably strong. When these two titans clashed, it promised to be brutal. After a few moments of tense observation, the king cobra made the first move, striking like lightning at the python. The python narrowly dodged, then coiled and entangled the cobra with its massive weight, beginning a bone-crushing wrestle. Guo Chengyu stood with arms crossed, a cigarette dangling from his lips, watching with relish. Chi Cheng remained silent, eyes as lifeless as stagnant water, betraying no emotion. Oh damn, holy shit. Someone behind Chi Cheng gasped. The python had just taken a hit. It got bitten by the cobra, narrowly missing its vital 7-inch spot. Fortunately, the cobra's fangs were short, and the python's tough skin and natural antibodies prevented instant death. The python, enraged by the bite, launched a frenzied counterattack. It struck the cobra back viciously, smashing its vertebrae into pieces. Guo Chengyu still wore that ambiguous, unreadable smile. Without a word, Chi Cheng slid his hand into his jacket pocket. Inside, a snake no thicker than a pinky was coiling, twisting coquettishly. As he felt its icy, smooth body, Chi Cheng's heart was inexplicably comforted. Chapter 14. The fight had reached its boiling point. After breaking free from the python's coils, the king cobra reared up, taller than a grown man. Its eyes gleamed with icy, murderous intent, forcing a few of the onlookers nearby to instinctively step back. Guo Chengyu, with bloodshot slanted eyes, glanced sideways. Chi Cheng's neck veins bulged, his Adam's apple bobbing, gaze fixed on the center of the pit like a black hole, clearly tense as hell. Guo Chengyu's lips curled into a sinister grin. The python had taken a second hit, this time to the abdomen. It was obvious the venom was kicking in. The python's movements grew sluggish, yet it still clung tightly to the king cobra, keeping a lock on its head to prevent another poisonous strike. The cobra, for its part, was also losing steam. It stretched its neck as best it could, trying to resist the suffocating pressure of the python's crushing grip. Seconds ticked by. The python's eyes dulled. The king cobra seized the moment, slipping free from the python's coils. Its spirit suddenly reignited. Guo Chengyu let out a sharp whistle, his pride burning hot. Come on, baby. Give it one more go. And that bastard. Chi Cheng, however, didn't look annoyed at all. He smiled calmly at Guo Chengyu. So what? You came here today just to show me up? Guo Chengyu slapped a hand on Chi Cheng's shoulder and spat at his feet. Ah, come on, don't say it like that. We're brothers, aren't we? They joked, but Guo Chengyu was taking it seriously. He'd known Chi Cheng for over a decade and knew his temperament well. Anytime Chi started getting polite, someone else was bound to lose. Guo had lost to him countless times. Still, he kept coming back, shameless and relentless. They both turned their eyes back to the pit. It looked like the fight was settled. Some spectators were already bouncing on their feet, just waiting for the cobra to roll its eyes back and collapse. But then, in the blink of an eye, the seemingly lifeless python sprang back with one last surge of energy. It struck like a storm, coiling around the cobra and crushing it with terrifying force. Everyone clenched their fists. Silence fell. The sickening crack of the cobra's chest echoed through the air. Finally, the cobra twitched a few times and went still. Guo Chengyu only hesitated for a second before clapping his hands in Chi Cheng's direction. All right, I lost again. Chi Cheng ran his rough, rugged gaze across Guo Chengyu's face, chuckling low in his throat. What? You just like seeing me live it up. Dropping off gifts every week. Ain't that the truth? Guo Chengyu said with a smirk, lighting a cigarette. I don't worry about anyone but you. Chi Cheng squinted toward the pit where the python was now devouring the king cobra. Only when the snake had swallowed it whole did he speak again, voice low and deep. So, what did you bring me this time? It was a rhetorical question, of course. They'd agreed before the fight. The loser had to let the winner sleep with one of his girls. Guo Chengyu gave Li Wang a look. Li Wang went to the car and brought out a young model he'd recently hooked up with. This is Chi Cheng. He's older than you. Call him Brother Chi. The girl was a southern drifter in Beijing, her thick accent giving her away. Be Brother Chi. Chi Cheng's Adam's apple shifted, his only reply. Guo Chengyu stood right next to him, and Chi Cheng reached under the girl's skirt. With one flick of his nail, her stockings tore all the way up to her knees. You already slept with Guizi? Chi Cheng asked. The girl shyly glanced at Guo Chengyu. Guo Chengyu tilted his chin. Tell the truth. Your brother Chi doesn't care. The girl nodded. Chi Cheng's hand stayed under her skirt. His finger hooked the edge of her panties and slipped inside. The girl suddenly felt a sharp coldness between her legs, like someone had shoved a slick, icy stick up into her. Her face went ghostly pale, knees buckling as she collapsed to the ground. The pain and shock hit her all at once, sweat pouring down her body. From beneath her skirt, a snake slithered out, its head drenched in blood. My snake doesn't bite, Chi Cheng said calmly. She's still a virgin. Guo Chengyu's face changed slightly, his piercing gaze shooting toward Li Wang. What the fuck kind of girl did you bring? Li Wang leaned in and whispered, he set you up. That snake definitely bites. Guo Chengyu's already bloodshot eyes looked like they'd been stabbed twice. His neck veins twisted violently as he forced down the bile in his throat. If you can't take the heat, don't play the game, Chi Cheng said, giving Guo a light slap on the forehead with the back of his hand. Bringing some random chick to fill the slot. Disgusting. Then he gestured toward the girl curled up on the ground. Someone get her up and take her to a doctor. I'll cover the bill later. Chapter 15. Li Wang gave Guo Chengyu a look. Should they go in and bring Xiaolong back? Look at his damn face. He definitely caught wind of something. You really think you can trick him again with a fake? Li Wang turned and walked off. Chi Cheng was still joking around with Guo Chengyu, smiling. If you can't part with him, then forget it. Don't be like that, Guo Chengyu said, throwing an arm hard around Chi Cheng's neck. We're bros, aren't we? The iron gate over the snake pit was opened, and two of Chi Cheng's guys stepped inside. They carried out the over 5-meter-long python and laid it on the ground. The python had been poisoned too. If it wasn't treated soon, it would die in no time. Guo Chengyu walked over, squatted down, and with the other two unprepared, drove a knife straight into the python's weak spot. The snake's tail suddenly lashed up, slamming into one guy's nape so hard he nearly passed out. What the hell are you doing? The other man stared at Guo Chengyu in shock. Guo Chengyu didn't respond. He calmly slit a long cut down the python's belly and sliced out a piece of meat. He skewered it slowly on the tip of the blade and put it in his mouth. Chi Cheng stood nearby, leopard eyes wide open. Everyone knew Chi Cheng's place was strictly no-kill when it came to snakes. Eating them was even more forbidden. Guo Chengyu smacked his lips, grinning nastily. Not bad. Has some chew to it. He cut off another piece, pointed it at Chi Cheng with the blade. Want a bite? One of the men crouched beside him was outraged. We don't allow eating snakes here. Guo Chengyu sneered at him. I didn't eat your snake. That was my big-headed viper in there. I had to gut it to get it back. What if I cut the wrong meat and your boss flips on me? Chi Cheng didn't say a word, just stared at Guo Chengyu for a full 10 minutes. Then they brought in a guy, Xiao Long, the one Li Wang had mentioned. The boy was Guo Chengyu's hard-earned prize, just 20, still in college. The kid was gorgeous, and Chi Cheng had seen his share of beauties, but his eyes still paused on Xiao Long for a few seconds. You into this too? Chi Cheng teased. Guo Chengyu answered bluntly, as long as there's a hole down there, I'm into it. Chi Cheng let out a few hearty laughs and strode back into the house. Guo Chengyu stared at Xiao Long, his throat prickling like it was full of splinters, unbearable. That's my good buddy. Go inside and have a chat with him. Xiao Long only gave Guo Chengyu a puzzled look before aimlessly heading into the room. Guo Chengyu and Li Wang stood outside. It wasn't long before familiar moans echoed from inside. There was no force, no resistance, just raw pleasure. Li Wang dropped his cigarette and ground it hard underfoot. Damn, that's slutty. That fast. Just listen to that. Guo Chengyu's face went cold. What do you think I've got ears for? Li Wang shut up. Xiao Long's legs were tied to the bed rails. Chi Cheng was thrusting away, Xiao Long crying as he got pounded, his hips twisting. After a few sharp slaps, his sobs turned breathless and broken. Guo Chengyu could hear it all, clearly. Xiao Long was crying and begging to be fucked harder. That kind of sound had never come from Guo Chengyu's bed. Li Wang peeked through the window, muttered a quiet fuck to himself. It was the first time he'd seen a man screw with such brute force. Bold, fierce, and utterly satisfying. After a while, Chi Cheng's voice floated out. Guozi, want to take over? He doesn't seem too keen on me doing it. Guo Chengyu said nothing. He knew exactly what Chi Cheng was trying to do. Sure enough, Xiao Long's voice followed, begging no. Guo Chengyu had only one thought. Chi Cheng, fuck your mother. Chi Cheng came out while pulling up his pants, face glowing with post-orgasm contentment. He patted Guo Chengyu on the shoulder with a broad hand. He passed out. Li Wang turned to Guo Chengyu. So, should we take Xiao Long back? Guo Chengyu laughed, a laugh that made Li Wang's skin crawl. Can you still take him back? With that, Guo Chengyu snapped his fingers at Chi Cheng, turned, and drove off. Chapter 16. By day, Chi Cheng flirted with a room full of cute and coy pet snakes. By night, he was screwing someone else's kept boy. Life was kingly. Unfortunately, that throne didn't last long before a phone call broke it. Your dad's in the hospital. Get home immediately. Chi Cheng hung up, the lines between his brows sharpened like blades. Xiao Long's hand was still roaming Chi Cheng's lower abdomen, but when he saw Chi Cheng's face change, he pouted slightly and asked cautiously, "What's wrong?" Chi Cheng pushed Xiao Long aside. "None of your business." He moved to get out of bed. Xiao Long quickly wrapped his arms around Chi Cheng's, straddling him, eyes seductive. "Let me help you finish first, or it'll be uncomfortable for you." Chi Cheng looked at him for a moment, then suddenly flipped him over and mounted his face. His massive shaft rammed into Xiao Long's throat a few times, ending hastily. He got dressed and stepped down from the bed. Only after Chi Cheng had left did Xiao Long dare to spit out a mouthful of bloody saliva he'd been holding in. "Keep an eye on the snakes," Chi Cheng told the two assistants. They both nodded, watching him drive off. Even with all the precautions, Chi Cheng still couldn't relax about one treasure, a green tree python that had been with him for 6 years. Ever since he'd started keeping snakes, this python had never left his side. No matter where he went, Chi Cheng brought it along. He even gave it a nickname, Little Jealousy. Xiao Cubeo. True to its name, Little Jealousy was a jealous one. It had claimed Chi Cheng's bed for years. People could get on the bed and even do that with him. But get under the covers? No chance. The moment its territory was invaded, this snake would lash out and constrict like hell. Chi Cheng wore gray, and Little Jealousy was bright green, coiled tightly around his tall frame like it was clinging to a tree. Its head swayed under Chi Cheng's fingers, and when he wasn't looking, it snuck a bite at his face. "Huh." Chi Cheng chuckled, stroking its head. "I don't give a shit about anyone else. I only care about you." Little Jealousy affectionately rubbed its tail against his stomach. When they arrived home, the driver stopped the car, and Chi Cheng stepped out with Little Jealousy in his arms. Zhong Wenyu, Chi Cheng's mother, had just opened the door but immediately stepped back a few paces in alarm. "Io, why'd you bring that thing back again? Can't trust anyone else with it." He changed his shoes and entered the house. "Weren't you supposed to be at the hospital with Dad? There are a bunch of doctors rotating shifts watching him. Nothing for me to do there. I came home to wait for you." Zhong Wenyu handed him a glass of water. Chi Cheng gulped it down in 2 big swigs and stood up. "Then let's go now." "Go where?" "To the hospital to see Dad." Zhong Wenyu looked a little awkward. "No rush. Go tomorrow. He's already asleep by now. It's not even serious. It's nothing." Chi Cheng's face tightened into a hard, masculine grimace. "If I'd known, I'd have waited till tomorrow to come back. Can't a mom just spend a bit more time with her son? You're holed up in the suburbs all the time, gone for weeks. Your dad and I can't even find you. If you raise something else, fine, but snakes? What if one bites you someday and no one's around? Who's going to save you? One bite." Chi Cheng sneered internally. "I've been bitten 7 or 8 times by the venomous ones already, and I'm still just fine. All right, it's late. Put that thing away and go to bed." Chi Cheng, as if he hadn't heard, carried Little Jealousy straight to the bedroom. Zhong Wenyu followed him. "The glass tank's in that room. Why are you taking it to yours?" Bang! The door slammed shut in her face. Zhong Wenyu stood at the door in frustration. What are we supposed to do with this kid? He's really a handful. The next morning, Chi Cheng was woken by a phone call. He checked his phone. It was already past 10. Why hadn't anyone called him up earlier? "Chi Cheng, something happened. The snake den's been cleared out." Chi Cheng shot up in bed, his foggy eyes turning sharp in an instant. "How the hell did that happen? I think Dakuin and I were drugged. We slept like the dead last night, didn't hear a thing. When we woke up, it was already past 9. We checked the 2 rooms on the east side. All the tanks are gone. Even your room snakes. Nothing left." "What about Xiao Long?" Chi Cheng asked. "No idea. We haven't seen him since we woke up." Chi Cheng's pupils burned with fury. Chi Yuan Duan, Chi Cheng's father, had been discharged. Or rather, he had never been hospitalized in the first place. As Chi Cheng stormed toward the door, face dark as thunder, Chi Yuan Duan blocked him. "I've already arranged it. In a couple days, you're starting work at the Urban Management Bureau." Chi Cheng walked right past him. "Just try walking out." Chi Yuan Duan kicked the door behind him. "Look at you. Lazy and reckless. You're 28 already and still don't have a proper job. Look at Xiao Yu. Remember how wild he used to be? Now he's a manager. He plays hard too, but he never lets it interfere with serious business." Chi Cheng dropped onto the couch, grabbed a handful of cherry tomatoes, and started tossing them into his mouth. "You can let him call you Dad. I've got no problem with that. I fucking wish I could swap sons." Chi Yuan Duan shouted, red-faced. "I've gotten complaints at the office. Said my son's a pervert, molesting male students, described in vivid detail. How am I supposed to show my face after that?" Chi Cheng knew. It was probably another stunt pulled by Xiao Long and Guo Chengyu together. Of all the things to get into, you had to go after boys. Are you impotent or just mentally twisted? Chi Cheng brushed off his clothes and stood up, his broad frame looming over his father. "I've got pussy phobia, all right?" Chi Yuan Duan exploded. "Don't bullshit me. I've locked up all your snakes. If you want them to stay alive, you'd better go to work like I said. Chapter 17. For a full 2 months, Suo Wei stayed at Jiang Xiao Shuai's clinic, reflecting on his tragic past and preparing a solid foundation for a new life ahead. During the day, he bought meals for Jiang Xiao Shuai, swept the floor, tidied up the place. At night, he slept in the clinic. Jiang Xiao Shuai tried to pay him, but Suo Wei refused. All he wanted was a place to stay and meals to eat. Every morning, when Jiang Xiao Shuai arrived at the clinic yawning, Suo Wei had already run 5 kilometers and cleaned the place up. In Jiang Xiao Shuai's eyes, Suo Wei was like a man reborn. He had lost a lot of weight recently. Through intense training, his loose skin was replaced by lean muscle. His facial features had become sharper, his eyes more defined, and there was a fierce determination in his gaze that stirred something in his mentor's heart. I plan to start out as a street vendor. Once I've saved enough, I'll open a storefront. Jiang Xiao Shuai tapped his pen against the desk, his sharp eyes showing silent approval. That's a way to go. Tough work, though? Hey, can you call out to attract customers? What's so hard about that? Give it a try. Let me hear. Sharpen your knives, fix your scissors. That nostalgic street cry sounded surprisingly authentic coming from Suo Wei. Jiang Xiao Shuai burst out laughing, and Suo Wei grinned a little too. Jiang Xiao Shuai paused. He hadn't seen Suo Wei laugh so freely in a long time. Sigh. I don't know if getting you to change your path is helping you or hurting you. Jiang Xiao Shuai remembered when Suo Wei first arrived. Kind of clueless, but always cheerful. Suo Wei replied seriously, it's better to be clear-headed. But don't worry, I still feel the same about you as before. As long as you're not annoyed, I'll smile at you every day. Only at you. Jiang Xiao Shuai rested his forehead on his hand, staring at the table. Why the hell does this feel kind of touching? Oh right, being a vendor isn't that easy. Are you ready? Suo Wei's eyes gleamed with resolve. I've been preparing all this time. Jiang Xiao Shuai looked surprised. What VE you prepared? I haven't seen anything. Haven't I been running every day? Long distance, sprints, with sandbags, carrying a pot while running. All right. Jiang Xiao Shuai interrupted. Forget about dodging the city inspectors for now. First think about what you're going to sell. You need a plan. Suo Wei thought for a moment, then slowly said, I want to start with something easy. Clothes and shoes cost too much up front, and sourcing is a pain. Fruits and vegetables are hard to transport and go bad fast. I thought about selling breakfast, but I don't have any skills, can't fry dough sticks, can't make stuffed pancakes. After thinking it over, the only thing I can sell is porridge. Porridge isn't bad, said Jiang Xiao Shuai. It's pretty simple to make. Half a liter of millet can make a big pot. You just need a big container, a ladle, and some plastic cups. Low cost too. Suo Wei nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. Once they decided, Suo Wei went to the grain store that evening and lugged back a sack of millet. Jiang Xiao Shuai helped him buy pots, bowls, and all the necessary utensils. Once everything was ready, the two did a test run in the clinic. Though Suo Wei came from a modest family, he had 2 older sisters, was good at school, and rarely did chores. Jiang Xiao Shuai, being an only child, was even more spoiled. His family never made him lift a finger. So there they stood in front of the stove, clumsy as ever, scrubbing the millet, adding water, and finally lighting the gas. Add a bit of baking soda. My mom always does that, said Suo Wei. Jiang Xiao Shuai threw in a spoonful of baking soda. Seems too thick. Add some more water. Suo Wei poured in a bowl of water. Now it's too thin. How about more millet? Jiang Xiao Shuai grabbed a handful and tossed it in. See, too much, right? Add a little more water? Back and forth, one adding this, the other that. They had meant to make just 2 bowls to try, but ended up with a huge pot. I think it's about right now, said Jiang Xiao Shuai. Suo Wei rubbed his hands and served Jiang Xiao Shuai a bowl first. How's it taste? Suo Wei asked. The porridge was too hot, so Jiang Xiao Shuai took a cautious sip. A bit thin, but it smells good. Suo Wei tasted it too and agreed. Yeah, not thick enough. I'll add more millet next time. Don't add more. If you do, you won't make any money. We used almost 2 pounds of millet for 1 pot. At this rate, you won't even get a full barrel from a whole sack. Add in the cost of plastic cups and bags, and you'll be working for nothing. Suo Wei's brows furrowed deeply. The porridge they sell on the street seems thick. Are we not cooking it long enough? Jiang Shaoshui snorted. That's because they use food thickeners. You mean? Suo Wei narrowed his eyes. Jiang Shaoshui leaned coolly against the doorframe. So what? These days, most food thickeners are healthy, good for the body. I'm a doctor, you think I'd trick you? Back in the day, Suo Wei would have firmly refused him. How could they do something so dishonest? People buy their porridge for convenience and peace of mind. How could they cheat like that? Business is about integrity. Nothing is more valuable than trust between people. But now, to hell with it all. He only cared about money. He took a few big steps toward the door. Wait for me. I'm going to buy a whole box of that stuff. Jiang Shaoshui shouted after him. Make sure you get the cheapest kind. Chapter 18. It was his first time doing business, and Suo Wei felt a rush of excitement. Before dawn, he was already on the road, pedaling a rickety tricycle. On the back was a waist-high barrel, filled to the brim with millet porridge. It took less than half a bag of millet, but he added a whole bottle of edible gum. The sticky porridge sloshed in the barrel, and Suo Wei's heart danced with joy. No more being bossed around. No more working hard just to make money for someone else. From today on, every cup of porridge I sell is mine. The harder I work, the more I earn. If I work overtime, it's my choice. Whether I profit or lose, I'm at peace with it. Porridge for sale. Suo Wei shouted into the empty street, feeling utterly delighted. After searching for nearly 2 kilometers, he finally found a good spot. There were quite a few breakfast vendors here, but they were all selling pancakes, egg-filled flatbreads, buns. None were selling porridge. He squeezed the brake, parked, and got everything ready. Just as he was about to open the lid of the barrel, he saw an older woman standing right in front of him, staring him down. Would you like some porridge? Suo Wei asked. You're taking my spot, the woman said coldly. Suo Wei smiled. This area isn't regulated, and you didn't rent this space. How is it yours? The woman snapped. Ask anyone around. I've been selling here every day. Suo Wei knew how this business worked and calmly replied, my cart's already parked here. It'd be hard to move. Tomorrow, just come a bit earlier. The woman was furious. She slammed her electric pot on the ground and rolled her eyes at him. Fine, I'll let you sell here today. I'll watch you fail to sell a single cup. Suo Wei ignored her and kept setting up. Wontons here, fresh out of the pot. The woman shouted. Suo Wei raised his voice tenfold to drown her out. Millet porridge. 1 yuan a cup. The woman grumbled beside him. Such a young man. Can't you do something better? Had to come here to sell porridge. TCH. Education, that's what matters. My son graduated from college and works at a state-owned enterprise now. Sits in an office every day, never has to suffer like this. I tell you, some people are just born to be poor. Guess it really is a poor man's fate. Suo Wei stirred the porridge deftly. Or else why would someone whose son works at a state enterprise still be out here selling food? The woman's face turned red with rage. She gritted her teeth, speechless, while Suo Wei stayed calm. I'll take a bowl of wontons. Sure, just out of the pot. Here you go. Time passed. The woman got busy serving customers and stopped arguing. Suo Wei realized her threat had some weight. Almost everyone who came for breakfast passed by his cart, hesitated for a second, and then went straight to the woman's stall for wontons. Half an hour passed, and Suo Wei hadn't sold a single cup. The woman started humming a little tune, her mocking eyes stabbing Suo Wei like daggers. Finally, Suo Wei got his first customer, a young woman in her early 20s, clearly drawn in by his looks. 1 cup of porridge, please. Suo Wei was startled, then quickly lifted the lid and grabbed the ladle. He made a graceful arc with the handle mid-air, dazzling the girl with hard eyes. Crap, the ladle fell into the barrel. Suo Wei stood there, stunned. The barrel was deep. The ladle must have sunk to the bottom. To retrieve it, he'd have to stick his whole arm inside. Sorry about that. The girl blushed and walked away, embarrassed. Suo Wei racked his brain for a solution, but had none. He had to go home to retrieve the ladle. As he pushed his tricycle past the woman's stall, she faked a few coughs. Oh my, that ladle's covered in bacteria. It fell right into the porridge. Guess the whole barrel's ruined, huh? Suo Wei clenched his jaw, but kept pedaling home. Jiang Shaoshui heard a noisy clatter outside and knew Suo Wei was back. He cheerfully walked to the door. Wow, sold out already? Nah, the ladle fell into the porridge barrel. When they opened the lid, the porridge that had looked decent when he left was now thick and pasty. Suo Wei gritted his teeth, dumped out half the barrel, fished out the ladle, and didn't pour the old porridge back in. Instead, he added half a barrel of water and half a bottle of edible gum. After stirring, it looked like a full, fresh batch again. I'll save the other half for tonight. With that, Suo Wei got back on his tricycle and hit the road once more. Chapter 19. At 7 p.m., Chi Cheng set out in the enforcement vehicle. It was his first day on the job. Normally, he should have been out enforcing the rules during the day, but as soon as he arrived at the office, all the big shots from the bureau took turns inviting him in for tea. After the leaders had finished chatting, co-workers came over enthusiastically to curry favor. Before he could even introduce himself, people already knew his father was the municipal party secretary, and his third uncle was the director of the Urban Management Enforcement Bureau. Everyone was curious and full of questions about why someone like him would stoop to work at the grassroots level. It was already after hours, but when Chi Cheng said he wanted to go out on patrol, the squad leader immediately put down his bag and offered to drive him. Night had fully fallen, and a thin mist coated the windshield, making the bright lights outside look a bit blurry. The street was lively. Despite the cold, the street vendors were still full of energy. Cries hawking food echoed one after another, and all kinds of smells drifted through the cracks in the car windows. Suo Wei was on that very street, with an old man selling roasted sweet potatoes to his left and a guy selling shoes to his right. "Hey," Suo Wei greeted the man next to him. "How long have you been doing this?" The man was squatting and smoking. He answered casually, "Over 2 years." "Ever been caught by urban management?" Suo Wei asked. The guy chuckled, "Not once." Suo Wei was impressed. "How'd you manage that?" He waited a while without a reply. Then the old man next to them spoke. "Because he is urban management." Suo Wei's eyes glowed in the darkness. "I'm a city enforcer by day. After I clock out, I set up this stall at night. I've got 2 kids at home. There's no way we can get by on just that fixed salary." Suo Wei clicked his tongue. Seemed like no one had it easy. "So if I stick close to you, the enforcers won't mess with me?" The man spat and replied with some grit. "You could say that." Just as he said it, flashing red lights lit up in the distance. The man's face changed instantly. He swiftly packed up his shoes and fled in the opposite direction. A few other stalls followed suit. Suo Wei was hesitating about whether to run when he noticed the old man beside him standing firm, showing no intention of leaving. "Why aren't you running?" The old man pointed confidently at a burly guy selling watermelons nearby, well over 6 feet tall, all muscle, with tattoos on his arms. One look and you knew he wasn't someone to mess with. "That guy's nicknamed Hazy. He protects all of us. Regular enforcers don't dare mess with him. He could take out 3 guys at once, easy." Just as he finished speaking, the enforcement vehicle stopped right in front of Hazy's stall. 2 urban management officers stepped out. The old man pointed at the one standing next to Chi Cheng. "That punk's the worst of them. Always hitting people. That guy across the street selling dried goods? Li San. Got his arm broken by him." It was too dark, and Suo Wei couldn't see clearly which one the old man was referring to. The 2 officers approached Hazy's stall. No one knew what they said at first, but before long, voices were raised. The squad leader shoved Hazy, who immediately punched back. Suo Wei was just about to cheer when he saw the man next to the squad leader raise a foot and kick Hazy hard in the chest. That hulking man who was supposedly able to fight off 3 people flew backwards, crashing into his own watermelon stall. Watermelons exploded everywhere, looking like bloodied brains scattered on the ground. Gasps erupted all around. The old man shoved his roasted sweet potato cart and bolted. Suo Wei couldn't make out Chi Cheng's face clearly, but he saw Hazy lying motionless on the ground. All the vendors scattered. The street was cleared in an instant. Only Suo Wei remained, still at his stall. Soon, the 2 enforcers walked up to him. Chi Cheng glanced at Suo Wei. He was wearing a hat, brim pulled low, concealing most of his face. All Chi Cheng could see was a sharply cut jaw and cold, hard lips. A cigarette dangled from the corner of Suo Wei's mouth. Even with 2 figures looming over him in the darkness, he remained indifferent. Smoking helped Suo Wei stay calm. The squad leader spoke first. "Why aren't you running?" "Hey, you too scared to move, or what?" "You dumbass, he's talking to you." You want us to rough you up, is that it? The squad leader wouldn't shut up. Suo Wei stayed silent. Then, slowly, he lifted his head and met Chi Cheng's cold gaze. He turned, picked up his porridge bucket, turned again, and looked at the tricycle not far away. In Chi Cheng's vision, all he saw were those pitch-black eyes, eerily bright. Suo Wei spun around and threw the entire bucket of porridge at Chi Cheng. The entire street fell silent. The squad leader felt cold chills running down his spine. Suo Wei thought Chi Cheng would dodge, but the guy stood still. The whole bucket of porridge splashed all over him, soaking half his body in sticky goo. Time to run. Staying meant death. Suo Wei bolted westward, abandoning his tricycle and bucket without a second thought. The squad leader reacted quickly and gave chase, blocking Suo Wei at the corner. Suo Wei saw a brick at his feet. He picked it up and smashed it on his own forehead. The brick shattered. Come on then. You got the balls, don't you? The squad leader was dumbfounded. Suo Wei picked up another and smashed it again, shouting, "Why stop hitting? Huh? Aren't you guys all about violent enforcement?" The squad leader's legs went weak. Chi Cheng suddenly stepped forward, and his presence hit like a thundercloud rolling in. The air changed in an instant. Suo Wei felt it, something powerful. He dropped the brick and ran like hell, feet practically shooting sparks as he fled. Chi Cheng was covered in sticky porridge, his limbs stiff, so he didn't bother chasing. He just kept his eyes fixed on the disappearing figure in the distance. Better pray I don't catch you. Chapter 20. Uffed. Chi Cheng sprayed a mouthful of water all over the windshield, shoulders shaking with laughter. His car was parked right at the intersection, waiting to see how young Master Chi handled law enforcement. He never expected to catch that moment. Chi Cheng got drenched in porridge and even let the street vendor get away. Chi Cheng, the kind of guy who swallows a loss quietly? No way. Even as tough as Chi Cheng was, he wouldn't dare go toe-to-toe with Chi Cheng. But that street vendor, damn, he really opened Gui's eyes. Oh damn. Chi Cheng clutched his sore stomach. You sure this guy isn't someone you paid to put on a show? Li Wang chuckled. Never seen him before in my life. Chi Cheng drummed his fingers playfully on the steering wheel. Then let's go pay our respects to this roadside hero. So, Chi Cheng drove off in pursuit of Suo Wei. Suo Wei ran like his lungs were going to launch out of his throat. He skidded to a stop in front of the clinic, zipped inside like lightning, and slammed the inner door shut, locking it tight under Jiang Shaoshuai's startled gaze. What happened? Jiang Shaoshuai asked. Suo Wei gasped. City enforcement's chasing me. Right then, a car pulled up outside. Don't tell them I'm here, Suo Wei warned Jiang Shaoshuai. Jiang Shaoshuai glanced outside, silently impressed. City enforcers got this kind of budget? A Benz? Before getting out, Chi Cheng asked, You sure he went in here? Li Wang nodded. I saw him enter through this exact door. Chi Cheng stepped out and swaggered toward the entrance under Jiang Shaoshuai's wary eyes. The lighting outside was dim. He couldn't quite make out Jiang's features, just that the guy had a sharp profile. Need something? Jiang Shaoshuai asked. Chi Cheng gave a disarmingly friendly smile. Seeing a doctor. Jiang Shaoshuai turned and walked inside. Chi Cheng followed. The two sat face to face. Now able to see Jiang Shaoshuai's full face, Chi Cheng forgot what he even came in for. His eyes scanned Jiang from scalp to toe, practically wanting to peel the guy's skin off and see what was inside. Jiang Shaoshuai met the blatant stare with a cold, level look. Where does it hurt? Chi Cheng leaned in close, nose almost touching Jiang's, and whispered, Guess. Jiang Shaoshuai replied with a straight face, For gynecological issues, please visit the OBGYN hospital. 30 meters to the left, bus 2 gets you there. You're really good looking, Chi Cheng said, eyes full of mischief. For minor facial abnormalities, please consult Tongren Hospital, Jiang countered coolly. You like guys, don't you? For mental disorders, head to Anding Psychiatric Hospital. Chi Cheng swiped the patient chart from under Jiang's elbow and asked in a ghostly voice, But what if it's heartbreak? Jiang Shaoshuai responded coldly, Dial 110 immediately. Chi Cheng smiled with his eyes lowered. Jiang Shaoshuai. I'll remember that name. Chi Cheng got home covered in porridge. The stuff had dried into a gluey mess, sticking to his clothes like paste. Absolutely disgusting. He peeled off the clothes and went straight to the shower, hoping to wash the goo out of his hair. After scrubbing for a solid 30 minutes, Trying every method imaginable, the millet porridge still wouldn't come off. What the hell? How much damn food glue was in that porridge? He'd heard of shady vendors, but this was next level. Eat that crap, and it'd probably glue your internal organs together. Chi Cheng grabbed a baseball cap and his pet snake, Xiao Siu Bao, and headed to the salon downstairs. Aya! The female staff screamed like they'd been kicked by a donkey, so loudly that the owner came running. Luckily, she wasn't afraid of snakes. She cautiously patted Xiao Siu Bao's head. What a gorgeous snake. The colors so vivid. Chi Cheng only said 2 words. Haircut. The owner personally took over. The moment Chi Cheng took off his cap, the owner's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He wanted to laugh, but seeing Chi Cheng's face in the mirror, he didn't dare. What kind of style are we going for? He asked carefully. Chi Cheng glanced at the mirror. Up to you. Just get whatever the hell this stuff is out of my hair. However you do it. I don't care. The owner ran his fingers through it, tried scraping a bit, then finally, with a deep sigh and immense pressure, offered a sympathetic look. Well, I can only shave it off. Chapter 21. Suo Wei didn't dare go back to his old spot to set up his stall, afraid Chi Cheng might catch him. He moved even farther away, bought a second-hand tricycle and a stainless steel pot. After a few days of hard work, he finally got his little business running properly. He'd recently befriended an old man who made sugar figurines. The man was quite elderly, but very kind. When there were no customers for his porridge, Suo Wei would watch the old man blow sugar. He even wanted to learn the craft himself. On days when he sold out early and it was already dark, he'd buy the old man's remaining sugar figures, just so he wouldn't have to stand around too long and risk his health. One day, a city enforcer picked a fight with the old man, telling him to move his stall. But the old man refused. When the enforcer patted him on the shoulder, the old man collapsed to the ground, started rolling around and yelling, "It hurts. Oh, it hurts so bad." The enforcer, afraid of getting into trouble, tried to drive off. But the old man lay in front of the enforcement vehicle and refused to budge, clinging to the bumper and demanding compensation. A crowd gathered, unaware of the full story, and began berating the enforcer. Under mounting pressure, the enforcer caved and handed over 1,000 yuan before being allowed to leave. Once the enforcer left, the old man dusted himself off, stood up, and said to Suo Wei with pride, "Trying to mess with me? That kid's still too green. Young man, you see that? You gotta learn from this." After that, Suo Wei never bought another sugar figure from him. He realized there were no true weaklings in this world. Everyone had their own set of survival skills. No need to waste pity. Today was the weekend, and crowds were out eating. In addition to porridge, Suo Wei had boiled a whole pot of corn to sell. "I'll take 2 corn cobs and a bowl of porridge. Here you go, 5 yuan total." Suo Wei took the 10 yuan bill, slipped it into his pouch, and handed back 5 yuan in change. Just as he was about to shout for more business, 2 figures emerged from a luxury car nearby, forcing the words back down his throat. Yu was decked out in designer clothes, carrying a luxury handbag. Under the sunlight, her entire getup gleamed like a slap to the face. The man beside her was plain-looking, but his demeanor screamed money. Since breaking up with Suo Wei, Yu had already gone through 3 boyfriends. This was the 4th, Wang Zhenlong. Suo Wei looked away, planning to ignore these 2 people sculpted by wealth. "Hey, Chi Cheng," Yu called out. Even though Suo Wei had his cap pulled low, she still recognized him. "So this is that entrepreneurship you mentioned? Selling porridge and corn on the street?" Yu mocked, picking up a corn cob and casting him a sideways glance with her peach blossom eyes. "You make 50 cents on 1 corn? So that's $50 a day? Wow, that's rich. I'm so happy for you. Look at how successful you've become." Wang Zhenlong wrapped an arm around Yu's waist and whispered playfully in her ear, "Don't be so rude." Then he turned to Suo Wei, eyes filled with mocking amusement. "Hey, Brick Bro, my girl here's got a sharp tongue. Don't take it personally. Honestly, I've always felt kinda bad for you. You and Yu were together for, what, 7 years? That's a lot of history. I heard you even tried to off yourself a few times after she dumped you. Man, that makes me feel like a total villain. Snatching your girl away like that must have been tough, huh? Finding love for a poor guy like you isn't easy, is it? Don't say that." Suo Wei replied smoothly, adjusting his sleeves with composure. He looked up at Wang Zhenlong and smiled. I should be the one apologizing to you. You shelled out for designer bags and fancy jewelry just to sleep with her once. Back in the day, I popped her cherry for 15 yuan in a motel. Man, you really got the short end of the stick. Wang Zhenlong's face instantly turned green. Chi Cheng, you shameless bastard. You shrieked and reached out to slap Suo Wei. Suo Wei grabbed her wrist mid-air, still smiling pleasantly. Careful not to dirty those noble chicken claws of yours. You could hardly believe it. The sharp-tongued, sharp-eyed youth before her was the same doormat she used to boss around. Wang Zhenlong lost it. He swung a punch at Suo Wei's face, only for it to land squarely on Wu's iron-hard forehead. Wang cried out in pain. He tried to kick Suo Wei, but Wu easily dodged it. Two men jumped out of the car. They were Wang Zhenlong's bodyguards. Beat him up. Smash his stall. As tough as Suo Wei's head was, it couldn't withstand a professional beating. He didn't fight back or beg for mercy. He just covered his vital spots, taking the blows in silence. From beneath his arms, two sharp, pitch-black eyes stared daggers at Wang Zhenlong, etching every feature of his face into memory. Finally, Wang Zhenlong pressed a foot down on Suo Wei's neck and sneered, "Poor bastard. This is how you'll live the rest of your life, on your knees. Don't dream of rising up. Just go back to the village, find some slut, and live out your pitiful little days, haha." Chapter 22. Chi Cheng parked his car in front of a high-end karaoke club in Sanliton and walked in with steady steps. Inside the private room, 5 or 6 men were already waiting. Hearing the door open, a middle-aged man wearing glasses quickly approached and whispered to Chi Cheng, "Young Master Chi, we intercepted the guy. He was trying to flee the country." Chi Cheng said nothing. He went straight to the sofa and sat down, his complex gaze settling on Xiaolong. Xiaolong panicked and started crying, begging Chi Cheng for forgiveness. "Brother Chi, I didn't mean to betray you. That night your father sent a bunch of cops to the suburbs. I was scared out of my mind. He came to interrogate me. I didn't dare deny anything. All those cops with guns standing behind him. You think you're fooling anyone?" The man next to Xiaolong snapped, slapping him hard across the face. "It was you who started this whole thing. We checked. It was Guo Cheng-yu's number that made the call to the city committee. By the time the old man arrived at the suburbs, you were already gone." Xiaolong couldn't argue anymore. He broke free from the others and crawled over to cling to Chi Cheng's leg, sobbing. Chi Cheng gently patted his head, his voice calm and emotionless. "Stop crying. Get up and dance for me." Xiaolong looked up at him with teary eyes. "You're not mad anymore?" Chi Cheng lifted his chin, signaling him to start. Nervously, Xiaolong got up and walked to the center of the dance floor. As the music blasted, he began to twist and grind his body with exaggerated movements, the kind that stirred a man's blood. When he saw Chi Cheng smile, Xiaolong relaxed a little. He unbuttoned his shirt until it barely hung off his shoulders, swaying his hips in a sultry, shameless rhythm. "You think he's slutty enough?" Chi Cheng asked Gangzi beside him. Gangzi grinned wickedly. "Not bad." Chi Cheng turned to the other men in the room. "What do you guys think?" They all nodded and clapped in unison, laughing lewdly. "Then you guys enjoy yourselves. I won't be joining this time." Chi Cheng had just reached the door when Xiaolong realized what was happening. He wailed and tried to run after him, but the others held him back. Brother Chi, don't do this. I was wrong, okay? Please." Gangzi followed Chi Cheng out. Chi Cheng gave him a sideways glance, and Gangzi immediately leaned in close. "Keep an eye on them. Don't play him to death." "Got it." Chi Cheng had just stepped out of the club and hadn't even taken a breath of fresh air when he saw someone kicking his car viciously. That man cursed as he kicked. "Fuck your mother. Whose car is this? Blocking the boss's way. Are you blind? Move it, or I'll smash it to pieces." The one shouting and kicking was none other than Wang Zhenlong. He often came to this club too. Parking in Sanliton was always a headache. Unable to find a spot, Wang Zhenlong felt humiliated. Seeing this beat-up car, he let loose his rage. Chi Cheng silently walked over. Wang Zhenlong yelled at him. "Hey, cue ball. This your shitty car? Move it already." Yu lifted her eyes lazily, and the moment she saw Chi Cheng, her gaze froze. The cue ball Wang Zhenlong was yelling at wore standard issue uniform pants, a plain gray jacket, utterly ordinary. No luxury watch on his wrist, no arrogant demeanor in his eyes. but just the way he opened the car door exuded an overpowering presence. Her heart felt like it was being pulled hard by a powerful magnet. Chi Cheng didn't start the car right away. Instead, he looked at Wang Zhenlong through the window. Wang Zhenlong cursed again. "What the hell are you waiting for? Get the fuck out of here." Chi Cheng turned and walked away, not saying a single word the entire time. It was past 1 in the morning when Wang Zhenlong and Yu finally came out of the club. Wang Zhenlong was dead drunk, pawing all over Yu as they walked down the street. Yu felt a sudden wave of disgust and shoved his filthy hands away, getting into the car first. All the way home, Yu's mind kept replaying Chi Cheng's face. How could she describe it? Not conventionally handsome, but with an irresistible magnetism. His brow ridge was as sharp as stone, his shoulders broad like a mountain. One sweep of those solid arms, and she could imagine herself completely enveloped. That large, strong hand that opened the car door, it looked like it could crush her to pieces. A sharp turn broke her trance. "Can't you drive properly?" Yu snapped at Wang Zhenlong. His mind was a mess. In his blurry vision, a car ahead was swerving left and right, making him nauseous. His face flushed, hands gripping the wheel with difficulty. The more the car in front blocked him deliberately, the more he refused to slow down or brake. 5 minutes later, a scream rang out. In a blind spot not covered by traffic cameras, a car smashed into a stone post and flipped over. The windshield shattered, and the front was badly crushed. Yu, who had buckled her seatbelt, escaped with minor injuries and remained conscious. Wang Zhenlong wasn't so lucky. He never wore seatbelts while driving. Now, half his body was embedded in the twisted steel, blood everywhere. He passed out instantly. Yu glanced at him once and didn't dare look again. She scrambled out of the wreck like a madwoman. Someone opened the car door. Yu crawled out and collapsed on the ground. In front of her, a pair of leather shoes came into view. The hem of uniform pants draped loosely over the tops. Her eyes climbed upward. There was the gray jacket, and that face twisted into a cold, mocking smile. Chapter 23. Jiang Xiaoshui glanced outside. The first snowfall of the winter had arrived. He scraped his thick-soled shoes on the ground. It was slippery. He wasn't going back home tonight either. He'd stay at the clinic. Suo Wei sat cross-legged on the single bed inside, taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, muttering something under his breath. Jiang Xiaoshui flicked Suo Wei's forehead. "What the hell are you doing? Don't mess with me." Suo Wei grabbed Jiang Xiaoshui's hand. "I'm cultivating my temperament and gaining wisdom." Jiang Xiaoshui turned Suo Wei's hand over. The back was covered in purple bruises. Though Suo Wei didn't say anything, Jiang Xiaoshui knew. This guy must have gotten bullied out there and came home to channel his energy. But maybe that was a good thing. Being able to endure was better than being numb. If he was angry, it meant he was finally starting to react to being hurt. It wasn't just part of life anymore. After a long silence, Suo Wei spoke. "I don't want to be a street vendor anymore." Jiang Xiaoshui looked at him, feeling like it lacks dignity. No social status. Not as classy as your old job. "No," Suo Wei sighed. "I just did the math. I worked for a whole week, made only a bit over 200 yuan, lost 2 tricycles, 2 stainless steel barrels, and 3 ladles. Overall, I ended up in the red. No surprise there. 2 accidents in 1 week? Even street vending had its risks. So what do you plan to do?" Jiang Xiaoshui asked. Suo Wei thought carefully before answering. "Street performer." Jiang Xiaoshui's facial muscles twitched. "I've thought about it. Being a vendor requires investment, inventory, and has too much risk. But street performing? It's all about talent. Just use your skills and earn the cash." Jiang Xiaoshui grimaced. "And what talent do you have to sell?" "Iron Head Kung Fu." The underground passageway, filled with a biting winter wind, was unusually lively. Crowds packed 3 layers deep surrounded a very enthusiastic performance. An old tape recorder blared at max volume, hissing with static. Blue-faced Doer Dun stole the imperial horse. Red-faced Guangong fought in Changsha. Yellow-faced Yen Wei. White-faced Chow Chow. Black-faced Zhang Fei shouted cha. Bang. The earlier sounds came from the tape. That last bang was a real brick smashed on a real forehead. Crisp and loud. Bravo. Cheers, screams, and even children crying in fear echoed from the crowd. Suo Wei wore a traditional opera mask, only his sharp eyes visible, scanning alertly for any sign of city enforcers. There were brick fragments all over the ground, bricks Suo Wei had scavenged and stuffed into a sack. Beside them was a donation box. Whenever someone tossed money in, Suo Wei always said thank you. No point going into the underpass, it's too cold. Just a bunch of beggars in there, the squad leader said to Chi Cheng. Chi Cheng ignored him and walked straight in. Purple King Toda, Green Demon Yasha, Golden Monkey King, Silver Monster, Gray Spirit, laugh, huh? Bang. The squad leader was puzzled. What's with the crowd today? They quickly reached the center of the crowd. Chi Cheng was tall, and even from the outer ring, he could see everything. The shorter squad leader couldn't see and asked a bystander, what's going on in there? Iron Head Kung Fu Show. Then the man turned back to watch. The squad leader instantly remembered the soup-slinging runaway vendor and chuckled. These days it's not street dancing that's popular, it's Iron Head. 2 in 1 week. Chi Cheng narrowed his eyes at the performer in the middle. Those big, shiny black pupils, no mistaking them. Finally caught you. The squad leader was about to yell to disperse the crowd, but Chi Cheng stopped him with a gesture. The performance had reached its climax. The crowd was hyped, bills fluttered into the box, and Suo Wei was riding the energy high. He hadn't noticed the 2 city enforcers now among the spectators. Some of you might doubt my bricks are real. So, how about this? Someone from the audience, come check. His eyes searched the crowd and locked on one person. That bald guy there, yes you. Come up and verify for everyone. Suo Wei pointed straight at the shiniest guy in the crowd. Chi Cheng, the top city enforcer. Chi Cheng grinned viciously and stepped into the center under everyone's watchful eyes. Would you mind checking this brick? See if it's... Before Suo Wei could finish saying fake, he was blinded by Chi Cheng's dazzling uniform. He bolted out of the crowd with a brick in hand. Last time, with Chi Cheng drenched in porridge, Suo Wei barely escaped. But this time, Chi Cheng was in full form, nothing slowing him down. No way Suo Wei was getting away now. Chi Cheng lunged forward, took a few strides, grabbed Suo Wei by the collar, and pinned him down. Suo Wei tried to smash a brick on his own head again, trying the same old trick to shock Chi Cheng. But as he raised it, it met Chi Cheng's fist mid-air. Crash. Shattered all over the ground. Suo Wei's lips trembled like he'd been electrocuted. Chi Cheng jerked his chin. You're coming with me. Chapter 24. Suo Wei was detained by Chi Cheng and brought to the Urban Management Bureau into Chi Cheng's office. The mask was removed, and Chi Cheng finally saw Suo Wei's face clearly. Aside from those 2 bright eyes, the rest of his features were average. He looked like a decent guy. Suo Wei kept his eyes lowered, clearly not interested in even glancing at Chi Cheng. Chi Cheng picked up a form. Name. Suo Wei. Suo Wei? Chi Cheng squinted at him. This kid's got some nerve. Already in my office and still dares to say whatever like it's nothing? Sex. Chi Cheng's words were mumbled, and Suo Wei mistook it for the same question again. He replied impatiently, Suo Wei. This time Chi Cheng laughed. He really laughed. And Suo Wei felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Even your gender is whatever? Chi Cheng suddenly pulled out a pair of scissors, spinning them between his fingers like a trickster. If it's that whatever, how about I help you cut it off? That way next time someone asks, you can answer properly. Suo Wei instinctively clamped his legs together and protectively covered his crotch, quickly pulling out his ID card and handing it over. Suo Wei? Chi Cheng's expression shifted. This ID must be fake. It's 100% real. Go check if you don't believe me. Suo Wei said with conviction. Chi Cheng checked on the computer, and sure enough, Suo Wei existed in the local registry. There really is someone with that name. Chi Cheng sneered. You're pretty unique. Suo Wei sat firm in the chair, unbothered by Chi Cheng's mockery, posturing even more composed than Chi Cheng himself. Chi Cheng found himself growing more intrigued. He flipped through Suo Wei's profile and saw he was a graduate from a top university. Glancing up again, it made sense. He had that quiet, intellectual madness that screamed either explode in silence or perish in silence. Why did you throw porridge on me that day? Chi Cheng asked. Suo Wei looked a little surprised. That day, that was you? So the guy shaved his head and still didn't realize how much gluey rice he'd flung around. Chi Cheng's face darkened, a swirl of emotions flickering across it, and Suo Wei started to feel the chill. Still, He reminded himself, the tougher the other guy acts, the less you show fear. Play the fool, play dead, just don't back down. No reason. Just felt like it. Chi Cheng stood and slowly approached him, still twirling the scissors in his hand. Suo Wei clenched his fists and locked eyes with him. Just when they were a step apart, he lunged, but Chi Cheng easily restrained him, and all his pent-up resistance burst out. What are you gonna do? I'm telling you, urban management officers like you are a vulnerable group now, you hear me? The whole internet's against you. If you dare lay a hand on me, netizens won't let you off easy. You'll be ruined for life. While ranting, he covered his groin, but unfortunately picked the wrong body part. Chi Cheng wasn't the least bit interested in his limp little buddy. The scissors weren't heading there. They were aiming for Suo Wei's hair. Hey! Suo Wei was stunned. What are you doing? Why are you cutting my hair? Cut. Dream on. This is trimming in preparation for a full shave. Chi Cheng didn't even use shaving cream. Just grabbed a razor from the drawer and dry scraped. Suo Wei's scalp broke out in a field of little red bumps. But the man had a high pain threshold. He endured it all without begging, even though veins popped out on his forehead from the effort. After a while, Suo Wei realized something and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Why are you shaving my head? I only threw porridge on you. Not exactly a prison-level offense, right? Chi Cheng sneered. No reason. I just like this haircut and wanted company. Suo Wei clenched his teeth. This guy is a total psycho. Better not sink to his level. Chi Cheng grabbed Suo Wei's old-school tape player and fiddled with it, pressing play. Just captured a few demons, now battling more monsters. Why are there so many ghosts and ghouls? Hey, eat my staff, you filthy thing. I'll beat your soul out, scare gods and ghosts alike. Crush every wolf, bug, tiger, and leopard. Chi Cheng's temple twitched, and he skipped to the next song. 3 little hairs on my head. Whoever sees me starts to laugh. You ask my name, everyone knows. Sanmao. Sanmao. Can't say if he's old or just a kid. Next, let me tell you about my happy life. I've done all kinds of jobs to survive. I live in a little Western-style house, but it's really falling apart. I've got 1 credit card, still got $8 left on it. Chi Cheng finally turned off the tape player and gave Suo Wei a deeply sympathetic look. What era do you think this is? You're still listening to this stuff? I'm a loyal fan of Yao Ming. Yao Ming? Chi Cheng was confused again. What does that have to do with anything? You like basketball too? Suo Wei returned the pitying look. Who said anything about the basketball player? I'm talking about the composer Yao Ming. Feeling outdated yet? Chi Cheng blinked. There's a composer named Yao Ming? As a devoted fan, Suo Wei felt deeply offended. Come on, are you serious? You don't know Yao Ming? Jimin Love Song and Big Bowl Tea? Face paint rap? National first-class composer. Enjoys a state council stipend. You've at least seen the mess hall story, right? The theme song is his. And that one Zhao Benchon starred in. Red Sorghum Model Team. He composed that too. For the first time in over 20 years, Suo Wei managed to make Chi Cheng laugh. Chi Cheng took out the paper box with Suo Wei's money from the drawer, walked over, raised an eyebrow. Here, catch. Suo Wei froze. He didn't expect to actually get his money back from a city enforcer. Go home, Chi Cheng said. You're really letting me go? Suo Wei was genuinely surprised. Disappear from my sight in 1 minute. Suo Wei left fast. As soon as he walked out, the squad leader walked in. You just let him go like that? Chi Cheng countered. What else would I do? The squad leader forced a weird grin. I heard you're real creative with punishing people. I was waiting to see a show. Chi Cheng lit a cigarette and smoked in silence, not even glancing at him. I never mess with honest people. Honest. The squad leader almost exploded. The guy dared dump porridge on you. Chi Cheng didn't bother replying. He stepped past the squad leader, picked up his little vinegar pickle jar, and strolled out the door. Chapter 25. Just as the clinic floor was mopped clean, a pair of unwelcome shoe prints smeared across the spotless surface. Jiang Shaoshui straightened up and coldly looked at Guo Chengyu. This was already his nth time showing up to pester him. Ever since that day he happened to chase someone here and chatted with Jiang Shaoshui for a bit, Guo Chengyu had become deeply interested in him. He came almost every day, always pretending to be a patient just to get scolded a little, never growing tired of it. Dr. Jiang, I've got a very serious illness. Without even sparing him a glance, Jiang Xiao Shui picked up the mop and harshly wiped away the hoof like Prince Guo had left behind. Guo Chengyu's slanted eyes never left Jiang Xiao Shui. The bloodshot veins in his eyes practically turned into ropes, ready to bind the handsome young doctor and throw him in a car for some intense teasing. The thought alone made his hands act on their own. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Jiang Xiao Shui's waist, pressing his whole body against him. Dr. Jiang, what detergent do you use on your white coat? How come it smells so good? Jiang Xiao Shui's face darkened, his sharp brows furrowing fiercely. He turned around and landed a punch on Guo Chengyu's mouth. Guo didn't even try to dodge, leisurely taking the hit. Then, with a sleazy grin, he licked the spot where Jiang had punched him, eyes filled with lewd intent. Jiang Xiao Shui went in for another hit, but Guo Chengyu grabbed his wrist tightly, making it impossible to move. If you treat me, I'll stop messing around. Jiang Xiao Shui calmly pulled his hand back and sat at the desk. Where does it hurt? Guo Chengyu replied dramatically. Yesterday I took off my pants and noticed one of my balls was bigger than the other. Like, way different. Do you think it's an organ malfunction? Or is my eyesight going bad? Dr. Jiang, should I take my pants off and let you check? See if my balls are the same size. That punchable look in his eyes was aimed straight at Jiang Xiao Shui. Jiang Xiao Shui remained calm, picked up 2 pills, and held them up. Are these the same size? Guo Chengyu nodded. Jiang Xiao Shui concluded, your eyesight's fine. Then it must be my organ that's messed up. Guo Chengyu feigned worry. Why don't you help me adjust it? Didn't that banner say miraculous hands revive spring? I'm in desperate need of your miraculous hands. He reached for Jiang's hand and pulled it toward his crotch. To help me revive some spring. Not necessary. Jiang Xiao Shui pulled his hand back. Just cut them off. That way you'll never have trouble again. Just then, the door opened, and Suo Wei walked in. Jiang Xiao Shui's previously calm eyes did a complete 180-degree turn the moment he saw Wu's shaved head. Why did you shave your head so clean? Guo Chengyu glanced at Suo Wei too and snorted. Baldies are trending now? Just a few days ago, he ran into a certain bald Chief Chi, and now today there's this bald Wu. Suo Wei went inside to change out of his dirty clothes and came back out wearing a gray bedsheet draped over himself. Guo Chengyu stared at Suo Wei for a long while. His shiny bald head, those big round eyes, and now that bedsheet. He suddenly burst out laughing, turned his head and yelled, Hey, Wang Zi, doesn't he look like Ikkyu? Li Wang laughed heartily. Suo Wei had trained his inner strength well, and his calm gaze pierced Guo Chengyu's pupils with more composure than even his master could muster. Your eye condition is pretty serious. Looks like there's shit in your eyeballs. Guo Chengyu didn't get it, but Jiang Xiao Shui did. He immediately burst out laughing, then couldn't stop. He bent over and rushed into the inner room, laughing from the bed to the floor, clinging to the railing until he almost bled internally. Suo Wei was colorblind. Where others saw red blood vessels in Guo Chengyu's eyes, he saw yellow. Hence, that earlier comment. Even after Guo Chengyu left, Jiang Xiao Shui couldn't stop laughing. Suo Wei rubbed his own bald head. Is it really that funny? Jiang Xiao Shui finally stopped laughing and asked seriously, what happened to your hair? Suo Wei threw aside the sheet, let out a resentful sigh, and recounted the whole story to Jiang Xiao Shui. Jiang Xiao Shui winced. He actually caught you? Yeah. Suo Wei was still bitter. I was even wearing a mask. How did he recognize me? How many people in this neighborhood do you think have the guts to smash themselves in the head with a brick? But Suo Wei didn't buy that. He vaguely felt like it was his eyes that gave him away. There was a mirror right in front of him. He stared into it, observing himself from every angle. The more he looked, the more he found his eyes annoying. Hey, Xiao Shui, do you think I could go to a plastic surgery clinic and get my eye corners sewn up? I think they're too big. Want to get smacked? Jiang Xiao Shui growled. Your whole face relies on those eyes. People would kill for them. My eyes are too big. They reveal everything I think. People with real depth don't have bright eyes. Jiang Xiao Shui tugged gently on Suo Wei's curled, dark lashes and said in a low voice, You're wrong. The sharper the weapon, the brighter it shines. What you need is patience to hone it, use it, and make it your personal weapon. What Jiang Xiao Shui didn't say out loud was this. No matter what kind of shady thing Suo Wei had done, one look into his eyes made him seem especially honest. This kind of natural advantage was rare and priceless. Chapter 26. Chi Cheng didn't stay long at the Urban Management Bureau. Less than a month before his father shunted him into the Public Security Department. His mother, Zhong Wenyu, heard about him getting drenched in porridge by a street vendor and bawled her eyes out. She'd been nagging Chi Yuan Duan, telling him that city management work was grueling and it had a terrible reputation. She didn't want her son stuck in that. Chi Yuan Duan finally caved. That day, Chi Cheng was summoned home, and his father said, "I've arranged caretakers for all your snakes. If you want to visit them, you must behave properly at work. I never interfered with your hobbies growing up. I don't oppose your snake keeping, but it must stay a side pursuit. I don't care how much money you make from fighting snakes. What matters is holding a real job. Also, I've booked your wedding banquet for this time next year. You've got 1 year. If you don't bring a fiancée home, I'll choose your wife." "Fine, as long as she's not afraid of snakes," Chi Cheng replied. Chi Yuan Duan grew anxious. "Do you have to bring those things everywhere?" Chi Cheng's large, bony hand gently stroked the back of his pet snake, Xiao Siu Bao, clearly doting on it. Zhong Wenyu chimed in, "He's single now, so just let it go. When he finds a girlfriend, he'll know how to prioritize things." Before leaving, Chi Yuan Duan asked about that Wang family kid who's paralyzed. "Is that your doing?" Wang Zhenlong's father, Wang Jiatsuan, originally from Shaanxi, later moved to Beijing for some small-time business. 2 years ago, Wang had even asked a favor of Chi Yuan Duan's subordinates, so he remembered him. And since Chi Cheng was present when Zhenlong's accident happened, even though all investigations showed it was unrelated, Chi Yuan Duan worried it might have been deliberate. Chi Cheng only said coldly, "I don't know any kid surnamed Wang. It better stay that way." As end of year approached, bonuses and red envelopes were ebbing into people's pockets. But so was petty theft. The police formed an anti-pickpocket team, 100 plainclothes officers prowling the streets, rounding up thieves by the dozen. When Chi Cheng joined a few days in, no one considered him a key player. After all, he was the boss's son, with a golden background. As long as he didn't screw up, that was good enough. But to everyone's surprise, he strolled out one morning and nabbed over a dozen thieves within hours. Spending so much time with animals had sharpened his instincts. He could spot a crook from miles away. When the cops busted thieves, they did it in groups. They'd surround a suspect and tackle them until cuffs were on. Chi Cheng operated alone. One day at a bus stop, he stood lazily observing people boarding. His gaze fell on 2 young men. One intentionally blocked the door, while the other reached toward a woman's pocket. As the hand slipped close, Chi Cheng grabbed the wrist, revealing a sneering mask to the thief. On the ride, everyone craned their necks in shock. Chi Cheng dragged the kid by the arm, 5 meters along the platform, chafing half his face raw. The other thief panicked, tried running, and got slammed into a billboard by Chi Cheng, losing 2 front teeth in the process. These past 2 days, an onslaught of flu patients flooded the clinic, all crowding in for 4 drips. Jiang Xiao Shui zipped between beds, changing fluids, removing needles, writing prescriptions, all while trying to hush crying children. Meanwhile, Suo Wei sat nearby, casually flipping a bottle cap, working his index and middle fingers. "Wei, hand me a syringe." As Jiang turned to fetch a vial, he realized Wu hadn't moved. He was still playing with the cap. "Hey, I asked you to hand me a syringe. Don't pretend you didn't hear me." Without looking up, Wu replied, "In your white coat pocket." Jiang Xiao Shui, skeptical, felt around his pocket and, sure enough, found an unused syringe. Puzzled, he hadn't seen Wu stand up or slip it in. How the hell did it get there? Wu flashed a sly grin. His dexterity skills were getting sharp. After work, Jiang asked, "Why are you always playing with that bottle cap?" Wu showed off his right hand. "Just trying to make my fingers more agile." Jiang snorted. "You jerk off too much to mess around with that?" Wu blushed and punched Jiang's chest. "Quit talking nonsense. This is serious." Jiang took a breath. "So, what's the real deal here?" Wu leaned closer and whispered, "I recently found a master. Amazing skills. He's got many apprentices right in this neighborhood. We learn from him, then give him 20% of what we earn." Jiang suddenly understood and immediately objected. "Don't steal anything, okay? Anything. What's the big deal?" Wu replied nonchalantly. "Is reimbursing public funds stealing the taxpayers? Is being a mistress stealing someone else's husband? Haven't you ever watched pirated DVDs or read pirated novels? Jiang Shaoshui shook his head. Wu had a point. You've outdone your master. I never saw shamelessness like this. Wu entered with righteous zeal. I'm robbing the rich to help the poor. Bold. Jiang smirked. Help who? 'Cause I haven't seen anyone helped yet. Wu patted his chest. Me. I'm poor. I thought it through. I won't steal from regular folks or migrant workers, just from low-life people. Like those who cut in line, ride the bus without paying, act rudely in public, pervy women. TSK, TSK. Jiang raised an eyebrow. Sounds more like vigilantism. Wu tried to downplay it, but he'd thought long and hard. He didn't want this either, but year-end bonuses were looming. His mom still didn't know he'd quit his job. He liked being a vendor, but it felt like living like a rat, always on display. And that bald enforcement officer had recognized him. Street selling was out. I hear they're cracking down on theft around here. Lots of cops on the streets. Jiang warned. Don't worry, Wu patted his shoulder. I work at night. They're too tired to chase me after the night shift. Jiang nodded. Just don't go too deep, all right? Got it. Chapter 27. The next night, Suo Wei slipped out under cover of darkness. To ensure nothing would go wrong, he specially disguised himself, swapped his padded jacket for a long-down coat to better hide things. The main focus was his eyes and bald head. He taped his double eyelids into monolids, making his eyes look smaller. Jiang Shaoshui happened to have a wig, which Wu made do with. He threw on a thick cap over it, bundled up tightly. Suo Wei boarded a bus. There weren't many people on the bus at that hour. Nearly every passenger had a seat. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for a target. But as passengers got off one by one, he still hadn't found a suitable one. Some were too old, others pitiful with knock knees. He finally spotted a fashionably dressed beauty, striking flirtatious poses, but ended up staring too long and missed his chance. Last stop, please swipe your card and exit the bus. Damn already? Suo Wei cursed and gave his own forehead a frustrated knock. This dragging around wasn't going to cut it. I've got to make a move soon, daylight's coming. He wandered off and found himself on an overpass. Might as well squat here for a bit. Lighting a cheap cigarette, he took a few drags and looked down at the stream of vehicles below, emotions welling up inside. Once upon a time, he'd dreamed of this kind of life. Busy was fine, earning little was fine. Even if it was just a second-hand shally car, as long as he could drive it home, and a light was waiting for him, that would have been enough. How had he ended up like this? Suo Wei took a deep breath, slapped his face a few times, and gave himself a pep talk. Get it together. Your bright and glorious future is calling. No time to move. Just then, a target appeared in his line of sight. It was none other than Chi Cheng, on night duty. To be honest, he wasn't that dutiful. He was just out strolling because he was bored. Catching pickpockets wasn't work for him. It was entertainment. Before heading out, Chi Cheng had also dressed up. The people at the station always said he looked too much like a thug. Regular crooks didn't dare approach. So he threw on a very civilian-looking cashmere coat, a hand-knit hat, a luxury leather bag, and walked while watching a movie on his iPad, playing the role of an urban hipster. Despite all this, Suo Wei still locked onto him. Damn. From a distance he looks just like that bald city enforcer. Suo Wei muttered under his breath. Even the way he walks looks the same. That cocky aura. Hell with it. I'll steal from him. Just as Chi Cheng stepped onto the overpass, he sensed the scent of a thief. Suo Wei had already laid his trap. Chi Cheng kept his eyes on the screen, looking totally relaxed. Suo Wei followed behind, his dark eyes fixed on the phone in Chi's pocket. Finally, Chi Cheng's foot snagged on something, and he suddenly fell to his knees. Suo Wei seized the moment, reaching out to help him up while swiping the phone from his pocket in one smooth move. Less than 2 seconds. Thanks. Chi Cheng's deep eyes clashed with his refined getup, creating an odd contradiction. Suo Wei tried to stay calm. No problem. He turned to leave, but a firm hand clamped down on his shoulder. Suo Wei instantly knew things had gone south. It was a trap. He spun around, ready for a desperate struggle, but his flashy little moves were quickly neutralized by Chi Cheng. You faked that fall. Suo Wei gritted his teeth in accusation. Chi Cheng let out a cold laugh. You faked the help. Why can't I fake the fall? Suo Wei ground his teeth hard, then suddenly tensed, slamming his hard forehead into Chi Cheng's collarbone. A dull ache shot through Chi Cheng. He grabbed Suo Wei by the collar and forced his face upward. A 3-second stare, both froze. You again? Chi Cheng spoke first. Suo Wei recognized him too and cursed internally. Damn it, why are you everywhere? He clenched his jaw and glared at Chi Cheng. Since when do cops bully people this bad? Even catching thieves is handed to city management now? Chi Cheng pulled out a pair of handcuffs, casually tapping them against his wrist, the clinking sound chilling. I am a cop now. Suo Wei. Chi Cheng peeled off the eyelid tape, revealing Wu's dark, sharp eyes, then pulled off his cap, and finally yanked the wig off, toying with it in his hands. Freelancer? He glanced sideways at Wu. Bit of everything, huh? Suo Wei stood tall. Isn't our country always promoting well-rounded development? Last time you seemed honest, so I let you go. If I let you off again this time, it'd feel like I'm insulting you. Suo Wei clenched his teeth, his lips drawn tight, his brow ridge forming a stubborn silhouette. Chi Cheng chuckled vaguely. Got some spine. Click, the handcuffs locked into place. Let's go then. Chapter 28. Suo Wei never imagined Chi Cheng would punish him this way. On the way back after being caught, Suo Wei braced himself for the worst. Getting beaten was unavoidable, a fine was certain, and he might even get detained. With the new year just around the corner, if he couldn't take home his year-end bonus, he wouldn't even be able to go home. In his mind, he could already see his mother crying her eyes out. But none of that happened. Chi Cheng didn't take him to the police station at all. Instead, he locked him in a damp basement. During the day, he dragged him out to catch pickpockets. At night, they returned to the basement, and after eating, drinking, and using the bathroom, she would cuff him to the bed until dawn. These past few days, Suo Wei had been utterly miserable. By day, he worked himself to death catching thieves for Chi Cheng. He had to meet a quota, or he wouldn't get food. If he ran into weak ones, it was fine, but if the thief was tough, Wu would get beaten instead. And that wasn't even the worst part. Wu didn't mind suffering, but damn it, could Chi Cheng at least lend a hand? While Wu was getting his face smashed in, Chi just squatted by the roadside with a cigarette, watching the show. I'm working for you, damn it. And the nights were even more unbearable. Wu didn't know what she was thinking, renting a place this hot and humid. The first 2 days were awful. He'd wake up multiple times every night, like he was sleeping in a steam basket. The poor living conditions he could live with. But raising a massive python? Every time Wu woke up, he'd lock eyes with Xiao Siu Bao, and they'd stare each other down all night long. Snowflakes drifted heavily from the sky as Chi Cheng sat on the curb, eyes locked on Suo Wei. Wu had gotten visibly thinner. His pants were loose, and the waistband of his underwear peeked out, pink. Sometimes when he was chasing thieves, his pant legs got worn and torn. It couldn't be helped. Wu would tug his pants up with both hands, and in doing so, his manhood's outline got completely cinched through the fabric. Chi Cheng smirked mischievously and flicked his cigarette ash, almost half a knuckle long. Stop! Suo Wei lunged forward with agile speed, head-butting the thief in the ribs, taking him down in one hit. Another one. He flung the thief down at Chi's feet, smooth and cool. Chi, however, commented lightly, pretty flirty looking. What? Suo Wei didn't catch it. Chi's mocking gaze trailed into Wu's loose waistband and said faintly, wearing pink underpants. What else would you call flirting? What the hell are you saying? Wu's eyes went even darker. These are gray. Chi didn't know Suo Wei was colorblind. He just assumed he was covering out of embarrassment. Wu yanked his pants up again and tugged his coat down, straightened himself out, then turned to walk away. Hold on, Chi Cheng called. Suo Wei stopped, giving him a sideways glare. What now? Chi flicked his fingers against the back of Wu's head, knocking the snowflakes off, and said nonchalantly, You've got some pretty big balls too. Then he turned and walked toward the bus stop, boots crunching in the snow. Suo Wei threw several invisible kicks at Chi Cheng's back. Dumbass. Lowlife. Scumbag. All sorts of curses surged up his throat, but he clenched his mouth and swallowed them down. Right now, I can't take you down. But one day, I swear, Grandpa Wu will deal with you. You little demon. Maybe it was the day's exhaustion. Suo Wei slept soundly that night. Xiao Siu Bao slithered out of Chi Cheng's bed, creeping over to Suo Wei's. It circled his neck, then back again. When Wu turned over, it took the chance to loop around again. Slowly, bit by bit, The snake wrapped around most of Wu's body. In such a hot, humid environment, Wu often pressed himself to the wall to cool down. So when something cold like Kuzabeo wrapped around him, it didn't feel unusual. In fact, he instinctively hugged it with his arms. Chi Cheng noticed the snake hadn't come back to bed, so he turned on the bedside lamp and looked over. Suo Wei was completely cocooned by the python, only his bald head sticking out, and yet he slept peacefully. The snake's head was resting on Wu's scalp, its tail twitching, then going still. Surprisingly harmonious. The next morning, Chi Cheng uncuffed Suo Wei and said casually, "You can go now." Suo Wei was stunned. "Didn't you say I had to catch 200 thieves before I could leave?" "You can stay if you want," Chi said. Wu spun around and strode toward the door. A brown paper envelope smacked the back of his head. Wu reflexively caught it midair. Inside, 10,000 yuan. "Payment," Chi Cheng said. This time, Wu didn't puff out his chest or stomp over the bills like he was above it all. He clutched them tightly, gave Chi a look filled with meaning, and clearly said 3 words, "Damn right." Chapter 29. Before he knew it, it was already the new year. Suo Wei was heading home for a while. Before leaving, he handed Jiang Shaoshui 5,000 yuan. "This is what I owed you before. I'm paying it back." Jiang Shaoshui didn't take it. "It's not even that much. What's the rush? Take it." Suo Wei forced it into his hands. Spending the new year in debt is bad luck. He used the remaining 5,000 to buy himself a set of clothes. After months on the streets, Wu's old clothes were in terrible shape. Passing by the middle-aged section, he picked something out for his mom too. Wu's mom absolutely loved that outfit, so much that she barely wore it. Only when relatives came over for New Year's greetings would she drape it on for a bit. She told everyone, "This jacket was bought by my son. It's a brand name. His company gave out year-end bonuses, and my boy thought of me. As soon as he got the money, he went and bought this for me." Every time Suo Wei heard this, he felt a little bitter. He suddenly realized that when he had a respectable job and a stable income, he had never bought anything for his mother. And the first time he gave her a gift, the money came from that kind of job. Wu's hair had grown a bit, short black stubble that gave him a more masculine, rugged look. His oldest sister kept complimenting him. "Whoa, little bro, how'd you get so handsome? I almost didn't recognize you." His second sister couldn't help but exclaim when she came back, "I remember last year when I visited, you were just a big potato sitting at the edge of the bed, fat and dumb. How did you get so stylish in less than a year?" Even his eldest sister's daughter, Suo Wei's niece, kept staring at him. "Uncle, do you have a girlfriend now? Is that why you're paying attention to your appearance? Can I tell you that when I actually had a girlfriend, I didn't give a damn about how I looked? Fat and dumb as hell. And now that I've finally got my style and charisma together, I'm single as a damn stick." Suo Wei roared inside. Life really does mess with you. Back at the clinic, Suo Wei started planning for the new year. Spending every day at the clinic, he noticed one patient came by every single day. That guy with the supposed eye gunk, Guo Chengyu. He never rushed to be seen and always took the last appointment. No matter who came in, he gave up his spot. He just sat by the side, smoking leisurely, eyes glued to that elegant white coat dancing around the room. One time while washing his hands in the bathroom, Wu overheard Jiang Shaoshui say to Guo Chengyu, "If I don't make the first move on you, don't even waste your time. It's not happening." After Guo Chengyu left, Wu asked Jiang Shaoshui, "What exactly is that guy sick with? Why is he here every damn day?" "Brain damage." Wu was quiet for a long time, then asked, "Shaoshui, how old are you this year?" 29. Wu cautiously asked, "Still don't have a girlfriend?" "Never had one." "No way." Wu was shocked. "You've got everything going for you. How could you not have a girlfriend? Then where'd all your experience come from? Self-taught?" Jiang Shaoshui glanced at him calmly. "I like men." It was like a thunderbolt exploded right over Suo Wei's head. His big, tough skull went numb from the shock. Jiang Shaoshui looked at him with a half-smile. "What? Regret living with me now?" Wu shook his head, still dazed. "No, just kinda don't get it." "What's not to get?" Jiang asked. Wu rested his chin on the table, eyes staring blankly at the white wall, leaving only a side profile for Jiang to see. Jiang noticed that Suo Wei's facial features had changed, not just because he'd lost weight. Even his bone structure had shifted, especially his eyebrows and eyes, maybe from repeated forehead collisions. His brows were no longer soft, but sharp and angular. The skin between them had gone from loose to tight. The definition around his eyes had improved, giving his whole face a more striking aura. What's attractive about men? Whatever he's got, you've got too. Flat, hard body, deep voice. Women are so much better. Curvy, soft, and wherever you touch, there's something there. Plus, how do you even deal with, physical needs? You can't possibly do that with a guy, right? Jiang Xiao Shui shot back, why not? He doesn't even have the right part. Where are you supposed to stick it? Jiang raised his hands and gave Wu a little demonstration, 2 fists facing each other, a small gap between the palms to imply a butt. He pointed to it and then inserted his right index finger, mimicking the motion with minimal explanation. Suo Wei recoiled 3 steps. After doing that, won't the butt leak air? Jiang Xiao Shui slammed the table, laughing hysterically. Do you leave your asshole hanging open every time you take a dump? But taking a dump doesn't involve going in and out like that. It's not back and forth. Jiang almost spat his tea. Enough. Stop. Let's change the topic. Chapter 30. The unit was on New Year break, and with nothing to do, Chi Cheng spent most of his time in nightclubs. One night, he ran into a high school classmate by chance. Fong Xin. They had been pretty close back in the day, but Fong Xin had gone abroad, and they lost contact for years. Chi Cheng only found out that night that Fong Xin now worked for the traffic control department. Sitting together over drinks, the 2 old classmates had a lot to catch up on. Why did your dad arrange for you to work at such a grassroots department? It's exhausting, constant overtime. Fong Xin asked. Chi Cheng replied carelessly. He doesn't like the look of me. Oh right. Where's Xiaoyu now? I heard you 2 are still as tight as ever. At the mention of Guo Chengyu, the color of Chi Cheng's pupils suddenly darkened. The lighting in the booth was dim, so Fong Xin didn't notice the shift in mood and kept rambling. I remember back in high school, you and Xiaoyu were inseparable. You even chased a pair of twins together, swapping between them like it was nothing. Then Wang Shuo transferred to our school. He started hanging out with you guys too. Wang Shuo didn't talk much, just like playing with snakes. He used to hide them up his sleeve and bring them to school. By the way, where did Wang Shuo end up? I don't think I've seen him since graduation. Chi Cheng's gaze was dark and sharp enough to cut a chunk off Fong Xion's face. How's being a traffic cop? Chi Cheng asked. Fong Xion's throat tightened for no reason. It's all right, I guess. I'll join you after the new year. As he spoke, Chi Cheng grabbed the back of Fong Xion's neck hard, then strode out of the booth. Fong Xion's neck felt like it had snapped. It took a while for him to lift his head again. Chi Cheng walked out of the club, his tall figure standing motionless at the door. He lit a cigarette, and the blue flame cast sharp shadows across his chiseled face. The wind was strong. He shielded the flame with his wide hand. Sparks flickered at the tip of the cigarette, and the muscles in his cheeks tensed with strength. Smoke drifted slowly from his firm lips. Across the street, Yu stared at him, cursing under her breath. Now that's a man. All those delicate, flowery guys were a joke compared to this. She was obsessed with that short, dense stubble, that solid mass of muscle, and his eternally gray outfit. She'd been fantasizing about him day and night for half a month, at the dinner table, in bed, constantly. She felt possessed. She had never fallen for a guy at first sight, let alone been this obsessed. For days, she'd been wandering around this street, wearing nothing but sheer black stockings underneath, freezing in the bitter northern wind while staking him out like a maniac. Today, finally, her patience paid off. Chi Cheng had noticed her from the moment he lit his cigarette. After years of wandering, he could tell immediately who was trying to hook up with him, who wanted to sleep with him. Yu stood next to Chi Cheng's car, her pale hand brushing her ear as she subtly touched her earlobe. Her seductive gaze lingered over Chi Cheng's powerful figure. Your injuries healed? Chi Cheng asked. Yu's heart exploded with joy, but she kept a calm, flirtatious smile on her face. You remember me? Chi Cheng gave a faint, tacit acknowledgement with his deep gaze. Yu reached into her loose neckline and slowly adjusted her bra strap. Aren't you cold, wearing so little? Chi Cheng asked. Yu grabbed his wrist, her cold fingertips trailing along the veins on the back of his hand. Of course it's cold standing outside. Chi Cheng stated bluntly, there's a python in my car. Yu shivered, but after spending days freezing out here, she wasn't about to be scared off by a snake. That would be too pathetic. After less than 3 seconds of hesitation, she pulled Chi Cheng's hand and said, I like snakes too. Chi Cheng opened the back door and tossed Yu inside. Yu had assumed the python would be in a glass case. She didn't expect it to be coiled right there on the back seat. As she fell back, the cold, thick creature slid across her bare skin, and her face twisted in horror. Chi Cheng calmly started driving from the front seat. Yu, her skin crawling with goosebumps, forced herself to touch the squirming body of little vinegar packet and squeezed out a smile. So cute. I really like it. At the clinic, Suo Wei walked out of the shower stark naked. Jiang Shaoshui was sitting not far away. Sorry, I forgot you like guys. With that, he rushed back into the bathroom, his firm, round buttocks swaying with each stride. Jiang Shaoshui facepalmed. Is he trying to avoid suspicion or seduce me? When Suo Wei came back out, they started talking about future plans. The crooked paths were completely off the table now. After spending a few days at home with his mother, Suo Wei had found his conscience again. He was ready to start from the bottom, work hard for a couple of years, even doing manual labor if needed. Once he had enough experience and savings, he'd think about starting his own business. Oh, by the way, can you drive? Right after asking, Jiang Shaoshui regretted it. Suo Wei was colorblind. How could he possibly have a license? But Suo Wei replied enthusiastically, I can. Can you hook me up with a driving job? Taxi, delivery, anything works. Actually, there is one. My cousin's appliance factory needs a delivery driver. He called me the other day asking if I knew anyone. What are we waiting for? Suo Wei slapped the table. I'm your guy? Jiang Shaoshui hesitated. Do you have a license? I don't, but I drive like a pro. Back in high school, I helped my uncle drive his watermelon truck. But what if you get caught? Jiang Shaoshui looked worried. You've had enough bad luck lately. I'd advise against taking risks. That bad luck is all thanks to that damn bald cop. If it weren't for him, none of that stuff would have happened. You think he's going to jump from urban management to police, and now to traffic cop, just to catch me driving without a license? He thinks the public security system is his family business. Just transfers himself wherever he wants? Suo Wei was full of righteous fire. Jiang Shaoshui didn't want to kill his momentum, so he just nodded in agreement. Chapter 31. Around 8 in the morning, Suo Wei drove the delivery truck out from the electronics factory. After the Spring Festival, the migrant workers once again flooded back into Beijing. Roads that had only recently been flowing smoothly became congested again. At a red light intersection, despite several cycles of the changing lights, he still hadn't managed to cross to the other side. Suo Wei kept his eyes on the car beside him. He couldn't distinguish the traffic light colors, so he had to follow the other car's lead. It was just a matter of time before Chi Cheng got transferred to the traffic control department. He didn't need to man posts. All he had to do was patrol streets and manage peak traffic hours. Today was his first official day on the job. Dressed in uniform, he stood tall and imposing. With just a glance around the intersection, not a single driver dared to act out of line. Suo Wei's truck was inching forward on this very road, about 200 meters from the red light. He figured another 2 rounds, and he'd be through. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, eyes still glued to the car beside him, silently chanting in his head, be careful, cautious, absolutely no red light running. Right then, Suo Wei caught sight of a familiar figure and was jolted. Shit. No way. He looks just like that bald bastard. Suo Wei squinted, trying to get a better look, but Chi Cheng had already blended into the traffic and vanished. Suo Wei thumped his chest to calm himself. Impossible. Just a hallucination. No way I'd run into him again. Must be PTSD from those last few encounters. Now everyone looks like Baldy. Just as he was thinking that, the car beside him started moving. Suo Wei hit the gas and followed it through the intersection. The first traffic violation of the day appeared, bringing fresh hope to the empty-pocketed traffic cops, who pounced on Suo Wei's truck like vultures, racing to write up a ticket. What did I do? Suo Wei protested. One officer pointed up. You ran a red light. No way. Suo Wei shot back loudly. I followed the car next to me. That only earned him a bark in reply. That guy also ran the red light. Suo Wei looked ahead. The car he'd been following was also surrounded by officers now. Damn my eyes. Can't even follow the right car. He cursed himself silently. Why are you following other cars instead of watching the lights? Have you been drinking? Get out of the car. License, please. Suo Wei's fists clenched, his eyes hardening with a desperate resolve. Suddenly, there was a gap ahead in traffic. Suo Wei slammed down on the accelerator. Chi, there's a guy resisting enforcement after a violation. Chi Cheng looked over just as Suo Wei tried to flee. Chi Cheng took several long strides, then hurled his baton. It spun through the air at high speed, smashing violently into Suo Wei's rear windshield. Before Suo Wei could react, he heard a loud bang. Something had crashed onto the passenger seat, and shards of glass flew everywhere. Suo Wei went cold, instantly slamming on the brakes. A towering figure entered his field of vision. When he saw Chi Cheng's face clearly, Suo Wei nearly slammed his head into the windshield. Fuck. What the hell do I owe you from a past life? I humbled myself as a street vendor, and you, the city management officer, destroyed my stall. I suffered and rose again as a performer, and you came as a cop to wreck my stage. I returned to the game as a thief, and you showed up as a patrol officer just in time to catch me. I finally tried to live clean as a delivery driver, and now you're swinging batons as a traffic cop blocking my way. And why is it always my first day at a new job? Can't it wait one goddamn day? Chi Cheng acted like he didn't recognize Suo Wei at all. All business. Fine or assist enforcement, pick one. No need to pick. Suo Wei didn't have a dime on him. He got out of the truck. No one could have guessed what Chi Cheng had in store for Suo Wei. It was enough to make him want to kill himself. Chi Cheng had dug up two masks from who knows where, one red, one green, and made Suo Wei stand on the sidewalk. When the light was red, he had to wear the red mask. When green, the green one. For colorblind Suo Wei, this was pure torture. Afraid Chi Cheng would discover his vision problem and punish him even worse, Suo Wei memorized his setup. Green mask in the left hand, red mask in the right. He used the walking and standing posture of the little traffic light man to distinguish the lights. All day long, Suo Wei stood at that intersection, switching masks, enduring endless scorn and mocking stares. All that remained in his brain was a single mantra. Little man walks, raise left hand. Little man stops, raise right hand. Chi Cheng watched him with deep, unreadable eyes. He couldn't make sense of it either. Why do I always run into this guy? Is he doing it on purpose? Does he want me to discipline him? But judging by that bitter, self-righteous glare, that doesn't seem likely either. As dusk fell, it was time for the shift change. Seeing that Suo Wei was exhausted, Chi Cheng waved to let him stop. Suo Wei's arms had gone completely numb. Just as Chi Cheng was about to walk over to check in on him, a sweet, flirtatious voice floated over. No need to look. It was none other than the current apple of his eye, the gorgeous Miss You. The officers nearby nearly drooled with envy. Damn, that's what being a second-gen official gets you. Even the goddess shows up just to inhale exhaust fumes with him. What are you doing here? Chi Cheng asked casually. I was afraid I wouldn't catch you after your shift, Yi replied pointedly. Suo Wei stood frozen in the wind, pupils burning with a ghostly purple light like he was possessed by the king of hell. He saw you. He saw her holding Chi Cheng's arm, then tiptoeing up to kiss his cheek. He also heard the other officers' rowdy cheers. Suddenly, he understood why Chi Cheng had been on his case every step of the way. That final, fatal blow, it was her. Suo Wei didn't yell or curse. He just calmly walked back to his truck. A gentleman must avenge a grudge. Chapter 32. A ballpoint pen spun rapidly between slender fingers, and with one leg crossed in a laid-back, stylish pose, Jiang Shaoshui was thoroughly enjoying the peaceful days without Guo Chengyu's harassment. Ever since he'd delivered that ruthless line, Guo Chengyu really seemed to have given up. Days had passed without him showing up for his usual medical visits, much to Jiang Shaoshui's delight. Just as he was savoring the tranquility, a ghostly figure floated into the clinic. Jiang Shaoshui turned his head and jumped in fright. Suo Wei's eyes were dark-circled, his eyeballs cloudy, gaze vacant, footsteps heavy. He carried an air of one who had accepted death. What happened? Another mishap? The another from Jiang Shaoshui's mouth hinted at how even he had started doubting the frequency of Suo Wei's disasters. Suo Wei shook his head and silently walked into the bedroom, slamming the door behind him. Jiang Shaoshui felt a bit worried. Sure, Suo Wei had gotten into trouble plenty of times before, but he'd always come back cursing for an hour or two, and then be fine. He had never locked himself away like this. This time was clearly different. Jiang Xiao Shui knocked softly and asked in a gentle voice, "Wei, what's wrong? Come out and talk." No response. "Don't play dumb. Get your ass out here. At least make some noise if you're gonna cry or scream." Jiang Xiao Shui was getting anxious. Suo Wei only replied faintly, "Nothing's wrong." That meant something was definitely wrong. Jiang Xiao Shui twisted the doorknob, only to find it locked from the inside. He remembered the key was in the drawer and rushed over to look for it. "Dr. Jiang, please stop, our boss is bleeding." He got his arm cut by glass. Jiang Xiao Shui looked up. A familiar, infuriating figure appeared at the door, tall, buzz-cut, fox-like eyes, and that maddeningly charming smile. Guo Chengyu's arm was indeed bleeding. He clutched it, blood dripping all the way in, the metallic smell stabbing Jiang Xiao Shui's senses. Jiang Xiao Shui didn't move a muscle, his expression cold and indifferent. Li Wang urged, "Hey, Dr. Jiang, can you hurry up? This is real blood, you know. You're not gonna refuse treatment just because you hate him, right?" He threw a stack of money on the table. "Yes, a stack, at least 100,000 yuan." Jiang Xiao Shui walked calmly to the desk and sat down. Li Wang whispered to Guo Chengyu, "Told ya. Who doesn't love money these days? And you've been treating him like some untouchable flower." Guo Chengyu didn't respond, obediently stretching out his arm. After treating Guo Chengyu's wound, Jiang Xiao Shui jerked his chin. "Go lie on the bed in the other room. You're getting an injection." The moment the words left his mouth, Guo's cronies backed out. Jiang Xiao Shui prepared the injection and walked into the room. What he saw nearly made his blood boil. Guo Chengyu had pulled his pants down to his knees, exposing himself fully in front of Jiang Xiao Shui. No shame, no attempt to hide his indecency, just blatant, smug display. Jiang Xiao Shui glanced at it for 2 seconds before casually looking away. "Turn around." Guo Chengyu didn't move, still facing him directly. Jiang Xiao Shui flicked the air bubbles from the syringe. "If you'd prefer the injection in your dick, I'm fine with that too." Guo Chengyu chuckled, "Dr. Jiang, you're really bold. One more dirty word and get the hell out." Jiang Xiao Shui roared. Finally satisfied with the reaction, Guo turned over and lay on his stomach. Jiang Xiao Shui jabbed the needle in without mercy. "Oh." The cronies outside lit up. "Damn, already making noise." Li Wang frowned. "If I'm not mistaken, that sounded like Guozi's voice." After the injection, Guo Chengyu dawdled a bit longer until Li Wang came in. "Guozi, my heir just called. He needs you urgently." Guo Chengyu didn't dare delay and headed for the door. Clatter. A whole stack of cash flew after him, smacking into Li Wang, mixed in with a lone 50. Jiang Xiao Shui waved 3 bills in his hand. "I'm keeping this 250 yuan. Take care now." Guo Chengyu threw a mocking glance at Li Wang, who looked rather awkward. After Guo left, Jiang Xiao Shui turned toward the bedroom. Suo Wei had come out at some point and stood silently at the doorway, eyes fixed on him, expression unreadable. Feeling awkward, Jiang Xiao Shui asked, "How long have you been standing there?" Suo Wei didn't answer. He walked straight up to Jiang Xiao Shui, black eyes glowing oddly, sending chills down Jiang's spine. After a long silence, Suo Wei suddenly spoke. "How did you do it?" "Huh?" Jiang looked confused. Suo Wei continued, "He likes you, right? That's why he keeps coming here." The wound on his arm. "He did that just to get close to you, didn't he?" Jiang Xiao Shui assumed Suo Wei was emotionally wrecked, and that seeing this weird dynamic had pushed him over the edge. So he patted him comfortingly. "You got it all wrong. Between him and me. Teach me." Suo Wei suddenly grabbed Jiang's hand. "Teach you what?" "Teach me how to seduce a man." Jiang thought he misheard. Seduce a man? Suo Wei's eyes lit up like he'd just discovered the perfect revenge plan. He pulled Jiang into the room and spilled everything, including his grand idea. Jiang's handsome face contorted in outrage. "That woman is such a freaking bitch." Suo Wei ground his teeth. "Exactly. So instead of just hurting one of them, why not hurt them both? Getting you back would be hard anyway. Even if I did, that baldy wouldn't suffer much. He'd just find someone else. But if I lure him in, that's different. You would be crushed, and he'd be shattered." "Hold on." Jiang raised a finger, stopping him. "Don't you think seducing that baldy is harder than winning you back?" Who said I'm chasing him? Suo Wei sneered. I'm luring him in, make him chase me. Damn, bro, your ambition just jumped from 0 to God level. Jiang Shui mentally bowed in respect, but then sighed. Suo Wei was still fantasizing. Imagine if one day he's like Guizi, going so far as to hurt himself just to get close to me. Wouldn't that be the sweetest revenge? Jiang clapped his hands. Sir, please stop messing with me. I need to pack up and go home. Suo Wei quickly got up and blocked his way, suddenly serious. Xiao Shui, I'm not joking. I'm dead serious. If you'd seen the woman you've loved for 7 years kissing another man, you'd understand this pain. Jiang thought to himself, that's nothing. Back then I got played so hard, I nearly jumped into a river. After a pause, Jiang spoke again. Do you know anything about him? Suo Wei shook his head. Not even his name. Jiang calmly replied. Then we'll spend the next 2 weeks gathering intel, his background, relationship history, personality, hobbies, every detail, using all possible channels. I agree with that. Never fight a battle you're not prepared for. But 2 weeks is a long time. I can't just do nothing for 2 weeks. Who said do nothing? Jiang's tone was sharp. You carry on with life as normal, just better. Work harder. Whether you're attracting men or women, self-improvement is key. Suo Wei's eyes gleamed. I got it. Jiang scratched his head, adding, your appearance is fine now. What you need is charisma. That doesn't mean copying what others do, cool or trendy. You need your own style. Right now, you're emotionally unstable, all over the place. You need to sort yourself out and create your own Suo Wei vibe. My own vibe, Suo Wei muttered. Jiang placed a hand on his forehead and locked eyes with him. Remember, make the most of these eyes. Chapter 33. Chi Cheng was sitting on the sofa, with Xiao Siyu Bao curled up in his arms, sleeping soundly. He had turned off his phone early in the morning, not wanting to listen to Yu's endless whining. In his heart, love was the fierce collision of sex and passion. All that mundane domesticity, long-term companionship, those things didn't work for him. Watching Xiao Siyu Bao sleep felt far more comforting. Gangzi walked in and said to Chi Cheng, we've searched most of the snake breeding bases in this area. Even the rare species are just 1 or 2 snakes, each kept alone. They don't have the capacity to raise so many different types of pet snakes. Do you think the old man got rid of them? Chi Cheng told him plainly, he wouldn't dare. So do we keep looking? Keep looking. Check out private snake breeders too. Those big bases don't even meet the conditions. How could private ones possibly manage it? Chi Cheng shot him a calm glance. Then how did I manage to raise that many snakes in a few small buildings? You threw money at it and didn't care about profit. Honestly, aside from you, who else would have the energy and money to raise so many high-maintenance snakes with no market demand? That's what Gangzi was thinking, but he didn't dare say a word and shut his mouth obediently. 2 weeks flew by, and Suo Wei had basically figured out Chi Cheng's background. 28 years old, second-generation official. His father, Chi Duan, was the Secretary General of the Municipal Committee at the level of department head. He loved raising snakes, earning him the nickname Snake Guy. Among them, a green tree python was his favorite, its name, Xiao Siyu Bao. He had a rich romantic history, liked both men and women, with no fixed partner. From the photos, this man has thick facial hair, dense body hair, a prominent nose, sharp eyes, broad palms, and an especially long middle finger. All signs indicate a high sex drive, excellent kidney function, and well-developed sexual organs. He's a rare and vigorous alpha male. Suo Wei typed all this seriously into his computer. Jiang Shui cleared his throat and asked tentatively, so, how do you feel about that? Suo Wei answered simply with 2 words, pretty good. Jiang Shui pursed his lips. That's it. Suo Wei shot back, what else am I supposed to say? Jiang Shui, facing this straight man, found it hard to get his point across. Well, here's the thing. This guy, he's pretty easygoing about relationships. As long as someone's decent looking, he doesn't really turn them down. I think you've got a decent shot at hooking him. But the tricky part is what happens after you hook him. You get what I mean? Suo Wei looked confused. Jiang Shui anxiously tapped his temple with his finger, then gave up and got blunt. Say you two really end up together, or at least things start going that way. If he comes to you with certain physical needs, do you think you'll be the one on top? You get what I'm saying? Put bluntly, do you think you can be the top? Wu Suowei looked serious. Hard to say. All right then. Jiang Shaoshui slapped the table. Let's go meet him. We've prepared long enough. It's time for action. The two changed clothes and headed out, brimming with excitement. Today was Chi Cheng's day off. He had left the city early, following Gang Z to the suburban counties to search for hidden snake dens. The season's first spring rains still carried bits of sleet. The roads were extremely slippery, so Gang Z drove cautiously. Chi Cheng leaned back in the rear seat, eyes slightly closed. It was hard to tell whether he was dozing or deep in thought. A car blocked the road ahead, and Gang Z honked in frustration. Chi Cheng cracked his eyes open slightly and looked out the window. There was a slope ahead, and a moped seemed to be stuck halfway up, unable to climb further. The owner was behind it, pushing. The cold, slick road made his feet slide constantly. He was just 2 meters from the top, and Gang Z kept honking. As he tried to move the bike to the side, the entire thing slid down the slope, undoing all his effort. Gang Z didn't care. As long as you clear the way, I can drive through. The car made it up the slope, but Chi Cheng took one more glance outside. There he was again. Wu Suowei, completely soaked, gripping the bike's canopy with sharply defined fingers. His legs kept kicking backward for traction, and he gritted his teeth with each step. Every few feet, he'd stop to pant heavily. When he rested, he pressed his forehead and shoulder against the bike to keep it from sliding. Countless cars passed by, but no one wanted to get out and help in such cold weather. Chi Cheng was the kind of person who wouldn't lift a finger even in sunny weather. As long as you weren't hurting others, he saw it as being generous enough. But today, he unexpectedly opened the car door and stepped out. Wu Suowei's lips curled ever so slightly into a subtle smile. Chapter 34. Chi Cheng had no intention of helping. He merely walked over to Wu Suowei's side, eyeing him. Iron head. Wu Suowei's foot slipped. He almost went tumbling down the slope with his bike. What did you call me? Wu Suowei asked. Chi Cheng spat out 3 words, not too lightly, not too harshly. Tai Tu. Big iron head. A flash of resentment lit up in Wu Suowei's bright eyes, but he held it back well. No emotion on his face. Exactly what Jiang Shaoshui had told him. So be it. Big iron head is still better than not even having your name remembered. He kept pushing upward with all his strength, brows tightly furrowed, jaw clenched. Just moving a tiny step had left him drenched in sweat. Someone watching the scene suddenly spoke up. What's the point of living like this? What's the point? Wu Suowei thought silently. I tricked you into getting out of the car, made you suffer out here in the cold with me. That alone makes this worth it. After his little moment of self-amusement, he gave a roar and shoved forward another inch. You've got nothing going for you. How are you still so full of fight? Wu Suowei, gasping for breath, shot a glare at Chi Cheng. If you're not going to help, stop getting in the damn way. He continued his struggle, letting out dramatic heave-ho grunts with each effort. Move. Chi Cheng suddenly said. Wu Suowei acted like he didn't hear and kept fighting the good fight. Chi Cheng reached out and pushed Wu Suowei aside. His strong arms pressed against the bike canopy and, without breaking a sweat, pushed the entire thing up the slope in under 5 seconds. Then he dusted the mud off his sleeve, didn't even glance back at Wu Suowei, and walked straight back to his car. Wu Suowei's expression froze for a moment. He had thought Chi Cheng got out just to laugh at him, never expected the man would actually help. 1 minute later, Jiang Shaoshui crawled out from under a plastic tarp in the landscaping strip. Wu Suowei asked, Did you see clearly? Clear as day. Jiang Shaoshui had never done anything so embarrassing in his life. Hiding under a plastic tarp to spy on someone. And worse, his line of sight had been aimed right at Chi Cheng's crotch. Those firm long legs, and that bulging mass between them, it left his throat dry. So, Wu Suowei asked, You think I've got a shot at being on top? When he was looking at pictures, Jiang Shaoshui still had a bit of hope. But after seeing the man in person, all hope vanished. My condolences. Jiang Shaoshui patted Wu Suowei on the shoulder. Wu Suowei had only started dealing with snakes to investigate Chi Cheng, but after some time, he found that snake breeding could actually be a way to make a living. Done right, it could make you rich. Done wrong, you'd lose everything. Throughout this whole ordeal, he had visited many snake farms. At first, it was just to understand snakes better. But over time, he started paying attention to the farmers' profits and breeding techniques, gradually becoming more interested. Eventually, he just stayed at one farm and became an apprentice. During the day, Suo Wei worked odd jobs at the snake farm and learned breeding techniques. After work, he'd return to the clinic, take a shower, change into clean clothes, and go stake out in front of the traffic bureau. For several days in a row, Chi Cheng would leave the traffic bureau building and spot Suo Wei hanging around outside. Black shirt, jeans, baseball cap, cigarette dangling from his lips, strolling about lazily. The moment Chi Cheng appeared, Suo Wei's gaze would lock onto him. There was something cryptic and strange in those eyes, part scrutiny, part curiosity, part provocation. At first glance, it seemed intentional, but look closer, and it felt almost careless. If you thought he was watching you, the moment you met his gaze, you'd realize his eyes were unfocused, scattered, impossible to pin down. But as soon as you looked away, a searing intensity would begin to burn the side of your face and ears. Even your throat would feel hot. Chi Cheng never once asked, "Are you here for me?" In fact, if he so much as stepped in Suo Wei's direction, the latter would immediately act like he wanted nothing to do with him. Then, he'd go right back to staring at Chi Cheng walking down the steps, his black, glossy eyes trailing down from those leather shoes, one step at a time, until he watched him head to the parking lot, get in his car, and drive away. Chapter 35. That night, Chi Cheng was on the late shift. It was past 10 when he returned. The overcast sky was as black as if it had been painted with ink, and in places without street lights, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. After getting out of his car, Chi Cheng looked around, hardly a soul in sight. No one could stand the biting March wind of Beijing at night. Everyone was hunching their shoulders and rushing home. Clap, clap. A rhythmic sound of dribbling reached his ears. Chi Cheng turned his head. Over at the basketball court on the east side of the building, someone was still playing, dribbling, driving to the basket. Under the streetlight, the player's shadow stretched and shrank continuously, but no matter how it changed, it couldn't hide that short buzz cut. His knees bent, calf muscles pulled taut in a straight line, and his lifted but was firm. Chi Cheng had heard before that men with that kind of ass usually had a strong sex drive. The legs moved in smooth alternation, a leap, and the ball went straight through the hoop. Suo Wei wasn't very good at it, but he could play basketball. Back in the day, Yu fell for him precisely after watching him shine on the court. The ball bounced a few times on the ground before landing in someone else's hands. "Throw the ball over," Suo Wei shouted loudly. Chi Cheng walked over, ball in hand. Suo Wei reached out to grab it, but Chi Cheng faked him out with a slick move and dunked the ball cleanly, leaving Suo Wei grinding his teeth in envy. His height had always been a limitation. Even with his jumping ability, dunking was beyond him. Jealousy flared, and he struck a one-on-one stance, eyes locked on Chi Cheng like a predator. The air around them grew heavy with testosterone, adrenaline spiking. Chi Cheng tossed the ball back to Suo Wei. Suo Wei dribbled with his back turned, his butt occasionally brushing against Chi Cheng's hips. Chi Cheng blocked with his long arms. Suo Wei faked repeatedly, then took advantage of Chi Cheng's shifted center of gravity to slip to the side and shoot, score from inside the paint. Chi Cheng wasn't about to back down. From beyond the three-point line, he leaped and shot. The ball soared high and landed cleanly in the hoop. The two of them played like they were possessed. An excellent chance came. Chi Cheng's hand veered slightly, and the ball hit the backboard and bounced out of bounds. While Chi Cheng went to retrieve the ball, Suo Wei bent over to tie his shoelaces. As Chi Cheng returned, he saw Suo Wei's ass sticking out. On impulse, he tossed the ball. It landed right on those two firm cheeks. Suo Wei lunged forward and almost fell flat, but managed to catch himself. He stood up and shot Chi Cheng a venomous glare. In the dark, Suo Wei's eyes were like mirrors, reflecting the depths of a person's heart. The ball landed back in Chi Cheng's hands. His tiger-like eyes gleamed with mischief as he took a few large strides and launched another ball, again hitting Suo Wei square in the ass, this time even harder. Suo Wei had learned his lesson. Instead of yelling, he scrambled to grab the ball back. "You want to hit my ass? I'll break your dick." He raised the ball, about to fire it backward, but a sharp pain shot up from behind. Chi Cheng had somehow slipped around to Suo Wei's back. Both of his hands clamped down on Suo Wei's ass like vices, fingers digging in so hard that the veins on Suo Wei's neck bulged. Talk. What the hell was up with you the other day? Suo Wei twisted Chi Cheng's wrists, gritting his teeth. What the hell are you talking about? Playing dumb? Chi Cheng's claws dug in again, nearly embedding themselves in flesh. Suo Wei hurled the basketball backward, aiming for Chi Cheng's face. But Chi Cheng was ready and bit down on Suo Wei's wrist. Let go. Open your mouth. Chi Cheng's nostrils were full of Suo Wei's scent, a raw, earthy musk that fit his rough persona. Suo Wei took advantage of Chi Cheng's momentary distraction and elbowed him hard, breaking free with brute force. Annoyed, he walked a few steps away and sat down, pulling a bottle of water from his bag. He gulped down several big mouthfuls. Then, seeing Chi Cheng still standing there, he pulled out a can of Red Bull and tossed it into Chi Cheng's hand. Chi Cheng popped the tab with a flick, downed it in 2 big gulps. He strolled up to Suo Wei but didn't sit. Instead, he looked down at him from above. Suo Wei sat in silence for a while, then awkwardly muttered, "Thanks." Chi Cheng twisted the aluminum can into a spiral and held it up to Suo Wei's face. "You gave it to me, and you're thanking me? I'm talking about the other day when you helped me push the bike. The feed in the cart, my boss was waiting on it. Without your help, I'd have screwed up." Chi Cheng narrowed his eyes at him. "You've been hanging around here for days, just to say thanks?" "I was going to say it clean and leave, but then I remembered how you mocked me before and figured you didn't deserve it." Suddenly, Chi Cheng grabbed Suo Wei's wrist like a cop catching a thief. His reflexes sharp, not a bit rusty from his days as an officer. Suo Wei had used the conversation as cover to sneak a hand into Chi Cheng's pocket, but he got caught. Except this time, he wasn't stealing, he was giving. When Chi Cheng yanked Suo Wei's hand out, it was holding 2 packets of spiced tofu. "How'd you know I like dried tofu?" Chi Cheng raised an eyebrow, smirking wickedly. "Open it for me with your teeth." Suo Wei ignored that crap, pulled out a mesh bag from his backpack, and walked toward the parking lot. Chi Cheng followed behind and unlocked the car for him. He noticed Suo Wei's mesh bag was filled with sparrows, probably caught after work. They were still flapping around. "It won't eat food from strangers," Chi Cheng said calmly. Suo Wei took out a sparrow and held it to Xiao Siu Bao's beak. Before he even saw it clearly, it was already down the bird's throat. Chi Cheng stared at Suo Wei's back for a long time. Chapter 36. Near midnight, Jiang Xiao Shui couldn't sleep. He drove out, planning to grab some sleep aids from the clinic. But when he got there, he noticed Suo Wei's phone and bag were inside. Yet the man himself was nowhere to be seen. Where could he have gone this late? Jiang Xiao Shui stood outside, scanning the area, and quickly spotted his target. Across the street from the clinic, in a residential fitness plaza, Suo Wei was practicing slam dunks. Jiang Xiao Shui snuck over quietly. Suo Wei set the ball on the ground, stretched his long legs, then backed up about 3 meters. With several quick strides, he leapt up, one arm reaching toward the hoop. His fingertips just barely grazed the rim, not enough to grip it. He landed with a sigh. "One more try?" Suo Wei's eyes glinted in the dark like blades. The hoop might as well have been Chi Cheng's face. If he could grab it, he'd tear it to shreds. With another powerful sprint and a shout, Suo Wei launched himself and managed to grab the rim, hanging from it triumphantly. "I did it," he shouted inside. Then suddenly, a draft. The modesty cloth on his ass was yanked down. Jiang Xiao Shui had planned to laugh, but the faint marks across Suo Wei's but stopped the sound cold in his throat. Suo Wei, guessing who it was, landed on his feet, calmly pulled up his pants. "Why'd you come back?" Suo Wei asked. "What happened to your ass?" Jiang Xiao Shui shot back. Suo Wei looked puzzled. He'd completely forgotten about Chi Cheng's tiger claw manhandling. Jiang Xiao Shui dragged him back to the clinic and forced him to drop his pants. When he saw the pale cheeks covered in hickeys, Jiang's facial muscles twitched. "You too, escalated things this fast." Suo Wei nonchalantly smirked. "What are you thinking? That was from him sneaking an attack while we played basketball. He was trying to force me to say why I've been lurking around lately. Oh, with his hands. Hands aren't okay either." Jiang Xiao Shui exploded. "There are a lot of places to sneak attack. Why did he have to choose that part? This is clearly fishy. You've barely known each other a few days, and he's already grabbing your ass." Suo Wei calmed him with a hand, lips curling into a tantalizing smile. Master, shouldn't you be happy for me? The smile Jiang Shaoshui had trained into him had matured into something dangerously potent. So much that even Jiang was entranced. Resentment flared. Why? Why should the perfect product he painstakingly refined be handed to someone else? Why should his long-coveted S be sampled by another first? He hadn't even touched it himself. So, 30 minutes later, Suo Wei lay face down on the bed, drowsily asking, "You still not done with the medicine?" Jiang Shaoshui had been massaging those twin cheeks for over 10 minutes, and still wasn't satisfied. No, this kind of massage promotes blood circulation and helps the medicine absorb. That night, Chi Cheng was again on night shift. As he stepped out of his car, the familiar sound of a bouncing basketball reached his ears. Suo Wei warmed up with a few stretches, then dribbled toward the hoop, jumped from the inner circle line, and slammed the ball down. Though he landed a bit off balance, the dunk remained impressive. Recently, he'd been training with sandbags strapped on to improve his vertical. The ball ended up in Chi Cheng's hands. He gave it a casual bounce, then from the free throw line leapt up, spun midair, paused momentarily, and slammed the ball into the rim with a vicious arc. Boom. The sheer force shook the entire hoop. Suo Wei stared in awe. It felt like Chi Cheng was about to tear the reinforced hoop off. He'd just managed a decent dunk, and the guy was out here filming slam dunk cinema. That kind of grace and explosive power wasn't built overnight. In this regard, Suo Wei genuinely admired him. But in front of Chi Cheng, Suo Wei refused to show it. He tossed him a cold glance, his worn sneakers stomping rhythmically on the court, echoing through Chi Cheng's restless chest. "Didn't you say thanks already? Why are you back?" Chi Cheng asked deliberately. Without turning, Suo Wei coolly replied, "Did I say I came to see you?" All Chi Cheng could see was those proud, firm mounds swaying arrogantly ahead. He picked up the ball and lobbed it toward the target. But Suo Wei was ready. His hand shot behind him and caught the ball cleanly, slamming it to the ground and plopping down on top. Chi Cheng walked off the court, reached into his pocket, and pulled out 2 white rabbit milk candies. "You put these in again?" Suo Wei feigned ignorance. "What candy?" Chi Cheng crouched beside him, gaze angling upward with undiminished intensity. "You gotta use such sneaky methods to give me snacks? Worried your pickpocket skills'll go rusty?" Suo Wei lazily rolled his eyes, oozing disdain, dazzling Chi Cheng's already agitated heart. Chi Cheng reached out to scratch Suo Wei's chin stubble, but was swiftly dodged. Just as Suo Wei thought he'd avoided the teasing, Chi Cheng suddenly swept his leg under the basketball Wu sat on. Suo Wei lost his balance and dropped, right onto Chi Cheng's foot. "Your ass is really big. It's swallowing my foot whole." Chi Cheng's voice was low, his Adam's apple shifting visibly. Suo Wei only wore a pair of workout pants. Chi Cheng had on canvas shoes. The toe of his foot pressed through the thin fabrics, teasing the soft flesh beneath. Having never been flirted with by a man before, Suo Wei bolted upright, pupils dark and flooded with humiliation. Was this real outrage, or a clumsy attempt at playing hard to get? Chi Cheng saw through it at once. Suo Wei swallowed his temper, picked up his bag, and left without a word. This time, he had a dozen mice. No idea where he'd caught them, but they were fat and lively. Xiao Siyu Bao feasted happily. Once fed, Suo Wei didn't even glance at Chi Cheng, simply walked out of the court with the ball under his arm, back proud and defiant. Chapter 37. The next afternoon, while searching for something, Chi Cheng stumbled upon those 2 pieces of candy again. He didn't like sweets and hadn't eaten candy in a long time. So when Suo Wei stuffed those candies into his pocket, he'd casually tossed them into a drawer. Now, having found them again, he stared at the white rabbit on the wrapper for quite a while before, surprisingly, unwrapping one. Just as he popped the candy into his mouth, Fong Xian walked in. "Hey, don't you hate sweets?" Fong Xian asked in surprise. Chi Cheng's eyes were indifferent. "Who said I hate them? Just a few days ago, Erguazi got married and brought tons of wedding candies to the office. You didn't take a single piece. I even asked you then, and you said you don't eat candy. That was a few days ago," Chi Cheng replied. Fong Xian was speechless. He stared longingly at the remaining piece of candy. "I haven't had a white rabbit in years. I wonder if it still tastes the same as I remember." "It does." That one crisp word from Chi Cheng crushed Fong Xian's subtle hint for candy like a hammer. Unwilling to give up, Fong Xian grinned and said, "Come on, share one with your bro. There's none left." Chi Cheng's words were clear. Anyone with sense would have gotten the message by now, but Fong Xian just had to press on. He pointed at the remaining candy right in front of him and argued, "Are you blind? It's right there in front of my eyes. How can you say there's none?" Chi Cheng raised his eyes to meet Fong Xian's. "Do you want the candy or your eyes?" Fong Xian froze for 3 seconds, then wisely made his exit. In the following weeks, Suo Wei kept coming to play basketball. Regardless of whether Chi Cheng had day or night shifts, whether it was cloudy or rainy, Suo Wei always showed up on time. Sometimes he practiced alone, sometimes with a group. No matter how obviously Chi Cheng stood nearby, as long as he didn't speak, Suo Wei would never initiate conversation. When Chi Cheng was on night shifts and they were the only two at the court, Suo Wei would still sneak snacks into Chi Cheng's pockets. Most of the time it was dried tofu, sometimes a pack or two of spicy broad beans, or even a couple of spicy pickled chicken feet. Eventually, Chi Cheng got used to it. He didn't even wait for Suo Wei to deliver the treats. He'd just go dig through his bag himself, and whatever he found, he claimed as his own. Suo Wei also brought exotic wild snacks for Xiao Siu Bao. The two of them had formed a subtle, unspoken bond. Neither asked why the other was giving things, nor why they were taking them. As if sneaking stuff to each other was just natural, and taking from each other's bags was completely justified. They didn't even exchange many words, almost like they were there only for ball and food. The weather has been windy and dry lately. Chi Cheng had been on patrol duty every day, and dry patches started forming on his face. One day, while rummaging through Suo Wei's backpack, Chi Cheng found a bottle of Dabao lotion. The box was still sealed, with a 9.9 yuan price sticker on top. "This for me?" Chi Cheng asked deliberately. Suo Wei pretended not to hear, casually flipping the basketball in his hand. Chi Cheng picked up a pebble from the ground and precisely flicked it at Suo Wei's ear. His low, rugged voice carried over. "Guess I'll start calling you Dabao from now on." "Why?" Suo Wei's hands paused with the basketball. The sharpness in Chi Cheng's eyes softened with a smile. "Because I see you every day." Suo Wei's mind immediately recalled the Dabao commercial jingle. "Dabao, see you tomorrow. Dabao, see you every day." Damn, was this a dig at me? He retorted irritably. "Don't think those imported high-end skincare brands are anything special. Nothing beats Dabao. Cheap and effective." Chi Cheng didn't reply. He just kept smiling. Suo Wei's expression darkened as he walked over, reaching to snatch the box from Chi Cheng's hand. "If you don't want it, give it back. I didn't want to give it to you anyway." But not only did he fail to get the box, he got himself caught up in the mess. Chi Cheng grabbed Suo Wei by the collar and yanked him in close. His rough gaze scraped across Suo Wei's face as he slowly spat out 2 words, "I want it." "Then just take it. Why the hell are you pulling me in?" Suo Wei struggled to pull his collar back. Being stared at so intently, he felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. For a moment, he almost couldn't bear it. He wanted to kick Chi Cheng away and storm off. But thinking of all the past grudges, he forced himself to stay. Chi Cheng continued to search Suo Wei's face. Despite the fact that Suo Wei wore worn-out sportswear, scuffed shoes, his hands covered in dirt, and his face drenched in sweat, Chi Cheng still thought he looked far too clean. So clean, he didn't even know where to start. In the end, Chi Cheng reached down and yanked Suo Wei's waistband up hard. It crushed his balls. The veins on Suo Wei's forehead bulged, and he swung a fist straight into Chi Cheng's face. Chi Cheng's laughter bled into the vast, pitch-black night. Chapter 38. A day apart feels like 3 years. This saying couldn't be more fitting for Yu in the throes of passionate love. Her head was now filled with nothing but Chi Cheng. She had no motivation at work, no interest in shopping, and whenever she chatted with her besties, every sentence ended up circling back to Chi Cheng. If he snapped at her, her tears could flood the city moat. If he gave her a little tenderness, she could bask in it for days. During this desperate craving for affection, Chi Cheng just had to be as elusive as a shadow. Back when they first started dating, Chi Cheng would still spend time with her after work. Now he was coming back later and later. It was okay if he wasn't on the night shift, but when he was, She had to wait until the early hours of the morning. Yu didn't even dare to call him recklessly. Chi Cheng's moods were unpredictable, and the wrong word could set him off. Being ignored felt terrible. It was Yu's first time being in such a passive position in a relationship. But people are just masochistic. The more someone doesn't care about you, the more you want to cling to them. It was rare, but today Chi Cheng called her right after work and arranged to meet at a hotel. After dinner together, Yu was completely submerged in sweetness. She sat on Chi Cheng's lap, fiddling with the buttons on his shirt. Her red lips pouted slightly, voice soaked in grievance. You finally remember to call me? I thought you'd forgotten I exist. Chi Cheng didn't respond, his deep gaze fixed on the flickering screen of the TV. Yu roughly pinched his firm jaw. I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Chi Cheng cast her a sidelong glance. Isn't this exactly the attitude you're into? Just as Yu was about to retort, Chi Cheng's phone rang. I'm going out to take this call. After Chi Cheng left, Yu instinctively rummaged through his jacket, and a bottle of skincare product fell out. Dabao? Yu had just murmured the word when an image of Suo Wei's chubby face flashed through her mind. Chi Cheng returned to the room, took the dabao from her hand, and rubbed it in his palm. The simple texture reminded him of Suo Wei's clear, bright eyes. Yu couldn't help saying, why do you and my ex have the same taste? Ex-boyfriend? Chi Cheng's gaze lowered slightly. Yu rolled her eyes. He swore by this brand. Bought one bottle in freshman year, used it all through college, and still hadn't finished it by graduation. Totally lived up to the slogan. Dabao, see you every day? Chi Cheng used his rough fingertip to trace Yu's soft lips. He said lightly, come home with me in a few days. My parents will definitely like you. Yu was overjoyed. Go home. Meet the city committee leader? Had their relationship already reached that stage? Luxurious wedding cars, a dreamy wedding venue, upper-class guests offering blessings. Yu fantasized deep into the night, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She desperately wanted to share a bed with Chi Cheng, but that damned snake was always coiled nearby, glaring at her with its sinister beady eyes. Chi Cheng, can you put it in the bathroom? Yu pleaded. Chi Cheng gently stroked Xiao Siyu Bao's sharp little head. Didn't you say you liked it? Liking it doesn't mean I want it on my pillow. What? Are we going to sleep in separate beds after we get married? Chi Cheng cast Yu a long look. Are you sure? I'm very sure. It's just a snake. It'll live, what, a dozen years at most? What's the worst that could happen? So, surprisingly, Chi Cheng gave in to Yu for once and locked Xiao Siyu Bao in the bathroom. But things didn't turn out the way Yu imagined. She'd thought she and Chi Cheng would lie in bed sweetly discussing meeting the parents. Instead, they had barely laid down when the bathroom door creaked open. Xiao Siyu Bao slithered out while Yu wasn't paying attention and crawled right back onto the bed. She jolted in terror, barely holding back her fear of snakes. Take it back, Chi Cheng said. Yu. She walked back from the bathroom with shaky legs and locked the door tight. Don't come out again. Please don't come out again, she prayed silently. Xiao Siyu Bao didn't come out again, but it didn't stay still either. First, it curled around the doorknob, repeatedly trying to open the door. After several failed attempts, it began knocking with its head. Bang, bang, bang. It went on all night. The whole night was pure torment for Yu. Every time the doorknob rattled, her heart seized up. Chi Cheng was lying right beside her, but she didn't dare admit she was scared. When he talked to her, she forced herself to act relaxed. By the middle of the night, she even contemplated escaping to the other bed. Come morning, she stared at her dark under-eye circles in the mirror and silently swore, I will find a chance to get rid of that little thing. Chapter 39. Suo Wei officially completed his snake breeding training. He bought 200 snakelets from a breeding farm and rented 2 flat-roofed houses to raise them. During the day, he occasionally went to check on the snake's growth, but most of the time he stayed at the clinic, reading materials and summarizing his experience. He hadn't stepped outside for a whole week. Jiang Xiao Shui, seeing how well-behaved Suo Wei was, couldn't help but tease him. Hey, why haven't you gone looking for him? Suo Wei instantly knew Jiang Xiao Shui was talking about Chi Cheng and put on a dismissive expression. This is what you call a roundabout tactic. Strike when it's time to strike, and retreat when the emotional groundwork is laid. I told you, my goal is to reel him in, not chase him. Jiang Xiao Shui leaned closer to Suo Wei, staring into his strategizing, handsome face, and asked in a low voice, "But what if the timing's off? What if you don't manage to reel him in, the heat fades, and all those days of effort are wasted?" Suo Wei was full of confidence. "Relax. He'll come find me within 3 days." "That confident?" Jiang Shaoshui grinned. Suo Wei gave Jiang Shaoshui a hard punch in the chest. "Do you even know who my master is?" The two burst into wicked laughter. 5 minutes later, the junior apprentice Suo Wei met at the snake farm came to report. "Brother Wu, 5 more of our snakes died." Compared to the apprentice's anxiety, Suo Wei was much calmer. "It's fine, keep an eye on them. If we lose money, I'll cover it. If we make money, we split it 50-50. After the apprentice left, Jiang Shaoshui turned to Suo Wei and asked, "What's really going on? Didn't you learn the proper techniques?" Suo Wei got up, poured a glass of water, gulped it down, and said calmly, "It's not that. The snakelets themselves were the problem. They pumped sand into them. They'll all be dead within a month." "Shit." Jiang Shaoshui's face darkened immediately. "Those breeders are shady as hell. You helped out at their place for over 2 months, and they still sold you 6 snakes?" Suo Wei remained calm. "How do you think they make money? Real snake breeding takes massive cost and risk. It takes a long time for a snake to grow, and a 70% survival rate is already considered decent. When they finally hit the market, prices are still a gamble, and many snake farmers end up losing everything. So these breeders fake training programs to attract apprentices, but their real aim is to scam tuition and sell overpriced snakelets." "Damn, this industry's that shady." Jiang Shaoshui frowned. "And you bought them knowing this?" "To reel him in." Suo Wei's eyes sparkled with sharp intent. Jiang Shaoshui realized this guy was really getting good at the game. "I almost forgot he breeds snakes too. Don't tell me you're making a loss just to get closer to him? If he's around, I won't lose." Jiang Shaoshui cleared his throat and cautiously asked, "Aren't you afraid he'll see through your little scheme? Then your hard-earned, pure and honest image will be ruined." "You're wrong." Suo Wei's dark eyes gleamed. "Being too kind just makes people think you're fake. A few flaws, a bit of small-time wickedness. It actually makes you more real and appealing." Jiang Shaoshui patted Suo Wei's shoulder, speaking with mock solemnity. "You're ready to graduate." Another round of evil laughter. After work, Chi Cheng had just sat in the driver's seat when Xiao Bao coiled up to him, rubbing its pointed head against his face and flicking its tongue restlessly, like a greedy little monkey in heat. Chi Cheng opened the food box next to him, pulled out a hamster, and held it to Xiao Bao's mouth. Xiao Bao kept nuzzling Chi Cheng. It didn't want a farm-raised hamster. It wanted a wild rat. Chi Cheng's face turned dark. "Where the hell am I supposed to find you a wild rat right now? Damn it, that big ironhead fed you for a few days, and now you're picky. And he hasn't shown up since." These past few days, Xiao Bao had been hard to handle. Every day after work, it would act up in some way or another. It was wearing Chi Cheng down. He glanced out at the empty basketball court through the car window, slowly piecing things together. "You must be doing this on purpose." Chapter 40. It was late at night. Chi Cheng was driving aimlessly around the bar street in Hohai. In the passenger seat, Xiao Bao lay coiled up listlessly. Ever since Chi Cheng had forced it to eat a farm-raised hamster, it had been like this. Inside a bar, a handsome waiter was bored, counting glasses. The moment a certain figure entered, a strange gleam lit up his eyes. He almost pounced over and hung himself on Chi Cheng's neck. "Chi Xiao, it's been so long since you came." Chi Cheng glanced at him coldly. "I'm not here for you today. Looking for Xiao Binghua? He doesn't work here anymore." The boss let him go. The waiter's face showed a touch of smugness. Chi Cheng clearly wasn't in a good mood. "Doesn't matter who I'm looking for, just get off me first." "No." The pretty boy kept rubbing his butt against Chi Cheng's lower abdomen. "What if I get off and you pick someone else? I've been waiting for you for over a month. Finally, you're here." Chi Cheng directly pulled out a stack of cash from his bag and stuffed it into the boy's pocket. "Here, take the money. Just let me have some peace." Unexpectedly, the boy shoved the money back into Chi Cheng's hand. "I don't want the money. I want you." As soon as those words came out, a few other waiters nearby stifled their laughter. People had seen clingy types before, but never one this desperate. "How long's it been since someone fucked you?" Chi Cheng asked. "I get picked every day." The boy twisted his waist seductively. "But none of them do it like you." Chi Cheng gritted his teeth and forced himself to be patient. "Be good. Let someone else fuck you tonight, alright? No. I want you. Just you. Chi Xiao, you're not like them. They come here to use me, but I really like you. From a dark corner of the bar, someone scoffed. What a fucking piece of work. Guo Cheng, you spoke. Who are you talking about? Who else? That little slut. Li Wang said. Guo Cheng, you replied mildly. That word fits Chi Cheng better. I'd bet 9 out of 10 waiters in this place feel the same way as that little slut. They just don't dare say it. Haven't you heard? Besides being Snake Guy, Chi Cheng also has another nickname. Beijing's top fuck. Li Wang hadn't heard it before, but he'd seen it firsthand. He could still remember how Xiao Long had been crying and moaning like crazy after getting screwed. Most of the male waiters here were gay, and if they were even remotely good-looking, chances were they'd already been blessed by Chi Cheng. So Guo Cheng, you wasn't exaggerating one bit. Guo Cheng, you stood up and walked toward Chi Cheng. Li Wang followed behind. Hey, Guo Cheng, you pinched the pretty boy's ass. Go keep my buddy company for a bit. I've got something to say to your Chigo. He pointed behind him at Li Wang. The boy knew who Guo Cheng was. It wouldn't be wise to disrespect him. Seeing that Li Wang looked decent enough, he reluctantly let go of Chi Cheng, but not before tugging on Chi Cheng's sleeve. Chigo, don't forget to come find me after you guys talk. Guo Cheng Yu and Chi Cheng sat down in a plush, angular booth and started chatting idly, with no visible tension between them. Still haven't found that batch of snakes? Chi Cheng's large hand clamped down on Guo Cheng Yu's shoulder, kneading it hard. His rough gaze scraped over Guo Cheng Yu's bloodshot eyes, teasing what? Getting itchy? No one to snake fight with you anymore. Just then, Xiao Qiao Bao poked its head out from between Chi Cheng's legs and lazily sized up Guo Cheng Yu. Guo Cheng Yu feigned surprise. Oh, still got one left? No wonder. It was a gift from Wang Shua. Clings to you like a damn belt wherever you go. Chi Cheng's face melted into the shadows, his voice cold and grim. Don't mention that name in front of me. Guo Cheng Yu very considerately changed the subject. I've got my eye on a new pretty boy lately. Got a real edge to him. Once I bag him, make sure you come try out my little sugar on the side. Only Chi Cheng knew. Guo Cheng Yu wasn't being considerate at all. He was blatantly rubbing salt in the wound. Of course, Guo Cheng Yu didn't enjoy it one bit either. Leaving the bar, Chi Cheng made a call to Gang Zi. Help me look someone up. Find out where he lives. Who? Suo Wei. Suo Wei? Gang Zi choked. Then, how the hell am I supposed to find him? Chi Cheng took a deep breath. His name is literally Suo Wei. Chapter 41. Early in the morning, Suo Wei wandered out of the bedroom wearing his mom's gaudy boxer shorts and one of his late dad's loose singlets. Every time Jiang Xiao Shui saw that get up, he couldn't help but snort. It was just too damn funny. Hey, patients will start showing up soon. Go change. No rush, Suo Wei drawled. I'm heading for a shower. Jiang Xiao Shui eyed him with interest. You really love sleeping in that outfit. Suo Wei picked at his nose lazily. Old clothes had good fabric, pure cotton, perfect for sleeping. Just then, a car braked outside. Suo Wei glanced through the door. His finger froze halfway up his nostril. Chi Cheng's car. Crap, crap, crap. He panicked. Why's he here so early? He was still dressed like that. Chi Cheng climbed out unhurriedly, cradling Xiao Qiao Bao. I'll hide in the bathroom. Tell him I'm out. Suo Wei bolted into the bathroom and locked the door. Chi Cheng walked in. Jiang Xiao Shui greeted him with a friendly smile. Feeling under the weather? Where's Suo Wei? Oh, he just stepped out. Need him? Chi Cheng caught the faint sound from the bathroom. Without a word, he strode over. One shove, door didn't budge. Second shove, crack, the latch snapped. Jiang Xiao Shui swallowed. Damn, that was hot. Inside, Suo Wei had been listening at the door. A violent jolt numbed half his body. Then crack. Chi Cheng's face appeared. Yellowed singlet, wholly at the chest, and those huge floral boxers with frayed edges, barely covering the essentials. Chi Cheng took it all in. 2 seconds later, the bathroom echoed with Suo Wei's roar. What the hell, man? This is the bathroom, not a living room. You can't just barge in. What if someone's taking a dump? What if it was a girl in here? He rattled on, but Chi Cheng wasn't listening. His eyes were nailed to those ridiculous shorts, full of wicked delight. Image, keep your image. Suo Wei gathered himself, pressed a hand to his brow, then lifted his head with cool indifference. Get out. I need to shower. Make it quick. I'll wait outside. Chi Cheng turned away. 10 minutes later, Suo Wei emerged in proper clothes, lit a cigarette, and sat opposite Chi Cheng. What do you want? Chi Cheng stroked Xiao Qiu Bao. My heir Bao isn't feeling well. Thought you could treat him. Heir Bao? Suo Wei sneered. Then who's to Bao? You, of course. Shit. Suo Wei had totally forgotten that nickname. He hid the awkward twitch on his face and stared coolly. If your snake's ill, why come to me? This is a clinic, not a vet, and I'm no doctor. Chi Cheng chuckled. Your kid brother's sick. Are you really going to let him die? Kid brother? Suo Wei frowned. Chi Cheng explained patiently. You're to Bao, he's heir Bao. If that's not your little brother, whose is it? Suo Wei. Chi Cheng went on. And you owe me plenty. Time to repay, right? Owe you what? Chi Cheng began counting slowly. Dried tofu, milk candy, spicy broad beans, pickled chicken feet, preserved plums, Red Bull, Wangzai milk. You bastard. Suo Wei screamed inside. Those were gifts, and now I owe you? Outwardly he stayed calm. Palms up. No more. Go buy some. Chi Cheng said it, as if it were obvious. No money. Suo Wei replied icily. Chi Cheng pulled out a few large red bills and held them out. Suo Wei accepted them grandly, stuffed them in his pocket, and answered in 2 cool words. Not going. Chapter 42. Chi Cheng said nothing, just stared at Suo Wei. He stared for a full 5 minutes. To say Suo Wei wasn't feeling guilty would be a lie. Anyone would get creeped out being stared at like that, especially when Chi Cheng's gaze was like a meat grinder. If you weren't careful, it could grind your will to dust. After a long silence, Chi Cheng finally spoke. Why haven't you been playing ball lately? Suo Wei rubbed his forehead. So all that build-up was just for that question? The truth was, all of Chi Cheng's earlier cocky posturing was just a smokescreen. What he really wanted to ask, but couldn't say straight out, was simply, why don't you come see me anymore? Suo Wei shrugged. No reason. Just didn't feel like it. Chi Cheng's face changed slightly. He put Xiao Qiu Bao down and moved closer to Suo Wei, staring him down. Then why did you feel like it before? Suo Wei felt a dark cloud settle over his head, pressing down on his chest. Still no reply. Suddenly, Chi Cheng smacked Suo Wei's forehead, pinning him flat on the sofa. Suo Wei's steel hard skull was no match. Even Chi Cheng's hand was stinging from the impact. Chi Cheng loomed over him, voice turning cold and sharp. Answer me. Suo Wei clenched his jaw and refused to speak, making Chi Cheng even more frustrated. Jiang Xiao Shui coughed lightly, just enough to cut the tension. Don't get too close to him. He's got a cold. You might catch it. He's got a cold? Chi Cheng asked. Suo Wei's eyes, which had been full of fire just now, suddenly dulled, his brows drooping with fatigue. Still, he glared at Chi Cheng with the stubborn defiance of someone refusing to back down. Don't listen to him. I'm fine. I'm lying. Jiang Xiao Shui egged it on. You went out in the wind and rain, came back drenched in sweat, and then caught a chill. Of course you got sick. And falling into an icy river in winter just to catch a few rats? Fever hit 41 degrees. Suo Wei barked right on cue. Jiang Xiao Shui shut the hell up. But Jiang Xiao Shui kept going. Masochism is a hell of a drug. Running around in hole-ridden shorts, stuffing all the good snacks into someone else's pockets. Now you've got a fever and don't even dare show your face, scared you'll infect people. He turned to Chi Cheng. Mr. Macho, if this guy freezes to death in a ditch, think of the blow that would be to the 2B community. Chi Cheng's mind flashed to that rainy night. Suo Wei jumping around the court all by himself. Wu Gu. A younger disciple's voice rang out from the door. Perfect timing. Suo Wei shoved Chi Cheng aside, straightened his clothes, and looked over. What is it? The junior disciple looked flustered. Another dozen or so of our snakes just died. Now Suo Wei reacted. He jumped off the sofa, hurried to change shoes, and walked out while asking, what happened? Why are they dying again? Chi Cheng followed him. They reached the 2 rooms. Seeing the limp, unmoving snakes, Chi Cheng turned to Suo Wei. You raise snakes too? Suo Wei was clenching his jaw with frustration, too busy to answer. Chi Cheng picked up one snake, glanced at it, and tossed it back. Don't bother. These snakes won't survive. It was like Suo Wei had just realized that. His face turned red with panic. Why? My master told me when he sold them that they were wild caught, and to feed them only wild feed at first. I've only used artificial feed twice. It's not the feed, Chi Cheng said calmly. The snakes themselves are the problem. You got scammed. Bullshit. Suo Wei fired back. I apprenticed there for 2 months, got to know everyone. They wouldn't scam someone they know. Must have eaten something bad. He ordered the junior disciple to chop up the big toads and wild mice in the barrel to feed the snakes. Chi Cheng didn't argue. He just grabbed the barrel and headed out. His heir Bao had been craving something fresh. Time for a diet change. Suo Wei panicked. What are you doing? Chi Cheng replied like it was nothing. Your snakes are goners anyway. Don't waste good food. Suo Wei chased him all the way to the door. Chi Cheng stopped by the car and asked suddenly, which snake farm did you learn from? Suo Wei replied seriously, Wong Snake Farm. Ask anyone. They've got a great reputation. No way they'd pull something shady. Chi Cheng said nothing and drove off. Chapter 43. The next afternoon, the delivery guy showed up. Is Suo Wei here? Suo Wei got up and walked to the door. You have several packages. Please sign here. Suo Wei took the delivery slip skeptically and looked it over. Sure enough, it had his name and this exact address. He glanced down and saw at least 5 or 6 huge boxes, each big enough to fit him inside. Strange. He hadn't ordered anything online, and no one had told him they were sending him anything either. After signing, Jiang Xiao Shui came over to help open the boxes. The first box was opened, and Suo Wei froze in place. It was packed full of underwear. Every color, every style imaginable. Looked like it came straight from a wholesale market. At least 100 pairs. And judging from the packaging, all of them were brand-name items. A single pair probably cost more than Suo Wei's entire outfit. The second box held clothes and shoes, outfits for all 4 seasons. The third had bedding, quilts, blankets, sheets, pillows, everything you could think of. The fourth was filled with snacks, shells worth of them, many of which were imported and things Suo Wei had never even tasted before. After looking through everything, Suo Wei didn't need to think twice to know who sent them. Jiang Xiao Shui raised an eyebrow at him, clearly itching to tease. Tell me, has even your ex-girlfriend ever been this thoughtful? Suo Wei didn't know how to respond. Yu had only ever given him 1 piece of clothing, something her brother couldn't fit into and didn't want to return. And now, the first proper gift he'd ever received in his life came from a love rival. A strange feeling twisted inside him. Jiang Xiao Shui kept poking at him. Why don't you just get together with Mr. Macho, huh? Think about it. He treats you well, your ex-girlfriend's a total piece of work, and the 2 of you teaming up to get revenge on her? That could work. At least don't push away someone who's genuinely good to you. Suo Wei snapped. Quit messing with me. So he sent a few boxes. Does that prove he really cares? You know who his dad is. People are clawing each other's faces off just to give his dad gifts. For all we know, this stuff was pulled out of some dusty corner of their mansion. Jiang Xiao Shui grinned. So those people giving gifts also happened to see your flowery boxers, huh? And out of nowhere, a whole box of underwear arrives. Every pair your size. Who says it's my size? They don't even fit, Suo Wei grumbled, still holding out. But today Jiang Xiao Shui was determined to clash with him. He swore those were Suo Wei's usual size. Suo Wei refused to admit it. Jiang Xiao Shui insisted he try them on. So Suo Wei went into the bathroom. Stripped down completely, he slipped on a new pair. A perfect, snug fit. Couldn't be more comfortable. But his pride wouldn't let him admit it. He came out and said they were tight. Then give them to me. That's my size, Jiang Xiao Shui said, pretending to lift the box. Suo Wei slammed a hand down. You can have one, but not the whole box. Jiang Xiao Shui held back a laugh. You can't wear them, so why keep them? Suo Wei kept a straight face. I can't wear them, but I can sell them. These are expensive. Would be a waste to wear them myself. Saying that, he dragged the box back. I'll open a store online and list all this stuff. Don't bother, Jiang Xiao Shui said, deliberately provoking him. I already have an online store. I'll help you sell it. Suo Wei had never felt such an urge to punch Jiang Xiao Shui. No need. I'll sell it myself. Then he grabbed the box and stormed back to his room. That night before bed, Suo Wei opened the boxes, took out the quilt Chi Cheng had sent, and covered himself with it. Soft, fluffy, and faintly fragrant. Incredibly comfortable. Just as he was about to drift off and enjoy it, the door burst open. Jiang Xiao Shui popped up out of nowhere. Ahem. I seem to recall someone saying he was going to sell all this stuff. So how come it's now wrapped around you? He tugged at the quilt. Suo Wei didn't bat an eye. The underwear was because it didn't fit. But this quilt? It fits fine. Why should I sell it? And anyway, there are tons of pairs of underwear. Selling a few doesn't hurt. But there's only one quilt. If I sell it, while I sleep with. Heh. Jiang Xiao Shui bared his teeth. So you used to sleep under the open sky, huh? My quilt's not a quilt now? What? Now that you've got something fancy, my old rags don't even register. Suo Wei gritted his teeth. You really want to start something tonight? Jiang Xiao Shui burst out laughing. Suo Wei threw the quilt over him and started whacking him hard. The two of them tumbled onto the bed, laughing all the way. Chapter 44. Suo Wei saw a phone number listed for the sender on the delivery slip. He didn't know if it really belonged to Chi Cheng, but he gave it a try. Hello? A deep, powerful voice came through the line. Suo Wei felt a little uneasy. So it really is you? A grunt of affirmation from the other end. Can I borrow some money? How much? Chi Cheng asked. 200,000. If that's too much, even less is fine. I'll pay you back as soon as I can. Account number? Suo Wei was stunned. He had expected Chi Cheng might lend him the money, but he hadn't thought it would be so straightforward. When it comes to money, it's never just about friendship. It takes real trust and sentiment. What do you need the money for? I want to buy another batch of snake hatchlings. I went to the snake farm a few days ago. The boss said the previous batch wasn't a problem, just a seasonal transition. They've got a new stock now, all premium breeds, artificially bred. No difficulty or risk in raising them. Chi Cheng hung up the phone without another word. A moment later, Suo Wei received a text message. The money had arrived. He didn't question you? Jiang Xiao Shui asked. Suo Wei shook his head. Didn't say a word. How sure are you about this? What if he couldn't care less, or worse, wants to screw you over on purpose? You'd be walking straight into a trap. Suo Wei didn't know why he had such faith in Chi Cheng. Even when he charged forward with a brick in hand, he hadn't felt this steady. This was the man who had made life difficult for him more times than he could count. His romantic rival, no less. There was no logic to this gamble. But Suo Wei just believed he'd win. 100%. He clenched his fists and walked out the door. Back again at Wang's snake farm, the ever-benevolent boss greeted him with a beaming smile. All 2,000 snake hatchlings you ordered are ready. These are juveniles now. Each one weighs about a gene. I wouldn't even sell these to just anyone. Out of the dozen apprentices I've had this year, you're by far the most promising. Seeing you reminds me of myself back in the day. It's not easy for young people to start a business, you know? Suo Wei smiled good-naturedly. Let's settle the bill then. Aren't you going to take a look at the snakes? Wang asked. Suo Wei thought to himself, no need. He's definitely already harvested the snake gall again. If there's anyone I trust, it's you. Wang laughed heartily and threw an arm around Suo Wei's shoulder as they walked inside. These water snakes are heavy and worth a lot. Market price is 180 per snake. But you're my apprentice, so I'll give them to you at cost, 110 each. For 2,000 snakes, that's 220,000. Suo Wei looked troubled. I only have 200,000 on me. How about I take 100 fewer snakes, just to make it an even number? Wang slammed the table and gritted his teeth. 200,000 it is. You take all 2,000 snakes. That 20,000 loss is my investment in your business. Suo Wei stood up, grateful, and shook his hand. Thank you so much. No need to thank me, Wang said with a grand gesture. Just don't forget me when you make it big. How could I? Suo Wei grinned like a fool. I'll never forget you. Not in this life. Even if I become a ghost, I'll drag you down with me. 3 days later, Chi Cheng personally visited Wang's snake farm. Because he had searched the place before, Wang recognized him. The moment he heard Chi Cheng was back, he rushed from the trading market straight to the farm. Mr. Chi, let me explain. We're just a small-time operation here. We can't afford to raise all kinds of exotic snakes. Even the snake boxes are too expensive. Chi Cheng cut him off coldly. I'm not here to investigate. I'm here to sell snakes. Sell snakes. Wang forced a smile. That's great. I just happen to need a new batch. If you've got stock, that saves me a trip. 1,000 green bamboo snakes. 2,000 water snakes. As he spoke, people began unloading boxes from the truck. The first box was opened. The so-called 1,000 green bamboo snakes were actually the 200 that Wang had sold to Suo Wei, now all dead, chopped into 1,000 neat pieces. The other boxes were filled with juvenile water snakes, each around a gene in weight, but their galls had been removed. Wang took one look and turned pale. "Let's talk price," said Chi Cheng. Wang jolted. "No need to discuss. Whatever you say, Mr. Chi." Chi Cheng remained calm. "That won't do. Business should be fair and balanced. Let's do this properly." "Yes, yes, of course." Wang nodded repeatedly. "Green bamboo snakes are small. Market price is 60 per snake. Water snakes are big, 180 per. I'm not asking too much, am I?" Wang gritted through clenched teeth. "No, not at all. That's 420,000. I heard you generously forgave 20,000 for a young entrepreneur recently. To show my appreciation, I'll also knock off 20,000. Let's round it off." Wang's heart was bleeding. Chapter 45. Just as things were wrapping up on one end, a text message came through on the other. Suo Wei opened it and saw that someone had transferred another 200,000 yuan to his account. He knew exactly what was going on, but still made a show of calling Chi Cheng. "Hey, are you burning money or what? Why did you transfer me another 200,000? Chi Cheng, repaying you." "Repaying me?" Suo Wei feigned surprise. "I borrowed 200,000 from you, not the other way around." "Chi Cheng, I sold that batch of defective snakes you had. Got 400,000 for them." "What?" Suo Wei howled. "That batch would have been market ready in 6 months. The price would have tripled by then. And you sold it for cheap? Who did you sell it to? Even if you wanted your money back quickly, that was way too rushed." Chi Cheng hung up again. The moment Suo Wei heard the busy tone, all that panicked bluster disappeared. He immediately lit up and tossed the phone aside, snapping his fingers in triumph at Jiang Shaoshui. "Done. Another 200,000 in the bag." Jiang Shaoshui, chewing gum, grinned at Suo Wei. "Back then, you worked yourself to death all year and couldn't make 50 grand. Now you play dumb and stage a little skit, and boom, 200,000. This just proves that hard work's useless. Shady tricks are the real way to win." Suo Wei just smiled without a word. "So what are you going to do with the 200,000? Jiang Shaoshui asked. "Buy snakes," Suo Wei said. "Again?" Jiang Shaoshui was shocked. "How many people are you planning to scam with this trick?" Suo Wei wagged a finger. "This time it's for real." The next day, Suo Wei headed back to Wang's snake farm. Wang boss had lost 200,000 in a day and was fuming inside his office. Seeing Suo Wei arrive, his face changed instantly. He used to greet him with a sly, smug smile, carefully hidden beneath the surface. Now, his smile was forced, because he couldn't afford not to. Chi Cheng's wrath still hovered over Suo Wei like a thundercloud. Compared to Wang boss's tension, Suo Wei seemed relaxed, as if yesterday's chaos had nothing to do with him. "That batch of snakes you sold me. I hadn't even raised them for a few days before a buddy of mine sold them off. I was furious, so I figured I'd buy another 2,000. Didn't feel safe going anywhere else, so here I am again." Wang boss finally understood. He had really messed with the wrong person. "Take me to see the snakes," Suo Wei said. On the way there, Wang boss's heart bled. Even if he swallowed all those snake galls himself, he wouldn't have the guts to scam Suo Wei again. The batch of tampered snakes was locked in a room he didn't dare look at, let alone enter. This time, he led Suo Wei to the real deal, the snakes he had painstakingly raised. Suo Wei made a meticulous inspection. Any snake with even the slightest issue was left behind. Then Wang boss's wife stormed into the breeding house and dragged her husband outside. "Are you insane? Are we supposed to just starve now?" she cried, eyes red. "That batch of snakes would have been ready in a few months. That was our only good batch. You sell them now, we lose a whole year's work." Wang boss roared. "If I don't sell, we'll lose our whole damn life. The whole farm's going down. I don't care. If you dare sell them, I'll fight you to the death." She sobbed. "To the death?" Wang boss grit his teeth. "We're already at death's door. Who are you going to fight?" Suo Wei poked his head out. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Wang boss's twisted expression smoothed out instantly, though his voice was hoarse. "No problem. You're done picking?" "All done." Suo Wei smiled as he stepped out. "Same price as before, 100 yuan per snake. 2,000 snakes total, still 200,000. Sounds good?" Wang boss's wife nearly fainted on the spot. 60,000 yuan worth of top-quality snakes, sold for 20,000 less. Add that to the previous 200,000 loss, and Wang Boss's ill-gotten gains from the past 2 years had just been completely wrung dry by Suo Wei in just 2 days. I bought the snakes back, Suo Wei said, almost flaunting it to Chi Cheng. That evening, Chi Cheng returned to Suo Wei's snake room, grabbed a snake, and after a quick glance, immediately understood what had happened. He smacked the back of Suo Wei's head with the back of his hand. You really are dumb smart. Suo Wei played dumb. What? You sold my snakes. If I didn't buy more, how else am I supposed to make money? Chi Cheng said nothing. He just stared at Suo Wei, his gaze deep and unreadable, brimming with scrutiny. Suo Wei held out for less than 5 minutes before breaking into a grin. All right. Thanks, okay? But judging by Chi Cheng's current expression, thanks clearly wasn't cutting it. How about a gift, then? He led Chi Cheng into the back room and pointed at a row of sugar figurines stuck into a wooden rack. I made all of those. Pick one. Chi Cheng was surprised. You know how to blow sugar figurines? Drums and pinwheels, click-clack candy, and sugar blowing. Suo Wei recited like a street vendor from old Beijing. It looked simple, but the craft was hard. He'd watched an old master do it while he was a street peddler, got curious, and after much practice, finally got the hang of it. I can only make some simple animals, Suo Wei added. Chi Cheng glanced over. Every figure looked the same. Round belly, stubby legs, ears sticking up. Totally unrecognizable. Blow me a new one, Chi Cheng said. Suo Wei was in a good mood and readily agreed. He went to the kitchen, heated some sugar syrup, stirred it with a small spatula, dusted his hands with talc, and looked surprisingly professional. What do you want? Suo Wei asked. Blow a snake. What kind? Cobra. Suo Wei gave a hearty shout. You got it, sir. Chi Cheng was used to erotic performances, striptease, moans, cries, please. Rarely did someone fully dressed spark his interest. Even more rare, someone who shouted like that and still made the mood feel electric. Suo Wei scooped a lump of sugar, kneaded it into a ball, poked a hole with his thumb, pinched the edge shut, then pulled a thin string of sugar, snapped the tip off, and stuck it in his mouth. That delicate sugar string turned into a hollow tube. Suo Wei blew into it. The sugar ballooned slowly, and he stretched it into a snake shape. Chi Cheng watched silently. Watched Suo Wei's glossy eyes focus on his hands, his cheeks puffing with every breath, Adam's apple bobbing irregularly in concentration. Suddenly, Chi Cheng had the urge to reach over and pinch his nose shut, watch those cheeks swell and redden from lack of air. He was always like this. If he wanted something, he'd do it. Suo Wei was right at a crucial point when his nose was suddenly pinched. His fierce glare shot at Chi Cheng like daggers, making Chi Cheng's heart skip. He flinched and crushed the sugar figure. Blow another one, Chi Cheng said. If Suo Wei weren't trying to seduce him, he would have smashed that whole bowl of syrup right into Chi Cheng's face. This time, he turned his back to Chi Cheng to blow the figure. When it was done, he stuck it on a bamboo skewer and handed it over. Cobra, Suo Wei said proudly. Chi Cheng glanced at it and used a subtle yet scathing form of humor to offer a very different opinion. You sure this isn't a dick? The sugar was limited, so the snake was a bit short. The curve was too tight, and the head was pointy. Suo Wei snapped back. You got a dick with eyes or something. Chi Cheng suddenly leaned in, bumped Suo Wei with his hips, and whispered darkly, Your dick doesn't have eyes? Then where have you been shooting from all these years? Your mouth? Come on, show me what kind of mouth can handle that job. He rubbed his coarse finger over Suo Wei's lips maliciously. Suo Wei shoved his hand away, lips burning, heart on fire. He didn't know why, but when he joked about this stuff with Jiang Xiao Shuai, it felt casual. Coming from Chi Cheng, though, it sounded cutting. I'm heading back, Chi Cheng said, turning to leave. Suo Wei suddenly called out, You free tomorrow afternoon? I want to talk. Chi Cheng was blunt. I only do beds, not dates. Suo Wei strode over in 2 big steps, snatched the sugar snake from Chi Cheng's hand, and slowly stuffed it in his mouth, clearly taunting him. Chi Cheng didn't read the provocation. All he saw was Suo Wei devouring what looked like a penis, savoring every moment. Suo Wei was just as blunt. If you want me to blow another, agree to what I just said. Chi Cheng, surprisingly, was caught by such a clumsy tactic. Blow another one. Suo Wei smirked in victory and made him one. This time, he made the snake longer, more realistic. But Chi Cheng just laughed again. You sure this isn't your dick turned into mine? Suo Wei became silent. Chapter 46. Chi Cheng returned home to find Yu standing at the entrance of the building, looking bored and nearly falling asleep. What are you doing here? Chi Cheng asked. Yu wrapped her arm around his and leaned her head on his shoulder as they walked inside. I missed you. Once inside, Chi Cheng stuck the sugar figurine into a wooden box. Yu was quite intrigued. It was hard to imagine that someone as cold and stoic as Chi Cheng would be interested in such a childish thing. She hadn't seen sugar figurines in years. She remembered loving them as a kid, and even now it still felt novel. This is so fun. Where did you buy it? Chi Cheng replied flatly, I didn't buy it. A buddy of mine made it. Wow. Yu was surprised. You have such a talented buddy. As Yu spoke, the image of Suo Wei blowing the sugar figurine came alive in Chi Cheng's mind. The serious and clumsy movements, that prideful face that rejected any criticism. The more he thought about it, the more captivating it became. I want one too, Yu suddenly said. Chi Cheng casually replied, I'll ask him to make you one someday. Yu nodded happily. By the way, my parents are free tomorrow night. Let's have dinner together, Chi Cheng said. Yu's peach blossom eyes immediately lit up with a mix of joy and nervousness. So soon? I've been staying up late lately. My complexion is not great. She picked up a mirror. Oh no, I've got a pimple. Chi Cheng, help me look. Is it super obvious? Super ugly? Chi Cheng was already heading to the bathroom. The next morning, Suo Wei took a careful shower, shaved meticulously, and changed into new clothes. A light blue shirt with a dark navy blazer, raw denim jeans, and lace-up dress shoes. Clean, fresh, and stylishly sexy. Jiang Shaoshui was giving a patient in 4. Just one glance at Suo Wei and he got distracted, causing the needle to go off track, prompting a round of complaints from the patient. You're really putting in effort, Jiang Shaoshui teased. Suo Wei chuckled. It's acting, gotta look the part. Jiang Shaoshui leaned in close and whispered, when the time comes, remember to make a move. Make a move? Suo Wei gave Jiang Shaoshui a side glance. What do you mean by that? Jiang Shaoshui winked. Physical contact, man. Isn't it a bit early? Suo Wei asked. If you don't hurry, he's going to get married. We've looked into it. Yu is the only girlfriend Chi Cheng has had in recent years. Most likely it's because his parents are pressuring him. After hearing that, Suo Wei immediately felt a surge of urgency. Got it. I'll seize this chance. Jiang Shaoshui nodded, then asked, where are you guys meeting? The park. Jiang Shaoshui nearly spat blood. He patted Suo Wei's shoulder with admiration. I think, if he agreed to meet you, you've already won half the battle. They were supposed to meet at 2 o'clock. Suo Wei arrived at 1:50. His gaze, though seemingly aimless, was in fact carefully observing the surroundings, plotting his approach, planning the interaction, and rehearsing what he would say when they parted. So-called enemies truly cross paths often. Yu had the day off and was out shopping with a colleague. They happened to pass by the park entrance. However, it wasn't Yu who noticed Suo Wei first, it was her colleague. Look, there's a hottie over there. Yu glanced over and froze. Her heart skipped a beat. She wasn't entirely sure, but it had to be Suo Wei. In just a few months, the change was astonishing. His appearance wasn't the main thing, it was his aura. He seemed like a completely different person. As she wondered, Suo Wei's gaze landed on her. Yu quickly looked away. Damn, so hot. The person he's waiting for is lucky. Her colleague still stared admiringly. Yu forcefully turned her friend's head and snapped. That's your definition of handsome? You clearly haven't seen my Chi Cheng. Right. When are you going to introduce me? Yu's face filled with pride. Anytime. You can't even imagine how perfect he is. Her colleague was intrigued. Any man who could be praised like this by Yu had to be something special. Tell me how perfect he is. Yu instantly opened up, going on a rapid-fire rant. Every compliment she could think of, she pinned on Chi Cheng, to the point that her love-struck friend's heart was practically melting. Is he super good in bed too? She nudged Yu playfully. Yu blushed, leaned in close, and whispered, I'm telling you, but you can't tell anyone. He's insanely good. Just thinking about it makes my legs go weak. Ooh la la. Her friend giggled lasciviously. No wonder you're head over heels. Yu grinned proudly. And tonight, I'm meeting his parents. Wow. Her friend clung to her arm. Jia, you're my idol. When you become Mrs. Chi, don't forget us little people. Help me keep an eye out for guys in his circle. My future happiness depends on you. Haha, no problem. Chapter 47. While waiting for Chi Cheng, a beautiful woman kept staring at Suo Wei from a short distance. After pacing back and forth for quite a while, she finally mustered up the courage and walked over, a bit nervous. Hey handsome, can I get your number? Just then, Suo Wei spotted Chi Cheng's car pulling up. Sorry, he replied with a gentlemanly smile. The woman walked away, disappointed. Suo Wei sighed inwardly as he watched her figure. So curvy. What a pity. Chi Cheng got out of the car, and his eyes locked onto Suo Wei. That outfit left nothing to the imagination. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, perky butt, long legs. So the first thing Chi Cheng said when they met was, dressed like that? Huh? Those words left Suo Wei speechless. Like that? What's that supposed to mean? A compliment or a jab? Judging by that teasing look and sarcastic tone, things weren't looking good. After a whirlwind of deductions, Suo Wei's thoughts were completely scrambled. All that theory he'd prepared didn't translate well into real-life application. So out of place. So the two walked in silence for half an hour. Suo Wei glanced at Chi Cheng out of the corner of his eye. His gaze was calm, his expression composed. Suo Wei bit his lip inwardly. Damn, you really can hold your cool. I don't know what to say. Can't you at least say something? Chi Cheng purposely stayed silent. He knew what Suo Wei was up to. He wanted to see just how bold this guy really was, how well prepared he must have been to dare to invite him, to meet in a park where old folks go for walks. Two grown men, circling the park like security guards on patrol. Finally, Suo Wei got tired and sat down on a large rock. Chi Cheng sat beside him. The two sat so close. If no one spoke, the awkwardness would be unbearable. So Suo Wei cleared his throat and finally forced out a sentence. The sky is so blue today. The moment he said that, Suo Wei wanted to slap himself twice. What the hell am I saying to another dude? Should have just pulled him in for a kiss or something. He wouldn't have smacked me, wouldn't have called me a perv. Clenching his fists, he turned to look at Chi Cheng's strong side profile. And in that instant, every thought flew out the window. While Suo Wei squirmed in embarrassment, Chi Cheng had a different reaction. In over 20 years, no one had ever said something like the sky is so blue today to his face. He'd heard all the right lines and cheesy flirtations before, but this awkward little line, forced out with such effort, it was weirdly endearing. As they stood up, Chi Cheng noticed some dirt on Suo Wei's pants and casually brushed it off. Suo Wei was about to thank him, but Chi Cheng didn't stop. He kept patting, first randomly, then rhythmically, like he was drumming, getting really into it. Should be clean by now, Suo Wei said with a stiff face. Chi Cheng stopped and added a little comment. You're not fat, but there's quite a bit of meat on that butt. Then he gave Suo Wei's backside another firm smack. Suo Wei winced in pain, gritting his teeth and shooting Chi Cheng a glare. He was just about to curse when Jiang Shaoshuai's teachings suddenly came to mind. If a man touches your butt in any way, it means he's interested. That's your chance. Respond. Signal him somehow. With that in mind, Suo Wei noticed Chi Cheng had dirt on his pants too. He reached over to brush it off. He kept telling himself it was no big deal, just two lumps of flesh wrapped in fabric. Nothing dangerous. Why be scared? But his nerve failed him, and he pulled back. As they walked on, he kept mentally pumping himself up. Be brave. Reach out. What's there to be afraid of? Chi Cheng noticed Suo Wei sweating and biting his lip, thinking maybe he'd smacked him too hard. Does it hurt? He suddenly asked. Suo Wei had just touched Chi Cheng's pants and reflexively pulled his hand back. No, it's fine. Just a little numb, Suo Wei replied. Numb? Chi Cheng rolled the word around. Want me to treat it for you? Suo Wei was a man. He could read the look in Chi Cheng's eyes. His heart raced. Say yes. Say yes. This is your moment. Maybe if you get past this point, things will move forward. Chi Cheng actually reached out his hand. Suo Wei reacted like a reflex and grabbed it tight. Thanks, but really, no need. It's not numb at all now. Chapter 48. On the way back, Suo Wei kept pushing himself. Do it. Hurry up and do it. There are only 300 meters left to the park gate. If you don't do it now, There won't be another chance. 200 meters left. You're wasting the whole day's effort. 100 meters. If you don't do it now, they're getting married. A honking sound came from behind, and Suo Wei gritted his teeth. Watch out for the car. He took the opportunity to grab Chi Cheng's hand and pulled him to his side. 5 seconds later, a remote-controlled toy car zipped right between their feet. A young kid chased after it, slamming the horn button like crazy as he ran. Their hands were still clasped. Neither made a move to let go. Suo Wei had thrown caution to the wind. It was already dark. No one could see what they were doing. As long as Chi Cheng didn't shake him off, he'd keep holding on. Even if Chi Cheng did try to shake free, he still wouldn't let go. You took my girlfriend? Then I'm taking you. That was the thought, but Suo Wei really wasn't used to holding hands with a guy. It felt like sneaking around with a widow or sleeping with his sister-in-law. Cold sweat soaked his back. Chi Cheng hadn't held hands with anyone in years. That heart-throbbing feeling had long faded from memory. He never thought, in this life, he'd be gripped by a damp, sweaty hand again, and feel that tingling, electrifying warmth creep through his skin and into his bloodstream. Through the corner of his eye, he caught the nervous, uneasy look in Suo Wei's eyes. He pulled his hand back, sensing Suo Wei's panic. He turned right around and gripped his hand again, wrapping it tightly in his own. Chi Cheng's hands were unusually large, longer by a full knuckle than most men's. And strong too. Suo Wei could feel him intentionally or unintentionally pressing and kneading the bones in his fingers. It hurt, deeply, but Suo Wei gritted through it just to hold on a bit longer. They kept walking, hand in hand, until Chi Cheng's phone rang. Yu's voice came clearly through the speaker. I'm already at the hotel entrance. Where are you? I'll be there in a bit, Chi Cheng said, and hung up. Suo Wei asked, You're leaving? Chi Cheng nodded. I've got a dinner to attend. Suo Wei replied generously, Go ahead. He sounded carefree, but his grip was anything but. The second Chi Cheng's fingers moved, Suo Wei tensed up, clenching his jaw, veins bulging, eyes wide. He refused to let go. Not letting go. Not letting go. Leaving? You'll have to break 2 fingers off my hand first. Why aren't you going? Suo Wei gave a painfully fake smile. Don't keep the lady waiting. Chi Cheng stared at Suo Wei for a long moment. Under that full-on, no-holds-barred stare, he bared his teeth in a grin, gave Suo Wei's hand a hard squeeze, and kept walking forward, dragging him along. Suo Wei, putting his pickpocket skills to good use, slipped his hand into Chi Cheng's pocket and turned off his phone. And so, they kept walking. Just for that one walk, Chi Cheng ended up hurting 3 people. First, his parents. They'd cleared their schedules, ready to welcome their son and future daughter-in-law, only for neither to show. Then Yu. She knew the hotel address, but not the room number or Chi Cheng's parents' contact. She waited 4 hours alone, couldn't get through by phone, and nearly called the police. When she did reach him, all she got was, I'm already asleep. Another time. If this walk had led to something meaningful, some kind of breakthrough, maybe it would have been worth it. But the truth was, they were literally just taking a stroll. From the east third ring to the west third ring, wore down the soles of their shoes, barely said a word. After walking all the way back to where they started, right when it looked like they'd part ways, Suo Wei finally squeezed out a line. We'll talk another day. Chi Cheng gave Suo Wei's big forehead a hard rub, and left. Chapter 49. Zhang Xiaoshui didn't go home after work. He sat at the clinic, full of anticipation, waiting all the way into the night. Suo Wei had gone out around 1 p.m. and still hadn't returned. He figured the mission was accomplished. The thought gave Zhang Xiaoshui both comfort and a pang of heartache. His pure, good apprentice. Just dove in head first, not even knowing whether what lay ahead was a smooth road or a trap. Finally, the door opened. Zhang Xiaoshui hurried up and grabbed Suo Wei's hand. It was cold, and his expression was complicated, filled with a tragic and somber air of self-sacrifice. Did you make a move? Zhang Xiaoshui asked tentatively. Suo Wei nodded solemnly. Zhang Xiaoshui's heart skipped a beat. Did you go all the way? Should count as all the way. Suo Wei extended his hand. Held it for hours. Zhang Xiaoshui clicked his tongue in disbelief. You two just used your hands? Nothing down below? Down below? Suo Wei was confused. Zhang Xiaoshui asked again. How many times did you shoot? Now Suo Wei got it, and instantly landed a punch on him. What the hell are you thinking? I was talking about holding hands. He grabbed Jiang Shaoshuai's hand and shook it a couple times as a demo. Like this, holding hands. Got it. Jiang Shaoshuai was speechless, tears practically welling in his eyes. I waited from afternoon till now, and all you did was hold hands? Isn't holding hands enough? Suo Wei widened his eyes. I even feel like we progressed too fast. Back then, you and I didn't hold hands until we were officially together. Jiang Shaoshuai figured it was time to correct this straight guy's view on dating. Listen up. Dating a man is fundamentally different from dating a woman. It's not some step-by-step process. It's a leap. Skip the hand-holding and kissing crap. Just get to the point. Suo Wei frowned. So what should I do? Jiang Shaoshuai told him clearly. Stick your hand down his pants. Suo Wei's face darkened. I can't handle that. Even holding hands had pushed his psychological limits. Jiang Shaoshuai grabbed Suo Wei's hand and shoved it onto his own crotch. Can't handle this. We're both men. What's that you can't handle? Suo Wei couldn't help but wonder. Why was it that holding Chi Cheng's hand made him nervous as hell, but getting this close with Jiang Shaoshuai didn't faze him one bit? As he was thinking, something twitched under his hand. Jiang Shaoshuai's expression shifted. Maybe I can't handle it. Suo Wei. The next few days were a time for recuperation and focused self-cultivation. Ever since they came back from the park, Suo Wei hadn't contacted Chi Cheng again, instead holing up in his room to read. That first date taught him a valuable lesson. Having no common language was terrifying. To avoid singing the praises of blue skies again next time, Suo Wei decided to read more. Jiang Shaoshuai picked up a book, The Fatal Conceit. He flipped through a few pages. Seemed to be about the fallacies of socialism. Then another. An essay concerning human understanding. Another Western work, discussing the foundation of human knowledge and understanding. Why are you reading stuff like this? He didn't get it. Suo Wei said earnestly, to improve my cultivation and taste. Jiang Shaoshuai looked skeptical. Where's this sudden enlightenment coming from? Desperation. Suo Wei sighed. Last time I met up with that bald guy, we spent 7 or 8 hours together and exchanged fewer than 10 sentences. No common ground at all. I just rechecked his profile. He graduated from NYU with a degree in political science. I studied engineering. We're worlds apart. We don't have his kind of family background, so at the very least, we should have some cultural capital. Speaking of which, Jiang Shaoshuai asked, you two haven't been in touch for a while, right? Suo Wei nodded. A week now. You've got some serious self-restraint. Jiang Shaoshuai was beginning to admire Suo Wei's composure. Suo Wei picked up a desk calendar and marked something on it, calmly saying, this is the 10-day cold treatment phase. During this time, I will not initiate contact. You've calculated it that precisely? Jiang Shaoshuai chuckled. Suo Wei, full of confidence, started worrying about Jiang Shaoshuai instead. That Guo Cheng Yu hasn't shown up in a while either, right? Don't jinx it. Jiang Shaoshuai hurried to shut him up. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Is Dr. Jiang here? One of my buddies twisted his ankle. Can you take a look? Jiang Shaoshuai. Suo Wei rubbed his chin with a mischievous grin. I may suck at small talk, but my curses sure work like a charm. Chapter 50. Gangzi noticed that Chi Cheng had recently developed an unusual attachment to his phone, carrying it with him at all times and keeping it on around the clock. Every time Gangzi called, it was answered on the first ring. He found it kind of unsettling. On the 9th day of the cold shoulder phase, Suo Wei was buried in his books when his phone suddenly rang out of nowhere. Hello. The other end stayed silent for a long time, but judging by the calm, steady breathing, it had to be Chi Cheng. Something up? Suo Wei asked. Chi Cheng took a long pause before finally saying, what are you doing? Suo Wei flipped his pages loudly and answered with gravity, reading. Chi Cheng didn't say anything else, nor did he hang up, just left the line open. And you? What are you doing? Suo Wei asked. Masturbating, Chi Cheng said. Suo Wei immediately hung up and threw the phone on the bed. A moment later, something crossed his mind, and he suddenly started laughing. Masturbating? That kind of behavior was worth pondering. He had a girlfriend. Why would he resort to that? Could it be that his relationship was on the rocks? That thought instantly lifted Suo Wei's spirits, and he dove back into his reading with newfound motivation. Half an hour later, the phone rang again. What book are you reading? Chi Cheng asked. Suo Wei replied seriously. An essay concerning human understanding. This time, Chi Cheng hung up. 10 minutes later, the phone rang again. Suo Wei saw it was Chi Cheng once more and frowned. What the hell? Couldn't he just say everything in one go? He answered, only to be met with more silence. Suo Wei was annoyed. What the hell are you doing? Masturbating. Suo Wei snapped. How many times do you plan on doing it, huh? Just this once. Haven't finished yet. Was this some kind of brag? Big iron head, Chi Cheng suddenly said. Suo Wei scowled and said nothing. Da bao, he called again. This time Suo Wei forced himself to respond. And then Chi Cheng went silent again. Suo Wei clung to his last shred of patience. Do you actually have something to say or not? Yeah. Then spit it out. I want to be with you. As soon as the words dropped, a deep, guttural groan came from the other end. A low, powerful sound. Just hearing it conjured images in the mind. Brows furrowed, then slowly relaxing as heavy breaths spilled from parted lips. Suo Wei slammed the phone onto the desk and roared up at the ceiling. Any man being wound up like that by another man would feel his blood pressure spike. Even if Suo Wei had been plotting something against Chi Cheng, he was still a tough, steel-boned man. Hearing that out of nowhere wasn't exactly easy to digest. The Bible. Quick, get me the Bible. Suo Wei muttered to himself like a man desperate for salvation. He flung open the Bible, pressed his hands together, and prayed. Lord, please deal with this lunatic for me. The next day, Chi Cheng waltzed into the clinic like nothing happened. Uniform crisp, aura commanding, step steady, face stone cold. From the front door to the inner room, everyone present, standing or sitting, young or old, who was capable of breathing tensed up the moment he passed. Suo Wei lifted his eyes to see a stern and composed face. As if that phone call yesterday hadn't happened. As if those words had never been spoken. Let's talk somewhere private, Chi Cheng said. Suo Wei kept his head down in his book. No time. The squad car's parked outside your clinic. Sirens have been wailing this whole time. Your call. Bang. The door shut behind him. Suo Wei chewed his cigarette, but to shreds, spat fiercely onto the floor, and still stood up. Chapter 51. Coming out of the back room, Suo Wei looked like a different person, dressed in a suit, polished leather shoes, a perfectly neat briefcase, and glasses with 100+ degrees sitting properly on his nose. Under Chi Cheng's deliberate gaze, he walked steadily over with a calm smile. Let's go. Once in the car, Chi Cheng remained silent. Suo Wei pulled out a book, placed it on his lap, and began reading intently. I find reading Fong Long's books is like doing brain teasers, full of irony, exaggeration, and mockery. He's really a heretic of historiography. Chi Cheng treated him like a little monk chanting scriptures, completely uninterested. Xiao Siu Bao, on the other hand, was listening attentively, eyes darting over Suo Wei's book, tail wagging, and soon fell asleep. After driving for a while, Chi Cheng finally spoke. Where to? Suo Wei calmly closed his book. Tea house. Inside, they found a quiet corner. Suo Wei pulled out that annoying book again, pretended to read a few pages, pushed up his glasses, looking like he really meant business. Tell me, with history being so dramatic, why do people still read novels? He asked with interest. Chi Cheng didn't even respond. Suo Wei maintained his composed smile. Unexpectedly, Chi Cheng bypassed the cone and went straight for Suo Wei's lips, caught him off guard, pried open his teeth, and stole the piece he had just bitten. Suo Wei's face flushed red. Still fuming, Chi Cheng came in again, but Suo Wei quickly turned his face away. When he turned back, the cone in his hand had been reduced to just the stubby end of the wafer. 4/5 of it had gone into Chi Cheng's mouth. Damn, your mouth's huge. Suo Wei was both angry and shocked. Chi Cheng, sounding quite proud, only a big mouth can fit the whole thing. Then, taking his own cone, he devoured it from top to bottom like a beast, his dark eyes teasing Suo Wei. His powerful jaw muscles clenched, Adam's apple bobbed twice, and the whole cone disappeared. His thick tongue swept across his lips, licking off all the white residue. In all the world, probably only Chi Cheng could eat ice cream in such a wild, obscene way. Suo Wei took a deep breath. A little patience. This is all worth it. When Chi Cheng dropped Suo Wei off at the clinic, Jiang Xiao Shui was already gone. Maybe he left early on purpose to give them space. Feeling Chi Cheng follow him in, Suo Wei's back tensed up. Even though he was the one with ulterior motives, being alone in a room with Chi Cheng made him nervous. Of course, the last thing you want to do at a time like this is show fear. Suo Wei knew that well. So he kept a composed face and calmly walked into the back room, slowly loosening his tie. Suddenly, someone tugged at his pants. Suo Wei's tension betrayed him instantly. He clutched his waistband and snapped away like he'd been electrocuted, staring warily at Chi Cheng's large hands. Show some respect, he warned firmly. Chi Cheng looked innocent. Who disrespected you? Suo Wei glared. Why'd you pull my pants? I just wanted to see if you were wearing the underwear I bought you. Suo Wei was embarrassed. I've got so many pairs. How would you even know? Chi Cheng leaned against the desk, cigarette now in his mouth, eyes squinting at Suo Wei. I picked out every single pair. Brand, size, fabric. I checked them all. You think I grabbed random crap from a wholesale market? Suo Wei's heart stirred, and he looked away. Chi Cheng spotted the candy figurine on the shelf. Make me another sugar figurine. Suo Wei snapped. No more sugar blowing. Chi Cheng added. Last time I brought it home, my girlfriend loved it. Make one for her. Your girlfriend? Suo Wei's nerves tightened. You? HM. Chi Cheng was surprised. How'd you know? Suo Wei cursed silently. You're seriously playing dumb? All that workplace harassment. It was her idea, wasn't it? Still, he didn't call it out. If he did, Chi Cheng would know his true intentions. Better to play dumb too. Chi Cheng, seeing Suo Wei go all dejected, felt oddly satisfied. He blew a puff of smoke in his face. You're unhappy that I'm giving it to my girlfriend? No shit. That was my ex. And now you're giving her my handmade work like it's some romantic token. I'm supposed to be thrilled? Still silent. Chi Cheng suddenly found this side of Suo Wei oddly endearing. Made him want to stare longer. Be good. Make one for her. In the end, Suo Wei did blow one. Shaped like a pile of poop. Lifelike. Just missing being stuffed into Chi Cheng's mouth. Take this and scram. Suo Wei pointed at the door. But Chi Cheng's feet were his own master. He was immune to gestures. He walked straight into the dispensary. Suo Wei shouted. Don't touch other people's stuff. Chi Cheng glanced over the medicine shelves, picked up a tube of blood-activating cream, then dragged Suo Wei by the waistband into a chair, squeezed out some cream, and rubbed it hard on his forehead. Suo Wei struggled. What are you doing? Hold still. Chi Cheng suddenly roared, a thunderclap out of nowhere, shaking with dominance. That thick layer of dead skin on your forehead. If you don't treat it, it's gonna rot. Learning Chi Cheng's true intent, Suo Wei suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Why are you so good to me? Chi Cheng asked back. What do you think? Suo Wei's face stiffened. I don't know. And with insight like that, you've got the nerve to be a homewrecker? He teased deliberately. Suo Wei nearly coughed up blood. You bastard. Who's the real homewrecker here? Back home, Chi Cheng twirled the bamboo stick in his hand, eyes following the sugar figurine. He knew that as long as he gave this to Yu and made her smile, all the tension from meeting the parents would be resolved. It was that simple. One puffed up pair of cheeks and one major headache gone. But in the end, he stuck the sugar figurine onto the wooden box. Too precious. A bit reluctant to give it away. Chapter 52. Early the next morning, as soon as Jiang Xiao Shui stepped into the clinic, he eagerly started probing for information. He left. Suo Wei paused with the toothbrush in his mouth. Long gone. Jiang Xiao Shui squinted at Suo Wei. What time did he leave? Can't remember. Suo Wei spit out the water nonchalantly. Guess around 9. After he left, I took a shower. When I finished, it was just past 10. Jiang Xiao Shui's mouth twitched. He didn't spend the night here? Spend the night here? Suo Wei widened his eyes. Why the hell would I let him stay here? Jiang Xiao Shui scratched his head anxiously. So you guys didn't do anything last night? Blew a sugar figurine. Again with the sugar figurine? Jiang Xiao Shui's forehead wrinkled. Can't you do anything else? You think I wanted to blow it? He wouldn't let it go. Suo Wei got pissed just mentioning it, jabbing his mouth hard with the toothbrush. If I wasn't trying to hook him, would I stoop to performing tricks? You can't keep performing tricks. You gotta sell some body too. Suo Wei's pupils shrank sharply. What did you say? No. I mean, Jiang Xiao Shui held his forehead. You misunderstood. I meant we can't keep fishing like this. A little fun is fine, but if it's all fun and no action, it gets boring. Men are carnivores. If you only offer fun and no meat, would you be okay with that? Of course, if your charm is enough, he might make an exception. But don't you think this whole plan is dragging out too long? Suo Wei stared at himself in the mirror, lost in thought. Think about it. If you wait until next year, who knows how many lovers Chi Cheng has gone through? Maybe you will already be in someone else's bed. Who are you going to get revenge on then? Too late. Now's the perfect time. Strike while the iron is hot, and take him down in one move. Suo Wei rinsed his mouth again. Bloody water came out. Damn, got inflamed. After washing up, Suo Wei sat down at the desk in the inner room, pondering Jiang Xiaoshui's words. Looking over his own action plan, he was torn. Did he really need to adjust his strategy? Jiang Xiaoshui peeked his head through the door, unwilling to let it go. You two didn't even have any physical contact yesterday? Suo Wei racked his brain and finally remembered that nauseating moment with the ice cream. Does kissing count? Jiang Xiaoshui instantly perked up and rushed over. What kind of kiss? Tongue. How long? Suo Wei recounted the events in detail. Jiang Xiaoshui wore an expression of utter regret, like he wanted to jump in himself. What a golden opportunity. You should have eaten the ice cream from his mouth. Why didn't you do that? I thought it was gross. Jiang Xiaoshui. A while later, Suo Wei remembered the phone call from the other night and hesitated before telling Jiang Xiaoshui about it. After hearing it, Jiang Xiaoshui slapped Suo Wei's thigh and concluded decisively. He's 100% into you. Next time he says those 4 words, respond immediately, and he's yours. That night, Chi Cheng went to a nightclub with some buddies. Ever since Chi Cheng started working, they hadn't hung out in a while. The private room was thick with the smell of alcohol and flesh. Lecherous rich boys, voluptuous models, slim-waisted, firm-assed male escorts. Countless flirtatious glances shot toward Chi Cheng. He gritted his teeth. He wanted some meat. Chi, I heard you've got a new girlfriend. When do we get to meet her? Chi Cheng gave a cold smile. You want to meet her? Hell, you can even fuck her. He tilted his head back and squinted. A cigarette slid naturally into his mouth. Huh. The air buzzed with wild laughter. Chi, you're the only guy I respect. You're ruthless. Talk, actions, everything. Too many people are indecisive nowadays. I admire your swagger. Just then, a gorgeous model sat beside Chi Cheng, wrapping her arms around his. Her fair fingers traced the veins on the back of his hand. Chi Ge, your hands are so big. That middle finger is so long. Chi Cheng's pupils shrank instantly. With a twist of his wrist, a loud scream followed. The sofa shifted 10 centimeters, and the model lay sprawled out, hair disheveled, with Chi Cheng's foot holding her chin. The model recovered for a few seconds, then a seductive smile curled her lips. She slowly raised her head and bit down on Chi Cheng's sock, pulling it off with her mouth, then slid her tongue between his toes. The tingling sensation rippled through him. Chi Cheng suddenly wanted to call Suo Wei. Suo Wei was dozing off at his desk, head nodding. The phone's ring gave him a jolt. Chi Cheng's heel was being licked, his breath quickened, and desire surged. I want to fuck you. Those same 4 words, like fate itself was playing along, giving Suo Wei another chance. Respond immediately, and he's yours. The master's advice echoed in his ears. He gulped hard and forced a phrase through clenched teeth. Me too. Chi Cheng's toes froze, startling the model so badly she didn't dare move. What did you say? I want to fuck you too. The air froze for several seconds. Chi Cheng kicked the model in the neck so hard she almost passed out. The next day, when Jiang Xiaoshui heard Suo Wei's complaint, he slammed the table and burst out laughing, shaking uncontrollably. You actually told him me too? Suo Wei nodded. Jiang Xiaoshui burst into another fit of laughter. What's so damn funny? Suo Wei looked serious. I followed your advice and responded, and nothing happened. It just got awkward. You said it'd definitely work. What now? Miscalculated, huh? Jiang Xiaoshui tried to stifle his laughter. Is that how you respond? Then how should I respond? Suo Wei frowned. Should I say, come fuck me? I'm not some chick. I didn't grow this thing for nothing. Why should he get to fuck me? Jiang Xiaoshui once again laughed till he bent over. What's got you so damn happy? A voice suddenly interrupted, and Jiang Shaoshuai's laugh stopped cold. His flushed face was caught by Guo Chengyu. But Jiang Shaoshuai didn't care. Hands in his coat pockets, he walked back to the treatment room with indifference. Dr. Jiang, one of my buddies has irregular periods. Can you help him out? To be fair, Guo Chengyu's buddies had it rough. He dragged them to the clinic every few days with random symptoms. At first they played along, cutting arms, bruising legs to make it convincing. When that got old, they started pointing out natural defects. The skinny ones got labeled with muscle atrophy, short ones got called cretins. Yesterday, one complained of a stomach ache, and somehow got selected. Just then, Chi Cheng walked in. Jiang Shaoshuai was lazily expecting some poor sucker, but the sight of Chi Cheng froze his throat. Irregular periods. Guo Chengyu was standing by, but instead of his guy walking in, Chi Cheng appeared. The two of them immediately sensed each other's presence. Their eyes locked. Wow, you two are really in sync. Guo Chengyu smiled, then casually looped an arm around Chi Cheng's neck, whispering just loud enough for two people to hear. You move fast. I haven't even made my move, and you've already swooped in. Chi Cheng's face turned icy. His eyes pierced toward Suo Wei. He's the one you're after? Guo Chengyu pressed a hand to Chi Cheng's cheek, turning his face toward Jiang Shaoshuai. Wrong. It's him. While those two were clashing, the master and apprentice weren't idle either. They know each other? Jiang Shaoshuai was stunned. Suo Wei's sharp gaze swept over the two. Not only that, it looks like they've got history. They're equals in background. They must know each other well. If we probe Guo Chengyu, we might gain something unexpected. I think your top priority isn't finding surprises, but avoiding them. Jiang Shaoshuai nodded toward Chi Cheng. Look at how he's staring at you, like he wants you dead. Hearing that, Suo Wei looked again, and sure enough, it was intense. Chi Cheng seriously suspected Suo Wei had lit incense for his own ass. After that call last night, he had only one thought in his mind. Rush to the clinic and fuck Suo Wei's ass into next week. But just as he left the nightclub, a call from Chi Yuan Duan came. Get home. Now. By the time he got to the clinic this morning, his anger hadn't cooled. But then he ran into Guo Chengyu, got pulled outside for a hot chat, and by the time he came back, the fire had mostly burned out. Still, a death sentence may be forgiven, but lesser sins must be paid. Chapter 53. Around 8 p.m., Suo Wei returned from the basketball court and saw Jiang Shaoshuai still at the clinic. Why are you still here? Jiang Shaoshuai replied lazily, afraid something might happen to you. What could possibly happen to me? Suo Wei took off his sweat-soaked jacket and hung it on the wall, speaking carelessly. You're afraid that bald guy will cause me trouble? Relax, I've already thought of a foolproof plan. Jiang Shaoshuai wasn't that optimistic. He knew men too well, and the look in Chi Cheng's eyes clearly screamed he wanted to devour someone. Suddenly, Suo Wei leaned in close to Jiang Shaoshuai, his black eyes glinting playfully. Weren't you always hoping he'd cause me trouble? Now that he might really come, how come you're suddenly not so sure? That's different. Jiang Shaoshuai pinched Suo Wei's nose. If it's just cuddling and rubbing, I'm not worried. But if he decides to force something, you'll lose half your life. I'm staying just in case there's an emergency, so at least someone's here to help. Suo Wei ran his hand over the top of his head, flinging droplets of sweat everywhere. It won't come to that, right? Jiang Shaoshuai gave him a deep, meaningful look. Speaking from experience, it could. Suo Wei didn't say anything more and turned into the bedroom. Half an hour later, Chi Cheng actually showed up. Jiang Shaoshuai was tidying up the clinic when he heard footsteps, and his nerves immediately tightened. But when he turned and saw Chi Cheng's face, he managed to keep his expression neutral. Looking for Suo Wei? Chi Cheng's fierce eyes narrowed slightly, a silent confirmation. Jiang Shaoshuai said, he's in the back. Chi Cheng paused as he passed by Jiang Shaoshuai, then asked, you two live together? Nah, I'm just packing up. I'll be out soon. Chi Cheng pushed the door open and walked in. Jiang Shaoshuai immediately put down what he was doing and slipped to the doorway to eavesdrop. Inside the room, Chi Cheng scanned around and spotted the one who'd so boldly claimed he wanted to fuck him, currently asleep, slumped over the desk. Next to him were two towering piles of books. Chi Cheng picked through them one by one, all Western classics, mostly political and economic literature. When he got to the last book, he found a sheet of paper tucked underneath. He pulled it out. It was a form titled Required Reading List. Political Science, NYU. Beneath were over 40 book titles. Exactly what he had just flipped through. Chi Cheng's heart stirred a little. He suddenly remembered the serious expression on Suo Wei's face when he spoke about political philosophy back at the tea house. He must have wanted to impress him then, right? A science and engineering major from a top university, forcing himself to read through this kind of material. It must have been tough. That night at the concert, when he fell asleep. He was probably just sleep-deprived, wasn't he? From the moment Chi Cheng met Suo Wei, he had always approached him in this clumsy way, getting close, then pulling away. Suo Wei looked peacefully asleep, his body still, but in reality, he'd been timing everything down to the second. Suddenly, a warm hand ruffled his forehead. Suo Wei pretended to be awakened, rubbing his eyes and looking at Chi Cheng with a hint of irritation. Chi Cheng still held the reading list in his hand. Suo Wei snatched it away immediately, trying to put on a complex expression as if his little secret had been discovered and he was desperately trying to deny it. Truthfully, he'd left the list there on purpose. Who told you to go through my stuff? Chi Cheng's eyes roamed over Suo Wei's face, heated. I just wanted to understand what kind of books the person who wants to fuck me usually reads. What kind of spiritual guidance he gets that allows him to make such an outrageous declaration. Suo Wei's heart skipped a beat. Fuck, how does he still remember that? He thought Chi Cheng had been moved and let that whole thing go. Now he realized Chi Cheng held grudges. On one hand, he cursed him for being petty. On the other, he felt he was being unfair. You can say you want to fuck me, but I can't say I want to fuck you? As he stewed in his thoughts, his short hair was suddenly grabbed, and his whole head was yanked back at a steep angle. Chi Cheng leaned in until their noses were touching. When did you start feeling desire for me? Chi Cheng asked with a teasing smile. Suo Wei. Chapter 54. Chi Cheng's gaze was like a dull, edged blade, grinding rough and slow across Suo Wei's face. Suo Wei's scalp ached from being yanked. Just above that piercing gaze was Chi Cheng's open collar, revealing a ruggedly masculine cleavage, solid chest muscles rising and falling with his breath like surging waves, pounding against Suo Wei's tough little heart. Honestly, Suo Wei really wanted to say, I don't have that kind of thought about you. But his master was just outside the door, his teachings echoing constantly in his ears. Protect yourself first, and then look for a chance to strike. Chi Cheng gave another shove, pressing Suo Wei's upper body flat against the desk, bending his waist nearly in two. Since I started being a street vendor, Suo Wei said. Chi Cheng leaned his face sideways until it brushed up close. Suo Wei couldn't dodge in time, and his lips grazed Chi Cheng's stubbled cheek, accidentally planting a kiss. Chi Cheng received it with visible satisfaction, while Suo Wei felt tormented. So you're saying all those so-called coincidences before were part of your plan? Chi Cheng was referring to the whole series. Suo Wei spilling porridge, performing on the street, pretending to steal, violating traffic laws. Suo Wei cursed internally, you damn well planned those. Now you're blaming me? Still, for the bigger picture, Suo Wei swallowed his pride and let out a muffled Why didn't you just say you liked me? Chi Cheng's hard bulge pressed against Suo Wei's lower abdomen. Suo Wei squirmed in discomfort, eyes darting around looking for an escape route. But Chi Cheng's towering frame sealed off every path. Chi Cheng's large hand grabbed the softest part of Suo Wei's ass and gave it a hard squeeze. Seeing Suo Wei's ears turn red, he pressed on with a wicked smile. Embarrassed? Suo Wei kept a straight face and said nothing. Chi Cheng's lips landed without warning. Suo Wei's entire body jolted. Pulling down Chi Cheng's zipper was easy. Prying open his mouth was much harder. Chi Cheng conquered others with his lower body. His hands were just for support, used only when he felt like it. His mouth, however, was sacred, off-limits. For all these years, aside from those snake bastards, no one had touched it. But today, for this scheming brat, he broke his rule. Chi Cheng's tongue was thick and powerful. Just a slight twist, and Suo Wei lost his bearings. Chi Cheng's fingers tangled in Suo Wei's hair, kissing him deeper and harder, so intense, Suo Wei could barely breathe, couldn't break away, couldn't resist. A true master could make even a kiss feel like an art. At this very moment, Suo Wei felt a surge of despair. All those long kisses he once believed were intoxicating and romantic now seemed utterly worthless after just a few seconds of this. Chi Cheng grabbed Suo Wei's hand and placed it against the bulge at his crotch. His eagle-like stare bore into Suo Wei's face. "Wanna see?" Chi Cheng asked. Suo Wei panicked, eyes flicking desperately toward the door, blurting out without thinking. "I wanna, or maybe I don't." "Chi Cheng, who are you asking?" Outside, Jiang Shaoshui nearly laughed himself to death. He knocked on the door and called out loudly, "I'm leaving now." As soon as he stepped outside, the carefree energy drained out of him. Jiang Shaoshui wanted to slap himself. What are you getting jealous for, when someone else is making out? Inside, Suo Wei was dragged onto the bed by Chi Cheng. The two monks sat face to face in a meditation pose. "Have you ever seen another man's dick?" Chi Cheng asked. Suo Wei's face turned bright red. Not because he was shy by nature, but because he'd never been asked anything like that before. Among bros, the teasing was always about girls. "Have you seen a woman's private parts?" But this kind of question? Totally out of left field. Only in public restrooms. Chi Cheng, cigarette dangling from his mouth, casually unfastened the belt that had hooped countless asses, unzipped his pants, and revealed the waistband of his briefs. Just above the line was a border of thick black hair, glossy and dense, surrounding the real deal that made women drip and men feel small. Suo Wei's throat tightened, not out of lust, but sheer shock. Every man secretly compared sizes. Chi Cheng hadn't even pulled his underwear down yet, and Suo Wei was already folding in on himself. "We're both men. Why is yours such a massive slab?" Chi Cheng flicked his cigarette ash and stuck it back between his lips. With his freed hand, he tugged down the front of his briefs to just below the sack, boldly unveiling his monstrous pride. Suo Wei had only one thought after seeing it. "Was your mom feeding you with literal shit? How the hell did it grow this robust?" Chapter 55. Chi Cheng stubbed out his cigarette, grabbed Suo Wei by the neck, and dragged him forcefully to his side. His large hand slid down Suo Wei's shoulder, stopping right at the waistband of his pajama pants. His gaze slanted down from above. "Let me have a look at yours too." The moment Suo Wei heard that, his hair stood on end. Instinctively, he pushed Chi Cheng's hand away. "No way in hell. Absolutely not." Chi Cheng didn't push harder nor let go. They were stuck in a stalemate, his teeth grinding audibly. "Why won't you let me see?" Veins bulged on Suo Wei's neck. He braced himself and blurted, "Mine's way too small. Not worth showing." Chi Cheng laughed. "Funny. I remember your balls being pretty big." His hand slid down another 2 inches. "You remembered wrong." Sweat broke out on Suo Wei's forehead. "I've got underdeveloped junk." He gritted his teeth and shoved the hand up an inch. "Keep touching it. Might stimulate a second growth spurt." Chi Cheng went down another 2 inches. Suo Wei was panting heavily, face flushed. From the look of him, you'd think Chi Cheng was already groping him. He tried pushing again, but couldn't move that ironclad hand. It was stuck like a nail just 2 inches above his lifeline. Then, slowly, irresistibly, the hand slid downward. With nowhere left to run, Suo Wei resorted to his trump card. He slammed his big forehead straight into Chi Cheng's collarbone. He wasn't playing around either. The impact rattled Chi Cheng's pecs and turned Suo Wei's own eyes red. He scrambled to the corner of the bed, gasping hard, sweat dripping down in a steady stream. Chi Cheng was genuinely surprised at Suo Wei's resistance. But recalling how he reacted the first time they held hands, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Chi Cheng reached for Suo Wei's face. Suo Wei dodged, but Chi Cheng pulled him back and forcefully wiped the sweat from his forehead, only making it worse. "Are you that scared? It's not like I'm gonna eat you. It's not fear, damn it. I've never done anything like this before." Suo Wei nearly burst into tears. "This isn't fair. 2 guys, and you're acting like I'm the only one on display." Once he calmed down a bit, Suo Wei finally spoke. "I don't want to do this with you, not yet." "Never been with a guy before?" Chi Cheng asked. Suo Wei shot him a look. "Do I look like someone who's been with a guy? Then how do you know you like men?" Suo Wei's lips twitched. Then, in a moment of dumb sincerity, he said, "I don't know if I like men. I just know I like you." A sloppy sentence, but it hit Chi Cheng right in the chest. "You sneaky bastard." Chi Cheng gave Suo Wei's cheek a hard twist. It hurt like hell, but Suo Wei felt relief in his heart. At least the situation was under control now. I don't like forcing people. Since you're not willing, then just watch me. With that, he pulled out the massive beast from his pants and began stroking it. Suo Wei was dumbfounded, his eyelid twitching like crazy. What the fuck? He thought Chi Cheng would drop it. Turns out the real scare was just getting started. Seeing Suo Wei trying to look away, Chi Cheng grinned maliciously and yanked his head to face forward. You're this shy and still want to fuck me? Suo Wei clenched his jaw, afraid that if he opened his mouth, he'd scream. Chi Cheng's heavy breathing filled his ears, making Suo Wei flush a deep crimson. Don't close your eyes. Watch closely. That shockingly huge symbol of masculinity continued to swell aggressively, its color dark and veins bulging. The head was so plump and hard, it was more like a dragon's than a turtle's, radiating a wild, devouring energy. Like what you see? Chi Cheng asked. Suo Wei grit his teeth. Like it? Do I have a fucking choice? We've shared the same damn tunnel. We're practically brothers. If you like it, then reach out and touch it. Chi Cheng said. Suo Wei. Huh. Ah. The moment his hand wrapped around it, all 5 fingers froze stiff. In the end, Chi Cheng didn't push him further, just let him hold it for a moment, then let go. He slid his hand behind Suo Wei and gripped his firm ass, kneading hard. When Suo Wei resisted, Chi Cheng grabbed his belt, doubled it in his hand, and warned, You really want me to get rough? In truth, Chi Cheng had already been incredibly patient with Suo Wei. He'd never touched himself in front of anyone before. Ever since the day Suo Wei splashed porridge on him, Chi Cheng had developed this twisted kind of tolerance for him. Endless patience, constant indulgence. Like giving in to him was only natural. Suo Wei buried his face in the bed sheet, grinding his teeth in silence. One day you'll regret all of this. Just before climax, Chi Cheng grabbed Suo Wei by the nape and pressed his head down against his lower abdomen. Moments later, a thick, milky white torrent burst out in front of Suo Wei's eyes, accompanied by the trembling of skin-on-skin contact, the twitch of overstimulated nerves, and a stream of curse words Chi Cheng let out in absolute ecstasy. Chi Cheng got dressed and left. But before he did, he rubbed medicine onto Suo Wei's bruised forehead and gave a stern warning. Next time I see you using that big forehead as a weapon, I'll turn you into a damn honeycomb. Chapter 56. The next day, Jiang Shaoshui was late for work. A line of people was already standing outside the clinic. Feeling guilty, Jiang Shaoshui kept apologizing to the patients. Sorry, I stayed up too late last night and didn't hear the alarm this morning. After finishing with the last few patients, Jiang Shaoshui suddenly realized. He hadn't seen Suo Wei since he walked in. Could someone have taken him away? With that thought, he pushed open the bedroom door. A living, breathing Suo Wei was lying on the bed, completely intact. Why aren't you up yet? Jiang Shaoshui was puzzled. Normally by this time, Suo Wei would have had breakfast and be in the snake room already. Suo Wei weakly replied, I don't want to get up. You don't want to? Jiang Shaoshui's heart skipped a beat. He rushed over, dark circles under his eyes, and asked nervously, why not? Suo Wei stared blankly at the wall across from him, voice emotionless. I want to die? Jiang Shaoshui's heart dropped into an icy pit. He grabbed Suo Wei's hand and gripped it tightly. Did he do that to you? Suo Wei's lips moved, but no words came out. Jiang Shaoshui's eyes reddened. Then did you bleed? Suo Wei finally regained a bit of clarity and asked hoarsely, have you ever bled from jerking off? Jerking off? Jiang Shaoshui looked briefly stunned. At the mention of that word, the corners of Suo Wei's chapped lips twitched painfully. Last night, he jerked off right in front of me and forced me to watch. After saying that, he shivered, pulled the blanket over his head, and curled into a shrimp. Jiang Shaoshui let out a cold breath and smacked the blanket hard twice. Fuck, I thought something serious had happened. Turns out it was just this? Damn, what a waste of emotional energy. Whistling, he strolled out of the room light-footed. An hour passed, and Suo Wei still hadn't come out. Jiang Shaoshui started to worry. Maybe something really did happen? He went back into the bedroom and found that, despite the heat of June, Suo Wei was tightly wrapped up. When he pulled back the blanket, He saw Suo Wei's face flushed, his chest burning hot, and cold sweat soaking his body. No way. No way, this isn't worth it. So he jerked off in front of you. Just pretend you were watching porn. But in Suo Wei's case, it was that serious. Jiang Shui picked up the thermometer, 39.5 degrees Celsius. That's when he realized the situation had taken a turn. Sitting by the bed, Jiang Shui began consoling him. My disciple, stuff like this isn't a big deal in the community, really. Don't judge it with straight-thinking logic. Doing that in front of you doesn't mean he was trying to humiliate you. Maybe he just genuinely likes you. Too late. If he'd said that a few hours earlier, it might have worked. Maybe we should just call it quits, Jiang Shui said, reluctant but sympathetic. With your fragile psyche, you're really not cut out for gay stuff. Just focus on raising your snakes. Once they sell for a good price, you can open a shop, start a small business. Plenty of girls would want a guy like you. Suo Wei propped himself up weakly, still stubborn in his gaze. In my dictionary, there's no such thing as giving up halfway. Jiang Shui spoke slowly, word by word. Your persistence is bringing tears to my eyes. Suo Wei stood up, his legs shaky as he headed for the door. Jiang Shui asked quickly, where are you going? Home. Need a couple of days to recover. No way, you've still got a fever. Jiang Shui tried to stop him. Suo Wei looked at him with resolute eyes. This is a heart wound. Medicine and injections won't help. I can only rely on my willpower to overcome it. At least take some meds. Jiang Shui offered. No need. Suo Wei pulled out his phone and handed it to him. I don't want to see him right now. If he comes looking or calls, help me deal with it. Jiang Shui's eyes filled with emotion. Go in peace. I've got it covered here. Suo Wei nodded, turned, and walked away with unwavering determination. His frail but firm figure faded into Jiang Shui's line of sight, full of tragic resolve. Chapter 57. That afternoon, Chi Cheng slipped his phone into his pocket and walked out of the office building with a Xiao Siu bao in hand. Hey, Chi Cheng. Chi Cheng turned his head and saw the policewoman standing nearby. What is it? The policewoman was holding a stack of documents and glared up at Chi Cheng. When are you handing in your work report? Everyone else in the team already submitted theirs. You're the only one left. Chi Cheng didn't say a word and just walked away. The policewoman stomped her foot in anger. What kind of person is this? Always dragging his feet when it comes to reports, and I end up having to write it for him. That's because you like doing it, Fong Xin chimed in from the side. The policewoman shot him a fierce look and walked off in a huff. Chi Cheng drove the patrol car on duty outside. Occasionally, he got out to direct traffic, but most of the time he stayed in the car playing with air bao and didn't feel bored at all. Lately, though, he developed a new quirk. He kept checking his phone like some love-struck teenage boy. He thought he was just curious about Suo Wei. After all, surrounded by old pros all the time, it was only natural that a fresh-faced rookie might seem appealing. But over the past few days, he realized his feelings had gotten a little out of hand. When he saw Suo Wei, it wasn't a big deal, but when he didn't see him, he actually started to miss him. He missed the way his cheeks puffed up when he blew sugar figures. He missed him sitting upright in the tea house, staring at the same line in a book for over 10 minutes. He missed the way his butt jiggled when he played basketball. He missed that sentence. I don't know if I like guys, I just know I like you. Without even realizing it, he dialed Suo Wei's number. It connected quickly, but the person on the other end didn't speak. Chi Cheng spoke first. What are you doing? Jiang Shui, imitating Suo Wei's voice, said, traveling. Traveling? Chi Cheng narrowed his eyes. Where to? Baoding. Pretty far, Chi Cheng said. Jiang Shui was surprised he didn't notice the difference. So he kept going. Maybe he could fish some information out. Last night, Jiang Shui hesitated. Chi Cheng played along. I had a great time. Jiang Shui cleared his throat. What do you mean by great time? Next time I'll let you join, then you'll know. Jiang Shui froze. Shit, he figured it out? And he's still messing with me? This guy is seriously devious. Half an hour later, Chi Cheng drove straight to the clinic. Every time Jiang Shui saw Chi Cheng walk in, it felt like a cold wind had blown through the door. Where is he? Chi Cheng asked. Without looking up, Jiang Shui replied, I told you, went traveling. Chi Cheng knew Jiang Xiao Shui was bullshitting, but he was already used to Suo Wei disappearing after a few warm days. He didn't press the issue and headed straight to the inner room. He stood in front of the small wooden box for a moment, then took the whole box along with the sugar figures. Jiang Xiao Shui tried to give him a kind reminder. If you take those, he's going to freak out when he gets back. Chi Cheng replied casually, then let him freak. Back at the office, a new report had appeared on his desk. A moment later, the policewoman walked in. Hand it over. Chi Cheng gestured with his eyes for her to take it herself. Next time just submit it directly. Don't bother putting it on my desk. The implication. I know you wrote it. No need for the theatrics. The policewoman pouted and snatched the report up. Chi Cheng went to the bathroom to wash his face. When he came back, the policewoman still hadn't left. She was counting the reports over and over. Just over a dozen pages, yet she'd counted them more than 10 times. Chi Cheng didn't bother talking to her. He opened a drawer, took out his beloved Dabao moisturizer, squeezed some onto his hands, rubbed it evenly, and applied it to his face. The policewoman stole glances at him with her eyes and noticed that even the way he applied face cream was manly. Hey, why do all you guys love using Dabao? She asked, bringing the jar up to her nose for a sniff. Smells nice. Is it good? Chi Cheng replied offhandedly, it's all right. Then I'm going to try it too. She flipped the bottle upside down, squeezed a little onto her hand, completely oblivious to Chi Cheng's unusual gaze, and excitedly applied it to her face, even massaging her tender cheeks a bit. Wow, it's actually really moisturizing. Even better than my 500 yuan face cream. Just as she said that, her eyes caught a figure. Yu had been standing at the door for quite some time. From the moment the policewoman picked up Chi Cheng's moisturizer to the moment she praised it, Yu had seen it all. Ever since their argument about meeting the parents, the two had been in a cold war. Yu, who used to pride herself on being a master of silent treatment, had finally given in this time and showed up uninvited. Unfortunately, she caught a scene that really rubbed her the wrong way. I'll get going then, the policewoman said. At the doorway, her eyes met Yu's. Yu gave her a gentle smile, gracious and poised, full of that young mistress of the house aura. The policewoman was a bit surprised but returned the smile politely. Chapter 58. The next day was the weekend. Yu spent the whole day with Chi Cheng. After going through a period of being cold-shouldered, Yu finally realized that love doesn't just rely on mutual affection, it needs to be maintained. Especially with someone like Chi Cheng, a wild horse like him couldn't be tied down with just a fleeting passion. You needed strategy. In the afternoon, they went shopping together. On the way, Chi Cheng received a call from Fong Xian. Ruan Junru's in trouble. Ruan Junru was the policewoman who secretly had a crush on Chi Cheng. Fong Xian told him that early that morning, Ruan Junru had been kidnapped as soon as she left the house. She'd been held for over 4 hours before being released, and now she was unconscious in the hospital. Chi Cheng replied calmly, got it. As soon as he hung up, Yu moved in close. Who called? A colleague. Seeing that Chi Cheng didn't seem off, Yu boldly reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, still warm to the touch. She fluttered her peach blossom eyes at him. Your phone's always on 24/7. Were you waiting for me to call you first? Chi Cheng dodged the question and said directly, I'll take you home later. Yu was surprised. Home? Yeah, to my place. That evening, Chi Cheng finally brought Yu to meet his parents. Yu had prepared thoroughly, and she carried herself with grace and proper manners in front of Chi Cheng's parents. Everything she did showed refinement. During dinner, she paid close attention to her image, speaking slowly when appropriate, staying quiet when not, never trying to steal the spotlight. Chi Cheng's parents were kind and approachable. They didn't ask about Yu's education or family background, only talked about her relationship with Chi Cheng, never acting like some high-ranking official's family. It was clear that Zhong Wenyu really liked Yu. After dinner, she held her hand and wouldn't let go. Auntie, Chi Cheng told me you have oily skin. This skincare product is great for oil control, perfect for someone your age. Yu had specifically picked a mid to high-end skincare brand. Not too cheap to seem stingy, not too expensive to seem showy. For someone like Zhong Wenyu, who had practical spending habits, it was just right. From that, Zhong Wenyu could see that Yu was thoughtful. Before they left, she held Chi Cheng's hand and said, this girl is good. Treat her well. Chi Cheng didn't respond. He just walked out. On the way back, Yu was ecstatic. She'd never found Beijing's wind and dust so exhilarating, the traffic jams so lively, even the swearing housewives so charming. Everything looked pleasing to her. She jumped in front of Chi Cheng, beaming. So, when are you going to meet your future in-laws? Chi Cheng stopped in place and said quietly, those 3 men you hired. I crippled them. The smile on Yu's face instantly froze. She couldn't even speak properly. What are you talking about? What crippled? Chi Cheng gently tucked the messy strands of hair behind her ear. The tenderness of the gesture made Yu tremble. If you ever do something like that again, I'll cripple you first. Yu stood there, speechless, her heart dropping to an icy low. What should have been the warmest, happiest night suddenly turned terrifying and suffocating. Take her home, Chi Cheng told Gang Zi, who was in the car. Gang Zi got out and opened the door for Yu. She hesitated for a moment, but obediently got in. Half an hour later, Gang Zi returned. You knew it was Yu who messed with that policewoman. Why didn't you have me bring someone to stop it earlier? In Chi Cheng's pocket were just 2 things, a phone and a bottle of Dabao. The bottle still had the policewoman's fingerprints on it. Gang Zi didn't press further. Chi Cheng stroked Xiao Siyu Bao's sharp little head and asked with some worry, Baby, what's wrong with you these past couple days? Bao squinted his eyes into slits, lazily wagged his tail, and drooped again. He's been super sluggish lately. Doesn't want to move, Gang Zi said. Chi Cheng asked again, is it because I've been ignoring you? Bao rolled over, showing his white belly, clearly giving off a don't care attitude. Gang Zi muttered, maybe he misses his companions. Chi Cheng's expression changed slightly. Gang Zi realized he'd said the wrong thing. Of course, Chi Cheng missed them. Those snakes weren't just pets to him. They were his concubines. Losing them was like losing his entire harem. They waited in uneasy silence for a long time. Instead of a question about the investigation, Gang Zi was met with an unrelated query. Am I really that scary? Gang Zi was caught off guard. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? If someone who likes me reacts with intense fear during intimacy, even hurting themselves, what does that mean? Assuming I never gave them any violent trauma. Gang Zi's first reaction was, don't tell me you won't let you touch her? Chi Cheng snorted. Her? The second she sees me, she's ready to spread her legs. If only she had a shred of modesty. It's not about her. Gang Zi was confused. You're having this kind of problem? Why not just force it? Chi Cheng shot Gang Zi a fierce glare. If I was the type to force someone, would I be asking you this shit? Gang Zi dared not say anything more. He thought for a long while before carefully speaking again. I think there are 2 possibilities. 1, they're really pure. 2, they're hiding something. Chapter 59. For an entire week, Chi Cheng didn't even catch a glimpse of Suo Wei. It was the weekend again. There were lots of patients, and Jiang Xiao Shui had been running around since early morning, working non-stop until noon. He hadn't even had a sip of water. The consultation room wasn't big to begin with, and there was a patient built like Mount Tai who just sat there the entire time. He didn't ask for treatment, didn't speak, just stared silently at Jiang Xiao Shui all morning. Jiang Xiao Shui's collar was soaked. He wasn't sure if it was from the heat or fear. After the last patient left, only Jiang Xiao Shui and Chi Cheng remained in the consultation room. There's no point in you staying here. I really don't know where he went. Chi Cheng glanced at the clock on the wall and said flatly, it's 12 o'clock. Jiang Xiao Shui raised an eyebrow. Was he getting ready to leave? Say, if I started fucking you now, do you think we'd finish before Ironhead gets back? The sound of a belt buckle clicking echoed. He went home. Jiang Xiao Shui gritted his teeth. Chi Cheng took his hand off the belt, gave a cold laugh, and walked out. For the past few days at home, Suo Wei had been buried under his blanket, doing nothing but watching porn. He'd brought back Jiang Xiao Shui's laptop, which had thousands of G-rated videos of every imaginable type. In the first couple of days, Suo Wei stuck to softcore stuff, watching with clenched teeth and twitching fists, his mind churning. What the hell are these people thinking? After watching, he lost his appetite. Even his bowel movements were shadowed by psychological trauma. After a dozen or so films, he became numb. It was all the same tricks, boring as hell. So he moved on to more hardcore stuff. Wax play, bondage, double penetration. After watching, he had nightmares the whole night. In his dream, the screaming guy was him. When he woke up, his underwear was soaked. Forcing himself through more of it, he gradually became less disturbed. Sometimes he even engaged with the content. That whip's too soft. Should have soaked it in chilly water. Lately, even the hardcore stuff started feeling dull. Suo Wei clicked on another video. On screen appeared a young guy and a donkey. Suo Wei anxiously waited for the donkey's owner to show up, but no one came. And then the donkey started. Suo Wei's hand trembled over the mouse. It took him a while to aim at the little X in the top right corner and silently closed it. Then he opened up a softcore clip again and suddenly found it. Kinda sweet. "Excuse me, is Suo Wei living here?" A familiar voice came from outside. Suo Wei's heart skipped a beat. How the hell did he track me down? He slammed the laptop shut and dove back under the blanket, slowly adjusting his breathing. Wu's mom greeted Chi Cheng with a smile. "De Chiong is my son. And you are?" Chi Cheng figured De Chiong must be Suo Wei's childhood nickname, so he walked in with a bag of things. "I'm his colleague." Oh, Wu's mom said warmly. "Come in and sit." Suo Wei's home was an old-fashioned, low-ceilinged house. Chi Cheng had to duck to avoid hitting the doorframe. There were 4 rooms in total, small but clean. The room where Suo Wei slept didn't have a bed, just a traditional heated brick platform taking up half the room. Suo Wei was lying on it, nervously listening to the commotion outside. "Have some water first." "I'll go wake up De Chiong," Wu's mom said. "This kid's been sick for a whole week. Just lies in bed all day, hasn't left the house in days." "No need to call him," Chi Cheng said. "I'll go take a look." Suo Wei had his back to the door, listening to the approaching footsteps. Finally, a warm hand landed on his forehead and gave it a heavy rub before the body turned to face him. Suo Wei put on that complicated expression, eager to see Chi Cheng, but still pretending not to care. "What are you doing here?" "Came to check on you." Chi Cheng sat on the edge of the brick bed, looking at Suo Wei. From where Suo Wei lay, his line of sight was aimed straight at Chi Cheng's crotch. Somehow, he thought of the donkeys in the video. "If that thing went in, wouldn't it poke through to my navel?" "How'd you get sick?" Chi Cheng asked. Suo Wei silently replied in his head, "Scared shitless by your damn donkey dick porn. Your mom says you've been holed up in bed for days. Let me sniff if you've gone sour." With that, Chi Cheng actually leaned down, lifted Suo Wei's blanket, and stuck half his body inside. His head got close to Suo Wei's neck and sniffed. "Ugh, you really stink." He made a teasing face. "No way." Suo Wei raised his sleeve and sniffed himself. "I shower every day." Chi Cheng's chin rested on Suo Wei's chest. Seeing his serious reaction, he couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time Suo Wei had received such a genuine, positive smile from him. He was a little thrown off by it. In that moment of confusion, he thought, Chi Cheng didn't seem all that intolerable after all. Chapter 60. Suo Wei finally got up from bed, changed clothes, and went out. "This is our field. We're growing early corn here. In a few days, it'll be ready to boil and eat." He broke off an ear of corn as he spoke, peeled back the husk to reveal the cob, pressed one of the kernels with his thumb, and milky juice oozed out. Bringing it to his mouth, he took a bite and chewed. Still too tender, but pretty sweet. "Here, try it." He held the cob up to Chi Cheng's mouth. Chi Cheng didn't take it. Instead, he leaned in and bit directly off the corn in Suo Wei's hand. It really was quite sweet. He shifted his teeth and took another bite. This one landed on Suo Wei's hand. "Not as sweet as your hand." Chi Cheng grinned. Suo Wei tossed the cob to the ground and turned his face away, ignoring Chi Cheng. Chi Cheng hooked his elbow around Suo Wei's neck, twisted his head back toward him, and lowered his face to kiss. Suo Wei clearly tried to dodge, so Chi Cheng brushed his lips against Suo Wei's earlobe with slow, deliberate pressure and said in a soft voice, "Your mom still doesn't know you quit your job, does she?" Suo Wei's body stiffened, and he shot Chi Cheng a sharp look. "You say one word, I dare you." Chi Cheng pressed his forehead to Suo Wei's. "If you dare stop me from kissing you, I'll dare spill the beans." Suo Wei's Adam's apple bobbed, but he said nothing. Chi Cheng kissed him hard. The scent of corn germ filled their breath, a clean, simple, earthy smell, yet charged with raw, wild romance, triggering a surge of testosterone. Chi Cheng's hand slid behind Suo Wei, gliding silently over his waist, finally reaching the curve that made his blood boil. Maybe it was the influence of too much porn, But this time the kiss didn't trigger the usual psychological resistance in Suo Wei. Chi Cheng's hand needed the softest part of Suo Wei's butt. Suo Wei, frustrated, pushed against Chi Cheng's arm. Though this time it wasn't outright rejection, there was a subtle hint of yielding mixed in. That tiny change was enough to spark a rare rush of excitement in the usually jaded Chi Cheng. Suddenly, Suo Wei felt a chill on his rear. Before he could react, the culprit was already hoisted into view. Bao, at first curled lazily on Chi Cheng's shoulder, noticed it wasn't getting any action while the two of them kissed. Taking advantage of Chi Cheng's distraction, it climbed onto Suo Wei's body. It crept silently down his shoulder, eventually nosing its way under the waistband of his pants and landing squarely on his butt. You really know how to sneak in. Chi Cheng scolded Bao. The snake dangled upside down from Chi Cheng's hand, its body coiling and twisting like it was throwing a tantrum. Suo Wei strode quickly toward a nearby net trap. The supporting stick had fallen, and two little sparrows were trapped inside, flapping their wings helplessly. Suo Wei reached into the net, swiftly grabbed one, and stuffed it into the snake's mouth. Bao devoured it enthusiastically. Chi Cheng had been feeding the snake wild prey these past few days, but had never seen it eat so happily. In fact, ever since he'd brought Bao here, and it had seen Suo Wei, the little guy had completely shaken off its former lethargy and come back to life. You still catch sparrows with this old-fashioned method? Chi Cheng asked. Must take you ages to get a full net. Damn right it does. Do you know how hard I've been working just to catch a big fish like you? Of course, what Suo Wei actually said was completely different. There are lots of sparrows in the fields. A few fly in every now and then. Plus, there's this dumb nest in the front yard. They keep flying into the chimney, not knowing it's hollow. A couple of times they dropped straight onto my bed. What method do you use? You've got a bunch of snakes. Must have some fancy equipment, right? As they spoke, a reckless little sparrow flapped right over their heads. Suo Wei watched with wide eyes as Chi Cheng caught the bird bare-handed in one smooth motion. His reflexes and skill were so dazzling, it almost blinded Suo Wei. Just like this, Chi Cheng replied casually. Suo Wei felt the weight of that answer. That flailing, dying little sparrow. The more he looked at it, the more he saw himself. If he ever got exposed one day, would he end up the same way? Just like this poor bird, swallowed whole. Chapter 61. By the time they got back, it was already dark. Wu's mom poked her head out from the kitchen and smiled at Chi Cheng. The food's almost ready. Stay and eat before you go. The kitchen in Suo Wei's house was very basic. There was only a chipped old table, a worn-out cupboard, and a big iron wok. They used to have a gas stove and an induction cooker, but since Wu's mom was forgetful, the family removed them out of safety concerns. This iron wok could only be fired with wood, so the floor was scattered with hay and twigs, and flies buzzed around the stove. All of this, Chi Cheng took in with his eyes. Suo Wei couldn't help but wonder how Chi Cheng would politely decline his mom's offer. But Chi Cheng agreed without hesitation. Suo Wei suddenly remembered this time last year, when you first came to the house for dinner. Back then, the kitchen was spotless. No grease on the stove, no leftovers in the cupboard, no firewood on the floor. Yet you hadn't stayed, hadn't even stepped inside the door, turning around at the alley entrance and heading home. Need a hand? Chi Cheng asked Wu's mom. She waved her hands quickly. No, you two go sit in the main room. In the main room, Chi Cheng naturally noticed the photo frame on the wall. It was a very old frame that could hold many photos, most of them in black and white. His gaze shifted and landed on the lower left corner. A baby photo of Suo Wei, taken when he was 100 days old. His big dark eyes seemed almost expressive, utterly adorable. You were only 3 months old, and your balls were already that big? Suo Wei had just taken a sip of water and nearly spat it out. Can't you stare somewhere else for once? Chi Cheng replied bluntly. Wherever it's big, I stare. Suo Wei took a vengeful bite of his pear. Chi Cheng's gaze shifted again to another photo. Suo Wei at around 2 years old, pushing a little bamboo cart, wearing crotchless pants, his round little but sticking out, all chubby and plump. That but had clearly endured many pinches. Chi Cheng chuckled darkly. I gotta say, you look great in those open crotch pants. Suo Wei had seen enough porn to know exactly what Chi Cheng meant by that. He cursed inwardly, just as Chi Cheng's hands reached over again. Suo Wei hadn't expected that after more than 20 years, his butt would once again be pinched just because it was meaty. During dinner, Wu's mom kept putting food into Chi Cheng's bowl. Is the food okay? We don't have much to treat guests with. Chi Cheng, for once, gave a decent reply. It's great. Suo Wei sat beside him, watching Chi Cheng eat without a single complaint, and couldn't help but think, sometimes this guy actually doesn't seem half bad. Why aren't you eating any meat? Chi Cheng asked Wu's mom. She smiled helplessly. I have diabetes, I can't eat too much meat. Chi Cheng nodded and didn't say more. After the meal, while Suo Wei helped clean up, Wu's mom said to him, that colleague of yours is really something. Brought nothing but practical things. I don't care about those supplements or fancy gift boxes. Expensive and useless. Suo Wei glanced down. Olive oil, sesame oil, boxed eggs, duck eggs, fruit, fresh meat, shrimp. All things his mom usually couldn't bear to buy or eat. For full bags. Enough for the old lady to get by for a whole month. If someone else had brought these, Suo Wei wouldn't have felt anything. But it was Chi Cheng, the arrogant, decadent, cold-blooded bastard. The emotional jolt hit harder than any insult or jab Chi Cheng had ever thrown his way. Sanner, Wu's mom suddenly called out. Try to spend less time with that colleague of yours. Suo Wei paused. Why? Don't you like him? Exactly because I like him. Wu's mom leaned in and whispered. Think about it. If you two go out together, who's going to look at you? Suo Wei got silent. Chapter 62. That night, not long after Chi Cheng left, Suo Wei returned to the clinic. Jiang Shaoshui was just packing up to leave. When he saw Suo Wei walk in, his face lit up with pleasant surprise. He paused, set his bag down, and asked curiously, how's the recovery going? Suo Wei replied smugly, what do you think? Jiang Shaoshui was genuinely surprised. Earlier that afternoon, Chi Cheng had come by asking about Suo Wei's whereabouts. He had been worried Chi Cheng would cause more trouble, that it might upset Suo Wei even further and drive him away again. But here he was, back so soon, and full of life, no less. His disciple's resilience was something else. Where's my sugar figurine? Suo Wei's voice called out from the back room. Jiang Shaoshui answered honestly, Mr. Macho took it. Who said he could take it? Suo Wei snapped. As expected, just what Jiang Shaoshui had predicted. He even threw in a cheeky line, I warned him not to. Told him you'd be mad when you came back. He didn't care one bit. Fuming, Suo Wei grabbed his phone. Who told you to take my sugar figurine? On the other end, Chi Cheng was munching on cucumbers, crunching too loud to respond. You didn't have to take all of them. Couldn't you have at least left me a few? More chewing. Suo Wei was about to hang up when Chi Cheng finally spoke. My girlfriend said the sugar figurine you made last time was ugly, so I brought all of them over for her to pick from. Suo Wei smashed the end call button. Whatever fleeting goodwill he had felt toward Chi Cheng earlier was wiped out completely. He slapped the table and shouted, Master, get me a good outfit, something sharp. Tomorrow I'm going to seduce him. If I don't charm him senseless, I'm not a Wu. The next day, Suo Wei left the house in full street style. Baseball cap, oversized jacket, harem pants, spinning a basketball in his hand, his firm but bouncing rhythmically. Electric currents seemed to spark from his body, crackling toward one specific window in the traffic police building. Chi Cheng came out just as Suo Wei was hanging from the basketball hoop. His pants hung low, revealing honey-toned abs and a tight waist. A teasing shadow of his but crack peeked from the curves of his hips. Suo Wei spotted Chi Cheng and tried to make a cool jump. But Chi Cheng stepped right in, caught most of his body on his shoulder, and spun him with a strong arm. Suo Wei's center of gravity tilted hard. Wind rushed past his ears, and before he knew it, he was hanging upside down, head first, draped over Chi Cheng. Put me down, you jerk. He barked loudly on the outside, but inside, he was thrilled. Gotcha, didn't I? Couldn't resist Wu the Great, huh? Just as he was getting smug, a sharp pain hit between his legs. His balls were pinched. Furious, he started pounding Chi Cheng's calves. Chi Cheng stood firm, his legs rock steady. He cast a mocking glance down. You dressed this slutty just so I'd come at you, didn't you? He said, reaching into Suo Wei's pants again to squeeze his balls. Suo Wei howled in rage, headbutting Chi Cheng's knee out of reflex. It was skull versus bone, painful for both. The worst part? Chi Cheng had warned him about this before, and he still didn't learn. Try that again and see what happens. Chi Cheng tightened his grip. Suo Wei to try again. The more it hurt, the more he wanted revenge. One more time, I dare you. Chi Cheng's face darkened. He'd never met someone so stubborn. Suo Wei's forehead was sweating from the pain, but he still wouldn't give in. Chi Cheng had been ready to keep going, but when he caught sight of the moist corners of Suo Wei's eyes, something inexplicable softened in him. Chi Cheng, a man who'd never known how to lower his head in his life, actually loosened his grip and set the brat down. Let me check if that forehead got even harder. Chi Cheng reached out. Suo Wei scowled, grabbed his backpack, and tried to storm off, only to be yanked back by Chi Cheng's strong arm and pulled into a firm embrace. What kind of brat are you? Chi Cheng's deep voice murmured by his ear. Didn't I tell you last time? Stop ramming your head into people like that. Suo Wei said nothing, every muscle in his body stiff. Chi Cheng yanked the bag from him, rummaged inside, and pulled out a jar of bean curd, handmade by Wu's mom. Bringing me more tofu snacks? He asked, pretending not to know. Suo Wei stiffened. Who said it's for you? Give it back. Chi Cheng tossed the bag back to Suo Wei, took the jar, and walked out of the basketball court. He squatted by a tree root, opened the lid, and started eating, his sharp eyes occasionally glancing up at Suo Wei. If you don't come over, it'll be gone. Suo Wei kicked the ground, dragging his foot through the sand, the rough sole of his shoe grinding out a fierce echo. Chapter 63. The two of them sat together, feeding each other bites from the same jar. By the time the jar of tofu snacks was nearly empty, Chi Cheng's phone rang. Suo Wei perked up his ears and listened in. The moment the other party spoke, he recognized Yu's voice. Are you working overtime today? Yu asked. No overtime, Chi Cheng replied. Then I'll come find you later. Chi Cheng started to say, Before he could finish, Suo Wei suddenly made a show of standing up. But his foot accidentally caught on a small rock, and he stumbled right into Chi Cheng, throwing his full weight onto the arm holding the phone. His head nudged the phone out of Chi Cheng's hand, sending it flying. Ow! Suo Wei landed on the human cushion beneath him and cried out dramatically. Of course Chi Cheng saw through Suo Wei's ploy, but he didn't say anything. He just smiled subtly and picked the phone up off the concrete. The back cover had popped off, but thankfully the screen was intact. Chi Cheng reassembled the phone, powered it on. It worked perfectly fine. Solid construction. Just as he was about to redial, Suo Wei leaned over again, resting his head in Chi Cheng's arm. I don't know what's wrong with my head. It's spinning like crazy. Whoa, I can't see anything. Must have been from hitting your knee. Chi Cheng knew he was faking, but that lousy excuse somehow got to him anyway. He tossed the phone aside and let it vibrate on the ground. His large hand gently pressed against Suo Wei's forehead, massaging it with practiced care. He even pulled out the ointment he had stuffed into his pocket before leaving the office, squeezed a dab onto his fingers, and rubbed it in slowly to help it absorb. Suo Wei's sneaky hand slid into Chi Cheng's pants pocket and took out a pre-prepared paperclip, which he used to fasten the cuffs of their pants together. Done. Chi Cheng gave Suo Wei's smooth forehead a fond rub and signaled that he could sit up. Suo Wei played dead, refusing to move an inch. Chi Cheng looked down at his silly, shameless expression, tempted to strip him and hang him from the bed for an all-night session. Why do you have to be so damned irresistible? So damned lovable? Sensing the shadow looming over his head, Suo Wei quickly raised his hand to shield his mouth, just in time. Chi Cheng's teeth landed on the back of his hand instead. If it had been his lips, they might have bled. Suo Wei shot him a sharp glare. Chi Cheng let out a vicious grin and made a show of standing up, only to feel a tug at his pants. He looked down, and there it was, the pathetic little paperclip glinting in the light like it had been sent to blind him. Who else in the world but Little Red Riding Hood had the audacity to try and trap the big bad wolf with a single clip? What's this hooked on? Chi Cheng pretended to unfasten it. Don't move. Suo Wei barked, his tone serious. These pants cost tens of thousands. If you damage them, you're paying for it. Chi Cheng had seen blackmail before, but never this bold. Suo Wei stood up, examining his pants with exaggerated distress. TSK, this is bad. That paperclip is going to leave a massive hole if we force it. Here's the plan. Let's leave it hooked for now and go find a tailor to professionally separate it. Yeah, that's the only way. He wrapped Chi Cheng's arm around his own shoulder and dragged him off, walking shoulder to shoulder. I'm hungry, Chi Cheng said. My girlfriend was going to. Dinner's on me. Suo Wei interrupted, full of bold generosity. Chi Cheng's eyes sparkled with amusement. What are you treating me to? Spicy hot pot. Chapter 64. By July, while everyone else was out on the streets having barbecue, Suo Wei was dragging Chi Cheng to eat malatang. What choice did he have? Barbecue was expensive. It wasn't like he genuinely wanted to treat him. As long as he could bluff his way through, he would. In weather like this, eating malatang was basically like sitting in a sauna. After the meal, Suo Wei was drenched like he had just been washed. His loose t-shirt clung to his body, soaked from the collar to the chest. He forgot that a pervert was beside him and instinctively lifted his shirt up to his chest, exposing his flat belly and a wide stretch of damp back, all the way down to the swell of his buttocks. The low-rise pants flirtatiously covered his sexy but crack, a total act of provocation. Chi Cheng's throat felt like it was on fire. Sweat trailed down from his Adam's apple in a winding path. Put your shirt down, he warned in a low voice. Suo Wei, lost in the heat, kept lifting it higher, even exposing his nipples. I said put it down. Chi Cheng yanked it down hard. Suo Wei protested defiantly, I'm hot, and tried lifting it again. Hot, huh? Chi Cheng's eyes blazed. Suddenly realizing something was off, Suo Wei was already shoved into the car. The air conditioning blasted, instantly cooling his sweaty skin, but the charged atmosphere inside the car only raised the temperature again. Chi Cheng, furious, tore at Suo Wei's shirt, his breath heavy. If you're so damn hot, let me strip you bare and cool you off for real. Don't touch me. Suo Wei shouted in anger, fists clenched, ready to defend his personal space. Chi Cheng realized, more than lust, what burned in his chest was a nameless rage. Based on his old temperament, if Suo Wei had dared act so shamelessly in the street, he would have dragged him into an alley and ravished him on the spot in front of everyone. That would have been exhilarating. But this time he was angry, genuinely pissed off. All because Suo Wei had shown himself off so casually in public. It made him jealous. Don't dress like that anymore, got it? Chi Cheng suddenly said. Suo Wei frowned. What did I do? You know exactly what you did. Walking around dressed like that, hoping people won't miss you? In front of me, you can act however you like. But outside, you better be covered up, tight. Suo Wei didn't get it. He was wearing long pants and a shirt. How was that too revealing? Chi Cheng saw him still glaring back, leaned in closer, grinding his teeth. Who told you to wear low-rise pants? What's wrong with low-rise pants? Suo Wei retorted. It's not like I'm showing anything. You think unless your whole ass is hanging out, you're not exposing anything? Chi Cheng's eyes flared. Pull it down a little more, and I could screw you from behind right here. As he spoke, he reached to tug Suo Wei's pants. Suo Wei exploded with fury, twisting Chi Cheng's wrist. This pair of pants cost me tens of thousands. Tens of thousands. Chi Cheng scoffed, staring at Suo Wei. Why don't you snip off a piece and trade it in for a barbecue dinner instead? When threats failed, Suo Wei resorted to playing the victim, looking pitiful and sorrowful. So you're saying I'm too cheap for you, huh? Even when I try to treat you, it's not good enough. Chi Cheng shot back, what do you think? If I really thought you were cheap, would I have let a damn safety pin trap me? Suo Wei didn't care. He pouted, brooded, and acted like the whole world had wronged him. Chi Cheng realized, even when teased to the breaking point, Suo Wei's stupid tricks still pulled him back. He just couldn't bring himself to go through with it, utterly cursed. After a long standoff, Chi Cheng suddenly grabbed the back of Suo Wei's head, pulled him in, and stared deeply into his eyes before forcefully kissing him. Suo Wei was getting used to kissing Chi Cheng. He used to think physical affection was a loss on his part, just a way to bait this big fish. But now, not anymore. Chi Cheng's tongue was a wonder, twisting and tangling in his mouth like a storm, wild and intense. Every time it stopped, he was left breathless and wanting more. Chi Cheng's hand slid to Suo Wei's waist, his rough fingertips grazing around the navel. Uncomfortable, Suo Wei arched slightly, trying to push Chi Cheng's hand away. Feeling it? Chi Cheng asked. Suo Wei awkwardly replied, Not used to it. Then what are you used to? Chi Cheng blew softly in his ear. Getting straight to it? Next time just wear crotchless pants. Make it easier. Thankfully, Suo Wei still had a metaphorical donkey whip for a moral compass. If it had been the old him, he would have rebelled long ago. Chi Cheng's hand suddenly slipped into his waistband, with no warning. His thick fingers dove into the pubic jungle, yanking at the hairs. You keep tempting me, then tell me not to touch you. What the hell are you playing at? The question he had been dreading finally came. Suo Wei couldn't think of a good excuse. Chi Cheng's hand kept teasing inside his pants, and with no way to fight back, he had to throw down his trump card. You're not my boyfriend. Why should I let you touch me? That hit the mark. Chi Cheng's expression shifted. He withdrew his hand, fixing his gaze on Suo Wei. Debow. Suo Wei grumbled. What? Come back to my place, Chi Cheng said. I haven't shared a bed with anyone in a long time. Suo Wei turned his head with disdain. I'm not going. You won't break up with her? Then I'm not going. Fine, Chi Cheng said. Suo Wei gritted his teeth. Just as expected, men who act all affectionate are always the most heartless. You're eating from both bowls, and you must be blind. No, both of you are blind. Furious, he slammed the car door and stormed off. But that wasn't the end. Oh no, the worst part came next. Chi Cheng actually followed Suo Wei back to the clinic and, get this, asked him to blow a sugar figurine. I skipped out on my girlfriend to be with you. She's going to be mad. Make me a rose. I'll take it to appease her, Chi Cheng said. Suo Wei ground his teeth into a savage grin. 20 minutes later, another masterpiece was complete. A bamboo stick with a lifelike but molded on the end. He handed it to Chi Cheng. Can't blow a rose. Take a chrysanthemum instead. That night, Chi Cheng lay in bed alone. Xiao Bao curled obediently beside him, while his hands kept twirling the bamboo stick. That crafted but spun and spun, just like Suo Wei's flirtatious hip-swaying walk on the street. It had been a long time since he'd felt this bone-deep itch, one that no one else could scratch, except for that ass. He had seen countless people in low-rise jeans, G-strings, or nothing at all. He'd watched them kneel, sway, do all kinds of obscene tricks, but none were as seductive as Suo Wei casually lifting his shirt. Chi Cheng always believed true seduction wasn't acted, it was ingrained in the bone. Suo Wei's lewdness lived in his very pores, saturating every inch of skin. Only a connoisseur would notice. Alone in his room, Suo Wei sat on his bed, stark naked, staring at his crotch. The base of his pubic hair was a bit red and swollen. Chi Cheng's doing. Freaking pervert. Suo Wei thought. Just as he cursed it, the pervert called. Suo Wei curled under the covers and lazily answered, Yeah? Are you asleep? Chi Cheng asked. About to. You? About to have sex. A spark shot through Suo Wei's brain, nearly singeing his pubes. The hell are you calling me for if you're having sex? Chi Cheng, fingering Xiao Bao's tail, replied eerily, wanted you to cheer me on. Fine, no problem, Suo Wei snarled. Hey gorgeous over there, listen up. Your boyfriend ain't shit. He grabs girls' asses, yanks dudes' pubes, and the minute he's done with you, he's out screwing someone else. Even thugs cross the street to avoid him. He hung up hard. So satisfying. On the other end, Chi Cheng was more than satisfied too. Imagining Suo Wei flipping out had soothed every last thorn in his chest. Hugging Xiao Bao, he drifted off. The next day, Yu stormed straight into the traffic department to drag someone out. Didn't give Suo Wei any chance to play games. She locked arms with Chi Cheng and whisked him away. Suo Wei watched the couple walk off, a tangle of emotions on his face. Seems like if he doesn't get serious, he'll never win that bastard over. Chapter 65. On the way back, Yu asked Chi Cheng, Why did you let me come find you at work today? Chi Cheng drove slowly, his peripheral vision constantly sweeping the rearview mirror. Suo Wei's lonely figure grew smaller and blurrier in the reflection. Only when Suo Wei turned a corner did Chi Cheng finally speak nonchalantly. I'm driving you home. Yu was completely baffled. You told me to come find you just to drive me home? Chi Cheng tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel. Your place is in the middle of nowhere. There have been a lot of creeps around lately. I don't feel safe letting you go back alone. Yu's heart melted like it had been dipped in honey. She casually said, Even the creeps steer clear of you. The exact same words, without prior coordination or discussion, came from two people's mouths within just 1 day of each other. This kind of tacit understanding was probably only possible for lovers who'd been together for 7 years. Chi Cheng's fingers paused for a second. Then he tossed Yu a glance full of vague meaning. Yu caught it instantly and fired back. What? Did I say something wrong? You are a creep. All the guys in Beijing combined aren't as full of dirty tricks as you. Sometimes I wonder, how many people have you actually messed around with? You've got so many pervy ideas. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Chi Cheng stared straight ahead, voice calm and distant. Just thinking about it gets you wet, doesn't it? Yu blushed and smacked his arm. You're the worst. Chi Cheng chuckled and lit a cigarette. Yu shifted on the seat, her eyes sultry. I don't want to go home. I want to go to your place. Chi Cheng flicked the ash from his cigarette without changing expression. No time today. Yu pouted. You've had no time for days. Chi Cheng reached into the glove box and pulled out a small box, handing it to Yu. Inside were some sex toys, stuff he always kept in the car for convenience, in case of car sex or outdoor quickies. Use this to get by for a few days. Chi Cheng said. Yu grumbled. Stuff like this can make you dependent. I might not even feel anything with you later. Chi Cheng's lips curled with masculine confidence. With me? That's not something you'll ever need to worry about. Only you would dare say that. Yu scoffed, but inside she was thrilled and fluttery. Only my boyfriend could say something like that and make it sound so right. The drive took a full hour before they arrived at Yu's home. Before getting out, she sighed, my place really is out in the boonies. If only I had an apartment in the city. Just as Chi Cheng expected, Suo Wei was like a stubborn little mule. He wouldn't budge unless given a whip. No stimulation, and he'd just dig in his hooves and stand there. Sure enough, after watching Chi Cheng and Yu drive off together yesterday, today Suo Wei skipped basketball and went straight to the parking lot, leaning against the front of Chi Cheng's car smoking like a boss. When he saw Chi Cheng approaching, Suo Wei jumped off the hood and stubbed out his cigarette with his foot. What are you doing? Chi Cheng asked. Suo Wei's lazy gaze scanned the surroundings. Nothing. Just checking out your car. Chi Cheng got in without a word. Suo Wei leaned on the window, those dark, gleaming eyes peeking inside. I've decided, once I sell my snake, I'm getting a second-hand car. When did you buy this one? How much was it? Got it last year. Cost about 600,000 altogether. Chi Cheng replied truthfully. Suo Wei ran his hand over the steering wheel cover, slowly tracing the leather. You want to sell it for 60,000? Chi Cheng grabbed Suo Wei's wandering hand and said in a low voice, throw yourself in with the deal and I'll sell it. Suo Wei raised an eyebrow. Let me get in and test it then. He'd already ridden in the car dozens of times, and now he wanted to test it? Even an idiot could tell he had other intentions. But Suo Wei wasn't stupid at all. He knew that dealing with someone like Chi Cheng meant using the dumbest tricks. Once inside, Suo Wei pretended to assess the interior, but apparently that wasn't enough. He turned to Chi Cheng and said, can I drive it and get a real feel for it? Go ahead, Chi Cheng said. And just like that, the car was driven straight to Chi Cheng's place. Nice ride. His mission to keep Yu and Chi Cheng apart was accomplished. Suo Wei figured it was time to make a clean exit. Chi Cheng said, I'll drive you back. Suo Wei waved his hand quickly. No need for that. I'll just walk. I'm heading out to pick up my girlfriend anyway. It's on the way. Get in. You win this round. Suo Wei cleared his throat. I'm kinda thirsty. Mind if I come in for a glass of water before I leave? Chi Cheng didn't respond, just stared at Suo Wei. Suo Wei stared right back. A moment later, Chi Cheng strode forward, grabbed Suo Wei by the waistband, and dragged him inside. Chapter 66. Chi Cheng kicked the door open. The basement, steamy and stifling, was thick with the scent of sweat and tension. A phone rang. Suo Wei yanked it out and slammed it hard against the ground. He rammed his chest against Chi Cheng, pinning him to the doorframe, and kissed him with raw dominance. It was the first time he'd ever been this forward. Even Suo Wei didn't understand what had triggered such a loss of control. Beads of sweat streamed down in torrents. He didn't bother wiping them away. He was like a starved child, desperate and clumsy, lost in Chi Cheng without rhythm or reason. Chi Cheng could tell. Suo Wei was truly anxious this time. After a brief pause, Chi Cheng gripped Wu Suo Wei's cheeks in one big hand and said with a smirk, "You're just a little work mule. The kind that only moves when pushed. Leave it alone and it'll just stand there, soaking up the sun." "I'm the mule." Wu Suo Wei gave a dry laugh. "Wouldn't dare steal your title." Chi Cheng narrowed his eyes. "Then tell me, why am I the mule?" Wu Suo Wei dodged the question. "I'm hungry." Chi Cheng glanced at his watch. It was dinner time. No matter what else was going on, food came first. He patted Wu Suo Wei on the shoulder. "Wait here. I'll go grab us something to eat." He left Xiaoxiu Bao in Wu Suo Wei's care without a second thought. Wu Suo Wei slung the little snake around his neck and paced the room. You had to admit, Chi Cheng really went all in for this pet. Just to give it a comfortable home, he was willing to live in a hot, humid basement himself. Turns out that even with money and status, life wasn't necessarily luxurious. Everyone has their own way of tormenting themselves. No one's an exception. Even though this was Wu Suo Wei's second visit, the room still felt unfamiliar. 2 beds, 1 wall. That was it, bare bones. He tried to find traces of Yu, but there were none. The place carried the cool, still smell of cold-blooded creatures. Compared to his first visit, though, there was now a refrigeration unit, probably to beat the heat. Wu Suo Wei opened it. What he saw made his body jolt. There were no cold drinks, no ice cream, just a small wooden box filled with sugar figurines. Some had been gifted by Wu Suo Wei, others probably picked out by Chi Cheng himself. Maybe Chi Cheng had worried the room's heat would melt them, so he came up with this solution, storing them in the fridge. So, he hadn't given them to Yu after all. The cobra was there. The little poop was there. The chrysanthemum was there, all standing vividly upright, staring up at Wu Suo Wei. He counted them, one by one. None were missing. A strange feeling swelled in his chest, spilling out at the corners of his mouth. Chi Cheng was standing in the doorway, watching Wu Suo Wei lower his head, cautiously and seriously counting the sugar figurines. When he realized not a single one was missing, he smiled to himself. Then he turned his head and counted them again, backwards this time. When he confirmed, again, that not one was missing, the emotion in his eyes was something else entirely. He never imagined that in his case, it wouldn't take cars, houses, or cash, but just a handful of unsent sugar figurines to make someone look so breathtakingly beautiful. Wu Suo Wei caught sight of Chi Cheng and quickly wiped the smile off his face, pretending like nothing had happened. "You got the food yet?" Compared to the bowl of spicy hot pot Wu Suo Wei had once offered him, Chi Cheng's treatment was worlds apart. He had practically emptied the supermarket, bringing back cooked food, snacks, fruit, drinks, and then swung by a restaurant to grab a spread of meat dishes, vegetables, house specials, even ordering several different staples, just in case Wu Suo Wei was picky. Wu Suo Wei's throat tightened, his chest warmed. He almost didn't know where to start. "This year, I've only been to the supermarket 3 times. Once I saw someone in tiny holy briefs, once was at your place, and the last time was just now," Chi Cheng said casually. It wasn't an exaggeration. Everything he needed, food, clothes, accommodation, was usually handled by others. Rarely did he ever shop for himself. "I didn't hear a thing, didn't hear a thing." Wu Suo Wei hypnotized himself as he buried his head in the food. Chapter 67. After a satisfying meal, Chi Cheng went to take a shower. Wu Suo Wei felt awkward staying outside, unable to settle down no matter where he sat. He stared at the door for a long time, wondering if he should just leave. Just then, Chi Cheng's phone rang right next to Wu Suo Wei's hand. Strangely, Chi Cheng hadn't saved Yu's number in his contacts. There was no name, just a bare number, but Wu Suo Wei recognized it instantly. Almost as if possessed, he pressed answer. "Honey." Just 2 words, yet they crushed 7 years of Wu Suo Wei's devotion. Back then, he had been loyal, gentle, and unreservedly good to Yu. Yet, she had only ever called him Fatty Wu, the only nickname he ever got. Now, this man, domineering, two-faced, and promiscuous, was being called honey in that sweet, coquettish tone. Lost in thought, Chi Cheng walked out, completely naked. Who was it? Wu Suo Wei's gaze flickered as he took in the sight before him. Chi Cheng's towering figure stood there, a perfect inverted triangle of muscle, his body sculpted and masculine, like an untouchable deity exuding raw power. A pang of envy shot, through Suo Wei. This straight man had zero self-awareness. Seeing something he admired, he reached out and touched. "How'd you get this?" And just like that, the heavenly deity Chi Cheng pinned him to the bed, personally demonstrating the art of muscle building. Chi Cheng's hand slid over Suo Wei's lower back, and instantly, every pore on Suo Wei's body prickled to life. "Ticklish?" Chi Cheng asked. On this point, Suo Wei was confident. "Nope, never been ticklish, not even as a kid." He wasn't exaggerating. As a child, while other kids squirmed and giggled when tickled, Suo Wei stood like a statue, unflinching. "Go ahead, try it. I won't even blink." So Chi Cheng did, lightly, teasingly, and Suo Wei's body shuddered as if electrified, his shoulders shaking, his words stumbling. "What the hell?" Suo Wei was baffled. Chi Cheng's fingers traced areas Suo Wei had never considered sensitive: his ears, neck, collarbone, Adam's apple. Normally, even a feather wouldn't faze him. So why was Chi Cheng's touch so unbearable? "Did you drug me?" he demanded sharply. Chi Cheng smirked. "Don't blame your lewdness on me." "Hey, who's lewd?" "Wait, hold on." Chi Cheng's lips enveloped Suo Wei's ear, sucking it soft before his tongue mapped every curve, then plunged deep, sending Suo Wei into a daze. All he could hear was his own ragged breathing. "This is insane. Why does it feel so good?" Chi Cheng kissed him, rough fingers scraping over his nipples through his shirt. Sweat beaded on Suo Wei's forehead, his calves tensing, his brows twisting as if in pain. Even a seasoned lover like Chi Cheng paused, concerned. "What's wrong?" Suo Wei gasped. "Too fucking good." Chi Cheng chuckled darkly. "We're just getting started." He pushed Suo Wei's shirt up, circling his tongue around his left nipple, tightening the spiral until he reached the center, flicking and teasing before biting down gently. Then his lips sealed over it, sucking hard, the lewd wet sounds filling the room. Suo Wei's legs clamped around Chi Cheng's hips, a strained groan escaping him. "Don't do that." Chi Cheng ignored him, moving to the other side. "I can't take this." Suo Wei was drowning in pleasure, his vision blurring with images of swaying hips, twisting like flowers. "Touch me there," Suo Wei begged. Chi Cheng played dumb. "Where?" "There." "Where?" "There." "Where?" Suo Wei's silence. Chi Cheng's hand slid into Suo Wei's jeans, skimming the sensitive skin of his inner thigh. "Here?" Suo Wei gritted out. "My dick." Finally, Chi Cheng relented, his fingers diving into the thicket below, pulling out the eager little bird. He stroked it, coaxing it to full hardness. Not bad at all. Plump, vibrant, and very much to Chi Cheng's liking. He tugged Suo Wei's underwear down, exposing everything. Suo Wei squirmed under the scrutiny. "Quit staring." Chi Cheng pinned his wrist to the bed, his other hand working Suo Wei's cock with expert precision. Rough fingertips swirled over the sensitive head, his palm gliding down to the base, fondling the heavy sack before sliding lower, slapping his inner thighs with deliberate force. Suo Wei's hips jerked, his back arching. He'd never been played with like this, never knew jerking off could feel this intense. Within minutes, Suo Wei was pushing at Chi Cheng's arm, resisting. He didn't want to come in front of him. Chi Cheng didn't stop. Instead, he twisted his grip, rubbing Suo Wei's shaft between his fingers like drilling for fire. Suo Wei couldn't take it. He rolled onto his stomach, hiding his cock. Chi Cheng flipped him back, yanking it free. One hand pumped fast while the other pressed firmly against his perineum. To give Chi Cheng better leverage, Suo Wei instinctively spread his legs wider. "I can't." Suo Wei writhed, teetering on the edge before pulling back each time. But before he could catch his breath, Chi Cheng's relentless hands returned, driving him even closer. He wanted to cry, to curse, to hit someone. Chi Cheng slowed just as Suo Wei was about to burst, watching his desperate thrusts with amusement before pinning his hips down. He wanted Suo Wei to come slowly, to savor every second of his release. Finally, thick ropes of cum shot out. Suo Wei's neck corded, his face contorted, a broken moan tearing from his throat. Chi Cheng didn't stop, milking him through it as Suo Wei's hips jerked violently, a second spurt following, then a third, a fourth. His ass was drenched, the sheets soaked beneath him. Chi Cheng doubled down, twisting and pulling until Suo Wei's vision whited out, his voice cracking, his body trembling uncontrollably. It took him a long time to recover. That's a lot. Chi Cheng mused, holding his hand up for inspection. Suo Wei stared blankly before his cock twitched, hard again. Chi Cheng laughed, gripping Suo Wei's flushed neck. Damn, a rapid-fire gun, huh? Once a man's primal urges are unleashed, his civilized facade crumbles. Suo Wei had never felt like this before. The memory alone had him seeing everything through a lustful haze. And right in front of him was a god, muscles gleaming, ass sculpted, eyes dark with hunger. Suo Wei reached out. More? Chi Cheng smirked. Before he could react, his ass was grabbed. Suo Wei's eyes were bold, fingers kneading firm flesh before sliding dangerously close to the cleft. No one had ever dared touch Chi Cheng like this. Playing with my ass. You've got a death wish. Let me fuck you. Suo Wei rasped. Chi Cheng's eyes turned pitch black. What did you just say? Suo Wei's voice was rough. You fucked plenty. One more won't kill you. I've never done a guy before. Let me try. Us use me for practice? Each word dripped with menace. Suo Wei wasn't joking. Your ass looks solid. Should be fine. Honestly, you're the first guy who's made me feel like this. Don't let me down. Chapter 68. After hearing Suo Wei's request, there was only one word in Chi Cheng's mind: death. The jeans were ripped apart by Chi Cheng from the waistband to the pantyhose, leaving a huge opening with threads frayed everywhere. Chi Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, his exhaled breath hot, like a tornado, shredding Suo Wei's bravery to pieces. He didn't immediately drop his body onto Suo Wei's. Instead, he inched downward slowly, like gloomy clouds before a thunderstorm, hovering over Suo Wei's head with suffocating pressure. Finally, the aggressive tiger flipped Suo Wei over, leaving him butt up and defenseless. Trapped in this position, Suo Wei had no choice but to abandon his plan. Never mind if you don't want to. Even with Chi Cheng's mouth right in front of him, Suo Wei still dared to shout while waving a toothpick. I'm feeling great, so I won't prick you. This kind of courage, only Suo Wei had it. Just like how he dared to call himself by his own name. But courage without real strength was nothing but recklessness. Chi Cheng grabbed Suo Wei's arm and twisted it behind his back, forcing his two pale cheeks into the air, the perky mounds squeezing the cleft between them. Chi Cheng's rough hands kneaded violently, holding nothing back. Suo Wei hissed in pain, sweat dripping onto the sheets. Pinning Suo Wei down with one leg, Chi Cheng reached into the bedside drawer and pulled out a bottle of lubricant. I know this. Suo Wei's mind short-circuited. After watching so many of those kinds of videos, how could he not recognize what was coming? Fuck, he's serious. His expression twisted, every muscle in his body tensing as he shrieked at the top of his lungs. I need to turn over. I have to turn over. I can't let him win. I'm going all out with you. Desperation took over. Suo Wei yanked out a fistful of Chi Cheng's short hair and flung it into the air. Then Chi Cheng threw him back onto the bed, rendering him immobile. But Suo Wei kept struggling. Every time Chi Cheng flipped him, he fought back like a soldier on a battlefield, indomitable. Chi Cheng's eyes burned bloody red, as if stabbed by knives. Tonight, I'm going to fuck you into two pieces. Suo Wei screamed. Don't humiliate me with the thing you've rubbed on countless people's asses. You don't want it? Chi Cheng hurled the lube across the room, the bottle splattering its contents everywhere. His calloused fingers plunged into Suo Wei's tight entrance, dry and unyielding. Suo Wei held in agony. Chi Cheng froze. He's actually a virgin? Suo Wei's mind raced. His body went limp. No more struggling, no more fighting. Do whatever you want. But first, if you fuck me now, we'll just be friends with benefits from here on out. But if you wait, maybe one day, I'll agree to be with you. Chi Cheng's fingers dug into Suo Wei's flesh, canines flashing. You dare set conditions with me? Suo Wei closed his eyes. You don't have to consider it. The moment the words left his mouth, a thunderstorm of slaps rained down on Suo Wei's ass, each strike like a crack of lightning. Why the fuck did you seek me out if you're a virgin? Why do you keep stuffing those bean curds into my pocket? Why do you smile like that at those sculptures I never gave away? Are you looking for a beating? Suo Wei's backside burned red, swollen and nearly splitting, But Chi Cheng's fury still raged. Just tell me your decision. Why are you hitting me? Another slap. Get lost to the other side of the bed. Chi Cheng snarled. Suo Wei obeyed instantly. He knew his plan had worked, no need to push further. Hey, wouldn't friends with benefits be great? You can keep your girlfriend, call me over whenever. How perfect would that be? Right. Chi Cheng's silence. Then Suo Wei turned his head, smirking. I want to be friends with benefits with you. Come on, fuck me. Chi Cheng's gaze turned eerie. Aren't you afraid I'll change my mind? Suo Wei's mouth snapped shut. He twisted his head away. Chapter 69. Before long, heavy panting came from the bed next door. Suo Wei sneaked a glance, and the sight before him made his eyes sting. Chi Cheng was leaning against the headboard, his chiseled side profile dotted with beads of sweat. His strong brow bones jutted out proudly, and his eagle-like gaze was fixed intensely on one spot, filled with overwhelming desire. Between his legs, his erection stood tall, thick and firm. Who knew how many had been wrecked by this weapon, left howling and haunted with longing? Yet someone had discarded it like trash, daring to peek over with wide, curious eyes. Turn your head away. Last time, Chi Cheng forced Suo Wei to watch to shame and humiliate him. Now, he didn't want him looking, afraid that fiery gaze would burn away his last shred of self-control. He'd already played out the scene of ravaging Suo Wei 1,000 times in his head. All that was left was the act itself. Chi Cheng, who had always been decisive, found this time to be the exception. He couldn't figure it out. It's just a dumb little baldy, so what if he fucked him? A torn-up ass, shredded guts, a hoarse throat from crying. Hadn't he seen all that before? Why did it feel so cruel when it came to this person? Chi Cheng held back a suffocating urge, his hand moving fast and rough. Sparks were practically flying. Suo Wei stared at the white wall, mumbling to himself. Does he really want to be with me? Guilt gnawed at him. He turned his head again. Want me to help you? A growl came in reply. Stay put. Suo Wei sat up in bed. You don't have to worry. I'm doing it voluntarily. Jerking off doesn't count as sleeping with someone. Chi Cheng ground his teeth. You little menace. Just one look and I want to screw you. You crawl over here, and what? Want to get destroyed? Move one more time, and I swear I'll fuck you. No discussion. With a plop, Suo Wei flopped back on the bed, turning his back to Chi Cheng. Classic straight guy behavior. Always thinking their dick is sacred, turning their ass to people like that'd protect them. Lie flat. Chi Cheng warned. Suo Wei flipped him the bird. Not falling for that. No way I'm moving. I'm not stupid. Chi Cheng was about to burst. He shot his load all over his hand. Even Air Bao, the snake, was shocked. Godfather, what's wrong? Why'd you spit out so many tadpoles for me to play with? Chi Cheng grabbed the little guy and gently stroked its head, then glanced at the plump ass across from him. Yep, his snake baby was still the most obedient. In the middle of the night, Suo Wei woke up needing the bathroom and accidentally climbed into Chi Cheng's bed in the dark. It wasn't on purpose. He was half asleep and missed his mark. Chi Cheng's eyes snapped open instantly. I just stared at that ass for half the night, finally getting a little sleepy, and you had to crawl in now? No lie, his cock, which had only just softened, shot right back up. The aching tip was less than 3 centimeters from that tight little entrance. One flick of resolve, and he'd be in bliss. Suo Wei let out a sleepy mutter and suddenly yelled, "Watch this, folks." Then soft snoring filled the room. Someone was dead asleep. No doubt. This idiot was dreaming about blowing sugar figurines. Suo Wei had no idea that this random muttering in his sleep completely melted Chi Cheng's heart. This night, Chi Cheng truly suffered. Kick him off the bed. Can't bear to. Hold him. He'd end up screwing him for sure. Can't touch, can't nudge, can't even look. In the end, he pinned all his hopes on Little Vinegar. The two of them locked eyes in the dark. Chi Cheng's message. He's taken over your turf. Fight back. You're good at this, right? Wrap him up, strangle him hard, drive him back to his own bed. Go now. Little Vinegar wiggled a bit, crawled between them, swished his tail, and under Chi Cheng's burning stare, darted straight onto his chest, wrapped around his neck, circling again and again. Chi Cheng ground his teeth. I said strangle him. Why the hell are you strangling me? Chapter 70. On the way back the next day, Suo Wei looked like he'd lost his soul. He couldn't figure out how he ended up doing that with Chi Cheng, then said all those things, and even stayed the night. Thinking back on it now made him break out in a cold sweat. I must have been possessed, he thought. As he was brooding, he tripped over a step, yanking a muscle in his backside. Ouch, damn it. All that because of a single domineering demand. He took more than a few hundred slaps, easily. Even his little chrysanthemum had taken a hit. Though nothing got shoved in, just being poked with a finger was painful enough. That was just a finger. If he actually stuck that thing in, oh God, don't even go there. Suo Wei shivered. Jiang Xiao Shui stood at the doorway, watching Suo Wei with amusement. Didn't come home last night. Suo Wei smiled awkwardly and walked into the clinic under Jiang Xiao Shui's scrutinizing gaze. Coincidentally, a patient arrived just then, so Jiang Xiao Shui didn't get a chance to grill him. Suo Wei sat there in a daze, and as soon as the patient left, he scooted over. Xiao Shui, touch my ear real quick. Touch your ear? Why the hell should I touch your ear? Jiang Xiao Shui grinned. Suo Wei urged anxiously. Don't ask, just do it. Jiang Xiao Shui gave it a couple of casual taps. Suo Wei's silence. How can that be? What the hell's wrong with you? Jiang Xiao Shui asked. Suo Wei dragged Jiang Xiao Shui into the back room, visibly flustered. Lick me. Jiang Xiao Shui's mouth twitched. Lick where? My ear. Just the ear. Jiang Xiao Shui hesitated a second, but obliged. The moment that moist tongue touched his ear, Suo Wei flashed back to the night before. A wave of tingles shot through him, and he quickly pulled away. Still sensitive, thank God. He muttered to himself. Yeah, it still tickles. I'm relieved now. Jiang Xiao Shui slapped him lightly on the forehead. What kind of weird shit are you on today? Suo Wei glanced at the door, saw no one, then dragged Jiang Xiao Shui over to the couch and whispered. Last night, he jerked me off. Jiang Xiao Shui's throat tightened, his expression suddenly awkward. Did it feel good? The moment Suo Wei heard the word good, goosebumps broke out over his whole body. Jiang Xiao Shui looked at Suo Wei's reaction and got his answer. How many times? Just once. Did you jerk him off too? Did he? Stop. If you keep talking, I'm going to start getting hard again. Suo Wei cut him off. Jiang Xiao Shui wisely shut his mouth. But the silence only gave Suo Wei more space to spiral. After a moment, he suddenly grabbed Jiang Xiao Shui's hand, eyes gleaming. Xiao Shui, let's try it too. Seriously, it felt amazing. In truth, the guy was just panicking, desperate to prove he wasn't only attracted to Chi Cheng. Don't mess around. Jiang Xiao Shui suddenly remembered something and held Suo Wei down, speaking seriously. I heard something from Li Wang about Chi Cheng. Don't know if it's useful. The mention of Chi Cheng immediately sobered Suo Wei up. Jiang Xiao Shui said, Chi Cheng and Guo Cheng, you definitely have a history. They grew up together and were close all through school. Then along came Wang Shuo. Supposedly, he dated Chi Cheng for a bit, but then he slept with Guo Chengyu. That's what broke them up. Later, Wang Shuo went abroad. Chi Cheng pretended to patch things up with Guo Chengyu, but secretly he's been getting revenge ever since. Anyone Guo Chengyu shows interest in, Chi Cheng makes it his mission to sleep with them. Been going on for years. From high school until now. Suo Wei counted on his fingers, at least 10 years. Just because Guo Chengyu banged his boyfriend once, he's been on a decade-long revenge spree? Jiang Xiao Shui nodded. Suo Wei's heart went cold. This guy's vicious. If he ever found out what Suo Wei had been plotting. Jiang Xiao Shui's face darkened. You'd better think this through. If it's too much, get out while you can. We can't mess with someone like that. Suo Wei said quietly. We've already come this far. There's no turning back. The two of them sat in silence for a while. Then Suo Wei's eyes widened as a thought struck him. You said that anyone Guo Chengyu showed interest in, Chi Cheng went after? Then you. He trailed off, unsure. Don't worry, Guo Chengyu was just messing with me. I didn't give him the time of day. Chi Cheng probably won't bother. Jiang Xiao Shui said casually. He leaned back with a bold grin. And even if he does, so what? I'll take the hit for you. You don't want to do it? Your master will step in. Suo Wei was so touched, he nearly dropped to the floor in gratitude. Xiao Shui, I don't even have words for how awesome you are. I'm no good with fancy talk, but seriously, knowing you makes my whole life worth it. Jiang Xiao Shui crossed his legs and grinned sideways. Honestly, I kind of like that bald guy too. Suo Wei's silence. Chapter 71. On the weekend, Suo Wei went home. Wu's mom once again praised someone right in front of him. That colleague of yours is really something. Suo Wei scratched his head. Why are you still thinking about him? He came by our house a couple of days ago, brought quite a lot of stuff. She turned around, opened the cabinet, and carefully pulled out a box, setting it on the table. Take a look, all this purple Ganoderma. He brought it over. Said it can lower blood sugar. Told me to inject less insulin. Said that stuff isn't good for the body. Suo Wei reached inside and rummaged around. The texture was coarse, and the caps still bore the marks of being chopped off wood. Definitely wild. Wild Ganoderma like this is both rare and expensive these days. A whole box like this must have taken some effort. He was still staring when Wu's mom spoke again. Chiong, the corn in our fields is already ripe. Go pick some, cook it, and take it to your colleague. Suo Wei nodded. In the evening, Suo Wei brought a big bag of cooked corn to Chi Cheng's workplace. Coincidentally, it was Chi Cheng's shift today. Suo Wei had been visiting a lot lately, so much that even the security guard recognized him. Hey handsome, here again? Fong Xian cheerfully patted Suo Wei's shoulder. That handsome wasn't just for show. Suo Wei always dressed sharp when he came by. Even in the sweltering summer heat, he'd wear short-sleeved dress shirts, tailored trousers, and polished leather shoes. Picked some fresh from our field. Just boiled, tastes way better than the ones they sell on the street. Suo Wei placed the plastic bag on the table, letting Chi Cheng's colleagues help themselves. Chi Cheng saw everyone's greedy hands reaching for the bag and said coldly, "Don't start eating yet. Finish filling out the assignment sheets first and hand them to Team Leader Li's office." His colleagues joked around. What? Did the sun rise from the west today? Young Master Chi actually being responsible? Yeah, when is he not the last one to hand it in? Now he's all fired up. Chi Cheng hooked an arm around Suo Wei's shoulders and practically dragged him into his office. The door had barely shut before heavy breathing filled the space. Aren't you hot and all that? Chi Cheng roughly grabbed the front of Suo Wei's shirt, popping off 2 buttons. Big shorts and slippers would be way cooler. Suo Wei's hand snuck under Chi Cheng's uniform, scratching at his skin, his heart blazing. I dressed like this to save face for you, didn't I? And who the hell are you to be saving my face? Chi Cheng bit down on Suo Wei's ear, provoking him. You think you've got the right? Who told you to act like that? Who cares? Let's just enjoy it first. You just hooked on these hands of mine, huh? Chi Cheng shoved Suo Wei onto the desk. Suo Wei's eyes glinted mischievously. You let me blow your sugar figurine, but I can't give you a hand job? It's all craftsmanship. You support mine, I support yours. Chi Cheng yanked Suo Wei's pants down, lifting one leg onto the desk. Broad daylight, legs spread wide, his privates fully exposed. Suo Wei's face flushed with embarrassment. The leg being held thrashed a bit in protest. Cut the weird stuff, okay? Just do it properly. Feeling shy? Chi Cheng's hard bulge slammed against Suo Wei's ass. If you're so shy, then close your legs. And with that, he wickedly teased his cock. Once Suo Wei started feeling good, his shame disappeared like smoke. That leg went from being on the desk to hanging over Chi Cheng's arm, the angle growing wider, the movements more and more obscene. He was moaning from both humiliation and pleasure. When he finally came, the leg he was standing on trembled violently, almost collapsing into Chi Cheng's arms. So good. Suo Wei panted. Chi Cheng, on the other hand, wasn't satisfied. His rock-hard shaft was still pressing against Suo Wei's ass, clearly unwilling to let him pull his pants back up. Suo Wei had to coax and soothe him for quite a while before calming the beast. After the pleasure faded, Suo Wei was left with a lingering feeling of grievance he couldn't quite name. I'm leaving, Suo Wei said. Chi Cheng's expression darkened. Already? Yeah, I've got stuff to do. My batch of snakes is laying eggs. I need to contact buyers for the eggs. Chi Cheng's claw-like fingers scratched the desk, leaving thin gouges. Then why did you even come? Yeah, why did I come? Even Suo Wei wasn't sure anymore. He thought for a long moment before finally remembering the bag of corn. Right. He came to deliver corn. Watching Suo Wei's retreating figure, Chi Cheng's expression turned cloudy. This little punk had been dropping by a lot lately, just for a quick lay and a bag of food. The more Chi Cheng thought about it, the more off it felt. Why do I feel like I'm the one being sold? Chapter 72. When Chi Cheng came out of the office, someone had just pulled a boiled corn cob from the plastic bag. This is dinner tonight. Just as it was about to reach his mouth, a large hand intercepted it, pressing both the cob and his hand back onto the table. His knuckles were nearly crushed. "What's so great about boiled corn? I'll take you all out to eat in a bit," Chi Cheng said. The surrounding offices instantly burst into excitement. When young Master Chi offered a treat, could it be anything less than luxurious? No one wanted the corn anymore. They all saved room for the upcoming feast. And Chi Cheng didn't disappoint. He booked 2 tables at a 5-star hotel, served top-shelf liquor and gourmet dishes. The group was having a blast. Chi Cheng didn't eat, just had a couple of drinks before stepping out. Gang Zi was yawning in the car when he saw Chi Cheng pick up a boiled corn cob and start eating. "Didn't you get enough to eat?" Chi Cheng was happily munching away, too busy to respond. The fragrant kernels were just like the tender meat on Suo Wei's, but every bite more flavorful than the last. "Actually, I didn't get full either." Gang Zi reached into the plastic bag. "I'll make do with a boiled cob too." As expected, his wrist was twisted away. In the next second, Chi Cheng opened the car door and stepped out. Gang Zi was bewildered. What was that about? Chi Cheng wasn't usually stingy. He always included him in meals. No way he'd flip out over a corn cob, right? Still puzzling it over, Chi Cheng returned and threw a heavy plastic bag at him. Gang Zi opened it, full of food. "Eat this," Chi Cheng said. Gang Zi was stunned. What the hell got into Chi Cheng? Running errands to buy food for him? That was a first in his life. He quickly snapped a photo and posted it to Weibo. Damn, this needed to be documented. Chi Cheng picked up another corn cob and chewed. As he ate, something clicked in his mind. He pulled out his phone. After dropping off the corn, Suo Wei went straight to the breeding room. Since the female snakes needed more space to lay eggs, he'd rented 2 extra rooms. He spent over 3 hours organizing everything, finally done. Wiping his sweat as he walked out, he sighed, "People really can't stay idle. Do nothing for too long, and even your muscles go lazy. Just a bit of activity," and he ached all over. Just then, Chi Cheng called. "I'm dead tired today," Suo Wei said lazily. Chi Cheng's voice held a hint of a smile. "Tired from someone jerking you off? Who said anything about that?" Came the grinding of teeth. "I did real work." "What kind of work?" Chi Cheng asked. "Set up 2 new snake rooms. Took care of those snake grandpas. No, snake grandmas. They get super cranky when laying eggs. Tried to move one and it bit me. Good thing it wasn't venomous." In the past, Suo Wei and Chi Cheng barely had anything to say to each other. A half-hour call might have 29 minutes of silence, the last minute filled with 2 coughs before hanging up. Now they could actually banter. Trivial life stuff, but Chi Cheng genuinely listened. "But you know what's funny? I used to think snakes spit out their eggs. Turns out they've got buttholes too. When they lay eggs, it opens real wide, and just splat. Out it comes, huh? You should learn from them," Chi Cheng said with a hidden meaning. "Screw you." Another corn cob gone. Chi Cheng stared out the car window, lost in thought. Gang Zi glanced sideways at Chi Cheng, frowning. The guy had been acting weird lately. He used to be the king of 1-minute calls. No matter who was talking, once Chi Cheng finished his part, he'd hang up, bam, done. Everyone in his circle joked that his call duration matched his ejaculation speed, both too damn fast. Not anymore. Now his calls were long as hell. 9 out of 10 times Gang Zi called him, the line was busy. That wasn't even the strangest part. What truly blew Gang Zi's mind was how Chi Cheng could spend that much time talking about nonsense, pointless, nitpicky details. Wasn't this the same guy who hated idle chatter? How the hell did he end up doing the very thing he hated? Just as Gang Zi was thinking this, Chi Cheng pulled out his phone again. Suo Wei was just about to curse when Chi Cheng's low voice came through. "It's going to rain tomorrow. Don't forget to bring an umbrella." Suo Wei's lips opened and closed, but suddenly, he didn't know what to say. Chapter 73. Guo Qingyu held a nominal managerial post at a municipal construction company, but in reality, he hardly ever showed up. Recently, he landed a big contract. After winning the bid, he subcontracted the whole project and pocketed tens of millions. He bought a piece of land, put up a sign, and called it the Pet Snake Paradise. Brightly colored pet snakes roamed freely inside, including many rare and exotic breeds. It was clearly set up to spite Chi Cheng. These past few days, Guo Qingyu was so focused on strolling through his little paradise that he didn't even have time to visit the clinic. "I heard Chi Jia Li's coming back in a few days. Li Wang said. Guo Chengyu smiled. That'll be fun. Chi Jiali was Chi Cheng's older sister, 6 years his senior. For years ago, she married a black man against her parents' wishes and had been living abroad ever since. 2 years ago, she gave birth to twin boys, one black, one white, an amusing sight. Chi Cheng's parents adored them and constantly pestered Chi Jiali to return to China. What was Jiali thinking? Had to find someone that black. I ran into them last time they came back. My God, he looked like a chunk of pure ink. Dressed in a white suit too. I was worried his skin would bleed color and stain it black. Guo Chengyu let out a mocking laugh. Black guys have big dicks. That's true. As the car pulled out of the snake park and onto the road, Li Wang suddenly remembered something. That little doctor asked me about you the other day, asked why you haven't been around. Looks like he's been thinking about you. Guo Chengyu's tongue slid along his canine tooth. He didn't happen to ask about Chi Cheng too? Li Wang thought for a moment. It seemed he actually had. Yeah, he asked a little, like whether you and Chi Cheng had any history. Just casually mentioned it, didn't press. Mainly he was asking about you. Guo Chengyu squinted at the window. What he really wanted to ask was those so-called casual questions. You're saying he's got a thing for Chi Cheng? Guo Chengyu said. Isn't someone else still living at the clinic? Li Wang suddenly remembered that time he saw Chi Cheng at the clinic. Could it be that he wasn't there for Jiang Shaoshuai? Guo Chengyu said offhandedly. That little monk, he's cunning. You mean that loud and brash Suo Wei? Li Wang was skeptical. Cunning? I don't see it at all. That's because you're dumb. Li Wang's silence. Guo Chengyu continued. Wanna bet? If we drive past the clinic, Jiang Shaoshuai will definitely stop us. Sometimes, Guo Chengyu spoke like he was joking, but Li Wang couldn't help believing him. Sure enough, as soon as the car neared the clinic, Jiang Shaoshuai appeared out of nowhere. Guo Chengyu slammed the brakes in a smooth arc, the front bumper barely grazing the hem of Jiang Shaoshuai's white coat. Get out. Jiang Shaoshuai knocked on the car window. Guo Chengyu rolled the window down, his playful gaze sliding over Jiang Shaoshuai's face. What's the meaning of this, Dr. Jiang? I've got places to be, don't block the road. This time, Jiang Shaoshuai spoke first. You're seriously ill. I can smell the scent of final radiance before death on you. If you want to live, come with me. Inside the clinic, Jiang Shaoshuai went into full-on chat mode. I heard you opened a pet snake paradise. Can I visit? My buddy raises snakes too. Wants to learn from you. Guo Chengyu slid his hand onto the inside of Jiang Shaoshuai's thigh, murmuring, Forget visiting. Take 2 snakes home if you want. Jiang Shaoshuai fought to keep his fury in check and calmly pried Guo Chengyu's hand off. Where did you build the snake park? How big is it? What kind of snakes do you have? Are they purely ornamental or for sale? He rambled on about trivial details. Guo Chengyu waited patiently, very patiently, for Jiang Shaoshuai to steer the topic toward Chi Cheng. Chapter 74. I've noticed that keeping snakes is kind of trendy now. For rich second gens like you. Is this a common thing? Guo Chengyu kindly helped Jiang Shaoshuai narrow the scope. Not really. Most people still keep cats and dogs. Snake keeping is more popular in the south. Many snake species can't adapt to the northern climate. They die within days. Jiang Shaoshuai was satisfied with the answer. Just a few people? That made things easier. How do they keep them? At home? Or do they build parks like you and raise a bunch of species? Most people just buy 1 or 2 to keep at home. Only real enthusiasts keep so many types. It's not easy to raise snakes. Each kind has different habits, and many can't coexist. Large-scale breeding is done by snake farmers for profit. Raising snakes on a big scale without profit in mind takes serious financial backing. As he spoke, Guo Chengyu's hand slipped under the white coat again. The topic was clearly about to pivot toward Chi Cheng. Jiang Shaoshuai had to grit his teeth and endure. So, based on what you're saying, you're the only one who'd go all in, build a park, and spare no expense for snake keeping? Guo Chengyu's hand pressed against the mound between Jiang Shaoshuai's legs and casually replied. 2. There's another one. Jiang Shaoshuai's eyes were bloodshot from holding back. Finally, it was coming to a head. Who is it? Guo Chengyu sighed. Better not mention it. Jiang Shaoshuai slapped Guo Chengyu's wandering hand down, his molars grinding to nubs. Guo Chengyu changed tone. If you're really interested, I'll tell you. Jiang Shaoshuai froze for a second, then let go of his hand. Go ahead. There were 2 of us before. That guy did nothing but raise snakes. He rented a small garden on the outskirts and lived like a recluse. Now it's just me. His snakes are all gone, only one left that he carries with him. A layer of sweat formed on Jiang Shaoshuai's forehead. Who are you talking about? You still haven't figured it out? Guo Chengyu smiled slyly. Jiang Shaoshuai almost choked on his own breath. All that running in circles, letting the guy feel him up, he got played hard today. Damn, so damn shady. I curse you to have buttholes all over your kid's body. Why did his snakes disappear? Suo Wei's voice suddenly came from the side. Guo Chengyu fiddled with a lighter and answered casually. His dad took them. Suo Wei asked again. Why would his dad confiscate his snakes? If a son's not doing anything serious with his life, shouldn't his old man step in? Guo Chengyu replied like it had nothing to do with him. Something tugged sharply at one of Suo Wei's sensitive nerves. So you're saying he didn't take the job willingly? His dad forced him into it? Guo Chengyu didn't answer, just smiled at Suo Wei and walked out with an easy stride. The room fell silent. After a long while, Jiang Shaoshuai finally said, That guy's too damn slick. Trying to get anything out of him is nearly impossible. Suo Wei stood up. I'm heading out. When the call came in, Gangzi was on the toilet playing with his phone. He recognized the number. Wasn't this the guy who always chatted with Chi Cheng? He didn't dare delay, wiped fast, and got moving. Are you his bodyguard? Suo Wei asked. I'm not that qualified. Gangzi chuckled. The guy's a level 7 Sanda fighter. He could take on 3 or 4 guys barehanded, easily. Why would he need a bodyguard? No wonder he had all those bulging muscles and such hard punches. Suo Wei couldn't help but think. You could say I'm his tag-along. Gangzi said. If something comes up, it's handy to have someone around. I'm not cut out for proper jobs. Can't stand working in formal units, so I just follow him around all day. And he can handle formal jobs? Suo Wei asked. I heard he's changed jobs quite a few times. Yeah, those job changes were all arranged by his old man. All his precious snakes are in his dad's hands. When the old man says go east, he goes east. Says west, he goes west. Doesn't dare disobey. Suo Wei felt like a nail had been driven into his chest, the sensation unbearable. So the reason that had sparked his need for revenge turned out to be hollow. Chi Cheng really didn't know he was Yu Yu's ex. All that so-called trouble wasn't Yu Yu's instigation. It was just pure damn coincidence. Why was he only realizing this now? He should have seen it all along. Someone like Chi Cheng, who did whatever he pleased, how could he possibly be manipulated by a girlfriend? The moment Suo Wei left, Gangzi's phone rang again. It was Yu Yu calling. Come out. I need to ask you something. Gangzi chuckled to himself. When did I become so popular? As soon as they met, Yu Yu fired off a barrage of questions. Tell me, has Chi Cheng been hooked by some little slut again? Who's he on the phone with all the damn time? His line is always busy. You tell me who it is. Don't worry, I won't tell him it was you. I just need to know, who the hell is that shameless? Gangzi's silence. Chapter 75. Late at night, after finishing up in the snake room, it was already past 10. Suo Wei wandered the streets alone, thinking about the box full of wild Ganoderma mushrooms, the sugar figurine in the freezer, and that line, I've only been to the supermarket 3 times. Too many things to think about. The more he thought, the more tangled up he got. Should he keep going? That was the most pressing question in front of Suo Wei. If he decided to give up, should he lay his cards on the table? His feet moved on their own, heading in the direction of Chi Cheng's place. Standing at the door, Suo Wei thought, Chi Cheng was willing to hole up in this sauna of a place all day long just because of one little vinegar. So how miserable must he have been when he lost all those baby snakes at once? Before opening the door, he took a couple of deep breaths of the cool night air. But when he went in, he wasn't greeted by a wave of heat. Instead, a faint chill and the strong smell of alcohol. The bedroom was a mess. The bedsheet was twisted and hanging off the side of the bed, clearly stained with blood and dried semen. The little vinegar was curled up silently in the glass box. It was obvious that not long ago, a fierce round of sex had taken place here. Suo Wei didn't know if it was Yu Yu, but he knew it wasn't him. Chi Cheng was in the bathroom, washing his face. Guess I didn't come at a great time? Suo Wei leaned on the doorframe, looking at Chi Cheng. Chi Cheng's silence. His broad back was surrounded by a chilling aura. Looks like you're done. So should I leave now? Even as Suo Wei asked, he didn't know what kind of mood he was in. Chi Cheng roughly wiped his face, then turned to look at him. His sword-like brows were dripping, pupils pitch black, eyes bloodshot, and his firm lips were clamped tight, a murderous aura all over his face. After staring at Suo Wei for a long while, Chi Cheng finally said, expressionless, "Leave." Suo Wei's heart suddenly hardened, and a wild impulse surged up to provoke Chi Cheng hard. "I'll tell you what, the real reason I came today. I don't have time for your bullshit." Chi Cheng suddenly roared, cutting Suo Wei off mid-sentence. "I'm pissed off. Do yourself a favor and get the hell out before you get hurt." Suo Wei didn't know where his sudden courage came from. He sat his ass down firmly in the nearby chair. "Then I'm not leaving tonight. I want to see exactly what kind of hurt you can give me." The bloodstained sheet landed right under Suo Wei's feet. "I already broke 3 virgins. 2 of them got hauled away by 120. His voice was eerily calm. Suo Wei's neck muscles tightened, pupils bulging, and he slammed his fist hard on the chair arm. "Then make it 4. As long as you cover my medical bills." Suo Wei's bold declaration was so shocking, even the little vinegar bun opened its eyes and shot him a look. In truth, Suo Wei regretted it the moment he said it. Chi Cheng stormed over, grabbed Suo Wei by the collar with a hand full of rage, lifted him straight off the ground, and threw him onto the bed. With a loud bang, Suo Wei's iron head slammed against the bed rail. Maybe the force was too much, because his brain buzzed and, for once, even his usually numb forehead started to hurt. "It's all your damn fault." Suo Wei clutched his head and groaned. "If you hadn't smeared that weird ointment on me every damn day, I wouldn't even know this part of my head could hurt. You ruined my best weapon." Chi Cheng was about to rip his clothes off, but froze when he heard that. "If you can't keep my forehead from getting hurt, then stop acting like you care and putting that crap on me. If you treat my head like a tool for venting your frustration, then don't blame me for using it as a weapon." Rage burst from his chest, and Suo Wei roared. "This is the only hard part of my whole body, and you made it soft. Now I've got no damn sense of security left. It's all your fault. Chi Cheng, fuck your grandpa." Suo Wei's body shuddered as he smashed his forehead hard into Chi Cheng's ribs. Chapter 76. Chi Cheng grabbed Suo Wei by the neck, putting an end to his violent act. After holding him in place for a moment, he used a strong force to slam Suo Wei's head hard against his own chest. "I'm in a bad mood today. Go home, get a good night's sleep, and tomorrow morning I'll bring you something to eat." Suo Wei was still drowning in his own grief, rambling on without end. "My forehead is like a solid fortress. You're putting ointment on it. It's like you're slowly destroying my resilience." Chi Cheng rubbed Suo Wei's forehead twice with his hand and asked, "Did that hurt?" "Hey, you said you're in a bad mood. Why?" Suo Wei finally caught on. Chi Cheng got straight out of bed, tucked the 1.75-meter-tall Suo Wei under his arm, and dragged him toward the door. Suo Wei didn't resist and let Chi Cheng throw him outside. Then the door closed, the space was divided, one inside, one outside. An hour later, Chi Cheng opened the door. Suo Wei was still standing there. He yanked him back inside. "Today's his birthday." Chi Cheng lit a cigarette. "When he first gave me the vinegar bun, it could fit in the palm of one hand. In the blink of an eye, 6 years have passed. I bet he doesn't even remember what the bun looks like. I never used to care much for snakes, but after being with him all those years, I gradually developed a special affection for the creatures." "How long were you with him?" Suo Wei asked. Chi Cheng replied, "A little over 3 years." 3 years. Suo Wei repeated the number in his head. Chi Cheng was with that guy for over 3 years, yet even after 6 years, he hadn't moved on. Suo Wei had been in a relationship for 7 years. By that logic, it'd take him at least 15 years to get over it. If it hadn't been for him, things wouldn't have turned out like this between me and Guazi. Guazi used to be my best bro. When I fell into the river as a kid, Guazi pulled me out with a tree branch. He wasn't even old enough to remember it. Smoke clouded Chi Cheng's face. Suo Wei couldn't make out his expression, but in his voice, so calm it was chilling, Suo Wei heard a bone-deep coldness. Good thing he had the sense to get the hell out and go abroad. A cold laugh. "If he ever dares to show up in front of me again, I swear I'll fuck him till he stops breathing." A bottle of liquor exploded against the wall in the corner, shattered glass scattering everywhere. In Suo Wei's mind, Chi Cheng was brutal, but not flashy. He usually struck in silence, then licked the blade with a cold smirk. For someone to make Chi Cheng lose control like this, they must have had some dangerously addictive skills. A gulp of baijiu burned down to his heart. Chi Cheng asked, "Have you ever had to smile at your love rival like nothing was wrong?" Suo Wei silently answered in his heart, "Aren't I doing that right now? I did it for over 6 years." Chi Cheng said, "I've been doing it for over 6 months." Suo Wei thought. Suddenly, Chi Cheng pulled Suo Wei into a tight embrace, arms wrapped around him like iron. "Dabao, you're the best. You're clean, your body's clean, and your heart's clean." Suo Wei said, "I'm gonna go get a drink of water." Beside the water dispenser, the trash bin was full of lollipop sticks. Suo Wei had broken them off one by one. A quick glance was enough to get an idea. The sentence echoed in his ears, "Don't start eating just yet. Fill out the work form you were given, and hand it in to Captain Lee's office." Back then he hadn't paid attention. Now it all made sense. Suo Wei didn't even know how he managed to drink that glass of water. When he sat back down, Chi Cheng began talking about the past, his years with Wang Shuo, with Guo Chengyu, those wild and reckless days. The memories had been festering inside him for too long, and now, in front of Suo Wei, he poured them all out. He got to wallow in his feelings, and thoroughly disgusted himself in the process. And then Suo Wei started thinking about his own past. He remembered riding a slow green train for a trip, holding Yu in his arms the whole way, his arm going numb from not moving. Bittersweet memories. So when Chi Cheng looked down, he saw Suo Wei's eyes were red. "I'm talking about my shit. Why the hell are you crying?" Chi Cheng reached a big hand over and stroked Suo Wei's face. "Who's crying for you?" "I'm crying for myself, damn it." Seeing Suo Wei's wet, red-rimmed eyes, even Chi Cheng, lost in his own emotional mess, couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. "You're a grown man, crying like a kid?" he scolded. "I feel guilty, okay?" Suo Wei grabbed Chi Cheng's hand, planning to finally come clean. He couldn't stand lying to his own people any longer. "Actually, I'm not clean at all." Chi Cheng shoved Suo Wei to the floor. "Then get dirty properly." Suo Wei's silence. Chapter 77. The cold floor, two hearts burning with urgency. Suo Wei's phone kept ringing beside him, but his ears automatically blocked it out. Misunderstandings? The truth? Right now, all he wanted was to go wild. Anyone who got in his way, he'd fight to the death. Chi Cheng pinned Suo Wei beneath him, spreading his legs wide on either side of his body, their hardness pressing together. Even through 2 layers of fabric, the scorching heat was unmistakable. Chi Cheng rocked his hips, grinding against Suo Wei's most sensitive spot, dragging him along with each movement until Suo Wei's body jerked uncontrollably, his breath ragged and uneven. Chi Cheng straddled Suo Wei's thighs, his large hand gripping both of their erections together. Suo Wei's neck arched sharply, his eyes blazing with humiliation and frustration. "You can't play like this." "How am I playing?" Chi Cheng nipped at Suo Wei's chin. "You won't let me rub against you, so I'm taking matters into my own hands." His fingers began moving. "Who does it like this?" Suo Wei bit back a moan, his protest fierce. "Can't you just do your own thing first? Let me finish, then you can handle yours, huh?" Chi Cheng sped up. "This is more efficient." Unlike the natural fit of male and female, this was a collision of 2 male bodies, forbidden, rebellious, contradictory, and intense. Folds were stretched and flattened, flesh engorged with blood, pulses throbbing against feverish skin. Suo Wei's head tilted back, his panting rough, the leg pinned under Chi Cheng trembling uncontrollably under the rhythm of his hand. "How is it?" Chi Cheng teased. Suo Wei's face burned. "It is efficient." The moment the words left his mouth, Chi Cheng twisted his wrist, his palm pressing down on the tip, while his own hardness ground mercilessly against Suo Wei's sensitive flesh. A violent current of pleasure surged through him, and Suo Wei grabbed at Chi Cheng's hand, nearly begging. "Can't take it already?" Chi Cheng pinched Suo Wei's nipple. "If I used my mouth, you'd lose your mind, wouldn't you?" Then he leaned down, lifting Suo Wei's legs over his shoulders. Chi Cheng loved forcing his own size down someone's throat, pulling out his glistening tip with a brutality that left traces of blood. But he never did this for others. More accurately, He hadn't, for years. But he would do it for Suo Wei. Just like how he never bared his heart to anyone, but he would talk to Dabao. In his mind, Dabao was different. Suo Wei's length met the same fate as that unfortunate ice cream. Devoured to the root in Chi Cheng's mouth, the warm suction relentless, his tongue swirling with precision. Sweat beaded on Suo Wei's backside, his face twisted in shameless ecstasy. Chi Cheng played with his toes, and Suo Wei cried out, his body jerking before he suddenly flipped Chi Cheng onto his back, straddling his chest. Bold, aren't you? Chi Cheng's eyes darkened dangerously. Suo Wei only pushed forward, shoving himself deeper into Chi Cheng's mouth. Then he cursed, pleasure ripping through him. Fuck you to death. These words came from Suo Wei, once a model student, a top youth, a university graduate, a blushing virgin who got flustered just holding hands. Now he was rolling his hips, swaying his ass, lost in debauchery. Truthfully, even with he'd never lost control like this. Chi Cheng had dragged out every primal instinct in him. And Chi Cheng had never indulged someone like this, letting the word fuck be used against him again and again. Suo Wei was flipped onto his stomach, his chest pressed against the cold floor, shivering. What now? A flicker of panic. Chi Cheng answered bluntly. Playing with your ass. Suo Wei tried to crawl away, but one leg was yanked back, his clenched cheeks pried open, and then a tongue plunged inside. Suo Wei writhed like a dying fish, his tortured moans filling the room as he twisted away from the overwhelming sensation. You really are something. Chi Cheng mocked, watching Suo Wei struggle. Suo Wei gasped, dazed. What? Born to be wild. Fuck off. Suo Wei thought he was done for. That Chi Cheng would take advantage and conquer him completely. If that happened, he'd accept it, a compensation for his earlier misunderstanding. But to his surprise, Chi Cheng let him off, bringing him to climax with his mouth before guiding Suo Wei's hand to finish himself. Then came the demand for his lips. Even after reaching his peak, Suo Wei didn't resist the kiss. The sharp scent of alcohol filled his nose, intoxicating him along with the taste of Chi Cheng. The kiss lasted so long that Suo Wei drifted in and out of consciousness, each time waking to the scrape of Chi Cheng's stubble against his cheek. The last time he opened his eyes, the clock had long passed midnight. A strange sense of peace settled over him, and he finally fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 78. He slept straight into the next afternoon. When Suo Wei woke up, he found himself lying on the clinic bed. Everything that happened last night now felt surreal. Wasn't he going to confront him? How did things turn into that? And didn't he sleep at Chi Cheng's place afterward? How the hell did he end up back here? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. He rushed outside to ask Jiang Shaoshui, do you know what I went to do last night? Jiang Shaoshui didn't even lift his head. What did you go do? You don't know? Suo Wei looked frustrated. How would I know? Jiang Shaoshui figured Suo Wei had just woken up dazed. You were in the clinic when I left last night, and still in the clinic when I came back this morning. What else could you have done? Slept, obviously. Shit. Was it just a sex dream? Oh right. Jiang Shaoshui added. There are 2 bags of food on the table. Don't know who brought them. Suo Wei suddenly recalled what Chi Cheng said yesterday. I'm in a bad mood today. You go home and get a good night's sleep. I'll bring you food first thing in the morning. So it wasn't a dream after all. Suo Wei wasn't sure whether to be happy or disappointed. He sat on a chair, lost in thought, not even bothering to wash up, just sitting there with messy hair and a blank stare. Hey, what are you thinking about? Jiang Shaoshui waved his hand in front of Suo Wei's face. Suo Wei stared at him, eyes unfocused, a worried expression on his face. I went to talk to Chi Cheng's psychic yesterday. He told me Chi Cheng changed jobs because of his dad. It had nothing to do with me. So, Jiang Shaoshui was shaking down a thermometer. Suo Wei rested his chin on the back of the chair. So he had no idea Yu was my ex. The whole conflict wasn't even about her. It was just a coincidence. Jiang Shaoshui stuck the thermometer under a patient's armpit and turned back, looking surprised. That's some crazy fate you've got going on. Fate my ass. More like cursed fate. Suo Wei thought bitterly. So what are you going to do now? Jiang Shaoshui asked. Suo Wei clearly stated he had no idea. Thought about just letting it go? Suo Wei hesitated, then said. Sort of. Right after he said it, his phone rang. Oh, forgot to tell you. Jiang Shaoshui said. Your phone's been ringing all morning. I didn't pick it up because the number was unfamiliar. That number was far from unfamiliar to Suo Wei. It was so familiar it haunted his dreams, like when he'd get punished by the math teacher to write it over and over again. Strange though, how did you get his new number? While he was still puzzling over it, the ringtone stopped. He glanced at the call log. Damn, over 200 missed calls, all from Yu, nonstop from last night till now. Did she find out? Just then, the phone buzzed again. On the other end, Yu was gritting her teeth. You little slut, playing dead on me, huh? If you've got the guts, pick up my call. I want to see which bitch dares steal my man. Then Suo Wei's voice came through. Hello? A man? Yu was stunned. She didn't recognize Suo Wei's voice. Who are you? She asked. Suo Wei calmly gave his real name. Chi Cheng. Hearing those 3 words, Yu was momentarily speechless. Why is it you? After all the tricks she pulled and all the digging she did to trace this number, turns out it belonged to her ex? Suo Wei let out a cold laugh. You're the one calling me. Yu, refusing to give up, pressed on. Have you been using this number all along? Do you share your phone number with others? Suo Wei's words left her speechless. She fell silent for a moment, then suddenly seemed to realize something. Her voice turned vicious. Chi Cheng, you shameless bastard. Suo Wei's voice remained cool. What exactly did I do that's shameless? You couldn't stand seeing me happy, could you? So you went and called my boyfriend to stir up shit? Let me tell you something, Chi Cheng, don't play games with me. I'd never want you again, so give it up. Don't call my boyfriend anymore, and don't bring me up in front of him, or we're not done. Suo Wei didn't even know what to say to that. As long as you don't bring me up in front of him, that'll be fine. Uft. You think you're something special? Mentioning your name is an insult to his ears. Suo Wei ended the call with a sharp click. He turned his fierce gaze to Jiang Shaoshui. I've made up my mind. Jiang Shaoshui asked. What are you going to do? Suo Wei spoke 8 words like a war declaration. I must get rid of that bitch first. Chapter 79. These days marked the peak of the mother snake's egg-laying period. Suo Wei was swamped, barely able to keep up. Before, it was enough to have his junior disciple watching over things alone while he went out to deal with clients. Now the 2 of them took shifts keeping watch, not only playing the role of midwives to help the mothers lay eggs smoothly, but also needing to remove the eggs immediately to prevent the mothers from eating them due to hunger. On top of that, there was feeding, cleaning, relocating, everything had to be managed. Suo Wei was so busy he didn't even have time to take a sip of water, much less deal with Chi Cheng. At night, before going to bed, he'd glance at his phone and noticed that during the days he had ignored Chi Cheng hadn't contacted him either. It was as if, after their heart-to-heart the other day, Chi Cheng had vanished into thin air. Since he had serious business to attend to, Suo Wei had no time to dwell on the reasons. At night, dragging his exhausted body back to the clinic, he saw Jiang Shaoshui nodding off by the examination table. Why are you still here so late? Haven't seen you in days. Jiang Shaoshui said. These days, Suo Wei left early and came home late, gone all day, so Jiang Shaoshui hadn't caught sight of him in a while. Suo Wei gulped down several large mouthfuls of water and said between gasps, in a few days this batch will be done. I estimate these snake eggs will fetch at least 300,000. As soon as the money's in, I'll treat you to a big feast. Whoa, that profitable? Jiang Shaoshui laughed. Maybe I should start breeding snakes with you. Don't. It's not as easy as it sounds. I just got lucky. Suo Wei's eyes sparkled. I plan to make this a side hustle and leave the operation to my junior. I need to explore new territory. Breeding may make money, but it's still a primary industry. I'm an educated guy. I can't be doing this my whole life. Makes sense. Jiang Shaoshui agreed. Profitable, but not classy. Suo Wei grabbed a towel and went into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water came from inside. Used to living alone, Suo Wei never brought clean clothes into the bathroom. He'd always just crawl into bed naked. But tonight, remembering Jiang Shaoshui was there, he was more reserved and came out wrapped in a towel. Jiang Shaoshui turned to look. That tall, slender body, those firm abs, and that perky ass damn. That's hot. The last time he'd seen Suo Wei shirtless was back in spring. He'd been covering up ever since. Now suddenly showing off again. Crap. How did he get this ripped? You look more toned than before, Jiang Shaoshui complimented. While shaving in front of the mirror, Suo Wei said, Really? Maybe it's because I've been working out lately. Then he admired himself in the mirror. Jiang Shaoshui suddenly found even Suo Wei's shaving movements sexy and immediately decided he wasn't going home tonight. The two of them squeezed into one bed. Jiang Shaoshui asked, How are things going between you two? Too busy these days. Haven't had time for him. He hasn't contacted you? Jiang Shaoshui was surprised. Yeah, not once since that night. Suo Wei found it odd too. So what did you two do that night at his place? Trying to avoid remembering the steamy part, Suo Wei focused hard on the earlier part of the evening. He didn't want to pop a boner in front of Jiang Shaoshui. After recalling carefully, he said thoughtfully, That night, he told me a lot of heartfelt stuff. His tragic love life and all. Isn't it possible? Jiang Shaoshui raised an eyebrow. That a strong-willed guy like him suddenly showing his vulnerable side to you. Now he's embarrassed? Nah. Suo Wei chuckled. He doesn't have that kind of pride. Don't believe me? Try calling him. Half skeptical, Suo Wei dialed Chi Cheng's number. Instant pickup. A clear sign of how desperately Chi Cheng had been waiting. What are you doing? Suo Wei asked. Chi Cheng's voice sounded heavy. Eating with friends. This late? Suo Wei was surprised. Chi Cheng's tone was impatient. Is this important? If not, I'm hanging up. One of his buddies nearby quipped loudly. Wow, young Master Chi knows manners now? Doesn't usually even ask, just hangs up. The voice was so loud Suo Wei heard it, and remembered stomping that guy's toenails off. Actually, yes. Suo Wei cleared his throat. That night I was at your place, you told me a lot about your past, and I've been thinking. Beep beep beep. Chi Cheng had hung up. Suo Wei chuckled wickedly and clapped Jiang Shaoshui on the shoulder. You called it exactly. Told ya. He's too proud to face it. He's a funny one. Suo Wei grinned. After hanging up, Chi Cheng lost his appetite and left the restaurant with a dark face. His friend across the table asked, What's up with him? Gangzi said, He's been like this for days. When I walk with him, I stay 3 meters away. That face, black as thunder. One look and you'd piss your pants. Whatever. Forget him. Let's keep eating. Jiang Shaoshui poked Suo Wei in the chest. So what's the plan? Suo Wei was zoning out and flinched from the poke, glaring alertly. Watch where you're poking. I'm sensitive there. Oh ho, you're not invincible anymore. Feeling things now? He started groping playfully. Cut it out. Suo Wei suddenly flipped him over and pinned him down, his eyes blazing, breathing heavily. I'm not joking. They stared at each other's handsome faces for a moment, both slightly dazed. Then, deliberately looking away, they got back to the topic. I'm ready for a long battle. Suo Wei said. Chi Cheng won't dump you anytime soon. Why not? He still has feelings for her. Jiang Shaoshui was puzzled. No. Suo Wei was sure. Then why? Suo Wei explained slowly. Chi Cheng had a batch of pet snakes locked away by his old man. To ensure their safety, he has to obey his dad. He's been trying to locate them. Once he finds them, he'll dump you for sure. But until then, he has to keep her as leverage to convince his dad to release the snakes. His dad locked them up because he's not working a serious job, right? What's that got to do with his girlfriend? Is Yu that influential? Can she get to his dad? Suo Wei's eyes turned sharp. You're wrong. His dad's issue isn't his job. That can be arranged anytime. It's because Chi Cheng's into men. That's why he was dragged home. Jiang Shaoshui was stunned. Damn, then this is tricky. What if Chi Cheng chooses you over the snakes? Not possible. Suo Wei was brutally honest. The snakes mean everything to him. Our little affair isn't enough to tip the scales. Then yeah, this is tough. Jiang Shaoshui sighed. A glint of cruelty flashed in Suo Wei's eyes. We'll have to break them up by force. By force? Suo Wei stared at Jiang Shaoshui. Do you know what Yu fears most? Jiang Shaoshui shook his head. Suo Wei whispered. Snakes. Jiang Shaoshui gasped. That girl's got serious ambition. Just to land a rich guy. She's living with snakes she's terrified of. If she can self-torture like that, what can't she do? Exactly. Just for Chi Cheng's peace of mind. I have to take her down. Jiang Shaoshui cleared his throat. Watch your intentions there. That motive's drifting off track. Suo Wei paused, then acted like nothing happened and continued. I bet Yu hates Little Vinegar. She's probably scheming to get rid of her. So we should start there. Provoke you into hurting the kid. Then you swoop in and save the day? Jiang Xiao Shui picked up the idea. Suo Wei grinned darkly. Exactly. Air Bao's part of our family. No way she gets to hurt her. But how are you going to provoke her? Jiang Xiao Shui asked. Suo Wei's face darkened, voice tinged with jealousy. By increasing their time together, reinforcing Yu's status in Chi Cheng's parents' eyes, that's the trigger for conflict. Jiang Xiao Shui tested him. So you're stepping back behind the scenes now? Retreating to advance. Chapter 80. At night, Suo Wei was alone in the snake room, busy with work, when something suddenly grabbed his ankle. He looked down. Little Vinegar was slithering up his leg, wriggling and twisting. Startled, Suo Wei quickly scooped the snake into his arms and asked with a grin, "How did you get here?" Chi Cheng stood at the doorway with a cigarette between his lips, his tall and broad figure blocking half the light. After days apart, seeing the man again, one with whom he had no grudge and had already shared physical intimacy, Suo Wei suddenly felt a bit awkward. He couldn't quite explain why. "Put it on the floor," Chi Cheng said. "Let it play on its own." Suo Wei had just placed Little Vinegar down when the snake started crawling back up his pants again. "It doesn't want to," Suo Wei replied. Chi Cheng took 2 large strides forward and snatched Little Vinegar from Suo Wei's arms. Holding it up in front of him, he stared at it with a fierce yet affectionate gaze and scolded. Being clingy again, Little Vinegar's tail flicked, and its pointed head bobbed up and down. If it could speak, it would have said, "Yes, I'm clingy. So what?" Seeing the snake act so disobedient today, Chi Cheng's face darkened. The lit end of his cigarette edged dangerously close to Little Vinegar's head. Snakes hate smoke. Little Vinegar was no exception. Before long, the snake slithered away, heartbroken and despondent. "Seal all your snake boxes tight. Don't let it crawl in and eat your snakes," Chi Cheng warned. Only then did Suo Wei remember and hurried to tightly seal each box. The two of them went outside and found a cool place to sit. Chi Cheng turned to look at Suo Wei, who had just exerted himself. Now sitting down, beads of sweat poured down like droplets, soaking the front of his shirt. "You're sweating so much?" Chi Cheng brushed the sweat off Suo Wei's cheek with the back of his hand. Suo Wei instinctively dodged and said flatly, "Don't bother wiping it. The more you wipe, the worse it gets." But Chi Cheng insisted, deliberately choosing spots like his neck, behind his ears, collarbones, and chest to wipe. Suo Wei, flustered, tried to fend off his hands, but Chi Cheng grabbed both his wrists, and his firm lips brushed against Suo Wei's earlobe. "Cut it out." Suo Wei snapped, face stern. "It's all sweat. Aren't you grossed out?" Chi Cheng's tongue rolled against his molars, and he said in a low voice, "I like your sweat. When you climax, your ass is drenched, the sheet underneath gets soaked too. You bastard." Suo Wei ground his teeth, trying to disgust him. "Sweat and urine are made of the same stuff. If you're so into it, why don't you drink some piss?" Chi Cheng didn't even blink. "If you dare piss in my mouth, I'll drink it." Suo Wei's groin twitched. He stood up to leave, but Chi Cheng yanked him back down, pinning him to the bench. His hands wandered across Suo Wei's sweaty skin, and Suo Wei gave in. The abstinent treasure in his pants, deprived for days, became more excited under Chi Cheng's attentive caresses. The night breeze rustled the leaves, a faint crackling sound. Suo Wei's heart skipped a beat. He pressed down hard on Chi Cheng's hand and said, "Someone's coming." Chi Cheng couldn't care less. "Relax, they'd be more embarrassed than you." Another gust of wind, leaves rustling again. Chi Cheng seized the moment to scare him. "They're here." Suo Wei was teetering on the edge of climax. The scare tipped him over. He came instantly, groaning and gasping, trying hard to suppress the noise. Not wanting to be heard, he buried his face in Chi Cheng's broad shoulder. A minute later, Suo Wei finally lifted his head, stole one of Chi Cheng's cigarettes, and lit it in silence. "How many days has it been since we saw each other?" Chi Cheng asked. Suo Wei replied blandly. "5, I think. Today makes 6. Chi Cheng corrected. Suo Wei kept smoking, eyes locked on Chi Cheng's canvas shoes, and changed the subject to something totally unrelated. "Your cigarette is really good. There's a world of difference between a 7 yuan one and a 70 yuan one." Chi Cheng reached out his rough hand, ran it through Suo Wei's short hair, and turned his head toward him. Sold the snake eggs yet? No, I haven't settled on a good price. The market's not great this year. Prices are way lower than last year. Asterisk translation. Give me some help, will you? Once I'm rich, you'll benefit too, right? Asterisk. Chi Cheng chuckled noncommittally. Playing mind games with me, huh? Like I wouldn't know what this year's market is like. Suo Wei thought to himself. I know you're just into playing mind games. Chapter 81. On the way back, Chi Cheng ruffled Suo Wei's hair. His already messy strands got turned into a chicken's nest. Suo Wei turned and cursed at Chi Cheng, then irritably scratched at his head. Time for a haircut, Chi Cheng said. Suo Wei nodded. I'll fix it up once I'm done with things. What kind of style are you thinking of? Chi Cheng asked casually. Suo Wei pondered. He had a bunch of ideas. Wanted a fade, maybe dye it chestnut brown, add some textured styling with finger combing. All cool in theory, but reality hit hard. What Chi Cheng was really thinking. Asterisk go ahead, get whatever you want. No matter what you do, I'll shave it all off and stop you from looking smug. Asterisk. The night breeze was cool. Almost autumn now, Suo Wei thought. Finally got through the dog days of summer. Just like that, it had already been a year since the breakup. A year ago, he was still desperately trying to hold on. A year later, they were fooling around like flirty teenagers. This world was insane. While lost in thought, Chi Cheng's phone rang. Who could it be this late? Of course, it must be that goddess Yu, sitting alone in her room. Lonely, vulnerable, begging Chi Cheng to come back and stay with her. Suo Wei wasn't sure if he had just gotten used to it, or if his tactics had changed, but even hearing Yu cooing and whining on the other end, he still had the urge to smash that phone to bits. Luckily, Chi Cheng ended the call quickly, and Suo Wei barely held himself together in that short span. This time, before Chi Cheng could speak, Suo Wei said first. Hurry up and go. Somewhat insincere, somewhat reluctant, but definitely not fake. Chi Cheng's gaze darkened. His strong hand cupped the back of Suo Wei's head and pulled him in close. His hard brow pressed against Suo Wei's forehead, the scent of tobacco filling Suo Wei's nostrils. You really want me to go? Suo Wei felt like he wasn't himself anymore, but some leading man in a drama. The emotions were so real. No need to fake expressions. Everything came naturally. Don't forget, Suo Wei said. You still have a batch of snakes locked up at your dad's place. Their eyes met. Desire surged beneath the surface. Emotions churned wildly. Impossible to describe the taste in his heart. Chi Cheng's hand hung just beside Suo Wei's. The fine hairs on their skin brushed against each other. Just a small movement of the wrist, and he could pull it in, hold it tight like before, and never let go. He was so tempted to just go for it again, recklessly, and let that woman cry under her covers. In the end, he held back. Better to make her cry for a lifetime than just once. Suo Wei withdrew his hand from Chi Cheng's, forced out a smile, and clapped his shoulder cheerfully. Go on. If you don't leave, I can't shower or change. Got lots of work tomorrow. I need to sleep early. Suddenly, Chi Cheng wrapped an arm around Suo Wei's waist with a firm grip. Suo Wei elbowed him hard in the chest and yelled, You've got time to waste with me, but your dad sure doesn't. With that, he shoved Chi Cheng away and stormed toward the clinic entrance, sparks nearly flying from his soles, fists clenched and crackling. Gritting his teeth again and again, asterisk, just get the hell out. If you don't leave now, I'm gonna lose it, asterisk. Chi Cheng really left. While Suo Wei was showering, he heard the door outside. His heart thumped wildly. Asterisk, is he back? Please, don't come back. Don't let all this effort be wasted, asterisk. He stood barefoot on the bathroom floor, anxiously listening for any movement outside. Before leaving, Chi Cheng glanced toward the bathroom. Suo Wei's still figure was reflected clearly on the door, his features sharply outlined, emotions captured in perfect detail. Nervous, expectant, afraid, uneasy. As Chi Cheng stepped over the threshold, it felt like something tugged at his heart. But in the end, the bathroom door stayed tightly shut. What Suo Wei feared didn't happen. Chi Cheng had left. At the doorway, there was a box. Suo Wei looked down, an entire box of soft Zhonghua, the very cigarettes he'd casually complimented earlier for being great to smoke. He plopped down onto the box, a deep, inexplicable frustration weighing on his chest. Chapter 82. Chi Cheng didn't go to see Yu. Halfway through the drive, he got a call from Chi Jiali. Your dear sister's back. Move it, and come pick me up at the airport. Chi Cheng turned the car around and went to the airport, picked up Chi Jiali and her two little ones, one dark, one fair, and took them home. Come on, let Grandpa hold you. Chi Yuan Duan crouched down and scooped up both kids, kissing one cheek, then the other. Zhong Wenyu watched, both jealous and anxious, and kept urging Chi Yuan Duan. That's enough kissing. Their faces are crawling with bacteria. Chi Jiali waved her hand. Ma, don't be so fussy. Kids aren't that delicate. The dark-skinned one was nicknamed Dodo, and the fair one was Quan Quan. Dodo got thirsty and shouted for water. Mama's busy. Go ask your uncle. Chi Jiali said, pointing to Chi Cheng. Chi Cheng poured a glass of water and handed it to Dodo. Here, little black rascal, drink up. Can't you call him by his real name? Chi Jiali complained. He always called him Black Rascal. Chi Cheng deliberately said something she'd hate even more. You better keep an eye on this one. If it's dark out and he runs off, he's bound to get lost. You son of a... Zhong Wenyu chuckled from the side. Tomorrow at noon, let's all go out for a meal. Chi Cheng, bring Yu along, so your sister can meet her. Yu? Chi Jiali looked puzzled. Who's that? Zhong Wenyu smiled. Your brother's girlfriend. Chi Jiali gave a dry snort. Finally figured things out, huh? Took him long enough. The next day, Chi Cheng brought Yu to the lunch gathering. After arriving, Yu greeted Chi Cheng's parents, then turned sweetly to Chi Jiali. Hi sis, I'm Yu. Chi Jiali smiled with lukewarm politeness. Compared to Yu's carefully done makeup, Chi Jiali had no makeup at all. Her hair was tied up casually. She wore a plain long dress with no patterns, and a pair of flat cloth shoes. But the elegance she exuded with every move and expression was something no ordinary person could fake. Yu crouched down and took two toys from her bag, handing them to the kids. These are from Andy. Dodo and Quan Quan took them happily and started playing, fascinated. Chi Jiali suddenly reached out and, in fluent American English, said to the two kids, Give the toys to mommy first. It's almost time to eat. No dirty stuff at the table. Yu only understood the word dirty. During the meal, the family chatted and laughed. Chi Jiali didn't talk much, focused on feeding the two kids. Yu kept trying, subtly and not so subtly, to engage her. Chi Jiali responded with indifference. Even when Yu served food onto Dodo and Quan Quan's plates, Chi Jiali didn't feed it to them. After the gathering, once they got home, Chi Jiali lashed out at her parents. Seriously, Dad, Mom, are you guys that traumatized from before? Just 'cause my brother went off track once with Wang Shua 6 years ago, you're that scared now? You're just gonna accept any random woman he brings home? Could you stop selling your son short like this? Chi Yuan Duan didn't look pleased. We're fine with him dating. We're not talking about marriage here. It's already a miracle he has a girlfriend at all. Who would want a guy buried in a snake pit all day? Exactly. Zhong Wenyu chimed in. I think that girl's all right. Her family background's average, sure, but she's smart, and she's pretty. Sure, there are a lot of nice girls from big families, but your brother doesn't want them. It's not about her background. Chi Jiali snapped, frustrated. If she were really a simple girl, fine. But did you see her? Screaming, I want to marry rich, across her forehead. Stop talking nonsense. Zhong Wenyu scolded her. You've only met her once. How could you tell anything? Chi Jiali tossed out a casual but cutting line. You'll see soon enough. After coming back from the meal, Yu was uneasy and downcast. Just then, she received an anonymous text message. Asterisk, stop dreaming. Chi Cheng's parents will never let you be their daughter-in-law. Asterisk. Who sent this? Yu felt a chill. Chi Jiali's face flashed in her mind, along with the cold stares and exclusion from earlier at the table. But from the tone, it didn't seem like Chi Jiali. As she was still thinking, another message came in. Asterisk, you really think you're worthy? Asterisk. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth, all basically telling her the same thing. Wake up from your fantasy, you're not marrying into this family. Her temper flared, and she called the number back. Who the hell are you? Say something. If you've got guts, show your face. Sneaking around behind my back. What kind of coward are you? Me getting married has jack shit to do with you. Are you asking for a beating, or what? Suo Wei tossed his phone aside, letting it rage on the table. Watching an exciting basketball game, cracking sunflower seeds, he was living his best life. Now that was satisfaction. Chapter 83. On Saturday morning, Suo Wei sold his batch of water snake eggs at a high price to a renowned snake breeding farm. This farm was quite famous. Chi Duan had once visited it for an inspection. Just a few days ago, his son had come by and made things crystal clear. Buy the eggs at this price. If you lose money, I'll cover the difference. The boss wouldn't dare let him cover it, so he reluctantly agreed. I recommended these eggs. I trust they're worth the price. That was the only honest sentence the boss had said in all his years of business. Chi Cheng's price was aggressive. The boss did a quick calculation and realized he wouldn't make much, but he wouldn't lose either. Couldn't be more fair than that. Suo Wei clutched a bank card with a balance of 500,000 yuan. His heart felt just as red as those crisp banknotes. Even Jiang Shaoshui was envious. Having someone powerful by your side really pays off. Feels like money just blows in with the wind. Come on, it's not that magical. Suo Wei defended fiercely. I earned this fair and square. Jiang Shaoshui snorted with a grin. True. You help him slay demons and ghosts, and he rewards you accordingly. Makes sense. Suo Wei eagerly grabbed pen and paper to start budgeting. I still owe 69,000 yuan in feed costs last quarter. Let's round it to 70,000. Then there's 100,000 for my junior's management fee. That makes 170,000. Plus utilities, rent. Oh, and I owe my mom 10,000. As Suo Wei's mental abacus clacked away, Jiang Shaoshui couldn't help but remind him. Shouldn't you get him a gift? He really went all out for you. Suo Wei's fingers paused. The pen scratched unwillingly across the paper, circling again and again. That's not necessary, is it? He didn't spend a dime, just made a few calls. Jiang Shaoshui sighed. It's not even the first time he's helped you. Suo Wei frowned, clearly conflicted, like he was about to donate a kidney. All right, fine. I'll pull some from my surplus for a gift. So the calculation continued. One deduction here, another there. What had seemed like a lot quickly vanished. Business isn't like earning a salary, money's needed everywhere. Suo Wei slashed a big chunk from the budget and glanced down again. Only 120,000 left. After carving out 100,000 for something else, he had 20,000 in flex money. Only 20,000 yuan left over. He told Jiang Shaoshui. 20 grand. Jiang mused. You could buy him a watch. What? Suo Wei's eyes bulged. Spend all 20,000 on a gift? What am I going to eat for the next 2 months? What if something urgent comes up and I'm broke? Geez, calm down. It's not like I'm robbing you. Jiang laughed. I thought that was pure surplus. If your daily expenses are in there too, then fine. Set that part aside and check again. Suo Wei crunched the numbers with a grumble, eventually announcing. About 5,000 left. 5 grand, huh? Not enough for a decent watch. A proper one has to be over 10. How about a nice outfit? Spending over 5 grand on clothes still pained Suo Wei. Wait, I just remembered, my mom's birthday is next month. I need to give her 2,000. Down to 3,000. Jiang Shaoshui stroked his chin. Then maybe shoes. That's doable. 3 grand for shoes. Suo Wei's forehead practically screamed, unwilling. I hired 3 temp workers recently. Haven't paid them yet. He added, slashing off another 1,000. Then maybe a shaver? Right. I promised to treat you to a meal. My work uniform needs replacing. Crap. I made a mistake earlier. Should have written 740, not 470. Jiang Shaoshui leaned his chin on his hand and looked at him. How much is left? Suo Wei scratched his head. 260. And I still need to get a haircut. Maybe I'll buy him a string of prayer beads? Jiang Shaoshui rubbed his temples, ready to explode. Dude, he's given you so much already. And you're thinking of cheap trinkets? Hey, I've given him stuff too. Suo Wei shot back. What? Sugar figurines. Costs $2 to make 200 of those. Boiled corn from your backyard? 50 yuan hot pot? And look at what he gave you. Just that box of premium cigarettes alone. 50 cartons. Cost over 30,000 yuan. Suo Wei's eyes lit up. How about I sell a carton and buy him an ashtray? Jiang Shaoshui stormed over and grabbed him by the neck. I should smash your head with that ashtray. Look at this damn budget again. He snatched the sheet. All the entries were listed clearly, except one, 100,000 yuan with no notes. What's this 100K for? Jiang asked. Suo Wei yanked it back with a defensive glare. That's my secret stash. Absolutely untouchable. Jiang staggered, gripping the table. You don't even have a girlfriend, and you're hoarding secret stash? You keep 10 grand for yourself, but won't spend 100 on him. You, fine. Suo Wei finally broke, smacking his own forehead. I'll pull 300 yuan from the stash and buy him a belt. Happy now. You win. That weekend, Yu took Zhong Wenyu out shopping. Andy, what do you think of this shawl? I think it suits you. Zhong Wenyu tried it on. The style was nice, but after checking the price, she put it back. Over 2,000 yuan for a shawl? That's way too extravagant. They wanted a bit more. Yu suddenly said, Auntie, I need to use the restroom. Please wait for me here. Zhong Wenyu smiled and nodded, heading toward the children's section to look for clothes for her grandsons. A few minutes later, Yu returned with a shopping bag in hand. Auntie, this is for you. Zhong Wenyu was surprised, her expression turning hesitant when she peeked inside. Oh, you sweet child, didn't I say not to buy anything? Yu pouted and took her arm. I just got my paycheck yesterday. It's not much, but I can afford a shawl. Zhong Wenyu gently patted her hand, touched. That evening, at Yu's suggestion, Zhong Wenyu joined her in visiting Chi Cheng's basement. The three of them had dinner together. Chi Cheng had planned to go out, but his mother stayed until past 10 p.m. When the driver arrived, she finally got up to leave, reminding them, You two go to bed early. And so, Yu had a legitimate reason to stay over. The chandelier dimmed, leaving only a soft wall light casting hazy shadows. I'm going to take a shower. Yu whispered seductively in Chi Cheng's ear. Chi Cheng tidied the room a bit. Just as he stood up, the bathroom door creaked open. Yu stepped out in a daring lingerie set that clung to her fair, graceful body. Her nipples peeked through the sheer fabric with shy allure. The straps crisscrossed her most intimate spots. One tug, and she'd blossom open like a wicked flower. Chi Cheng's coarse gaze devoured the sight before him. Yu loved that side of him. Cold and unreadable at first, then wild and dominant when it mattered. Unfortunately, the tiger was a little too calm tonight. And just then, the phone rang. Yu rolled her eyes. Who the hell calls at this hour? Who else? Suo Wei, of course. He couldn't sleep, so why should anyone else? After 3 rings, it stopped. Yu was about to take a step when a text came in. A doggerel poem, pinned by Suo Wei himself, burst into Chi Cheng's view. You touch her skin, I touch the wall. You enter her cave, I dream and sprawl. A jade column towers, longing unfulfilled. Lonely white streams, across sheets spilled. Chi Cheng froze. His chest burned. Bring me a pen, he demanded. And so Yu, dressed in nothing but teasing lace, awkwardly fetched it. Chi Cheng sprawled on the bed, eyes focused on the pen's tip. He had to write a poem to respond to that cheeky bastard. Seeing his furrowed brow and intense expression, Yu assumed he was working on something important. She dared not interrupt and waited quietly to be summoned. Half an hour passed. Finally, with rough fingers, Chi Cheng scrawled out 4 lines. A lovely fox on bed does lie. Legs spread wide, lets out a cry. Alas, no flavor in the dish. 2 big balls now start to itch. Chapter 84. Suo Wei received the poem and immediately punched his bedsheets hard. Damn, damn, damn. Even in the poem, he couldn't forget to mention the 2 big balls. Are my balls really that big? Were they big? Suo Wei shoved his hand into the covers to measure and felt indignant. They're not big at all. Far worse than your donkey dick. Furiously, he stabbed at his keyboard with angry fingers. Chi Cheng put down his phone and tidied up the pen and paper. Yu's heart lit up with joy. Finally done. Just as she was about to lean over to him, the message tone sounded again. How could one speak of balls without mentioning the whip? The lingering intimacy floats before my eyes. You push, I pull, whip against whip. I grind, you bump, ball against ball. A wave of heat surged in Chi Cheng's chest. His soul was being lured away by Suo Wei. He laid out his paper again. If we're going to spar, then let's spar all the way. Yu never imagined that when Chi Cheng was bent over the desk writing so seriously, he was actually flirting. What she also didn't expect was that, while he appeared calm and composed, the thing beneath him was already stirring, not because of her seductive heat, but because of a few lines of verse. Another 20-some minutes passed before Chi Cheng's lips curled into a wicked smile. My heart was calm, my mind serene, till one lewd phrase stirred up a scene. Desire swept through the crack below, and once I thrust, I can't let go. Suo Wei was nearly asleep when the message tone brought him back. He grabbed his phone, and once he saw the content, he instantly came to life. He howled to the sky 3 times, heroic and full of fighting spirit. Yu watched Chi Cheng get out of bed. Her lazy nerves instantly lit up, and she cast him a burning gaze, but it failed to lure him over. Instead, it was that fussy Xiao Siyu bow that prompted Chi Cheng to put down his pen and go save it. Because Zhong Wenyu was afraid of snakes, Chi Cheng had temporarily locked Xiao Siyu Bao in a glass box. At that time, he was struck with poetic inspiration and had neglected his second treasure. Now, while Suo Wei was busy composing, he took the chance to comfort his son. Seeing Chi Cheng cradle Xiao Siyu Bao in his arms, Yu's heart dropped halfway. When the message tone rang again, her heart dropped all the way. That whole night, she didn't know how she managed to get through it. Chi Cheng tirelessly composed erotic verses on his paper. Xiao Siyu Bao curled up on his back, casting icy glances at Yu. Her loathing for the cold-blooded creature grew even more. If it weren't there, she could have snuggled up next to Chi Cheng, snatched the pen from his hand, and gently coaxed him to bed. But now, any movement she made was immediately met with Xiao Siyu Bao's sharp, alert stare, no boundary crossing allowed. In the following days, Yu lived in a state of anxiety and unease. The anonymous number that had sent her threatening texts before began harassing her again. Each message was laced with venom, mocking her for not knowing her place, for trying to land a big fish with a flimsy rod, and warning her to be careful not to fall into her own trap. The more she tried to convince herself it was nothing, the more she obsessed over it. Because she genuinely had no sense of security. Chi Cheng was clearly out of reach now. He wouldn't even touch her. Chi Jiali obviously didn't like her either, and Yu wasn't about to go courting a snub. Now, the only one left she could rely on was Chi Cheng's mother. So, Yu changed her strategy. She no longer clung to Chi Cheng, instead shifting her focus entirely to her future mother-in-law. As fate would have it, just a few days after Yu received those anonymous messages, Zhong Wenyu received one too. Control your son. Tell him to stop harassing me. I'm a normal man. Zhong Wenyu didn't sleep a wink that night. The next day, Yu's call came. Zhong Wenyu's heart trembled. When they met, seeing Yu's radiant smile and glowing spirit finally gave her some peace of mind. In the days that followed, Yu's constant companionship gave Zhong Wenyu enormous emotional comfort. And Zhong Wenyu's words of approval and affection, in turn, soothed Yu's nerves. The two women, like drowning people grasping the same life-saving straw, found mutual sympathy in each other. Chapter 85. The Familiar Snake Breeding Farm. Suo Wei's alma mater. Visiting again, the place was completely changed. All the snake houses stood empty, reeking of a nauseating stench. Snake boxes were piled haphazardly in the corners, stained with grime and filth. Boss Wong, dressed in a tank top with sagging straps, squatted under a tree root smoking in silence. His unkempt wife stood at the doorway, shouting curses at him. In just 3 short months, the once famous Wong family snake farm had become a laughingstock in the industry. First, it lost its business license due to illegal operations. Then, Boss Wong was detained for bribing law enforcement. To pay the heavy fine, he had to sell the house he'd bought with dirty money. Old friends had turned their backs. Competitors added insult to injury. Creditors showed up nonstop. Cheated apprentices waited for revenge. Boss Wong and his wife were now living worse than pigs or dogs. A man like Suo Wei, wearing a proper suit, walking in with a smile, was now a rare sight here. Here to laugh at me? Boss Wong's eyes were dark and gloomy. Suo Wei still smiled politely. What are you saying, sir? I've brought something to pay you a visit. High-quality Shenyang Maojian tea, a collector's edition of Wulianya liquor. Suo Wei spared no expense for this mentor who'd once given him his start. Boss Wong glanced at the gifts and turned away coldly. Take them back. I don't deserve this kind of tribute. If anyone deserves it, it's you. Suo Wei firmly placed the gifts into Boss Wong's hands, still smiling warmly. Without you, I wouldn't have over $500,000 in my account. I wouldn't have that batch of top-grade snakes ready for market. My early capital accumulation was all thanks to your generous support. This is just a token of gratitude. You must accept it. Boss Wong's mouth twitched. His expression contorted with rage. Kid, show some mercy when you can. Your road is still long. Who knows how far you'll really go? Suo Wei calmly stared at Boss Wang. True. I'm not even 30 yet. My road's still ahead, and who knows where I'll end up. But I do know one thing. Your road. It ends here. Boss Wang's face turned pitch black. He lunged with a punch at Suo Wei. Suo Wei caught his wrist with one hand, twisted hard, and stared him down with razor-sharp eyes. I can't beat Chi Cheng. But you old bastard. I can handle you just fine. He spoke with feigned concern. Careful, old bones might snap. Boss Wang spat on the ground and roared, kill me if you want. Wang Zhongxiang, fear nothing now. If you've got the guts, bulldoze this place. You've got it all wrong, Suo Wei said slowly and steadily. Do you remember? Back when I bought 2,000 sickly snake hatchlings from you, you said to me yourself, if you strike it rich one day, don't forget about me. I wouldn't say I'm rich yet, but compared to how I was then, I'm doing much better. One should never forget where they came from. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain. So today, I came back. Boss Wang's face froze, as lifeless as a sheet of cold iron. I came to thank you. Thank you for teaching me one important lesson. In business, you've got to be ruthless to those you know. After saying this, Suo Wei shoved the gifts into the stunned Boss Wang's arms and turned to leave. His steps were light and easy, his departure graceful. That night, Suo Wei was alone at the clinic. After showering, he changed into his signature worn-out white tank top with holes and a pair of frayed, faded floral boxers. He curled up in his chair, watching Crayon Shinchan. Familiar footsteps approached the door. Suo Wei's black eyes widened. He quickly opened a drawer and stuffed Crayon Shinchan inside, pulling out a copy of Pride and Prejudice. Then he rushed to his wardrobe, frantically trying to change out of his boxers and into sleepwear. In truth, Chi Cheng had been standing outside the window for quite a while, watching it all unfold. Suo Wei's eccentric fashion habits, his childish reading taste, and that pervy smile. Chi Cheng had seen it all. Now it was far too late to salvage his image. Chapter 86. Chi Cheng deliberately slowed his footsteps. Rather than barging in to catch someone off guard, he preferred giving that person a bit of time. Let him prepare, let him dress up, then watch how long he could keep up the act. Suo Wei quickly found his robe and wrapped himself in it with practiced ease. Chi Cheng went to the clinic room first, poured himself a glass of water, and gulped it down. Suo Wei tugged at his robe, calmed his breathing, then strolled casually to the bedroom door, leaning against the frame and eyeing Chi Cheng with interest. What kind of wind blew you in? Chi Cheng had guessed right. One moment the guy was curled in a chair picking at his toes. The next he had stuffed his hands into his sleeves, acting all proper and composed. The robe wasn't tied tightly enough, the neckline gaping to reveal the faintest line of a chest. His legs crossed elegantly, one foot tiptoeing on the floor, as if with a bit of music, he might start dancing. Chi Cheng realized every cell on Suo Wei's body brought him endless amusement. Suo Wei pressed a hand against Chi Cheng's chest, gaze sharp. I asked you a question, didn't you hear me? What wind brought you here? The underlying message. You have actually got the nerve to show up here? Chi Cheng gave a rugged, manly smile. A lustful wind. Suo Wei raised his chin. Watch your mouth. This is a civilized place. Civilized. Chi Cheng savored the word with interest. His hands clamped Suo Wei's lifted chin like a vice, brow resting against his forehead. In a low voice, he asked, how did a little slut like you get born in a civilized place? Who are you calling a slut? Suo Wei bared his teeth. Chi Cheng bit lightly on a little canine tooth. You don't know? Next second, Suo Wei was lifted upside down by a pair of strong hands, his robe falling over his face, revealing two long, straight legs. His underwear hugged his ass perfectly, like it had grown onto his skin. Even fully covered, the sight made one's eyes burn with heat. Chi Baldi, put me down. I'm gonna count to 3. Count to 300, I still won't care. Chi Cheng focused on fondling the treasure he had longed for. Suo Wei writhed and shouted, twisting his waist against Chi Cheng. Make up a poem for me on the spot, and I'll let you down. Flushed and breathless, I can't write poetry. Chi Cheng rubbed the prized goods in his palm. You're a poet behind my back. Why go mute in front of me? Suo Wei panted, chest heaving with fury. Put me down, and I'll give you something. Not lying. I sold the snake eggs and spent a fortune to get you a gift. Chi Cheng fell silent for a moment, then finally lowered him. Suo Wei fixed his hair, grumbling and cursing as he walked to the wardrobe. He pulled out a delicate box and opened it in front of Chi Cheng. Inside was a coiled leather belt. "Here, I bought it for you." Chi Cheng weighed the belt in his hand and looked at Suo Wei with a smile. "You trying to fob me off with this cheap thing?" Suo Wei's face darkened. He reached to snatch it back. "Fine, if you don't want it, I'll keep it for myself." He made a show of grabbing it. Chi Cheng didn't let go. His gaze grew more demanding as it fixed on Suo Wei. "Why didn't you make one yourself?" "With what?" Suo Wei snapped. Chi Cheng replied casually. "Your snakes shed so much skin. It would be easy to make a belt out of that, wouldn't it?" The words were a revelation. Suo Wei smacked his chest in regret. "Why didn't you say that earlier? I wouldn't have wasted money." He was still mourning the 300 plus yuan. Actually, Chi Cheng really liked it. The belt was nothing special, but because Suo Wei had given it to him, it carried a special feeling, like someone was thinking of him. Chi Cheng peeled off the plastic wrapping, uncoiled the belt, folded it in half, and lightly flicked it against Suo Wei's butt. Suo Wei clutched his rear, baring his teeth. "Why did you hit me?" "Testing the quality." He slapped the belt in his hand again. Suo Wei huffed. "I gave you that belt to wear, not to hit people with. It's dual purpose. When your big ass gets itchy someday, I can use this to scratch it for you." He grinned wickedly. Suo Wei cursed him a pervert in his heart and turned to tidy the wardrobe, only to be pulled back again by Chi Cheng. "Buckle it on me," Chi Cheng said. Suo Wei stiffened. "You don't have hands? Not as good as yours." He shoved the belt into Suo Wei's palm. Suo Wei froze for a moment, then picked up one end of the belt and threaded it through the first belt loop, then the second, the middle one, the second to last, the last. He circled the waist once, found the innermost hole, and gave it a good tug. "Done." Chi Cheng caught his hand and pressed it against the belt, murmuring low into his ear. "I'm not leaving tonight." Suo Wei played dumb. "Why not? You have already tied me down. How can I leave?" Chapter 87. If we are talking brains, Suo Wei takes the cake. Instead of chasing little jealousy off the bed, he went and fed it over a dozen fat birds. The little thing was so stuffed its belly looked ready to burst, eyes dull as it stared at the two on the bed, not even bothering to move. "Damn it, stop crowding me," Suo Wei grumbled as he shoved at Chi Cheng. It was just a single bed to begin with, and with Chi Cheng's big build, it was a miracle they could both lie down at all. As soon as Chi Cheng got on, he started pushing Suo Wei inward, until his face was nearly pressed up against the wall. Who wouldn't be mad? "I said stop crowding me, all right?" He shouted again, as if Chi Cheng would back down from a little yelling. He continued squishing the human dumpling. Suo Wei couldn't take it anymore and finally rolled right on top of Chi Cheng. You read that right. He lay on him, not just pressed. The back of his head rested squarely on Chi Cheng's face, his messy hair intentionally brushing and tickling. Thought it would be satisfying to take revenge that way, but Chi Cheng was actually enjoying it. His hair carried a simple shampoo scent, but Chi Cheng found it incredibly pleasant. He buried his face in Suo Wei's hair. Suo Wei noticeably tensed, expecting Chi Cheng to shove him off, but instead 2 arms wrapped around him. "Da bow," Chi Cheng said calmly. Suo Wei replied with a dry "I have a business trip with the higher-ups tomorrow. Should be gone 4 or 5 days." Suo Wei didn't think much of it. "So go, whatever. You being gone means I finally get a few quiet days to do something productive." Chi Cheng added, "You is going with me too." Suo Wei stiffened noticeably. He had been mentally prepared, had even expected this whole thing to happen because of himself, but hearing it from Chi Cheng's own mouth made it hit differently. He stayed silent for a long moment before finally speaking. "Sounds nice. Like a mini vacation." He wasn't wrong. Ever since that text message, Chi Cheng's relationship had become a thorn in Zhong Wenyu's heart. She first approached Chi Cheng's superiors, asked about the upcoming schedule, and specially arranged this business trip, which was basically a disguised vacation. Then she went to Chi Cheng, insisting shamelessly that he take Yu along. When he refused, she kicked up a whole crying, screaming storm. Chi Cheng knew the trip was orchestrated, and he also knew what Zhong Wenyu feared. What he didn't expect was that the one who had pushed for all this was lying right here in his arms, stewing in his own emotions. "Da bow," Chi Cheng called again. Wu Suo Wei rolled off his chest and back to the bed. This time, no matter how much Chi Cheng crowded him, he didn't make a sound, just stuck himself to the wall like a squashed melon. Chi Cheng was good at teasing, seducing, threatening, and even forcing, but if there was one skill he lacked, it was coaxing. He had never coaxed anyone in his life, never apologized, and didn't know how to say anything soft. Yet someone had managed to poke at his softest spot. He tugged at Wu Suo Wei's cheek. In a low voice from behind, he asked, "You mad?" Wu Suo Wei's face was dark, brows furrowed, lips curled, eyes rolling, and yet he shamelessly answered, "Totally fine." Chi Cheng followed up, "If you are fine, why won't you look at me?" Wu Suo Wei opened his mouth, ready to bite a chunk out of the wall. "Don't want to look at you. Can't stand you." With that, he flipped over like a pancake. His robe had twisted all over the place, only one strap still tied at the waist, chest fully exposed. Chi Cheng's gaze scorched that area, his large hand reaching over. Compared to Chi Cheng's tough and muscular pecs, Wu Suo Wei's were more supple and elastic, great to the touch. "Don't pull that crap with me." Wu Suo Wei tried to twist his wrist away. Chi Cheng bit down on his soft lips and murmured, "But this is exactly what works on you. Why wouldn't I?" Wu Suo Wei's heavy, ragged breaths poured straight into Chi Cheng's mouth. "Chi Cheng, you are seriously disgusting." Chi Cheng pinned both of Wu Suo Wei's wrists above his head, his tongue sliding from collarbone to armpit, wetting the armpit hair, then crudely tugging at it with his teeth. His tongue drilled between the pores, wreaking havoc. Wu Suo Wei's neck arched, his breath erratic. Curses mixed with moans spilled out in a rhythm that could drive a man wild. "Not a single inch of you isn't slutty," Chi Cheng commented. Wu Suo Wei's handsome face turned beet red. Just as he opened his mouth to argue, it got blocked again. Maybe they had both been starved of affection for too long. That night, Wu Suo Wei didn't even know how many times he got played till he came. By the time they went to sleep, his eyes were wet at the corners. Chi Cheng knew he still held a grudge, so he gently rubbed his forehead and whispered, "Anyone else can be mad at me, but not you." Wu Suo Wei mumbled, "Half asleep, why not?" There was a long silence before Chi Cheng replied, "Because you are the only one whose anger actually rattles me. If I have promised you something, I will see it through." Unfortunately, by the time he said that, Wu Suo Wei was already sound asleep. A long overdue night of sharing the same bed, holding each other close. Little Jealousy had just spent the whole night watching a full-on R-rated performance. Finally done digesting, it swished its tail, slid off the nightstand, found a crack to curl up in, and laid its tiny head against Wu Suo Wei's forehead, closing its eyes without a sound. Chapter 88. What does it mean to say one thing and feel another? It is when you yell, "You disgust me. Get the hell out." The night before, and the next morning the guy you cursed wakes up to find you gripping tightly onto his most vital part. In ancient times, there was the story of Emperor Ai cutting off his sleeve so as not to wake Dong Xian who was sleeping on it, a gesture of affection. But in this case, Chi Cheng's vital part was being clutched. No matter how much he cared for this iron-headed man, he couldn't very well cut that off, could he? So, with a steely resolve, he yanked it out. Yanked was no exaggeration. When Chi Cheng turned back to look, the guy's hand was full of hair. Wu Suo Wei didn't wake until the sun was high in the sky. Chi Cheng's flight had already landed in another province by then, while Wu Suo Wei sat up groggily, dragging his soft limbs into the bathroom. As he brushed his teeth, he regretted not giving Little Jealousy some instructions last night. Watch your big brother's man properly. Pour all your rage into glaring at her. If she's scared shitless for a while, then Big Brother's efforts won't be in vain. The entire morning, Jiang Shaoshuai's eyes kept circling Wu Suo Wei. Not that he meant to stare. It was just that Wu Suo Wei was acting way too strange to ignore. Every minute he would grind his teeth, every 3 minutes puff his cheeks, every 5 minutes sigh, every 10 minutes start pacing around. Ahem. Jiang Shaoshuai made exaggerated facial expressions beside him. Wu Suo Wei looked at him like he had just woken from a dream. "What's up?" Jiang Shaoshuai asked with a smirk. "He came over last night, didn't he?" "How do you know?" Grinning wickedly. "Go check how many tissues are in the trash can in the back room." Wu Suo Wei's face flushed. He lowered his head and twirled a pen. "So how are things progressing?" Jiang Shaoshuai probed. Wu Suo Wei put on a breezy tone. "Going smoothly. The two of them went out of town for a vacation. Jiang Xiao Shui chuckled and gave Suo Wei's belly a pat with the back of his hand. Feeling stifled, aren't you? What would I be stifled about? He immediately switched to a look of suffering, turned to joy. Everything is going according to plan. I would bet the business trip was intentionally arranged. His mom must have seen the message I sent and couldn't sit still anymore. She probably wants to rush a daughter-in-law through the door before her son strays too far. Jiang Xiao Shui suddenly remembered something. The other day when I went out to pick up medicine, I think I saw you shopping with a middle-aged woman. Don't know if that was Chi's mom, but she had the aura of a politician's wife. Probably her. Suo Wei squinted one eye. Looks like my move worked. Hit both ends, rattled you and Chi Cheng's mom. With both women harboring concerns, their relationship is bound to warm up. That way, Chi's mom will start giving you the illusion that she's already the daughter-in-law. And once you feel secure, she will definitely target little jealousy. Jiang Xiao Shui sounded cautious. You sure about that? I know exactly what kind of person she is, Suo Wei sneered coldly. Once she gets a taste of success, she immediately loses herself and drops her guard. But what if she acts now? Jiang Xiao Shui asked again. Suo Wei's gaze was firm. No way. She's not that stupid. If something happened to little jealousy while they were on vacation alone, Chi Cheng would suspect her first. The more Jiang Xiao Shui thought about it, the more interesting it seemed. So basically, this trip is a perfect opportunity to stir up conflict? Suo Wei's expression turned complicated. Exactly. Day-to-day interactions might not feel like much, but the moment they are alone in a romantic setting, every move little jealousy makes will drive you crazy. It is a brewing conflict. The longer it stews, the quicker it explodes, and her doomsday will come that much sooner. So, Jiang Xiao Shui deliberately paused. You are hoping they really enjoy this vacation and take their sweet time coming back, right? Right to the heart like a dagger. Suo Wei waved his hand dramatically. I'm heading out to inspect the market. Time to sell snakes. I'm about to embrace my second spring in life. He walked out with confident strides, posture sharp, back view cool as hell. But he hadn't even gone 100 meters before the frustration boiling in his chest exploded. Chi Cheng, you fucking beast. Chapter 89. Chi Cheng had just walked out of the airport when he received a call from Gang Z. The snakes have been found. Chi Cheng's expression didn't change as he followed his superior into the car. He asked calmly, where were they found? Military district. Two short words, followed by a long silence. Chi Cheng had considered this possibility before. His second uncle held a post in the army, and the military had a snake farm where they were raised semi-freely under supervision. The chances of discovery were low. But Chi Cheng's father and second uncle had been at odds for years. His second uncle had no sons and had always been jealous of Chi Cheng, hoping he would amount to nothing. For Chi Cheng's father to ask him for help would be admitting defeat, an acknowledgement that his son was a failure and he had failed as a father. But this time, Chi Yuan had swallowed his pride. Even if it meant humiliation, he was determined to bring Chi Cheng under control. How did you find out? Chi Cheng asked. Gang Z said, I was at the trading market today and saw a vendor with a unique batch of snake hatchlings in a glass case. When he thought I was interested, he confided that the snakes were valuable and had been smuggled out of the army. My first reaction was that your batch had laid eggs, and the guards at the base, trying to make some money, stole some eggs and sold them to vendors. Got it, Chi Cheng said. So should we? Gang Z started. Chi Cheng habitually hung up the call. Leaning back in his seat, he closed his eyes and thought. Getting that many snakes out of the military intact wasn't going to be easy. If he openly confronted Chi Yuan now, the snakes were as good as dead. So until he figured out a foolproof plan, he needed to play along, easing suspicions and creating the right moment to strike. Just as Gang Z left the trading market, Suo Wei arrived. He wandered through a greenhouse and pointed at a jade-banded snake. How much this year? The vendor held up 2 fingers. Not a cent less than 2,000. That expensive? Suo Wei smirked. There is another booth selling for 1,500. The vendor glared. Weight makes a difference. Kid, feel it yourself. This snake weighs over 3 gene. You can search the entire market. My price is the fairest. Suo Wei smiled and moved on. Hey kid, looking for meat snakes or pets? If it's pets, come see this side. These ones are real beauties. Suo Wei scanned casually and spotted a green tree python, but its sheen was nowhere near as radiant as vinegar buns. Even though he was colorblind, Suo Wei could tell that air bao was a rare sight in this region. He walked a bit further and was drawn to several glass boxes. After seeing all the cheap hybrids, these snake hatchlings stood out. Due to his job, Suo Wei frequently browsed online for snake info, and he could recognize most of the rare species. Seeing so many at once, especially with a modestly dressed vendor, raised red flags. Kid, you clearly know your stuff. Pick any of these hatchlings. They're all worth it. If any turn out to be duds, you can kick me out of here. Suo Wei picked up a harmless snake and examined it, then looked sharply at the vendor. Where did you get these snakes? The vendor gave a mysterious grin. Don't worry about it. I won't scam you. Then I won't buy. Suo Wei put the snake back. If they are wild, they won't survive in captivity. I would be wasting my money. I swear they are all captive bred, the vendor said firmly. Suo Wei narrowed his eyes. Captive bred? Who is mixing this many rare species in one place? These must be smuggled. The vendor looked troubled. Kid, you really want to buy? I did. But with all this secrecy, I have lost confidence. Better not. He turned to leave. Wait a second. The vendor called after him. Suo Wei stopped, a subtle smile playing on his lips. You are forcing me to spill the truth. What do you mean, forcing? Suo Wei said righteously. Would you buy something shady if you were me? Animals aren't like goods. What if they carry viruses? It is dangerous. The vendor sighed. Fine, come here. Suo Wei leaned in. The vendor repeated the same story he had told Gang Zi. Back at the clinic, Suo Wei excitedly relayed the information to Jiang Shaoshui. Jiang was stunned. You mean there is a lead on those snakes? Suo Wei nodded enthusiastically. So all the work we did before was for nothing? Jiang said. Suo Wei frowned. Why? Just call Chi Cheng and tell him. He will figure out how to get the snakes back. He is already using Yu to pressure his dad into returning them. Now that he has found them, Yu is useless. They will definitely break up. Isn't that your goal? Suo Wei looked unsettled. That is not how this should be done. Jiang Shaoshui fiddled with a pill and asked again, what are you planning then? After some thought, Suo Wei answered quietly. If I tell him the truth, he will try to get the snakes out himself, which will only worsen the conflict with his dad. The snakes might be targeted again. I think I should help him behind the scenes, get the snakes out safely, and put his father in the wrong. That way the threat is gone for good. Jiang Shaoshui flicked the pill at Suo Wei's forehead. Be honest. Do you want them to break up? Or do you want to be with him? Suo Wei's heart skipped. He masked it with flawless acting. Obviously, I want them to break up. Then why the hell are you worrying about his problems? Helping him, erasing future threats. What does any of this have to do with you? Suo Wei straightened his back. It is about doing the right thing. I have schemed against him enough. This is a chance to make amends. Jiang Shaoshui moved on. Is the Yu plan still on? Suo Wei raised a brow. Why not? If they are really going to break up, she will definitely try to plead with his mother. I need to make Chi Cheng utterly despise her. Cut off all her escape routes. Jiang Shaoshui suspected that Suo Wei's emotional target had already shifted. Let's talk logistics. Jiang tapped the table. We are just ordinary civilians. We don't even know a single soldier. How do we get snakes out of a military base? Suo Wei crooked a finger for Jiang to lean closer. If they can sneak out this many hatchlings, sneaking out an adult snake shouldn't be a problem. Jiang found some merit in that logic. And so, the two began plotting in secret. Chi Cheng and Yu had arrived on separate flights. After arrival, Yu was checked into a hotel, while Chi Cheng accompanied his superior on a round of formal visits. Only afterward did he meet up with Yu. After dinner, they strolled down the street together. Your mom said, once we get back, our parents should meet to finalize things. Chi Cheng had a cigarette between his lips, the ridge of his brow casting a cold shadow. Let's talk when we are back. He flicked away the cigarette and headed toward the hotel. Lying in a luxurious bubble bath, fragrant lotion caressing her skin, Yu dreamed of a romantic night with just the two of them. No Xiao Siu bow to ruin the mood. It would be perfect. Chi Cheng, bring me my nightgown. She called out. No answer. Eyes glowing with sultry allure, Yu stepped out of the tub, wrapped herself in a towel, breasts half exposed, legs barely covered, hips swaying as she walked into the room. Chi Cheng, didn't you hear me? She froze. Chi Cheng was crouched down, eyes full of affection, gently stroking someone, or rather, something. It was none other than the mischievous little second baby. Lord Vinegar, didn't you say it wasn't coming with us? It was checked in. Pets aren't allowed in the cabin. I just picked it up. As he spoke, Chi Cheng planted a kiss on Vinegar's tiny mouth, oozing tenderness and devotion. Yu burned with fury. She was beyond fed up. But to maintain her image and avoid revealing her hatred for snakes, she bit down the rage and quietly retreated into the bathroom. Chapter 90. After 3 days, Yu and Little Jealousy had completely fallen out. During the day, Chi Cheng used the excuse of accompanying leadership duties to take Little Jealousy out sightseeing. In the evening, he was never apart from it. Eating, drinking, toileting, even bathing with it hanging around his neck. What drove Yu absolutely mad was every time she tried to get intimate with Chi Cheng, Little Jealousy would roll around and act up on the bed, clearly trying to sabotage things. By the time it finally settled down, Yu's mood would be long gone. That night, she again fell asleep in frustration. In the middle of the night, thunder cracked violently, a bolt of lightning slamming right outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Yu jolted awake instantly. The room flickered between light and darkness. Yu felt something heavy on her legs and thought it was just the blanket. She sat up to adjust it. But just then, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, lighting up the room like daytime, and a flash of green pierced Yu's vision. Little Jealousy was coiled atop her blanket, its pupils glowing with a chilling, eerie light. Its forked tongue flicked in and out, body writhing and twisting as it lunged at Yu. Almost purely out of instinct, Yu screamed and flung both the blanket and Little Jealousy off the bed. Her shoulders trembled uncontrollably, lips quivering, and her whole body was drenched in cold sweat. Chi Cheng woke up, his cold gaze fixed directly on Yu. No concern, no affection, not even the most basic comfort. He simply stared. Yu, terrified and ice-cold, didn't dare cry in front of him. She had to offer an explanation first. There was lightning just now. It scared me. As soon as she finished speaking, another thunderclap boomed. She took the opportunity to scream twice, proving she really had been frightened. Little Jealousy climbed back onto the bed, curling into a pitiful little ball. Chi Cheng gently scooped it up, carefully inspecting it for injuries. Once assured it was fine, he tucked it back under the covers and got out of bed, walking out. The room was left with only Yu and Little Jealousy, locked in a stare. Just moments ago it had looked so limp, but now Little Jealousy suddenly looked lively again. Its eyes seemed to devour all the warmth in the room like black holes. Yu realized this wasn't just an ordinary animal. It seemed intelligent. It could sense her thoughts, break down her will, and challenge the limits of her endurance. Panic gripped her. Chi Cheng went to another bedroom in the suite and leaned against the bedhead, smoking. His heart felt empty. It had been a long time since he had missed someone at home while away. He had a large bottle of Dabao lotion with him. In his big hand, it looked tiny. The label had been rubbed so many times by his rough fingers that the words were almost gone, some parts completely worn away, shining with a bald glow. Just like Suo Wei's shiny forehead, reflecting the sunlight, melting away the snow from last winter. The scene of him pulling his pants so tight they crushed his balls still lingered vividly in Chi Cheng's memory. He took off his belt, doubled it over, and started slapping it rhythmically against the bed, like smacking Suo Wei's butt. Tormenting him, hurting him, watching him cry, listening to his moans. Imagining him obediently crouched under his crotch, pleasuring his manhood. Picturing him swaying his hips, begging to be taken hard. Straddling him, screaming loudly under brutal thrusts, spasming in pleasure like a filthy little thing. At 2:30 a.m., Suo Wei's phone rang. He groped around for half a minute before finding the phone that had been kicked to the foot of the bed. He didn't even check the screen before answering. I just want to kill you. Woken up in the middle of the night only to be cussed out? Of course Suo Wei was pissed. I damn well want to beat your ass. He hung up furiously and tried to go back to sleep. 2 minutes later, Suo Wei's head popped back out from under the covers, eyes filled with a vague fear. Has his identity been exposed? Suddenly he realized, by creating private moments for Chi Cheng and Yu, he might have accidentally increased the risk of exposing himself. If the two of them happened to talk about him, and Chi Cheng figured out who her ex was, Suo Wei would be the first one to go down. That phone call earlier, could it have been a warning? He quickly called back. Why do you want to kill me? The voice on the other end replied calmly. You are a menace. Suo Wei's heart raced. How did I harm you? Don't you know? Hearing that, Suo Wei's palms turned clammy. A moment later, the breathing on the other end grew heavy. Suo Wei imagined a sinister face, eyes bloodshot and deranged, like someone had stabbed them, red and twisted and bloodthirsty. He blurted out, please spare me. Those 4 words, when heard by the perverted Chi Cheng, twisted into a completely different meaning. His crotch stirred. His voice deepened, low and oppressive. You are so bad. How can I let you off so easily? What are you going to do to me? He smoked, gripped his gun, burning with lust. What do you think? Suo Wei sat stiff, clutching the bedsheet, breathing erratically. I don't know. What is a perfect match? This is. One shaking with fear, the other full of excitement. Yet somehow, they could still play along together effortlessly. A low growl came from the other end, and Suo Wei shivered hard. Shit, he is actually growling now? I am totally screwed. Just then, a sudden question. Did you come? Suo Wei froze. What? You were so into it just now. Don't play dumb with me. Suo Wei, did getting dominated by me make your jerking even better? Suo Wei, miss me yet? Suo Wei slammed the phone onto the bed. I want to fucking murder you. You noticed Chi Cheng still hadn't come back. She decided to go check on him. But just as she got up, little jealousy lifted its head. With Chi Cheng gone, Yu didn't bother hiding her fear. She inched toward the door slowly, eyes locked on the creature, terrified it might pounce. Little jealousy didn't move, seemed obedient. Yu relaxed slightly and kept creeping toward the door. Suddenly, a hissing sound came from behind. Yu froze. Her spine went cold. Something was slithering from her ankle, winding upward, toward her neck. Her legs gave out. Her voice caught in her throat. So cold. Freezing cold. Her whole body was paralyzed. Something heavy was now wrapped around her neck. She didn't dare grab it. She squinted, just a crack, and saw a sharp head right in front of her face. Her eyes flew wide open, and she collapsed to the ground. The snake wrapped around her. She flailed to escape. It wrapped again. She thrashed again. When Chi Cheng returned, Yu was back in bed, face pale, lips bluish. Little jealousy was hanging lazily from the wall sconce, tail flicking, looking content. The day before heading back, Chi Cheng passed by a lumber market and spotted a palm-sized piece of rosewood. He thought it would make a nice little hand sculpture. Whenever he traveled, he liked to bring something back. So he offered a high price and bought it. Through a recommendation, he contacted a local carving artist. The old man's surname was Zhang, over 70, and had been carving since he was 20. More than 50 years with a chisel in hand. His work was highly respected. To show respect, Chi Cheng brought a small gift. Just a little token of appreciation. Old Zhang laughed heartily. You are too kind. Come in, come in. Though over 70, he stood tall and walked steadily. He cleaned the house himself, everything neat and well kept. The decor was classical and tasteful. The antique shelf was full of his own carvings, each with unique form and lifelike detail. Have some tea, young man. No need to trouble yourself, sir. Chi Cheng's polite manner won old Zhang's admiration. Many of his clients were prominent people, wealthy young men included, but few were as composed as Chi Cheng. Let me see your piece of wood. Chi Cheng handed over the rosewood. Old Zhang put on his glasses and examined it closely. He nodded. Fine texture, rich color. This is a good piece. What do you want me to carve? 2 balls, Chi Cheng said. Old Zhang looked puzzled. 2 balls. Like chicken eggs? Duck eggs? Or human balls? Chi Cheng's tone remained calm. Old Zhang's face was a strange mix of shock and awkwardness, clearly confused. Chi Cheng explained smoothly. I mean testicles, you understand? Old Zhang. I understand. As Chi Cheng was leaving, Old Zhang patted him on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. I have been in this line of work for most of my life. This is the first time someone has asked me to carve that. Young man, you are one of a kind. Chapter 91. Suo Wei had gotten himself a stylish new haircut. The top was layered and well-structured. The sides were clipped clean, making his features appear even more defined. Walking down the street, Young women's eyes followed him around like radar. Back home in front of the mirror, an undeniably handsome face stared back at him. Maybe he had gotten too used to his previous messy and sloppy look. He found himself a little unaccustomed to suddenly being this good-looking. Almost too good-looking, he coughed awkwardly. He rubbed his stubbled chin, twisting his neck to check himself out from every angle. After nearly 10 minutes of narcissism, Suo Wei suddenly realized something. He was spending more and more time in front of the mirror. He used to finish washing up in 3 minutes flat. Wash, wipe, dress, and out the door. Now he had to stare at himself in the mirror first, inspecting from every angle, and even choreograph a yawn. Getting vain, huh? Realizing what this might say about his current mindset, Suo Wei swiftly stepped away from the mirror. He was very satisfied with his haircut and handled it with great care. Before bed, he flattened the pillow, gently rested the back of his head on it, and then lay perfectly still. Half an hour later, trouble arose. He couldn't sleep. He had never been a calm sleeper to begin with, and now lying so rigidly? No way he was falling asleep like that. And with that insomnia came idle thoughts. It's been 6 days since he left, right? Still no sign of coming back. What the hell does that mean? Got addicted to playing around? Damn. Getting wined and dined, enjoying the sights and beauties. If it were me, I wouldn't come back either. Shit. Might as well wrap things up over there so I don't have to worry anymore. He took a deep breath. Sleep. A minute later, his eyes popped open again. He grabbed his phone, frustrated. Suo Wei's phone was loaded with porn. Initially, he had downloaded it to build resistance, but it had turned into his go-to-sleep aid. The moaning of men sounded like English listening practice to him, and the sex scenes were like morning calisthenics, zero effect. Usually, he would fall asleep before the action even started. But tonight, he got into it. Not only that, his imagination started running wild. He imagined Chi Cheng kneeling on the bed, patiently servicing his dick, sucking and licking in turn. No one could see inside his head to call him a pervert, so he felt justified in reaching down into his underwear and directing his own personal show. Chi Cheng had just gotten off a flight and was heading straight to the clinic. At this moment, he was on the road. He called Suo Wei. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. What are you up to? His usual greeting. Suo Wei tried to hide his tone. What else would I be doing at this hour besides sleeping? Chi Cheng wasn't called Beijing's top lay for nothing. Just from Suo Wei's breathing rhythm, he knew exactly what he was doing. But of course, he didn't say it outright. Some things are more fun left unsaid. Miss me? He asked again. Suo Wei thought to himself. Not only do I miss you, I want to fuck you. Feeling hot, he kicked off the blanket, leaving only his underwear on. I will be back tomorrow, Chi Cheng said. Suo Wei's heart skipped a beat, and his groin swelled instantly, but he remained stubborn. What's it to me whether you come back or not? Without me, you enjoying jerking off on your own? He teased. Suo Wei's face flushed, his lower abdomen tingled. Not everyone is like you. Thinking about that all the time. I'm a decent guy with serious things to do. I don't have time for this shit. Chi Cheng was standing outside Suo Wei's bedroom window now, smiling. A decent guy? Huh. Then tell me, why did you just whisper enter the cave, the gentleman longs? Shit. He is totally provoking me now. Suo Wei's chest flushed red, sweat beading on his butt. Trying to steady his breath, he replied, if you want to talk dirty, find someone else. I'm not in the mood. He hung up immediately. His lust had broken free. Underwear around his ankles, breathing heavy, expression wild. In the middle of it all, a fierce tiger crashed through the window. A solid figure leapt in with lightning speed. Suo Wei didn't even have time to react, to cover up, or hide his face of depraved lust. He was caught red-handed. No time, no interest in that stuff. Then what the hell are you doing here? Chi Cheng looked at him with a mocking smile, and Suo Wei wished he could crawl into a hole. Decades of dignity, gone in an instant. And Chi Cheng, he just kept doubling down on it. Without a word, he pushed Suo Wei's hand away and began stroking him with practiced ease. Same 5 fingers, same flesh and blood, but in someone else's hand, it felt completely different. 6 days of repressed nerves flared awake, pleasure surged. Suo Wei had barely held back before, but now, under Chi Cheng's touch, he couldn't stop the moans bursting from his throat. His face contorted in painful ecstasy. Didn't you say you didn't miss me? He asked. Smirking mischievously, he pinned down most of Suo Wei's body, grinding his hard knee against his balls. Wasn't thinking of me. Really wasn't. Pushed to the edge, Suo Wei grabbed Chi Cheng's hair and yanked him into a tangled mess. Chi Cheng gripped Suo Wei's head with both hands. No warm-up, no transition, just a fierce, demanding kiss that swirled wildly in his mouth. Desire blazed through their stomachs, and years of emotions surged forth. Suo Wei, driven half mad, yanked at Chi Cheng's pants, pawing at his bulging crotch with reckless force. Lust mingled with bitter resentment. Chi Cheng bit and kissed all over Suo Wei's body, from neck to thighs, to the soft flesh of his butt. All around, Suo Wei's moans echoed, raw and shameless. Their cocks ground against each other, and Chi Cheng wickedly quoted a couple of explicit verses from poetry, stoking the fire further. Heat erupted in Suo Wei's gut, then suddenly dropped. Panting hard, he lay face down on the bed. Lust was gone, but the resentment lingered. When Chi Cheng moved to mount him again, Suo Wei's body clearly resisted. I didn't touch her at all these past few days, Chi Cheng said. That hit a nerve. Suo Wei's body betrayed his emotion, despite his effort to stay cold. What's that got to do with me? Chi Cheng leaned in, speaking softly by his ear, a rare tenderness. Because all I thought about was you. Whether water made women or iron-blooded men, no one could resist that kind of domineering gentleness. Especially coming from Chi Cheng. Each word was pure gold. Suo Wei didn't reply, face buried in the pillow. But the muscles along his back slowly relaxed. Chi Cheng lay on top of him, hard chest pressed against his back, both of them damp with sweat. But neither felt hot, they just held each other silently. Suddenly, Suo Wei's phone started playing again. Porn moans pierced the silence. That's what you get for buying a knockoff phone. It would randomly glitch out. Just now, it restarted the porn video without anyone even touching it. Suo Wei broke into a cold sweat. He tried to reach for it, but Chi Cheng stopped him. Watching alone is boring. Let me join you. Fuck. Watching this together? That has never ended well. So he shut his eyes and turned his head. I have already seen it. You go ahead. Chi Cheng nibbled on his earlobe and murmured, I want to watch it with you. Then, two large hands turned his head toward the screen. New stimulation hit his eyes. As it turned out, watching porn together really was more fun. Alone, only one body part got itchy. Together, every nerve lit up, because sharing really is caring. I know the bottom guy in this video. Chi Cheng suddenly said. Suo Wei blinked in surprise. How do you know him? 2 years ago, I went to Japan. He was working in a Tokyo shop. Suo Wei was shook. His teasing took on a bitter tone. Damn, so you were even sleeping your way through foreign countries? Chi Cheng laughed. Fucking a Japanese guy felt like avenging the nation. Very cathartic. Suo Wei sneered. Aren't you poetic? So, how is your revenge going over here? Can't really remember. Damn, how many people have you fucked to forget already? Chi Cheng noticed the jealousy and poked at it. If it bothers you, you can use my body count as a target. Go sleep with as many as you want to make it even. Suo Wei's pupils darkened. I would need a lifetime. 1 per day till death wouldn't be enough. So he said, how about this? I will just sleep with you instead. Your body is soaked with the semen and juices of all mankind. Fucking you is like fucking the whole damn world. 5 minutes later, he paid a painful price for that bold declaration. Finally managing to catch a breath, he quickly tried to change the subject. Quit messing around. Let's just watch the damn video. They turned to the screen just in time to catch the lube scene with the sunglasses wearing uncle. Suo Wei never stayed awake long enough to see this part before, so he had forgotten it existed. After 3 seconds of blank staring, he reached for the screen. You know what? Nothing new here. Same old stuff. Gets boring after a while. Surprisingly, Chi Cheng didn't stop him. Suo Wei let out a relieved sigh. Then, another phone appeared. Bigger screen. Higher resolution. I have got something different. Suo Wei got silent. Chapter 92. The film Chi Cheng provided was indeed different. Not only was it more explicit and rougher in content, its most striking feature was that it was self-shot. The participants all had local faces, and whether they were being humiliated or moaning, they spoke in authentic Beijing accents. There was no script, no rehearsals, just raw, unfiltered realism. Watching such a film, hearing familiar voices, made it easy to project oneself into the scenes. Naturally, it was far more stimulating and arousing than your average adult film. How does that boy look? Chi Cheng asked. Suo Wei nodded. He had noticed the boy from the start. Before, he had thought Jiang Shaoshui was handsome, but compared to this boy, he was nothing. The boy's face, body, and skin were all top tier. Forget men with particular tastes. Even Suo Wei felt a little itch just looking at him. Just as he was thinking this, a man on screen shoved something hard inside. Double penetration. The boy let out violent moans, sobbing and begging for mercy. Big brother, please stop. I am gonna die. A chill ran down Suo Wei's spine, his senses sharpening abruptly, especially around his rear. The dense thicket between Chi Cheng's legs rubbed against his cleft, prickling unbearably. He tried to arch his hips to push Chi Cheng away, but the moment he lifted them, he bumped against something thick and rigid. Instantly, he froze. The film only grew more exciting. Several men tormenting one boy with brutal, degrading methods. Suo Wei's mind recoiled, but his body betrayed him, hardening shamefully. He tried to hide his own depravity, but Chi Cheng's hand reached down and exposed him. You want it too? Chi Cheng gripped Suo Wei. Suo Wei shook his head frantically. No, it is too extreme. Chi Cheng's massive length rubbed against Suo Wei's cleft, his arms locking him in tightly, his voice deep and commanding. What if I want to? No way. Suo Wei immediately drew the line. What did you promise me before? Chi Cheng ground harder, the friction burning Suo Wei's inner cleft, making his body jerk and the bed frame creak in protest. The fact that Chi Cheng had held back this long was a miracle. If he hadn't agreed to Suo Wei's terms earlier, he would have already taken him several times by now. Stop rubbing. Suo Wei felt like his ass was on fire. Chi Cheng ignored him, squeezing Suo Wei's cheeks harshly as he thrust between them, the folds of skin smoothing out under the pressure, making him even harder. Suo Wei winced. It hurts. The next second, his legs were hoisted up, pressed against his chest, his ass propped high by Chi Cheng's knees, his cheeks pried apart, his entrance fully exposed. Suo Wei's face burned crimson as he struggled wildly. Chi Cheng, put me the fuck down. Chi Cheng simply said, I am licking. No. Suo Wei roared, but Chi Cheng wasn't asking. He was just giving a heads up. Chi Cheng's tongue traced the inside of Suo Wei's thighs before circling his entrance, thoroughly wetting it before diving in. His tongue was thick and powerful, easily breaching the tight ring of muscle, swirling inside, tormenting the inner walls. Suo Wei's moans were even filthier than the boys in the film. That good? Chi Cheng asked. Suo Wei writhed, trying to break free. Chi Cheng's hands clamped down on his thighs, allowing no resistance. How about fingers? Chi Cheng offered. Suo Wei's eyes flared red. Absolutely not. He still remembered the last time Chi Cheng had speared him. His fingers were the second deadliest weapon next to his monstrous cock. Again, Chi Cheng wasn't asking. But unlike last time's rough impatience, he was slow and careful now. He had never devoted so much effort to a single rosebud. While his tongue worked at Suo Wei's entrance, his hand stroked his cock. Without lube, he had to rely on saliva, waiting until Suo Wei was slick enough before moving his fingers. The familiar pain of intrusion made Suo Wei fight back again. Relax. Chi Cheng smacked his ass. Suo Wei cursed nonstop. Chi Cheng kept lubing him up with spit, watching his reactions as he pushed in slowly. His fingers were long, no shorter than an average man's dick, and his knuckles were hard, scraping against his walls with unmistakable friction. Suo Wei's back suddenly arched, a pained cry escaping him. Chi Cheng's finger was buried deep now. Ignoring Suo Wei's protests, he thrust forward. Suo Wei howled, shoving at Chi Cheng's wrist. Chi Cheng pinned his hand, pulled back slightly, then hit the same spot again. Suo Wei's face twisted in unbearable pleasure, his ass clenching and spasming uncontrollably. There it is. Chi Cheng's eyes darkened, his fingers moving skillfully. At first, it was just pain, then pain and itchiness, then a strange, overwhelming pleasure, especially when Chi Cheng's fingers brushed that spot without fully pressing in. It felt like thousands of ants were crawling under Suo Wei's skin, driving him mad. When Chi Cheng started playing with his cock too, The dual assault sent him over the edge. Chi Cheng hadn't felt this kind of tightness in a long time. Suo Wei's inner walls gripping him like the belt he had once given him, cinching around his heart. A sudden urge to cherish him surged up, not just physically, but with an almost possessive intensity. Chi Cheng's lips brushed Suo Wei's ear. "You like me playing with your ass like this?" Suo Wei whimpered incoherently. Chi Cheng flipped him around, pressing his head toward his crotch. Suo Wei, dazed, found himself staring at Chi Cheng's thick length, his mouth watering. The next second, his lips were pried open, half of it sliding down his throat, stealing all the space in his mouth. Chi Cheng groaned, his hand gripping Suo Wei's neck. But unlike with others, he didn't force his head down until he choked. Instead, he tangled his fingers in Suo Wei's hair, pulling his bangs back to watch his clumsy, eager efforts. His other hand never stopped working inside him, savoring the way Suo Wei's cheeks hollowed around his cock whenever he hit a sensitive spot. "No, I can't, Chi Cheng's fingers pistoned ruthlessly, the unfamiliar pleasure cresting violently, ringing desperate cries from Suo Wei. The assault from both ends sent his hips jerking, his toes curling, waves of ecstasy crashing over him for what felt like an eternity. Chi Cheng's own release was purely from watching Suo Wei fall apart like this. It took Suo Wei a long time to catch his breath. Chi Cheng licked the sweat from his forehead, smirking. "Your ass feel good?" Suo Wei couldn't answer. It had felt good, but now, the shame was creeping back in. "When do I get the real thing?" Chi Cheng pressed. Suo Wei's eyes were dark, his lips sealed. In his heart, he swore, "I will never give you the chance." The film ended, automatically playing the next one. A scream like a slaughtered pig pierced the air. Suo Wei glanced at the screen and froze. It was the same boy, the same men, but this time, the earlier film seemed tame in comparison. Toys, blood, repeated blackouts. Suo Wei's stomach twisted in horror. Who are these people?" "Just some buddies of mine," Chi Cheng said casually. "The one filming is Gang Z." Suo Wei's heart lurched. He couldn't believe it. Gang Z, who seemed so mild-mannered, could calmly watch such brutality. Worse, he couldn't understand why they would do this to a boy. Just for pleasure? "He lied to me," Chi Cheng explained. "Got close to me for his own reasons." That boy was Xiaolong. The words felt like a warning, even if Chi Cheng didn't realize it. Suo Wei's soul nearly left his body. The screams in his ears sounded like vengeful ghosts. Is this my future? Torn open, bleeding, tortured with electricity. Just thinking about it made him want to vomit. Chi Cheng, sensing his fear, turned the phone off. "Why are you scared? I would never do that to you." Suo Wei muttered, "What if one day?" Chi Cheng didn't answer, just tightened his arms around him. In his eyes, Suo Wei was worrying over nothing. Someone who could make him slam on the brakes in bed had nothing to fear. Even if he wanted to hurt Suo Wei, he probably couldn't bring himself to do it. That night, Suo Wei's heart was torn between ice and fire. Chi Cheng was uncharacteristically gentle. Soft kisses, tender caresses, murmuring in his ear. Suo Wei hadn't been treated like this in so long. It felt like his heart was being peeled open. But the film's horrors lingered, making him cling to Chi Cheng even as he jerked awake repeatedly. Am I too deep in the act? Suo Wei stared at Chi Cheng's face in the dark, questioning himself. Every time he replayed their moments together, he flogged himself mentally. What am I doing with him? How did I let this happen? Am I out of my mind? But the next time, he would lose himself all over again, only to regret it later. Does it even matter if it is an act? He is real. He is here. Torn, Suo Wei buried his face in Chi Cheng's shoulder with a mix of frustration and resignation. Screw it. Whatever happens, happens. Chapter 93. The next morning, Suo Wei lost control of his emotions for the second time. The reason was simple. When he woke up, he instinctively reached for his hair, worried that all the tossing and turning from the night before might have messed up his treasured hairstyle. That one touch, though, it was like seeing a ghost. He only felt smooth, bare scalp, not a single strand of hair. Panicking, Suo Wei rushed into the bathroom. One look in the mirror, and he was dumbfounded. Barely 2 months had passed since he had shed his bald guy title, and now, gloriously, he was back in the squad. Jiang Shaoshui walked in and was stunned. You texted last night saying you got a new haircut. I got up early, all excited to witness your new look firsthand. If I had known it would be this, I would have slept in. Suo Wei was fuming. I really did get a super cool haircut. I admired it in the mirror for half the night yesterday. I didn't even let water touch it in the shower because I was worried it would mess up the styling. And now I wake up and it is all gone. That money I spent yesterday was totally wasted. Zhang Xiaoshui tried not to laugh. Maybe it was a ghost barber? A ghost barber only shaves patches. Who goes full scalp like this? Dr. Jiang responded professionally. In rare cases, alopecia areata can develop to where the entire scalp, or even body, loses hair. Suo Wei roared. I could smell the shaving cream. Just thinking about it made him furious. Of course he knew who did it. He had been dozing restlessly last night, torn with indecision in the first half, then finally passing out in the second. He remembered feeling some discomfort on his scalp, but figured it was just the unfamiliar new cut and ignored it. One careless moment, and he had been sabotaged. While he was still fuming, the culprit walked in. In fact, Chi Cheng had never really left. He had just stepped out briefly. His luggage and belongings were still there. Suo Wei took 3 angry strides over to Chi Cheng, his glare full of accusation. Why did you shave off my hair? Chi Cheng replied with perfect calm. I like how you look with this haircut. Suo Wei was furious. I don't. Why should what you like matter? I didn't get that haircut just for you. Chi Cheng placed a big hand on Suo Wei's bald head and said evenly, it was just for me. Suo Wei glared furiously, while Zhang Xiaoshui smirked in the background. My dear disciple, just hide under the covers and laugh. He said it is for him and no one else. If that is not a lock-in, I don't know what is. Chi Cheng forcefully dragged Suo Wei to the car. They were going to have breakfast together. On the road, Suo Wei sulked in silence, playing with air bow and pointedly ignoring Chi Cheng. Chi Cheng glanced over at him and suddenly said, you are pretty hot-tempered. In his head, Suo Wei retorted, I am actually super patient. Anyone else would have smacked you already. But since they were technically in a Cold War, he didn't feel like arguing. He just rolled his eyes and pretended to be deaf. There was only one person Chi Cheng would go out of his way to appease, and that was this bold, cocky little baldy. The car stopped in front of a barber shop. Chi Cheng got out, went in, and within moments, the buzzing of clippers rang out. When he returned to the car, the hair on his head was gone too. Seeing Chi the bald made Wu the bald feel immediately better. His pout disappeared, and a smile finally tugged at the corners of his mouth. Together, the couple headed into a restaurant. 2 bowls of beef noodles, Chi Cheng said. The waiter asked, with beef? Seriously? Beef noodles without beef? If you are avoiding it, why not just order plain soup noodles? Suo Wei muttered, why not ask if we want noodles with our noodles? The waiter played along. Gone secular, huh? Suo Wei shot Chi Cheng a resentful glare. Despite the rocky start, breakfast went smoothly. Suo Wei even chatted with Chi Cheng about his plans to start a business. He was optimistic about the future of LED lighting and display panels. As an electrical engineering grad who often dealt with this sector at his state-owned company, he wanted to open a trading company. Chi Cheng twirled his new palm-sized toy and commented coolly, it is a solid idea. Government policy is supportive in that direction. Worth considering. With Chi Cheng's approval, Suo Wei suddenly felt more confident. After slurping the last noodle and sipping a bit of soup, Suo Wei wiped his mouth and got ready to leave. But just then, when the waiter was bringing change, he noticed Chi Cheng still gripping something in his hand. Curious, he asked, what are you holding? Chi Cheng didn't answer, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Suo Wei snatched it before he could react, thinking he had snagged something interesting, only to find that what he had grabbed turned his face green. He nearly threw those 2 round objects to the floor and stomped them into powder. Chi Cheng chuckled at his reaction. How do you know those are your balls? Suo Wei's face turned black as coal. He socked Chi Cheng in the stomach twice. Chi Cheng kept pushing it. Notice they are a little oversized, huh? Suo Wei exploded. Chi the bald, do you ever stop bringing this up? He raised his hand to smash them. If you dare break my baby balls, I will remove the real ones hanging under you. On the ride back, Suo Wei stayed quiet again. When they arrived at the clinic, just as he was getting out, Chi Cheng grabbed him. Annoyed, Suo Wei turned around, only to see a bank card held between 2 fingers. My bank's supplementary card. If you need money, just take it from here. Suo Wei glared. I don't want it. Give it to someone else. The cardholder's name is yours. Who else could use it? Suo Wei's expression shifted, but his voice stayed frosty. I don't need it anyway. Cancel it. Chi Cheng's gaze darkened. How are you starting a company with no funds? Take it. Use it if you need it. If not, just hold on to it. Then he stuffed it into Suo Wei's pocket. Suo Wei tried to take it back out, but Chi Cheng gripped his hand. I was just teasing you earlier. The balls may be big, but your heart is tiny. Suo Wei scowled, but Chi Cheng rubbed his hand over Suo Wei's head, and somehow, all the anger melted away. Go on. I have got work. Watching Chi Cheng drive off, Suo Wei's heart was a complicated mess. After much deliberation, Suo Wei finally found a buyer and managed to sell that batch of snakes. The market this year was excellent. He netted nearly 600,000 yuan. The more he thought about it, the more worthwhile it all seemed. Not only had he won over the guy, but he had also secured a financial pipeline. Even while busy with his own affairs, Suo Wei didn't forget about Chi Cheng's snakes. After much effort, he finally tracked down the merchant who sold the rare snake hatchlings. The two met discreetly at a restaurant. They are all sold, the merchant said. Some rich guy came and bought the whole batch. Suo Wei explained. I am not here to buy hatchlings. I want to buy the mother snake. The mother? The merchant frowned. Suo Wei nodded. I really liked the hatchlings you sold me last time. I want to buy the mother snake. Can you contact the caretaker and ask him to sneak her out for me? The merchant immediately shook his head. That won't work. You know what kind of place the military is? So many layers of security. You think you can just sneak something out? Suo Wei countered. Then how did a whole batch of hatchlings get out? That's different. The merchant's expression turned cautious. To tell the truth, that batch wasn't actually military property. It was a private collection under military watch. Every snake was accounted for. Can't lose even one. Suo Wei played dumb. Oh, is that so? He tapped his fingers on the table, then paused. What if I find a snake of the same species to swap in? That way, the numbers match, nothing seems off. The merchant kept shaking his head. Give it up. That species is almost extinct. Where are you going to find one? But what if I can? Suo Wei said confidently. The merchant snorted. If you could, why would you still want that one? What's the difference? There is a difference. Suo Wei gave a plausible reason. I want that mother snake specifically, not just the species. The merchant thought Suo Wei was just talking nonsense and didn't take it seriously. He drank a lot, ate plenty, but in the end, he repeated the same line. Don't bother. It's not happening. Suo Wei placed 2 stacks of cash on the table. There are hundreds of snakes in there. What is one less? Snakes shed and change color all the time. Even if someone noticed, what could they do? Same species, same value. Are they going to run DNA tests on them? The merchant glanced at the money. His lips moved, but he said nothing. Suo Wei added another stack and pushed it toward him. I will take care of the snake. You just contact the guy? That is all I need from you. The merchant hesitated a moment, then finally gave in. I will try. Chapter 94. A couple of days after Chi Cheng returned from a business trip, Zhong Wenyu received an anonymous message. The content was similar to the last one, warning Zhong Wenyu to keep her son in check and stop him from harassing men. Her heart had just settled, but the message stirred it up again. She didn't dare tell Chi Yuan Duan, afraid that with his temper, he would definitely confront Chi Cheng if he found out. If it was just a prank message and the whole family ended up in chaos over something groundless, it really wouldn't be worth it. So, on the weekend, she invited Yu over again. Yu still looked the same, no matter her mood. As soon as she saw Zhong Wenyu, she always wore a cheerful smile. Yu, be honest with Annie. What is really going on between you and Chi Cheng? Yu's heart skipped a beat, her tone slightly unnatural. We are the same as always. Zhong Wenyu looked a bit anxious. You two haven't had any quarrels? Yu asked cautiously. Auntie, did Chi Cheng say something to you? No, I haven't seen him since you got back. Yu became even more careful with her words. Don't worry, Auntie. We have always been doing well. Everyone has their own temper. I never expected Chi Cheng to always accommodate me. My mom always told me, if you are too pampered during dating, you will face a big letdown after marriage. So I have always managed this relationship rationally, never indulging in unrealistic fantasies. I just want us to be down to earth together. Zhang Wenyu took a sip of tea and felt relieved. You really are smart. No wonder my son never liked any other girl but picked you. Yu smiled shyly. Zhang Wenyu continued. You two should pick a date and register your marriage. Yu was overjoyed. Her hands trembled as she held the teacup, but she still restrained herself and tentatively asked, Isn't it a bit too soon? Not at all. Zhang Wenyu smiled and gripped Yu's hand tightly. I have decided you will be my daughter-in-law. That evening, Chi Cheng booked a private room at a hotel and specially invited some friends to introduce to Suo Wei. This is President Wang from Hutong Optoelectronics Technology Company Limited. President Wang stood up to shake hands with Suo Wei and handed him a business card. Our company specializes in the research and development of LED display systems. If you ever need anything, feel free to contact me. Suo Wei smiled politely. I will definitely seek your guidance if there is anything I don't understand in the future. No need to be so formal. President Wang laughed heartily. Chi Cheng's uncle was my teacher. Without him, I couldn't have started my company. You are Chi Cheng's friend, which means you are my friend too. Once we are in the same industry, there will be plenty of opportunities to collaborate. A tall, thin man stood up to toast Suo Wei, also speaking very politely. I am Zhang Teng, General Manager of Guangshun Trading Company. We mainly operate in energy-saving lighting and display systems. If you are interested, you are welcome to come take a look. Suo Wei glanced at the business card and praised. Your company is very well known in this field. I was researching the other day and saw a detailed introduction online. I even followed your page. Zhang Teng humbly smiled. We just started early and had a head start. Competition has been intense in recent years. Some new companies have emerged rapidly. For example, Xuanda Trading. Over there is their top executive. Suo Wei stood up again, clinked glasses, and exchanged a few words with the man. The whole meal was lively and boisterous. They drank a lot. Suo Wei's face turned red, and he staggered when walking. Even in the car, he was still a little dazed. He remembered how he used to beg for orders, always treated with disdain. Now, with just a spark of an idea and no solid plan, people were lining up to offer cooperation. The drastic change was hard to digest. Just as Chi Cheng was about to turn the ignition, Suo Wei leaned over and collapsed against his arm, making it impossible to start the car. Chi Cheng rubbed his shiny head with his chin, ruffled his face with his big hand, and asked, What is wrong? Feeling sick from the drinks? Suo Wei just leaned there silently. Chi Cheng's masculine lips moved to his ear, teasing and breathing alcohol-laced heat into his ear canal, seeping into his brain. Suo Wei's shoulders trembled. Suddenly, he forcefully twisted Chi Cheng's arm away and smashed his forehead against Chi Cheng's. The impact was heavy. Nowhere else could match Chi Cheng's toughness, but his forehead still packed a punch. Not only did he hurt Chi Cheng, but he also grabbed his collar fiercely and demanded, Why are you being so good to me? Chi Cheng said nothing, just stared at him fixedly. Suo Wei felt like he wasn't drunk on alcohol, but on jealousy. Sourness welled up in his throat, and he didn't even know what he was jealous of. The man had been won over, the feelings were tied down, the lies told, the misdeeds done. Not only had he not been punished, his life was flourishing. What more could he want? With all these emotions flooding in, he couldn't make sense of them. In the end, all he could do was pound on Chi Cheng's chest and howl, My head hurts. Chi Cheng firmly grasped the back of Suo Wei's head and pulled him close. And whose fault is that? Suo Wei barked, Yours. If it weren't for you, I would be living solidly and alone. If it had been the old Chi Cheng, he would have started a fight long ago. What kind of logic is that? Treating you well is my fault. Go ask around. When have I ever said a sweet word to anyone? Anyone who gets that should be thrilled. Do I have to whip you or beat you with a shoe for you to feel satisfied? He pressed Suo Wei onto his lap and bit him hard, making him curse and unable to speak clearly. Meanwhile, Chi Cheng drove them home. The door wasn't opened with a key, but kicked open. Once inside, Suo Wei was slammed against the wall. Harsh, metallic breathing filled the room, and rough hands traced from his waist upwards, dominant yet tender. Your nipples are this swollen already? Chi Cheng teased. Suo Wei moaned and bit into Chi Cheng's hard neck in retaliation. Just as the heat of the moment was ignited, the phone rang. He had known this moment would come. From the moment they got in the car, He knew tonight wouldn't end as he hoped. This was his own bitter fruit, and Suo Wei had already prepared himself to swallow it. Chi Cheng went to the balcony to take the call. Suo Wei, face blank, pulled a packet of powder from his pocket. Poison for snakes. He knew that little jealousy wouldn't eat it, so he calmly tossed the packet into the bathroom trash can. The whole process was silent and seamless. When Chi Cheng returned from the balcony, Suo Wei was still in the same position. "My mom is coming over soon," Chi Cheng said. Without a word, Suo Wei buttoned up and headed to the door. Chi Cheng's heart ached. He pulled him back into a fierce hug. "I owe you, and I will repay it." Suo Wei froze for a moment, then turned and left. 20 minutes later, Yu arrived. As soon as she entered, she kissed the same spot Suo Wei had just kissed. Chi Cheng didn't respond at all and headed straight to the bathroom to shower. Zhong, when Yu's words, "I have decided you will be my daughter-in-law," had given Yu a death exemption. Little jealousy curled up nearby, lazily watching her, as if silently mocking her. Yu felt a sudden chill. She slowly approached the pet and squatted down, tossing it a sparrow from her bag. "Eat up," she coaxed gently. Little jealousy lifted its tail arrogantly and ignored her. So proud. It wouldn't eat? Yu, patient, tried again. Just caught. Very tasty. Still no reaction. Unless it was food from Chi Cheng or Suo Wei, little jealousy wouldn't touch it, no matter how good. This tactic failed. Yu felt resentful. She would have to try something else. Just as she was scheming, the bathroom door handle turned. Yu quickly stuffed the sparrow back into her bag, sat on the bed calmly, pretending nothing happened. In the middle of the night, while Chi Cheng was asleep, Yu snuck into the bathroom and flushed the sparrow down the toilet. It took more than 10 flushes to get it down. Chi Cheng was a light sleeper. The strange noise in the bathroom made him alert. The next morning, he went in. Looking down at the trash can, a packet of poison lay there silently. Chapter 95. This is a snake-killing poison, but the dosage is relatively low. For a python like Little Jealousy, it would probably take multiple doses to die from poisoning. The early symptoms might be mild, just diarrhea or vomiting. But over time, as the toxin accumulates, by the time it is noticeable, it will be too late to save it, Gangzi said. Chi Cheng toyed with the powder in his hand, his eyes dark and unreadable, emotions buried deep. Gangzi sighed. This person has got guts, but no brains. They don't understand Little Jealousy's temperament, which is why they came up with such a lousy plan. Chi Cheng spoke calmly. It has to be someone who is frequently in contact with me. That is the only way this method would work. With that, the culprit was obvious. In truth, Chi Cheng already had his suspicions, but without catching them red-handed, he wouldn't outright accuse them. Not because he feared wrongly blaming someone, but because he couldn't be bothered to listen to their excuses. Gangzi probed. "You think it is Sister Yu? Whether it is her or not, we will know in a few days." The two chatted a while longer, shifting the topic to the batch of snakes from the military unit. "I have already pulled off the switcheroo. Those snakes look similar to the original ones, but their temperaments are completely different. Once they are mixed in, they will definitely get attacked. Your snakes might even end up eating them. If a large number of snakes go missing, that caretaker will panic and report it. Once the old man finds out, he will be furious." Chi Cheng ground the tea leaves between his teeth, his sharp brow bone exuding a cold, murderous aura. "Keep a close eye on things recently. The moment they make a move, we will strike back immediately." Gangzi's gaze turned fierce. "Don't worry. After waiting half a year, this is the day we have been preparing for. I can't promise it will be flawless, but there won't be any major slip-ups. We are getting those snakes back, every last one." Chi Cheng's Adam's apple bobbed, his expression softening slightly. "I am going to check on the snakes we brought back. After not seeing them for half a year, I kind of missed the little bastards." Gangzi laughed and followed Chi Cheng into the car. Suo Wei waited at the clinic for over 2 hours. By the time it was past 10 p.m., Jiang Xiao Shui finally returned. "How did it go?" Suo Wei asked urgently. Jiang Xiao Shui set the glass tank on the table, catching his breath before saying, "Done." "I wasn't asking about that." Suo Wei leaned in and whispered, "Did he do anything to you?" "Nah." Jiang Xiao Shui smirked. "Who do you think I am? You think I would let him take advantage? So you just asked, and he handed it over?" Jiang Xiao Shui nodded. "Agreed right away. Had someone put it in a glass case and load it into the car. Suo Wei nudged Jiang Shaoshuai's chest with his elbow, grinning slyly. Guizi treats you pretty damn well. Jiang Shaoshuai rubbed Suo Wei's bald head and teased. As well as Chi Cheng treats you? Way better than him. Suo Wei's eyes burned with resentment. If I asked Chi Cheng for a snake, there is no way he would give it to me. Even if I begged, he wouldn't hand one over. Jiang Shaoshuai chuckled. You can't compare the two. Guicheng, you keep snakes as pets. Chi Cheng treats them like his own kids. You don't just give your kids away, do you? Yeah, totally different meanings. To Guicheng you, snakes are just snakes. To that bald bastard Chi Cheng, they are practically human, his own personal obsession. No way he would let anyone else touch them. Jiang Shaoshuai coughed lightly. I smell something sour. Suo Wei's glare was sharp enough to slice Jiang Shaoshuai's tongue off. Just look at the snake first, Jiang Shaoshuai reminded him. Suo Wei pulled the glass tank closer and examined the serpent inside. Its colors were vibrant, its patterns exquisite. He almost felt bad about sending it to its death. A snake this rare would probably fetch a high price if sold. Reading his mind, Jiang Shaoshuai smirked. What if we send in a fake? It is going to get eaten by Chi Cheng's snakes anyway. Who is going to know if it is real or not? Suo Wei shook his head. Can't risk it for a small gain. If someone notices, we will lose hundreds of snakes. I have already dumped over 100 grand into this plan. Why skimp now? Jiang Shaoshuai feigned shock. The same Suo Wei who agonized over a 300 yuan gift is now splurging over 100 grand just to make a bald man smile. Suo Wei shot him a sidelong glance. Not the same thing. One is a risky investment, the other is pure waste. If you asked me to treat him to a barbecue right now, I would still refuse to spend 200 yuan, because once it is gone, it is gone. But that 100 grand? If I am spending it, you can bet I will make it back tenfold. Jiang Shaoshuai grinned. Shaving your head really did the trick. Once that scalp was bare, your brain sharpened right up. Suo Wei bristled at the reminder. Once this mess was over, he was going straight to a hair salon for extensions. It was too late to go home, so Jiang Shaoshuai stayed overnight at the clinic. The two shared a bed. Suo Wei turned onto his side, facing Jiang Shaoshuai, and stared at him intently. Jiang Shaoshuai was perceptive. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel the heat of that gaze. Can't sleep? He asked. Suo Wei's voice was low, his eyes cool. No, just wanted to look at you. Then, suddenly, he pulled Jiang Shaoshuai into his arms and kissed him. At first, it was just a light brush of lips, but when Jiang Shaoshuai didn't resist, Suo Wei's heart stirred, and he deepened the kiss. Jiang Shaoshuai's mouth wasn't as scorching as Chi Cheng's. It was warm, gentle, comfortable to linger in. As the kiss deepened, Suo Wei's hand slipped under Jiang Shaoshuai's shirt. Jiang Shaoshuai grabbed his wrist, his pupils glinting faintly in the dark. Missing him? He asked bluntly. Suo Wei snorted. Why would I miss him? Jiang Shaoshuai nipped Suo Wei's forehead playfully. You are not worried that after finding that poison, he won't blame you at all? Might even protect her? I never expected him to blame her over this, Suo Wei said steadily. I just wanted to warn him, make him keep a closer eye on little jealousy. I don't want anything happening to Heir Bao before the real plan kicks in. Besides, with his temper, he would never confront you over some mysterious poison packet. He plays his cards close. If he finds proof, he will rip that tumor out, flesh and all, leaving no trace behind. Jiang Shaoshuai met Suo Wei's gaze and said abruptly, You see right through him. So why are you so blind to your own heart? Suo Wei didn't understand. You know why you can't sleep, why you are upset. Jiang Shaoshuai pressed. Suo Wei stayed silent. Truth is, you don't even care whether you is still Chi Cheng's girlfriend. You know damn well she is doomed. With or without the title, she is finished. You are just using that relationship as an excuse to lie to yourself. What is really eating at you is Chi Cheng's attitude. The fact that he would sacrifice his own feelings, stay with someone he doesn't love, just for a bunch of snakes. If Chi Cheng just gave in, abandoned those snakes, this battle would be over. But he is making you scheme, suffer, take the long way around. That is why you are bitter. Why you are hurting. Why you resent pouring so much effort into a bunch of cold-blooded creatures. What you care about isn't whether you is his girlfriend. It is how important those snakes are to Chi Cheng. What pains you isn't the relationship. It is the memory Chi Cheng refuses to let go of. Suo Wei wanted to crack Jiang Shaoshuai's skull open and scramble his brains. The man was infuriatingly sharp. Yu hadn't been sleeping well lately, plagued by nightmares of venomous snakes biting her, pythons coiling around her, leaving her drenched in cold sweat upon waking. She saw a psychologist, who told her plainly, "This is a trauma response. You need to work through it yourself, dispel the fear." But Yu was impatient. She couldn't wait another second. 3 days had passed since she last poisoned the snake, yet she still woke up terrified every night. She was convinced that if she didn't kill little jealousy soon, she would lose her mind. Zhong Wenyu had already made it clear. Next week, their parents would meet, and the engagement would be finalized. Chi Cheng hadn't objected, which meant he had tacitly agreed. So now was the time to strike. She contacted 2 men privately, offering a high price. "I don't care how you do it. Just make sure that snake dies," Yu said. One of them, more cautious, asked for details first. "Poison won't work?" Yu's tone was harsh. "If poison worked, I wouldn't need you. It won't eat anything from strangers. That is why I am hiring you. No more talk. Get brutal. I want blood." The other man frowned. "Too risky. Not worth it for this price." Yu, desperate to rid herself of this torment, upped the offer. "Double the pay if you succeed." Chapter 96. When Gangzi called, Chi Cheng was driving a police car on patrol. There has been a development. The soldier who swapped the snakes is unreachable, and the caretakers have been replaced. I suspect something went wrong with the snakes, and the military acted fast to contain it. Hearing such uplifting news, Chi Cheng kept his driving steady and smooth, his eyes carefully scanning the road, showing no signs of distraction. "Keep a close watch for the next few days," Chi Cheng said. Gangzi sounded slightly excited. "It happened sooner than I expected. Only about 20 snakes were switched before they noticed something was off. I thought it would take at least 50. The guards at the military base." Hearing the beep, beep, beep sound, Gangzi shut up helplessly. The king of hang-ups lived up to his name. Even at such a critical moment, he wouldn't let him finish before cutting the line. Not even half an hour later, Suo Wei received the same news. "The merchant has gone missing. His place has been cleared out. I think he is trying to run. Something must have happened on the military's end. I want to put more people on roadside surveillance. What do you think, Wugu?" Suo Wei said, "Do as you see fit. Don't worry about the money. Not a cent less." After hanging up, Suo Wei shared the same thought as Gangzi. Things were progressing faster than expected. No wonder. Without prior coordination, both sides had come up with the same idea. One swapped, the other swapped too. No interference from either side. So swap by swap, 20 snakes quickly turned into over 50. Originally, everything was peaceful in the snake tanks. But when foreign invaders appeared and their numbers grew stronger, chaos broke out inside. The batch of snakes raised by Chi Cheng all took after their father's temper. "You are trying to take over my turf? I will swallow you." At first, there were small-scale fights in individual tanks, but soon it escalated into a full-blown purge. Not a single switched snake survived. Dozens of snakes disappeared overnight. The soldier in charge of them panicked. Knowing it couldn't be covered up, he had no choice but to report it. He was quickly taken away for investigation. His accomplice, the merchant, had been waiting at the rental apartment. When he couldn't get through, he realized something went wrong and fled with everything. At that moment, Suo Wei was lurking around Chi Cheng's residence, just like he had been for days. He often saw Yu coming and going, mostly alone, sometimes holding onto Chi Cheng's arm. At times, Suo Wei would waver. Maybe he should just let the two of them be. After all, Yu was clearly after Chi Cheng's family background, and Chi Cheng only saw her as a cover. It was mutual. If he hadn't gotten involved, maybe they would have been married by now. Maybe Chi Cheng's precious snakes would have been returned. Wouldn't that be a happy ending? But the car kept going farther and farther. Suddenly, he found himself heading toward the clinic. He had left Suo Wei hanging for 5 days just to break through a thin layer of deception. That was just like him. When he had a goal in mind, he could shut out the world and retreat into a vacuum. In those 5 days, he hadn't contacted Suo Wei once. Not a call, not a text. But just when victory was in sight, his nerves snapped. He suddenly missed that little baldy. Even if it was just to drive by the clinic and sneak a glance inside without saying a word. Suo Wei also guessed that Chi Cheng wouldn't go far. He kept a close eye on his surroundings. While doing so, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen. It was Chi Cheng. "I want to see you," Chi Cheng said. Suo Wei's heart skipped a beat. "Where are you?" "In front of the clinic." Suo Wei's face changed instantly. What the hell was he doing at the clinic at a time like this? Had he lost his mind? As he was thinking that, Suo Wei suddenly spotted two men sneaking into the stairwell. He instinctively followed. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Chi Cheng asked again. Suo Wei had to keep playing his part. "I was just about to look for you. I am almost at your place." Just as he looked up, he saw the two men trying to pick a lock. "Shit, something is wrong." After blurting that out, Suo Wei quickly stuffed the phone into his pocket and snuck closer. Chi Cheng tried calling him again, but the line was dead. His mind felt like it had exploded, his logic frozen. He made a sharp U-turn, tires screeching, and sped back like lightning. "Liangzi, here is the snake." A voice called out. Suo Wei peeked inside and saw a snake in a glass box on the cabinet. It looked almost identical to Little Jealousy, but from the eyes alone, he could tell it wasn't the same. Relieved, Suo Wei smiled bitterly. Chi Cheng had switched the snake after all. This would make everything much easier to handle. The young guy named Liangzi held a bamboo rod, the perfect tool to beat a snake, flexible and strong. The other guy, Hui, had a knife. Their plan was simple. Beat the snake until it was weak, then cut it, and use the bloody half to demand money. They tried to take the glass box outside for easier handling, but it was wedged tightly and couldn't be moved. Unable to break it, they decided to pick the lock and get the snake out first. Moments later, the snake slithered out. Hui signaled with his eyes. Liangzi's pupils narrowed as he swung the bamboo rod at the snake's neck. The hit missed a bit. He didn't knock the snake out, he only made it furious. Hissing wildly, it lunged at Liangzi's ankle. Hui shouted for him to dodge. Liangzi narrowly avoided the bite and started lashing at it in fury. The snake writhed in pain, its mouth wide open, eyes gleaming coldly. Suo Wei saw it was time and rushed in. "What are you doing?" Startled, Hui swung the knife at the snake's neck. And then, things went wrong. This was a wild, venomous snake, with a will to live and kill. Once severed, the head flew like a dart. Even dying, it aimed to bite and wouldn't let go. Unlike Little Jealousy, this snake was venomous. In its final frenzy, it unleashed all its poison. Half of Hui's body went numb. Liangzi wanted to run, but didn't want to leave his buddy. He clashed with Suo Wei. Wu had nothing but his fists, while Liangzi had the bamboo rod. The hits were brutal, but Suo Wei endured. He grabbed Liangzi's throat, kneeing his stomach hard. Bones cracked audibly. Another lash. Suo Wei snarled in pain, suddenly remembering his famed iron head. He rammed Liangzi's chest with a headbutt. Liangzi was knocked back hard, crashing right into Hui. Hui was still holding the knife. The impact left Suo Wei dizzy too. Before he could regain balance, Liangzi, eyes bloodshot, lunged with the poisoned knife, aiming at his face. Suo Wei grappled his wrist with all his strength to stop the blade. Second by second passed. Liangzi didn't ease up. Suo Wei held on, sweat dripping like rain. Suddenly, Liangzi screamed. Wu looked down instinctively. Liangzi's foot had been sliced open by his own knife. One poisoned, one crippled. Neither was going anywhere. "Who told you to do this?" Chi Cheng asked. Even now, the two thugs stayed silent, still hoping for that final payment. Chi Cheng walked to Hui, stepping on his head. "You want to use my money for treatment, or her money for a coffin? Your choice." Hui's lips trembled, unable to speak. Liangzi finally broke, sobbing. "Your girlfriend. She couldn't stand you keeping that snake." In that instant, Suo Wei felt all the strength drain from his body. Chi Cheng called Gangzi, told him to take the two away. Then he turned to Suo Wei, wrapped him tightly in his arms. His big hand gently stroked the back of Wu's head, calming the fear in him. Just as Suo Wei was catching his breath, Chi Cheng's deep voice came down like a hammer. "You threw away the bag of poison in the bathroom, didn't you?" Suo Wei stiffened. His mind went blank. Chapter 97. The air in the room froze for a few minutes. Chi Cheng reached out to wipe the dirt off Suo Wei's face, but the moment his hand lifted, Suo Wei flinched, lips trembling at a high frequency like they had a built-in generator. I am not blaming you. What are you so scared of? Cold sweat trickled down Suo Wei's forehead. Why didn't you say that earlier? Scared the hell out of me. But your behavior really pissed me off. Chi Cheng's tone shifted, and Suo Wei's heart was suspended again. When did you find out? When I called you earlier, Chi Cheng replied. Suo Wei's throat tightened. Since you knew I did it on purpose, why did you rush back so desperately? What do you think? Chi Cheng asked quietly. Suo Wei moved his lips, but couldn't speak. 1 second, he was unusually calm. The next second, thunder rolled. If I had come a second later, you would be done for today? Chi Cheng's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at Suo Wei. Suo Wei remained silent, his eyes slightly misty. Would it kill you not to play games? Would it kill you not to make trouble? If you didn't play some heroic rescue act, would I like you any less? If you didn't take a punch, didn't suffer a little, would I not feel sorry for you? If you like to torture yourself, if you are into self-abuse, just come to me next time. I will give you enough to satisfy you all at once. Chi Cheng's words were harsh, and Suo Wei's heart thudded with every blow. Once his anger subsided, Chi Cheng looked at Suo Wei again. He was wilting, like a sick little snake. His heart softened. He placed his big hand on the back of Suo Wei's head, trying to pull him into his arms. Suo Wei stiffened his neck in resistance, but Chi Cheng used force until he managed to press him into his chest. I was really worried just now, Chi Cheng said softly, rare for him. Suo Wei hesitated, then said, that packet of poison was to hint at you, not to hurt Bao. I know, Chi Cheng said flatly. How did you find out she had bad intentions? This was no time for Suo Wei to tell the truth. I guessed, Suo Wei said. No one can tolerate their lover sharing a bed with another living thing, even if it is just an animal. And you? Chi Cheng asked again. Suo Wei paused, then grinned. That is a question for yourself. The one Bao wanted to share a bed with was me, not you. That sly smile tugged at Chi Cheng's heart. When Suo Wei turned to leave, Chi Cheng hooked his finger into the waistband of his pants. Go take a shower. You are covered in dirt. I will shower when I get home, Suo Wei said. Chi Cheng took that as nonsense, directly dragging him into the bathroom by his waistband. Take off your clothes. Let me check if you are hurt anywhere, Chi Cheng said. Suo Wei didn't need to take them off to know. There were at least 2 bloody welts on his back. But under Chi Cheng's firm gaze, he still stripped down to just his underwear, facing Chi Cheng. There were no obvious wounds in front, just a bit of skin scraped from the knee. Could Chi Cheng be fooled so easily? One yank brought Suo Wei closer, and under his eyes lay a blood mark stretching from his neck down to his left shoulder blade, and another one across his waist, slanting down into his underwear. The 2 marks formed the shape of the Chinese character for person. Chi Cheng's throat tightened. It felt like those 2 blows landed right on his heart. Suo Wei actually had the nerve to laugh. You can still laugh? Chi Cheng snapped. His face sparkled with mischief, eyes flickering with flirtation. Seeing you hurt makes me feel great. The words hit Chi Cheng like a hammer to the head, dizzying. He couldn't even get angry. Then let me give you more of that thrill, Chi Cheng said. Suo Wei didn't have time to dodge. In the next second, Chi Cheng's rough fingers pressed hard on the same wound, making Suo Wei howl in pain. Chi Cheng acted heartbroken for a moment, then kept poking the sore spot, watching Suo Wei wince and beg for mercy. Had enough fun? Chi Cheng asked. Suo Wei nodded quickly. Enough, enough. He had really had his fill this time. Chi Cheng chuckled, turned to fill the bathtub, and Suo Wei, in revenge, pinched his firm but hard. Sitting in the tub, Chi Cheng asked seriously, does it hurt? Suo Wei sat cross-legged between his legs, back to him, muttering, I can manage. Chi Cheng wrapped his slick arms around Suo Wei, smearing foam all over his face. Don't do this kind of thing again, okay? Suo Wei suddenly remembered. There might be another incident in the next couple of days. So he said nothing. Chi Cheng's broad palm slid over Suo Wei's smooth head as he said in a low voice. What you do for me has nothing to do with whether I like you or not. Even if you just sit around all day eating sunflower seeds and doing nothing, I would still like you. Suo Wei deliberately asked, what if I fool you, lie to you, trick you, mess with you? Would you still like me? I would like you even more, Chi Cheng replied coolly. Suo Wei's long black lashes trembled. Why? Chi Cheng grinned wickedly. Because then, I would have every reason to fuck you. Suo Wei retaliated by biting Chi Cheng's head a couple of times. Then, their eyes locked with intense desire. Slowly, their eyelids closed. Chi Cheng rolled his tongue with Suo Wei's. The emptiness of the past few days instantly filled, blood warming with passion. Suo Wei was tucked under Chi Cheng's arm, every inch of skin carefully rubbed and massaged. He squinted in pleasure, the breath from his lips teasing Chi Cheng's nerves. Chi Cheng whispered near his ear, "I missed your big ass these past few days." Ugh, if only he hadn't added those last 4 words, Suo Wei might have been touched. Chi Cheng wrapped his arms around Suo Wei's waist, gently teasing his nipples. Suo Wei moaned in comfort, knees rubbing against Chi Cheng's crotch. "Did you miss me?" Chi Cheng asked. Suo Wei replied honestly, "I did." Chi Cheng gave a masculine smile. "What did you miss the most?" "Everything," Suo Wei answered. Chi Cheng continued. "The most?" Suo Wei gave him a sly glance, but refused to answer. That glance nearly took Chi Cheng's soul. He pinned Suo Wei in the tub, tongue licking his neck, large hands kneading his chest, and a stiff object rubbing between his thighs, making Suo Wei tremble uncontrollably. "I have never wanted to sleep with someone this badly," Chi Cheng said. Suo Wei cracked an eye open, breath shaky. "Your way of expressing love is, seriously, damn, straightforward." Chi Cheng smirked. "We are both men. You think I would bother making up cheesy lines for you?" Suo Wei kicked at him. Chi Cheng caught his ankle, lifted his foot from the water, spread his toes, and licked between them, teasing Suo Wei with a look. Suo Wei's chest flushed red, lips parted slightly, hands searching underwater until they found that thick shaft. He gripped it clumsily, stroking it. Chi Cheng let out a hoarse moan, calling out, "Baby." Suo Wei looked tipsy, when suddenly, something cold touched his neck. He shivered, and ripples spread from his lower abdomen. He brushed away the bubbles. There, coiled tightly around his erection, was the miracle surviving air bowel. Chi Cheng's eyes bulged in rage. He scooped up the little guy and scolded loudly, "Should have let those two kill you." 2 days had passed, when Chi Yuan Duan finally received a call. "Brother, I am really sorry. I didn't keep an eye on the snakes. They turn on each other. Dozens were swallowed." Chi Yuan Duan's heart sank. How did they get swallowed? I guess maybe it is climate issues. Seasonal change, too many mixed species, and no professional breeder to watch them. It is a recipe for trouble. Want to move them somewhere else and try again? Chi Yuan Duan was silent for a while, then said, "I will send someone to pick them up tomorrow. Let security know in advance." After hanging up, he was deeply worried. As Chi Cheng's father, he knew exactly how his son's mind worked. He never expected Chi Cheng to have a normal love life. He just hoped he could follow life's standard procedures without causing a big scandal. Late at night, he called his subordinate. "Send more people over. Get the snakes out before dawn. Remember, keep it quiet." "Got it." Back in the bedroom, Suo Wei and Chi Cheng were still fooling around. Chi Cheng was toying with the little wooden egg again. Suo Wei found it particularly annoying, having spent half the night being tormented by it. "Fine, don't throw it away. But can you at least put it away?" Chi Cheng's hand moved downward as he muttered, "If you let me touch the real thing every day, I will put away this fake." Suo Wei wasn't really hung up on the object. He was calculating something. There was word from his unit. He needed to go oversee things in person. So, he wanted to tire Chi Cheng out, lull him to sleep, and sneak away. Actually, Chi Cheng had the same idea. If Suo Wei slept now, he would be deep asleep by the time Chi Cheng had to leave. Seeing the time was about right, Chi Cheng coaxed, all right, I will put it away. Go to sleep." Just before closing his eyes, Suo Wei suddenly said, "Actually, I am pretty fond of you." Then he quickly turned his back, heart pounding, unable to sleep. Chi Cheng was stunned for a second, then wrapped his arms around Suo Wei from behind, peacefully waiting for him to fall asleep. Chapter 98. At around 4 in the morning, the phone suddenly rang. Suo Wei's half-closed eyes snapped open. Chi Cheng's arm was wrapped around Suo Wei. Feeling his racing heartbeat, he smoothed his big hand over his chest a few times, soothing him. "It's nothing, it's my phone. Go back to sleep." He got up with his phone and walked out. "Something's happening here." Gang Z said he saw 6 trucks drive into the base. The cargo bays were sealed, and I couldn't see how many people were inside. I guess these trucks are here to pick up the snakes. Should take about half an hour to load up. We are hiding in 2 broken-down houses about a mile away, and there is another team waiting at the roadside. As soon as the truck drives by, we will make our move. Chi Cheng's eyes darkened. I will be right there. Be careful. He hung up. Suo Wei stayed in bed, lying still. Chi Cheng came over and rubbed his bald head for a long time, his eyes softening with heartache. Dabao, you have suffered so long. Once I am back, I will get rid of all the eyesores for good and make everything right for you. When the door closed, Suo Wei sat up in bed. Why would Chi Cheng be going out so early? Could it be Chi Yuan Duan noticed something and called his son back for a talk? That would be ideal. If Chi Cheng could patch things up with his father, Suo Wei's problems would be much easier. Either way, as long as Chi Cheng isn't around, that's enough. If he's not here, Suo Wei can distance himself from the snake incident. With that thought, he quickly got dressed and left. Just as he was stepping out, the phone rang. Wu Gu, Gang Z and Air Motzi called me. They saw a non-military truck enter the base, thinking it is the one picking up the snakes. We are staking out at the southeast intersection. If it comes this way, should we make a move? Suo Wei strode out the door and replied calmly, observe first. No rush. I am heading over now. At dawn, a truck slowly drove out from the military base. In the cargo bay were over 20 glass boxes, mixed with more than a dozen officers, lying around drowsily. The truck didn't head straight to the highway, but veered onto a small road toward the southeast. A sharp screech of brakes shattered the early morning quiet. The cargo bay jolted violently, glass boxes crashing into each other, waking several groggy officers. Tension filled the air, and all the officers exchanged looks, going on high alert. Soon, the sound of fighting came from outside. Shit, it's a hijack. You two stay up here, the rest with me. The cargo bay door was slammed open. A dozen well-trained officers with batons jumped out. Below, more than 10 men were already attacking. The truck's cab was smashed, windshield shattered, and the 2 drivers trapped in the middle. It was chaos. The sky wasn't yet fully lit, and all the police were in plain clothes. The hijackers, however, were dressed in black, clearly trained fighters. In reality, there were 2 different groups, both wearing black, but with different sleeve patterns. Gang Z only brought 4 or 5 men, while the source of the other 6 or 7 was unknown. There was no time to figure that out. Dealing with the cops took priority. A long SUV pulled up to the roadside. A lean man slowly stepped out, casually blending into the fight. He struck like lightning, grabbing an officer's hair, yanking it hard, sending him screaming and rolling across the ground. Without even glancing, he kicked another officer in the chest, knocking him back into the cargo bay. His baton flew over 10 meters. Gang Z caught sight of the man and shuddered. Wu Chengyu? Why is he here? In truth, Suo Wei's men had been holding back this entire time. No one calculated the situation better than him. Ever since Jiang Xiao Shui asked Wu Chengyu for snakes, Suo Wei guessed Guo would be alerted and was sure he would get involved. So Suo Wei's plan wasn't a real brawl. It was to swoop in and reap the rewards. What he didn't anticipate was Chi Cheng's arrival. Another car pulled up nearby, and a cold figure emerged, casting a chilling gaze at 2 officers. A baton swung down toward him. He dodged it easily, then kneed the attacker in the stomach. The officer collapsed like a boiled shrimp, kneeling and retching. Another officer took a kick to the jaw, dropped unconscious. Wu Chengyu spotted Chi Cheng. Chi Cheng saw him too. The 2 silently joined forces, fighting as if they had planned it together. Soon after, Suo Wei arrived, along with 2 officers who had been hiding in the cargo bay and called in reinforcements. A dozen disheveled, half-awake detectives ran toward the scene. Another round of fighting erupted. Suo Wei regrouped with his men and asked the leader, Wu Chengyu is here? Yeah, the man nodded. That car is his. Suo Wei followed the direction pointed and first saw Chi Cheng's car. Chi Cheng is here? Suo Wei's body stiffened. His gaze shot toward the fight. An officer silently struck toward Chi Cheng's side, but Chi Cheng sidestepped and vanished before the officer's eyes. The officer was shocked. Where did he go? A terrifying voice came from behind. Right here. Before the officer could even turn around, Chi Cheng had locked him in a chokehold and slammed his head into the ground with a loud bang. His brain sent out emergency signals. Vision went black, and he passed out. Suo Wei watched all of this, heart blazing. Chi Cheng is a freaking badass. After all these years, this was the first time he had a crush on this guy. Wu Gu, your friend is here. Suo Wei turned and was surprised to see Jiang Shaoshui. Why are you here? To watch the fun. Jiang Shaoshui threw an arm over his shoulder. Suo Wei shouted, "What the hell are you doing here? Get out. Don't you see what is happening?" Jiang Shaoshui interrupted. Chi Cheng is here too? Suo Wei's throat choked up. How should I know? The police were getting overwhelmed. Those who could still move had already slipped away. The cargo bay was smashed open. The two officers inside were dragged out. Only the 20-plus glass boxes remained, and two opposing sides staring each other down. Grab them. With one command, the once cooperative teams turned against each other and started brawling again. Chi Cheng and Guo Chengyu stood like statues, locked in eye contact over the unconscious officers. A second later, one of the knocked-out officers was jolted awake by a vicious kick to the crotch. Above him, legs fought furiously and fists rained down like a storm. As the brawl reignited, Suo Wei knew he couldn't stay out of it. He shouted, "Go! Get in there!" His hired men were skilled, though not as polished as elite bodyguards. They hadn't worked together long and couldn't read his intentions. "Wu Gu, who are we hitting?" Suo Wei glared. "Duh, Guo Chengyu's people. We know that, but which ones are his?" Suo Wei was stumped. "Damn it, they are all dressed the same. Only the sleeve patterns differ. And I am colorblind. Just go by instinct." So the 7 or 8 men, all deadpan, charged in and added to the chaos. Initially, both sides were evenly matched. With this random interference, everything went haywire. Gangzi realized they were out of time. Grabbing the snakes was now priority 1. Li Wang also noticed and joined the fight near the truck's rear. Jiang Shaoshui reached into his pocket, pulled out sunflower seeds, and handed some to Suo Wei. They munched while watching. Suo Wei crossed a leg, eyes on the fighters, and couldn't help admiring. Didn't expect Guozi to be that good. Jiang Shaoshui raised an eyebrow. Black belt, 5th Dan in karate. TSK, TSK. Suo Wei spat out a shell, smirking. Showing off now? Why would I show off him? Jiang's handsome face was full of disdain. Suo Wei's phone rang, another team calling. "Come now," he said. Hanging up, he patted Jiang's chest playfully and grinned mischievously. "Sorry, your Guozi is going to lose his snakes." Jiang Shaoshui kicked him in the butt. Just then, Suo Wei's new crew entered the melee. Gang Zi's eyes lit up. He grinned at Li Wang. "More help means I can focus on crushing Guo Chengyu's crew." Chi Cheng's pupils darkened. Why is he here? That split second of distraction earned him a punch to the brow from Guo Chengyu. Suo Wei avoided eye contact with Chi Cheng and led his men to the truck. The duel between Chi and Guo reached its climax. Chi Cheng got an opening, his deadly palm strike aimed for Guo's face. But when he saw those bloodshot eyes, he froze. For scarlet stares tangled, like 6 years of pain converging. Guo's shoulder slumped first. He gestured with his chin. "Look behind you." Chi Cheng turned, and his pupils shrank. He shouted, "Dabao? Watch out for that yellow python behind you." Suo Wei finally noticed that one of the snake crates had been opened. Several pythons had slithered out, in all colors. But Suo Wei couldn't tell which was yellow. They all looked yellow. While he hesitated, a fierce yellow python lunged, wrapping tightly around his neck. A searing pain choked his throat. Face purple, Suo Wei collapsed. The chaos went dead silent. No one dared move. No one dared approach. This was Chi Cheng's fiercest snake, caught abroad with Wang Shuo, even before Xiao Siyu Bao, his most beloved warrior. And now, it wanted Suo Wei's life. Chapter 99. Suo Wei felt like he had fallen into a narrow icy cave, his whole body wedged inside, unable to move. The ice around him kept accumulating, growing colder and harder. His chest was compressed. He couldn't breathe properly, the suffocation becoming more intense, his vision alternating between clarity and blur. Faintly, he heard footsteps approaching. His hand clawed at the ground, trying to find a grip, but found nothing. When Chi Cheng rushed over, Suo Wei's neck had already been bitten by the blood-red mouth of the yellow python, and he had fallen unconscious. Because of his love for snakes, Chi Cheng never removed their fangs, not even poisonous ones. This python's teeth were like razors, locked into Suo Wei's neck, leaving a row of bloody marks with no effort. Da Huang Long, open your mouth. Chi Cheng's hand clamped the python's belly, his deep voice repeatedly issuing commands, trying to subdue it. Unexpectedly, the long separation between the yellow python and Chi Cheng had dulled its responsiveness to his voice. Coupled with being in a harsh environment for too long, its temperament had become extremely irritable and aggressive. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Suo Wei's mouth. Chi Cheng's chest felt like it was being torn apart. The soft approach wasn't working. Time for force. Chi Cheng used both hands to clamp down on the python's 3 inches, the area below its tongue, forcing it to open its jaws to release Suo Wei's neck. Normally, a python under attack would shift its target quickly and coil around the new attacker, Chi Cheng. But this python was fixated on Suo Wei, ignoring Chi Cheng's efforts and only tightening its grip. Jiang Shaoshui came running in panic and tried to charge forward. Guo Chengyu appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Jiang Shaoshui in a tight hold. Don't go, it's too dangerous. Jiang Shaoshui shouted hoarsely. You bastards won't save him, and if I don't go now, Da Wei is going to die. Guo Chengyu snapped back with a darkened face. You going over won't help. This isn't a joke. Jiang Shaoshui struggled violently, but Guo Chengyu held him tightly without flinching. Chi Cheng twisted the python's neck with all his strength with one hand, while jamming the other hand into its belly, trying to pry it off Suo Wei. But the python was dead set on killing Suo Wei. Its coiling strength and explosive power were terrifying. Even Chi Cheng's formidable strength couldn't budge it. At this moment, Chi Cheng deeply regretted training this snake to be so powerful. Jiang Shaoshui, eyes bloodshot, shouted at Chi Cheng. If you don't kill it now, Da Wei is going to stop breathing. At that moment, someone tossed a knife at Chi Cheng's feet. 7 years had passed since that day in the forest. The snake's eyes were as fierce then as they were now. Back then, Wang Shuo liked to hang it around his neck. After he went abroad, the snake passed on to Chi Cheng and stayed there for 6 years. It was the war god of the snake fighting pit, admired by snake lovers, Chi Cheng's toy during idle moments, the pride that curled around Chi Cheng's heart. For years, it stood above all others, second to none among serpents. Time ticked by. Suo Wei suddenly opened his eyes. Blank, unfocused, as if yanked open by force. His usual bright pupils were now lifeless. Chi Cheng's heart jolted. He grabbed the knife and shouted. Blood splattered. Guo Chengyu, standing a short distance away, saw the scene and his expression subtly changed. Chi Cheng picked Suo Wei up and ran toward the car by the roadside. Guo Chengyu got there first, opened the door, and calmly said, Use this one. I will drive. Jiang Shaoshui jumped in too. Suo Wei's face was ashen, his neck a mess of blood and flesh. He had been suffocated too long, damaging his chest organs. His chest was bruised purple, and blood occasionally spilled from his mouth. His consciousness was fading. Chi Cheng held Suo Wei in his arms, clearing vomit from his mouth. Jiang Shaoshui tore his shirt into strips, layer by layer wrapping Suo Wei's neck to stop the bleeding. Suo Wei's eyelids drooped weakly, his breath shallow, his vital signs extremely weak. Chi Cheng looked composed, unafraid, like he wasn't panicking. But Jiang Shaoshui clearly saw his hands trembling uncontrollably, shaking harder as Suo Wei's eyes dimmed. Baby, wake up, don't fall asleep. Bauer, be good, hang on. We are almost at the hospital. Wei Wei, open your eyes, look at me. Wei Wei. Chi Cheng kept trying to rouse Suo Wei, refusing to let him slip into a deep coma. Jiang Shaoshui rubbed Suo Wei's hands anxiously, shouting his name in fear and panic. Guo Chengyu glanced at the rearview mirror and casually said, I don't think he is going to make it. Jiang Shaoshui exploded. What the fuck did you just say? That was the last thing he wanted to hear. Saying that now was just asking for a beating. Chi Cheng felt his arms getting heavier. He gritted his teeth and reached under, grabbing Suo Wei's precious parts and squeezing hard. The pain was extreme, beyond what any man could endure. With Chi Cheng's grip, it was excruciating. A surge of pain shot to Suo Wei's brain, and his eyes cracked open, tears squeezing out. Chi Cheng's eyes turned red, but he stayed tough for Suo Wei's weak gaze. Baby, grit your teeth and bear it, you hear me? Suo Wei's body had long given up. He was surviving on willpower alone. His pupils bulged, utterly exhausted, his eyelids falling shut again. Chi Cheng gritted his teeth and kept squeezing, again and again. Suo Wei's face twisted in pain. If he wasn't so weak, he would be cursing already. Are you saving me or killing me, you asshole? There is a blood phlegm stuck in his throat, Jiang Shaoshui said. Chi Cheng bent down and sucked it out with his mouth, several times, until it was cleared. Baby, where is that gutsy spirit you had when you dumped porridge on me? Where is that bold ambition you had when you wanted to bang me? Show me, let me see it. I don't care how wild or tough you are, I like it all. But if you dare give up now, I have wasted all my feelings on you. Jiang Shaoshui felt his heartache. In times of danger, having someone who can bear the pain, hold back fear, and calmly encourage you, that is true happiness. So, he dropped all hesitation and joined in. Suo Wei, think about your 600 grand. Think about your secret stash. Remember? You even spent more than 10 grand of your own to get the snake. That is over 10 grand. Do you know how many bowls of spicy hot pot that could buy? How many candy figures? How many belts? How many rich heirs could you hook with that? You are going to let that dealer get away with all of it. Sure enough, like a master-disciple connection, Jiang Shaoshui's words hit Suo Wei's heart. His eyeballs slowly rolled, mind clicking away like an old abacus. Guo Chengyu, hearing it from the front, couldn't help but grin. These two are something else. In the waiting hall, a middle-aged man with a massive backpack kept looking around nervously. Only 5 minutes remained before check-in. Once through the gate and on the train, he could finally breathe easy. Train T189 is now boarding. Passengers, please have your tickets and belongings ready for inspection. The smuggler moved nervously through the line. Every step closer to the checkpoint made his heart beat faster. Finally, he handed over his ticket. After a tense 3-second pause, the attendant nodded. He quickly took back the ticket and hurried toward the platform. Sir, please wait a moment. The voice from behind froze him with fear, and he quickened his steps. Hey, you there? Yeah, you with the big backpack. Just as the man tried to run, a hand clamped firmly onto his shoulder. He stiffly turned his head and saw 2 sharp uniforms right in his face. Sir, where do you think you are going? The man stuttered, lips trembling, unable to speak. Let's go? A sharp click of handcuffs sealed his dream of fortune for good. Gang Z and a few others were clearing the scene, returning the snakes to their proper enclosures. They had worked all day without even taking a sip of water. Just then, his phone rang. That was fast, Gang Z muttered. The phone he held belonged to the 2 guys who had tried to harm Xiao Siyu Bao. It had a temporary SIM card, and only one number saved. Whenever it rang, it was always that same person. Hello? What the hell is wrong with you two? A crisp female voice snapped. I have been trying to reach you since last night. You finally pick up now? Why are you so slow? Gang Z stayed silent. Did you get it done? Answer me. Gang Z replied, it is done. Bring it over right now. I need to see the body myself to be at ease. After hanging up, Yu thought deeply. Something felt off, but she couldn't put her finger on it. 40 minutes later, a knock at the door. Yu cautiously asked, who is it? Someone here for the money, Gang Z replied. Yu clutched the cash and carefully moved to the door. Did you bring the snake? Gang Z's voice was steady. I did. Yu opened the door a crack and looked down. No box. She looked up. His hands were empty. Finally, she looked at his face and froze. Gang Z smiled politely, still calm and courteous. Sister Yu, sorry to trouble you. Chapter 100. Once things had completely fallen apart, Yu couldn't bring herself to smile when she saw Zhong Wenyu again. Annie, I am actually really afraid of snakes. I have been keeping quiet just to go along with Chi Cheng. I like little pets too. I have raised cats and dogs before. I know how painful it is when a pet dies. But I was truly desperate. Ever since I came back from that business trip, I have already gone to the hospital 3 times. Look at these papers. Yu took out a medical record booklet from her bag. Inside, it clearly showed the doctor's diagnosis of her phobia. Last time I went on a trip with him, he went outside to make a call in the middle of the night and talked for half the night. I was left alone in the room with that snake. I don't even know how I provoked it. It suddenly lunged at me and squeezed me so tight. The bruises on my neck haven't even faded yet. She pointed to show Zhong Wenyu. Hearing this tearful account, Zhong Wenyu naturally felt deep sympathy for Yu. I understand. I am scared of snakes too. Just seeing one gives me goosebumps. Because of that, I don't even dare go see my son casually. Every time I enter his room, I feel so stifled. My son has never suffered much in his life, and now just to raise a pet, he has to live in such a terrible basement. What did we work hard our whole lives for? Yu clutched Zhong Wenyu's hand and forced a smile. Auntie, I am fine now. Talking with you really helped. Please, don't tell Chi Cheng I came to see you. I don't want him to think I talked behind his back. But I have to talk to him, Zhong Wenyu said firmly. If I don't have a serious talk with him, nothing will change. Auntie, please don't. This is all my fault. I came to see you out of guilt. Please don't argue with him over this. Zhong Wenyu's face hardened. What fault? If it were me, I would have gotten rid of that snake too. Seriously, letting a snake ruin your life? What nonsense. Yu pleaded, Auntie, please don't go. If he is determined to break up, there is no way you can change his mind. It is okay. Even if we break up, I will still come visit you. I just hope. If I ever go shopping with you again, you will still accept a gift from me. Her voice cracked as tears fell. Zhong Wenyu stroked her hair, eyes filled with determination. Don't worry. Auntie will make sure you get justice. Yu wanted to say more, but Zhong Wenyu cut her off. I'm just going out to buy some groceries. You will eat here tonight. Yu quickly stood up. I have something tonight. I really don't want to trouble you. Zhong Wenyu insisted, and Yu, too embarrassed to keep refusing, finally nodded in agreement. In another room, Chi Jiali was coaxing two children to sleep. Now that they were asleep and Zhong Wenyu had gone out, Chi Jiali stood in the doorway, hair down and a mocking smile on her lips. Well, you sure know how to pick soft targets to squeeze. Yu hid her guilt and feigned ignorance. Sis, what do you mean? Chi Jiali casually twisted her hair up with a clip, a natural air of cool elegance radiating from her. Even among immortals, humans, and demons themselves have hierarchies. And we are still separated by a whole human between us. Where exactly are you pulling that sis from? Yu's face froze, her hands trembling, and she couldn't get out a single word. After sleeping a full day and night in the ICU, Suo Wei finally woke up. Chi Cheng had stepped out with the doctor. The only one watching over Suo Wei was Jiang Shaoshuai. Although Guo Chengyu had forced him home the night before, Jiang Shaoshuai hadn't slept a wink. Now, with dark circles under his eyes, he kept yawning. Suo Wei's voice was tight as he called out, Shaoshuai. Jiang Shaoshuai perked up instantly and rushed to the bedside. You are awake? How do you feel? Tightness. Any pain? Want some water? Should I go get your doctor? Suo Wei reached out with his four-bound hand until he grabbed Jiang Shaoshuai's hand. Jiang Shaoshuai saw the dull look in Suo Wei's eyes and felt a sting of sadness. Feeling really uncomfortable, huh? Geez, even with just a headache, you act like you are dying when you see me, let alone this serious stuff. Suo Wei moved his lips and forced out a few words. Did they catch that vendor? Jiang Shaoshuai's temple twitched. Still hung up on the money, huh? Relax, they got him yesterday. Suo Wei immediately perked up, asking eagerly, did I get my money back? What do you think? He took Chi Cheng's money too. You think he would dare keep it? I checked quietly. Your financial loss was assessed at 200,000. Damn, you really did make some profit, huh? Suo Wei smirked in secret but kept a solemn face. Not too shabby, I guess. Jiang Shaoshuai didn't even know whether to laugh or not. With his financial worries lifted, Suo Wei finally thought of Chi Cheng. Where is he? The doctor pulled him aside, probably talking about your condition right now. So what is my situation? He finally remembered to ask. Jiang Shaoshuai's face fell. You are done for. Suo Wei got anxious. The sudden movement tugged at his injured chest, and he winced in pain. Hey, I am joking. Jiang Shaoshuai quickly reassured him. Chest cartilage fracture, some scratches on your neck. Nothing serious. A month of rest, and you will be fine. Suo Wei was relieved. He was thirsty after all that talking, so he asked Jiang Shaoshuai to pour him some water. While pouring, Jiang Shaoshuai said, Adversity reveals true feelings, huh? You should have seen Mr. Macho's face. He looked like he was going to cry. He even killed his beloved snake for you. You better make it up to him for that emotional trauma. Suo Wei narrowed his thick brows, his expression cunning. His snake hurt me. Why should I compensate him? If he hadn't hesitated, would I have been squeezed until I broke a rib? Jiang Shaoshuai stuck a straw in the cup and handed it over. Just drink your water. Suo Wei had an injury on his neck, so swallowing was difficult. He had to rest after every sip. Xiao Shuai, you are the best. I heard everything you said to me in the car. You know, with you around, I always feel so at ease. Chi Cheng had just reached the door and caught that sentence right on cue. Jiang Xiao Shuai felt a chill up his spine. He knew someone was back. Chi Cheng silently approached the bed and just stared at Jiang Xiao Shuai without a word. In less than 3 minutes, Jiang Xiao Shuai's willpower crumbled. He gently placed the water cup on the side table and quickly left. Suo Wei, still with a straw in his mouth, stared right at Chi Cheng. Chi Cheng stared right back. After a while, Suo Wei finally couldn't take it. Come on already. Still silent. I haven't finished drinking yet. Chi Cheng finally spoke. What for? Talking like that when you are thirsty? Maybe next time you will think twice before opening that mouth. Jealousy was clearly eating him alive. Suo Wei had a trick ready. He reached out, acting like he was aggravating his wound. Stay put. Bingo, he got scolded. The next second, the cup was at his bedside again. Straw in the cup, sweet liquid sliding into his parched throat. After a pause, he took another sip, then rested again. Without realizing, Chi Cheng had held the cup steadily for more than 10 minutes. Finally, Suo Wei looked content. Seeing how hard it was for Suo Wei to even drink water, the fire in Chi Cheng's heart had long burned out. Does your neck still hurt? Chi Cheng asked. Not really. Your chest? Not painful, just feels tight. Like something is still squeezing it. Chi Cheng grabbed his hand, eyes filled with pain. Your chest cartilage is broken. You have got a compression wrap on. Suo Wei gritted his teeth. Nothing is as painful as a busted nut. A smile finally cracked on Chi Cheng's face. Let me check if they are still intact. As he said that, his hand slipped under the covers, heading south. Suo Wei was too weak to move, so Chi Cheng had his way. Oh, Chi Cheng said with a serious face. One is deflated. Get lost. Suo Wei cursed with effort. Chi Cheng grinned wickedly. Should we just take it off then? One puffed, one flat. How awkward. Suo Wei narrowed his eyes and showed some bite. Grandpa is still solid as hell. Chi Cheng couldn't help but laugh, all his lingering gloom melting away. Chapter 101. Since the snake transport truck was hijacked, Chi Yuan Duan hadn't had a single good night's sleep. The truck had been hijacked by Chi Cheng and his people. Chi Yuan Duan could have made a case about it, but the core issue was that more than 50 snakes died, and they died while under military custody. That fact alone put Chi Yuan Duan on the losing side. Whether the leak came from someone in the unit or it was a trap set by Chi Cheng, Chi Yuan Duan had no evidence and could only take the loss. He had been in office for many years and prided himself on reasoning with others. He applied the same approach in educating his children. Since Chi Cheng was little, Chi Yuan Duan had told him the same thing over and over. You can make mistakes, but you must give me a reason for them. If your reason makes sense, I will forgive you unconditionally. What was originally a parenting motto ended up becoming a weapon Chi Cheng used repeatedly to manipulate his father. Take this incident for example. Chi Yuan Duan was in the wrong. If he wanted to scold his son with any conviction, he had to first replace the snakes that died. But where could he get them? The batch Chi Cheng had taken were all rare species. Trying to gather that many rare snakes in perfect condition again would be even harder than shutting up Chi Yuan Duan. What could he do? And last time, he had busted one of Chi Cheng's snake dens based on a report that Chi Cheng had molested male students. And now? What reason could he use to take away his snakes? He said Chi Cheng was not doing honest work, but the man was still employed at the Transportation Bureau and hadn't even quit after getting the snakes. He said Chi Cheng had the wrong attitude, but he had a girlfriend, was even willing to get the marriage certificate. It was the girl who lost her cool and tried to kill the snakes. On the surface, Chi Cheng hadn't done anything outrageous, at least not on purpose. So Chi Yuan Duan could only turn a blind eye. What else could he do? What irritated him most was that in the hijacking incident, one of Chi Cheng's friends got hurt, and it was apparently very dangerous. If there were casualties, even if Chi Yuan Duan had a point, he would still have no face to argue. What could he really do? The past couple of days, Chi Cheng had been staying in the hospital ward. He had hired a private nurse for high-level care, but she was mostly idle. Chi Cheng took care of Suo Wei himself. Early in the morning, a doctor came in to do a routine check. Chi Cheng helped Suo Wei roll up his sleeve. The doctor politely said, "Let her do that." The her was the nurse standing nearby. Chi Cheng said with a stern face, "I am more at ease doing it myself." The nurse felt completely put off. "What? Like I can't roll up a sleeve? What? You think I will dislocate his wrist or something? Big tough guy like you. Why so particular?" Gangzi walked in and tapped Chi Cheng's shoulder from behind, whispering, "The old man is here." Chi Cheng walked out with him and stood at the door. "Just tell him I am not here." "He saw your car." Chi Cheng's face didn't change. "Tell him you drove it here. My car is parked right next to yours. Then say I am busy." Gangzi looked troubled. "He has come twice already. You should at least say something. If you piss him off and he storms into the ward with his entourage, he is bound to scare the guy inside, no?" Chi Cheng glanced into the room. Suo Wei was lying in bed, gritting his teeth and groaning. Then he suddenly snapped. "How many times do I have to tell you? When loosening his chest strap, support his butt. You are lifting him like that. How could that feel good?" Since moving to the VIP ward, every medical staffer inside had been scolded by Chi Cheng, regardless of age. He gave no one any face. And it wasn't just about his identity. It was the intensity he exuded. He wasn't even 30, but when his face turned cold, he was more intimidating than a veteran military leader in his 50s or 60s. The nurse, hearing the scolding, quickly adjusted her hand toward Suo Wei's hips. "Forget it, I will do it." Chi Cheng came back in to do it himself. His large hand could cradle all of Suo Wei's butt, holding it securely. Suo Wei immediately felt more comfortable. Only when Suo Wei was back on the bed and looking fine did Chi Cheng take off his gloves and toss them in the trash. He said to Gang Zi at the door, "Keep an eye on things. I am stepping out." Chi Yuan Duan had been standing outside for over 10 minutes before Chi Cheng finally strolled up. "How is your friend?" Chi Yuan Duan asked. Chi Cheng's face was blank. So. Chi Yuan Duan had expected this kind of attitude, but still found it irritating to see it in person. "I didn't come to reconcile. We don't need to play that game. I will be direct. You can keep your snakes, and you can quit your job if you want. But you cannot get rid of your fiancé. You can make up with you or find someone new, but you have to have someone beside you." Chi Cheng's face didn't change. "You destroyed over 50 of my snakes. I just got rid of one daughter-in-law. Seems fair to me. Don't play word games with me. That crap doesn't work." Chi Yuan Duan's tone hardened. "Then let's talk straight. You return those 50 snakes, and I will return your daughter-in-law." Chi Yuan Duan was nearly speechless with rage, but he gritted his teeth and held it back to keep the conversation going. "I can't get the snakes back, but I will pay you." Chi Cheng chuckled. "Then if I give you money, would you stop wanting a daughter-in-law?" "You." Chi Cheng turned and walked off. Chi Yuan Duan nearly ground his 2 loose molars into powder. "Why did I even come here to get insulted? Could have just stayed home and enjoyed my peace." When Chi Cheng returned, Gang Zi was standing at the nurse station on the first floor of the inpatient department. "Didn't I tell you to keep watch? Why are you down here?" Chi Cheng asked. Gang Zi lowered his voice. "The more I think about it, the more it doesn't add up. Think about it. You never liked little Quo Bao either, but she never dared to do something like that." Chi Cheng. Gang Zi continued. You and you were together for over 6 months, right? You were always lukewarm with her, and she never dared target your mom. So how come suddenly she is glued to your mom? And knowing Annie Zhong, she may be gentle, but she is not spineless. How could she suddenly be manipulated by an outsider like that? Clearly someone is stirring the pot behind the scenes. Chi Cheng. Gangzi got more excited. Just think. All these things happened back to back. Your mom suddenly changed her attitude. Then you tried to kill Quo Bao, and then you caught her red-handed. Don't you think that timing is a little too tight? Don't you think it is all connected? Don't you think someone is pulling strings behind the scenes? Don't you think that someone always shows up at just the right time? Don't you? Don't you think you talk too damn much? Chi Cheng suddenly cut him off. Gang Zi's throat closed up immediately. Chi Cheng stared him down, sharp-eyed. You think you are the only one with a brain? Can't you just keep it to yourself? You gotta dig through other people's minds and vomit it out to show off? What is the point? Gang Zi's face turned green, then white. Before leaving, Chi Cheng added, keep your little schemes to yourself. Next time you come flaunting them around, I will chop you up. In the evening, Suo Wei was lying in bed, bored out of his mind, so he started scheming again. His plan hadn't been elegant enough. He had made a misstep. By pitting Zhong Wenyu and Yu Yu against each other, he had unintentionally caused trouble for Chi Cheng's breakup. Now how could he destroy Yu Yu's image in Zhong Wenyu's eyes? As he thought, he pulled out the wallet hidden under his pillow and looked at the supplementary card Chi Cheng had given him. His eyes lit up. Just then, the door opened, and he quickly stuffed the wallet under the covers. Gang Zi came in with 2 food bags, dinner for Chi Cheng and Suo Wei. He carefully placed them on the locker and started to leave quietly. Suo Wei suddenly called out, "Gang Zi." Gang Zi stopped in his tracks and turned back. "What is up?" Suo Wei motioned him over, looking mysterious. "I need a favor." Gang Zi walked over obediently. Suo Wei added, "It is a little underhanded. Will you help me?" Could Gang Zi say no? Chi Cheng had just given him a verbal warning. In Suo Wei's world, nothing was off limits. If everyone else was playing dumb, what right did he have not to be honored? "Sure, go ahead." Suo Wei motioned for Gang Zi to lean closer. The two of them whispered for a while, until Gang Zi finally understood everything. He gave Suo Wei a thumbs up. "Chi Cheng will be yours, sooner or later." Chapter 102. A mysterious gold card appeared in Yu Yu's bag, with her name as the cardholder and the password written on a note attached to it. She stared at it the entire afternoon in a daze. It happened like this. At noon, Yu Yu went to find Gang Zi, hoping he would help persuade Chi Cheng to meet her. But Gang Zi politely refused and hinted there was no chance of reconciliation. She should give up. The conversation ended badly, and Gang Zi drove off alone. When Yu Yu returned home, she found the card. Was it from Chi Cheng? She wasn't sure. But the primary cardholder was indeed Chi Cheng. Every woman reacts differently to receiving a supplementary card. Most feel delighted. I can spend his money freely. How glorious. Others feel uneasy, thinking the word supplementary implies dependency and lack of independence. For Yu Yu, none of that mattered. What she received was merely a breakup settlement. Return it with dignity? Throw it back in his face with pride? "I don't need your money." Sounded satisfying, but Yu Yu knew she couldn't do it. Spend it or not, the breakup remained. So why not spend it? She had poured so much emotion into the relationship and endured so many grievances. Not only was she going to spend the money, she would do so justifiably. But if Chi Cheng thought one card would get rid of her, he was sorely mistaken. She firmly believed the wedding would unite their families, and as long as she held on to Zhong Wenyu, her trump card, she still had a chance. The next day, Yu Yu brushed off her gloom and went shopping with her best friend. Straight to the luxury counters, she swept through the brands with the card, swiping left and right until her friend's eyes were green with envy. "Seriously, are you trying to make people jealous?" Yu Yu flipped the card proudly. "Someone is footing the bill. Not spending it would be a waste. Aren't supplementary cards only for spouses or relatives? If he gave you one, does that mean, oh my God, should I start calling you Mrs. Chi?" Her vanity soothed the hurt in her heart. Yu Yu laughed brightly. "Come on, sis will get you a couple pieces too." The two chatted and laughed as they strolled toward the next counter. "This mall is pretty good. Lots of children's stores," said Gang Zi to Chi Jiali. Chi Jiali was coaxing 2 toddlers and casually replied, "I am not familiar with the malls here. Wherever you think is good is fine." She was going back in 2 days and planned to take the kids out one last time to buy some souvenirs. Originally, she wanted Chi Cheng to drive and help carry things, but he was still at the hospital with Suo Wei, so the job fell to Gang Zi. Inside the mall, Gang Zi's eyes kept darting around. "How about this little vest? I think it suits Dodo's complexion," said Chi Jiali. Gang Zi absent-mindedly replied, "Looks good." Noticing he was distracted, Chi Jiali followed his gaze, and then froze. Yu Yu stood on the upward escalator, carrying shopping bags, chatting and laughing with someone. "Gang Zi, watch the kids for a sec. I'm going to take a closer look." She disappeared into the crowd. Yu Yu, caught up in her conversation, didn't notice Chi Jiali behind her. Chi Jiali eyed her bags, brand names across the board, nothing under 6 figures. Had it not been for Zhong Wenyu constantly praising Yu Yu, she wouldn't have cared at all about Yu Yu's spending. Wasn't Yu Yu supposedly earning less than 5,000 yuan a month, saving for a month just to buy a shawl for her future mother-in-law? Didn't she never wear name brands, keeping her entire outfit under 1,000 yuan? Wasn't she depressed after the breakup, refusing to see anyone but Zhong Wenyu? Then who was this bright-eyed, shopaholic gold digger? Chi Jia was usually carefree, not one to fuss over things, but once she did, the other party wouldn't come out unscathed. Gang Z, go snoop around. Check that woman's transaction records in this mall, especially her card info. I want to know where all that money is coming from. That afternoon, just before leaving, Chi Jia slammed a few receipts in front of Zhong Wenyu. Take a look for yourself. Zhong Wenyu flipped through them and was visibly shocked. You spent all this on one trip? Chi Jia raised an eyebrow. Look again. Whose name is on those transactions? Zhong Wenyu squinted and examined the cardholder's signature. It was Yu Yu's name. Where did you get these? Your sweet, frugal future daughter-in-law spent 236,000 yuan in one afternoon. Know whose card she used. Wipe off your glasses and look carefully. It was your son's. She and Chi Cheng already broke up, and she is still blowing his money like this. Imagine how much she spent during their relationship. If she marries into this family, she will drain us dry within 2 years. Zhong Wenyu kept rereading the slips. Unable to believe you could do such a thing. And that shawl you have been treating like a treasure, saying she spent half a month's salary on it? My dear mom, she hasn't worked in months. Where did the salary come from? That is just pocket change from your son's account. Frugal? You really bought that lie? If she skipped one handbag, she could buy you 10 of those shawls. Zhong Wenyu's face turned gray with rage. Her lips trembled. I have never seen someone so shameless. The next day, before Zhong Wenyu could confront her, Yu came knocking. Same modest outfit, same sullen face, looking depressed and down. Auntie, I came to see you again. Being home alone is just too suffocating. I hope I am not bothering you. In the past, Zhong Wenyu would have cupped Yu's face and gently asked, Sweetie, what is wrong? Tell Annie what is bothering you. Now, face cold, she snapped. You know you are bothering me and still came? Yu was stunned, disbelief in her eyes. Annie, what is wrong? Zhong Wenyu didn't have the tongue for sarcasm and insults, so she cut straight to the point. Don't come here again. Just seeing you makes me sick. She then threw the shawl at her. Take this back and give it to your mom. My shoulders aren't strong enough for it. Tears streamed down Yu's face. Auntie, what did I do wrong? Zhong Wenyu, despite her anger, softened a little at the sight of her crying. Out of respect for our acquaintance, let me give you a piece of advice. Girls should beware of 2 things, laziness and greed. Chase cheap gains, and you will lose everything in the end. The door slammed shut, cutting off her dreams of wealth once and for all. This was the only loss-making deal Suo Wei ever made. He had been the one to put the money on the card. Though he canceled it in time, the 230,000 plus was gone for good. Yet he didn't mind. Consider it compensation for Yu's emotional damage. Not that he felt guilty. He just wanted peace of mind. Avoid karma and all that. Yu and Chi Cheng were officially over. When Suo Wei heard the news, he wasn't happy. He had fantasized about this moment countless times, always imagining how thrilling it would be. But now that it had happened, he just felt empty. The mission was complete. The goal achieved. Should he now bow out completely? The thought made Suo Wei anxious and lost. He was even afraid of Jiang Xiao Shui visiting. Afraid he would come in joking. Hey, apprentice. Mission accomplished. Time to split. How was he supposed to walk away? Just then, Chi Cheng entered, followed by 2 nurses. Time to remove your catheter, Chi Cheng said. At that, Suo Wei's face contorted in pain. That catheter had tormented him endlessly. Inserted under anesthesia, painless at first. But once the meds wore off, it felt all kinds of awkward. Just as he was getting used to it. Now they wanted to pull it out? That hard thing coming out of such a soft place. Just imagining it was torture. Don't pull it out. I will just keep it in. It drains on its own. So convenient. Suo Wei chuckled awkwardly. Chi Cheng lifted his chin, signaling the nurses to proceed. Suo Wei's bulging eyes almost popped out. He grabbed the bed sheet like a clenched flower. Relax, said Chi Cheng. Truthfully, he was even more nervous than Suo Wei. 2 minutes later, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the ward. Suo Wei curled into a shrimp on the bed, silently crying, My junk hurts. My balls hurt. I can't pee or poop normally. And I still can't quit. I will wait till I am fully recovered. Then maybe. Chapter 103. In the blink of an eye, Suo Wei had already been in the hospital for over half a month. The wound on his neck had mostly healed. The chest bandage was removed too. He could now move freely around the ward, but Suo Wei still felt weak. Sometimes he would fall asleep in the middle of a conversation, and when he woke up, Chi Cheng would be sitting by the bedside, his masculine and unruly face with calm eyes. A warm, powerful hand would caress Suo Wei's cheek, asking gently, "You are awake?" And instantly, the emptiness in Suo Wei's heart would be filled to the brim. One night, Suo Wei woke up and couldn't fall back asleep. He had just had a dream, a wild one. He dreamt he went to a nightclub full of male escorts and suddenly saw Chi Cheng there, working as one. He was stark naked, his muscles gleaming with a sensual glow, and his thing below was standing tall, with a wicked smile on his face. As soon as Suo Wei entered, he was stripped down to just his briefs. Chi Cheng slipped his hand into Suo Wei's underwear and teased, "Your hair down here is pretty thick, huh?" In the dream, Suo Wei turned into a desperate hornball, eager to be serviced by Chi Cheng. But the vetting process was too complicated. There was a number system, forms to fill out, even written and oral interviews. Suo Wei kept failing midway. Either he filled the form wrong or couldn't speak during the interview. Others passed through easily, lying down in a row on the bed. Chi Cheng moved from one to another, thrusting in like giving injections, insert, inject, pull out, again and again. His strong but moved rhythmically, his body exuding power. Suo Wei somehow ended up in the queue too, waiting anxiously at the end. Just as it was about to be his turn, the guy before him got stuck. Chi Cheng's thing got lodged inside and wouldn't come out. They used knives to cut, screwdrivers to poke, pliers to pry. Finally, it came free. And then Suo Wei woke up. Chi Cheng was sleeping on the bed next to him, his thick eyebrows furrowed. Suo Wei rubbed his face, took a deep breath. What kind of dream was that? Chi Cheng was soon woken by the ruckus next to him. Suo Wei was like a dish in a frying pan, being flipped over and over by an invisible spatula, nearly cooking the bedsheets along with him. Chi Cheng walked over, leaned down, and asked, "What is wrong?" The sudden voice startled Suo Wei. A fine sheen of sweat instantly broke out around his asshole. "Is something hurting?" Actually, Chi Cheng had known exactly where the problem was the moment he opened his eyes. But he still asked, with a gentle and concerned tone, deliberately trying to catch Suo Wei feeling guilty and awkward. After a moment of hesitation, Suo Wei said, "Nothing, just a bit hot." Chi Cheng replied, "If you are hot, take off the blanket." Suo Wei immediately grabbed the blanket edge tightly and said sheepishly, "The doctor said not to. Afraid I will catch a chill. Then bear with it. It will pass soon." Saying that, he returned to his own bed. Suo Wei sighed in relief, but also felt a little disappointed. He just went back like that? Couldn't he show a bit more concern? If he had, maybe he would have figured out what was wrong. And if he figured it out, maybe he would have fixed it. Thinking this, he cleared his throat and said, "I am a bit thirsty." Chi Cheng poured him a cup of water and brought it to his lips. After Suo Wei drank, he returned to his own bed again, only to hear Suo Wei say, "I am still a bit thirsty." Chi Cheng poured another, and again, cup after cup, until Suo Wei couldn't drink anymore. Just as Chi Cheng's but hit the bed, he heard from the other side, "You really are something." Chi Cheng teased, "What did I do now?" Suo Wei turned his head, eyes dark and locked on Chi Cheng. "I said I was hot and thirsty, and you didn't pick up on anything?" Chi Cheng sneered. This little horny fox, clearly turned on and trying to drag someone else into the flames too. "What do you think I was supposed to pick up on?" The voice across got louder. "Aren't you usually sharp as hell?" "Not as sharp as you," Chi Cheng replied humbly. "On purpose." Suo Wei rolled over in frustration. He is definitely playing dumb on purpose. He knows what is going on. He just won't take the bait. "Fine, I will take care of it myself." Self-service, self-satisfaction. He hyped himself up for 2 minutes, then turned over and let out a soft laugh in surrender. "I had a dream just now." The smile on Suo Wei's face at that moment. Chi Cheng could savor that in his office all day. What kind of dream? Suo Wei told him everything, in full detail. After listening, Chi Cheng crooked his finger at Suo Wei with a serious expression. "Come here." Suo Wei tensed. "All I did was dream you were a gigolo. Do you have to get so worked up over it? I am telling you to lie on my bed." Suo Wei raised an eyebrow. "Why don't you come lie on mine? Yours is a hospital bed, narrow and hard." Mine is big and comfy, Chi Cheng replied. Eventually, Suo Wei gave in to temptation and scooted over. As soon as his legs hit the bed, Chi Cheng pulled him into his arms. Their chests pressed together, the strong scent of male hormones filling the air. Do you know why you had that kind of dream? Chi Cheng asked. Suo Wei's mind was a mess. He couldn't come up with a solid reason. Because deep down, you are dying to sleep with me, Chi Cheng said. All those forms and tests in the dream, that is your inner hesitation. The crowd lining up, that is your fear that someone might take me away. Suo Wei's eyes flashed with a bit of disdain. Aren't you overthinking this? Chi Cheng slipped his hand behind Suo Wei and started fondling his firm ass, speaking low and slow. I am not overthinking. You know it is true. He needed it again. After over half a month without action, his palms were burning. Suo Wei gasped heavily and suddenly pressed his lips onto Chi Cheng's. Chi Cheng could smell the strong scent of medicine on Suo Wei, feel his soft, weak bones, all signs of lingering illness. A wave of tenderness hit him. He pulled back his hand and wrapped Suo Wei tightly in his arms, looking at him seriously. You are still not fully recovered. Let's not mess around. Just sleep. Suo Wei wrapped his long legs around Chi Cheng's thigh, grinding his throbbing thing against it. The message couldn't be clearer. Chi Cheng looked at him with both affection and pity, trying to soothe him. Once you are better, I will make it up to you. As much as you want. Once I am better, it will be over between us. Who will you make it up to then? That thought made Suo Wei even more desperate. He needed to enjoy the perks while they lasted. Who knew how long this ride would go on? Even the iron-willed Chi Cheng had his limits when someone kept grinding on him like that. Finally, he gave in. Just once. No repeats. Suo Wei nodded like crazy. Chi Cheng slipped his hand into Suo Wei's underwear and gently teased him. Suo Wei moaned softly, grabbing Chi Cheng's ear and gasping, "Lick me." Chi Cheng lowered his head and carefully pleasured his little prince. It wasn't long before Suo Wei groaned. I am about to come. After it was over, Chi Cheng gave Suo Wei's but a hard slap. Feel better? Suo Wei nodded, but his eyes were already drifting to the bulge between Chi Cheng's legs. Yours is up too, he said as a reminder. Chi Cheng grinned. You are too weak. I won't trouble you. But something was different tonight. Suo Wei, without being coaxed, lay down over Chi Cheng's abs, eyes following his hand as it moved up and down, completely entranced. Chi Cheng fought the urge to thrust into Suo Wei's mouth. Thick? Chi Cheng asked. Suo Wei grinned. Chi Cheng grabbed the back of Suo Wei's head and asked, Want me to fuck you with this? Suo Wei replied in a muffled voice, Can I even say no? Chi Cheng pulled him back up, voice calm, yet full of dominance. No, you can't. Suo Wei stayed silent, but his things started rising again. Chi Cheng chuckled wickedly. You really are such a little slut. Suo Wei snapped back. Who told you to keep teasing me? Who is teasing who? Who, huh? Chi Cheng growled playfully, nipping at Suo Wei. Just now? Who said it would be one time only? Care to explain this? He gave Suo Wei's heart on a shake. Suo Wei let out a groan and braced himself to serve again. After both were thoroughly satisfied, Suo Wei's eyelids could barely stay open. Chi Cheng's broad chest rose and fell with his breathing. His deep voice drifted into Suo Wei's ear. Once you are fully healed, I will give you a good, hard one. In his half-dreaming state, Suo Wei felt like stabbing himself twice in the chest. Chapter 104. 2 days before Suo Wei was discharged, Jiang Shaoshui made a point to come and visit him. Because he had his own things to take care of, Jiang Shaoshui hadn't shown up for a week. During that week, Suo Wei had no idea how many hundreds of billions of brain cells he had lost. He kept thinking about Jiang Shaoshui, wanting him to come by, but at the same time, he didn't want to see him because of what he had said about the plan. You look like you have gained a bit of weight, Jiang Shaoshui said. Suo Wei's face changed. Really? He hurriedly grabbed the mirror from the locker and seriously examined himself, even patting his lower belly to see if a few layers of fat had piled up. After enduring a painful weight loss journey, Suo Wei was very conscious of his figure. He was even scared of looking at old photos, afraid of blowing up again if he wasn't careful. Jiang Shaoshui grinned. Do you really need to panic like that? It is not that noticeable. Maybe I was seeing things. Suo Wei pinched his arm, sighed. After lying in the hospital for over a month, all the muscles turned to mush. I can't even make a proper fist. Once I am out, I am hitting the gym every day. Got to get all this flab tightened up again like before. Who are you getting that great body for? Jiang Xiao Shui asked casually, without any hidden meaning, but Suo Wei was super sensitive. The slightest hint would get a reaction out of him. He felt Jiang Xiao Shui was saying it on purpose and became extra cautious in his reply. It is just the two of us at the clinic. Who else would I show it to? Jiang Xiao Shui didn't take it seriously and asked again, what are your plans after getting discharged? Suo Wei's heart skipped a beat. Plans? That sounded like he was being asked to state his intentions. Damn, this conversation is heading into dangerous territory. Was this on purpose? But then Jiang Xiao Shui followed up. You sold all those snakes. You have got some funds now. Time to start your own business, right? Suo Wei let out a huge sigh of relief. So that is what you were talking about. What did you think I was talking about? Jiang Xiao Shui looked puzzled. Suo Wei quickly replied, nothing. I was just spacing out. Jiang Xiao Shui could vaguely sense something was off with Suo Wei. The business license is already approved. The storefront is rented. Job ads are out, just waiting to open. Suo Wei said. Jiang Xiao Shui looked surprised. Wow, you were in the hospital and still got everything done? Suo Wei ran his hand through his hair, wearing a modest smile, but speaking without modesty. I might not be moving much, but I have been working my brain nonstop. But who was really doing the work? Not him. It was all Chi Cheng handling it. More accurately, it was Gang Zi running around everywhere, handling everything. Suo Wei just sat there, scheming, moving his facial muscles, and as long as someone smart enough caught on, his job was done. Where's the storefront? Jiang Xiao Shui asked. CBO in the East District. Suo Wei answered. Jiang Xiao Shui was shocked again. Rent is sky high in that area. Not too bad. I rented it from someone I know. You have contacts there? Jiang Xiao Shui was skeptical. Suo Wei cleared his throat awkwardly and mumbled a vague, yeah. Who? He tried to avoid the question, but Jiang Xiao Shui pressed too hard, and he had no choice but to say the name. Chi Cheng. Jiang Xiao Shui ground his teeth. Why not just say he sponsored you? Who says that? Suo Wei straightened up. I paid money for it. That was hard to believe. No wonder Jiang Xiao Shui was doubtful. How much? Suo Wei looked out the window, trying to appear calm. 500. 500 a day or 500 a month. That size of a storefront. Even 500 a day was basically charity. Unless it was your mom or dad, no one would take that kind of loss. If it was 500 a month, that was just a joke. After a long silence, Suo Wei spoke. 3 years. Jiang Xiao Shui leaned on the locker laughing. Can you not joke like that? Suo Wei's mind started spiraling again. He felt like Jiang Xiao Shui wasn't just laughing at what he said. There was something else hidden in there. His guilty conscience flared up, making him wary even of himself. Jiang Xiao Shui stopped laughing and got serious. So, where are you planning to live? Not sure. Suo Wei replied. I still want to stay at the clinic. Right after he said it, he started feeling uneasy. Chi Cheng was often on duty in that area. Would Jiang Xiao Shui think he was trying to stay close to him? But Jiang Xiao Shui only asked, don't you think the commute would be a bit far? I bought a car. Suo Wei said. Jiang Xiao Shui's eyes lit up. What kind? Imported Audi. That car is like 600,000 yuan, right? I bought it used. How much total? Jiang Xiao Shui asked again. 60,000. Jiang Xiao Shui's eyes nearly popped out. Bro, that model just came out last year. Who did you buy it from? Tell him to sell me one too. Right after he said that, Jiang Xiao Shui shut up. What a dumb question. Seeing Jiang Xiao Shui go quiet made Suo Wei nervous. He sensed something was brewing. Jiang Xiao Shui glanced at Suo Wei and noticed his eyes darting more than usual. Hey, I gotta ask. Suo Wei jolted. What? Jiang Xiao Shui stared at him for a moment and asked, what is going on with you? I should be asking you that. Suo Wei snapped first. You are being so roundabout, not saying anything directly. You are doing it on purpose to get me worked up. How was I roundabout? Jiang Xiao Shui was confused. Suo Wei couldn't hold it anymore. Everything he had been bottling up spilled out. You just want to remind me that time is up, right? You want me to cut ties with him, right? Fine. I will lay it all out. Everything will go according to the original plan. Happy now? Jiang Shaoshui was completely baffled by this guilty conscience-much speech. Dude, are you even awake? He pried Suo Wei's eyelids open to check if he was sleep-talking. Didn't you come here just to get me to break up with him? Jiang Shaoshui scratched his head, laughing in disbelief. You were still thinking of breaking up with him? That stunned Suo Wei. Wasn't that what you meant? What did I mean? Jiang Shaoshui was nearly laughing in anger. You two are already like that, and you still don't want to be with him? What are you waiting for? That attitude not only surprised Suo Wei, but made him even more conflicted. Why should I be with him? Suo Wei had been going back and forth on this question for days, and still couldn't find a convincing answer. Why shouldn't you be with him? Jiang Shaoshui was on the opposite end. He couldn't think of a single reason why Suo Wei shouldn't be with Chi Cheng. Without thinking, Suo Wei said, wasn't our plan always for me to get with him just to break him and you up? Now that they have split, I am supposed to back off. So according to the plan, I should. Screw the plan. Jiang Shaoshui cut in. If you want to be with him, that is all that matters. Suo Wei stayed stubborn. It is not about what I want. The point is, I like girls. I have to date a girl and get married. Messing around with a guy like this doesn't count as anything. Jiang Shaoshui was about to blow a fuse. He rubbed his forehead, trying to calm down. Then why did you mess around before? And you were so into it, totally fired up. Be honest with yourself, you didn't feel anything for him? Suo Wei was stunned for a second, then replied, forget feelings. Let's just look at it logically. Back then, I had a mental safety net. I knew what I was doing. Now if I stay with him, I have no clue what I am doing. I can't find a reason anymore. Jiang Shaoshui realized no matter how much Suo Wei changed, his stubborn streak never went away. You really think that safety net is still there? That one sentence hit Suo Wei right in the softest part of his heart. Jiang Shaoshui continued. It has already been torn apart by your desires, your obsession, your surrender to him. Everything has poured in, whether it should or not. And you think you can still tell what is what? Feel your chest. See how much is tangled up inside. Suo Wei kept a dark face, silent for a long time before speaking. I admit, maybe I have wavered a little, but I still can't be with him. Jiang Shaoshui was about to lose it. Why the hell not? Suo Wei stayed silent for a while, then finally exploded. If I get with him, he is going to want to fuck me all the time. 1 minute later, Jiang Shaoshui was rolling on the floor laughing. Chapter 105. Suo Wei had been discharged from the hospital for less than 2 weeks when his company, Fearless Leo Trading Company Limited, officially opened. Originally, Yu didn't know about it, but one of their alumni received an invitation, assumed that Yu and Suo Wei were still together, and immediately texted Yu to congratulate her, calling her Mrs. General Manager this and that in jest. Since breaking up with Chi Cheng, Yu had been completely despondent, cooped up at home every day, refusing to go out, see anyone, or answer the phone. The alumni's message confused her, and only then did she ask a few more questions. Sigh, you are really lucky. You spotted Chi Cheng right away. Such a capable guy. Got into a state-owned enterprise right after graduation and started his own company in less than 3 years. And he is so devoted to you. Back when we were in school, he stood under your dorm every day with breakfast in his pocket. Everyone in the dorm was jealous. The alumni remembered every detail of their relationship, but to Yu, it all felt like a lifetime ago. She had never realized that whether it was the once shy and awkward Chi Cheng or the bold and enterprising Suo Wei now, in other people's eyes, he had always been a prized catch. Turns out, in that period she saw as unworthy of remembering, she had actually been the object of envy. Only she had ignored it with her high and mighty attitude. If only she had realized it sooner. The opening ceremony was held in front of the company, in the core business district of CBO, a landmark area where every inch of land was precious. Yu clearly remembered that Chi Cheng had property in this area. More than one. She had once fantasized about leaving the suburbs and living in a downtown mansion, gazing out at the city lights. But in the end, she was left with only designer clothes. Now, walking on the street, receiving envious glances, all she felt deep inside was inferiority. She suddenly felt so cheap, an ingrained, bone-deep cheapness that couldn't be covered up no matter how she dressed. When Yu joined the crowd to watch, the ceremony was already halfway through. District leaders were cutting the ribbon and giving speeches, employees were taking oaths, and the general manager was walking down the red carpet to give his speech. The Suo Wei in front of her now was a complete stranger, dressed in a suit and tie, with a buzz cut and sharp eyebrows, standing tall with confident strides. His every gesture was worlds apart from the Chi Cheng in her memory. The only familiar part was his big eyes, which were no longer dull, but sharp and full of light. A few employees were gathered, commenting on Suo Wei. Yu tapped one on the shoulder. "Excuse me, could you call your general manager over for a moment?" The employee looked Yu up and down, and, thinking she might be a client, went to get him. A moment later, Suo Wei came over, face calm. "Do you have a moment? Let's find somewhere to talk," Yu said. "Say what you need to say right here," Suo Wei replied, polite but distant. Yu smiled faintly, her eyes deliberately lingering on Suo Wei. "You look good in a suit." If this had been a year ago, he might have been flattered. Now it was just a casual, "Is that so? Thanks." "Hey, your tie is a bit crooked," Yu said, reaching out. Suo Wei pulled back slightly. "I will fix it myself." Yu stared at him for a while, and said, "You have changed a lot." "Maybe." Yu raised her arm to shield her forehead. "It is a bit sunny here." Before, Suo Wei would have eagerly found her a piece of cardboard or coaxed her into the shade. Now, he just said, "If you are afraid of the sun, then make it quick." Chi Cheng was inside, receiving guests. If she stalled any longer, he would be coming out. Yu felt a bitter ache in her chest. Even her breath was laced with sorrow. "Back then, I left you, not because I was dazzled by wealth. I know. He doesn't love me. We have broken up. I know. You know? So you have been keeping tabs on me? Because he is with me now." A thunderbolt exploded in Yu's head, leaving her frozen and speechless. "What did you say?" Suo Wei pointed to the company entrance, then to a car not far away. "You should recognize this building, right? And that car. You know who it belongs to?" He tugged at Yu's clothes. "Even your designer outfit. I paid for that." Yu screamed, voice cracking, "You are full of shit." Suo Wei let out a dry laugh and turned to leave. 2 minutes later, Yu watched Chi Cheng walk out of the building, still as godlike as ever, but now he smiled. And he smiled at her ex-boyfriend. Then the two got into the car together. In fact, Chi Cheng had seen Suo Wei and Yu talking earlier. His eyes flashed with a trace of suspicion, but it passed quickly. Halfway through the drive, Chi Cheng asked, "Why was she here?" Suo Wei was nervous, but unapologetic. "That is a question you should ask yourself." Chi Cheng said nothing more. After the ceremony, there was a banquet in the evening. At first, it was quite formal. Then people started drinking, and the mood turned wild. Someone brought in a group of models in revealing outfits to walk the runway, prompting waves of whistles. Several models kept brushing up against Chi Cheng, some even using their chests to bump his shoulder. Suo Wei noticed this several times. He ended up drinking alone on the couch, and before long, he was drunk. Chi Cheng was busy socializing with potential clients to help Suo Wei open doors. When he finally looked around, Suo Wei was already slumped on the sofa, hiccuping. He walked over, bent down, and flicked Suo Wei's forehead. "Who told you to drink so much?" Suo Wei suddenly grabbed Chi Cheng's arm and wailed, "I don't want you to leave." Chi Cheng smiled faintly, wrapped his arm around him. "I don't want to leave either." Suo Wei leaned on Chi Cheng's shoulder, shouting at the passing wall patterns. "Let me tell you something. I have been hurt before. I don't believe in love. I don't." He punched Chi Cheng's neck twice. "Do you believe? Do you believe?" Chi Cheng didn't answer, just shoved him into the back seat. As he was about to close the door, Suo Wei panicked, clinging to Chi Cheng's belt, sobbing. "Don't go. You can't leave me here." Chi Cheng softened and sat back in the car, patiently explaining, "I am not leaving. I am just going to the front to drive." "Oh." Suo Wei let go. Just as Chi Cheng opened the door, Suo Wei yanked him back again. Same words. "Don't go. I don't want you to go." Chi Cheng calmly pulled his belt away, eyes stern. "Keep this up, and I swear I will spank you with this." Unexpectedly, Suo Wei mumbled, "Better a spanking than that." Chi Cheng chuckled, snapped the belt against the car door with a loud crack, then got in, slammed the door shut, and hugged Suo Wei tightly. "Not going anywhere. We will stay right here all night." Suo Wei immediately quieted down and solemnly said, I will sing for you. Want to hear? Chi Cheng's ears didn't, but his heart did. I will walk you to the village edge. One last thing I have to pledge. Those spring flowers are in bloom. Don't go picking wild ones soon. I am afraid it is too late. I want to hold you tight until your wrinkles bear the trace of time. You said you loved someone you shouldn't, and now your heart is full of scars. Chi Cheng sat and listened to these old, corny love songs for nearly 2 hours. Eventually, Suo Wei tired out from singing and started chatting aimlessly. His words were a mess, but Chi Cheng, no ordinary man, played along with vague replies. They somehow talked for another hour. Finally, Suo Wei fell asleep in his arms. Chi Cheng wanted to drive him home, but the moment he moved, Suo Wei woke up, stared blankly, and burst into tears again. I really don't want you to go. Chi Cheng must have heard that line 100 times that night. Every time he moved, Suo Wei woke up, and out came that same sentence. In the end, Chi Cheng gave up, locked the car, and stayed seated, holding Suo Wei in the same position all night, not even changing posture once. Chapter 106. Suo Wei's company had only just opened when orders started pouring in like snowflakes. The employees hadn't even gotten used to the environment before being forced to snap into gear. Suo Wei was a perfectionist. He personally reviewed every order, supervised on-site visits, and even took part in disassembly and installation. The man was literally running the company with his life. He had been running around so much lately that his biological clock was completely wrecked. He didn't even have time to go back to the clinic, let alone stay overnight. Come the weekend, Jiang Shaoshui showed up at the office to check on his apprentice. Zhang Quan, you and Zheng Xiang go to the warehouse and bring out the monitors of this model. Xiao Wenzi, don't leave yet. I have got a question. Yesterday Manager Fong came to see me. Was that about the project cooperation? Jiang Shaoshui hadn't even stepped through the door and already heard Suo Wei chattering non-stop, asking this and that, giving out instructions like a spinning top. It took forever before Wu finally got to him, and just when he was about to speak, a female employee pulled him away again. Manager Wu, who is that handsome guy? Suo Wei never acted high and mighty, and the employees always spoke freely with him. Don't even think about it. He is taken. The female employee batted her lashes flirtatiously. By who? Wu gave her a smack on the forehead. What is it to you? Then, she poked at Wu's chest. Are you taken? A piercing glare shot straight at her, and he jabbed at his watch with emphasis. It is working hours. Get back to what you were supposed to be doing. Finally getting a breather, he plopped down on the couch beside Jiang Shaoshui for a chat. Damn, I have been running myself into the ground these past few days. Suo Wei habitually straightened his tie. Jiang Shaoshui looked at him slyly. Don't forget to manage your love life amidst all this work. Wrong topic. Wu's briefly bright eyes dimmed again. Jiang poked him in the ribs. What does that look for? Did you say yes or no? Wu crushed the can in his hand with a crinkle, opened his mouth, but didn't say a word. Jiang Shaoshui knew the trip was wasted again. Can you two just be decisive already? What is with all this dragging it out? Wu replied irritably. I am swamped, okay? I don't even have time to think about it. Besides, he hasn't really reached out lately. Just a few calls asking about my work situation, nothing more. If he is not making a move, what am I supposed to be overthinking for? In reality, Chi Cheng had been even busier, dealing with a work transfer. Can't you be proactive for once? Where is that gutsy energy you had when you smashed your way into the place with a brick? Jiang instinctively reached to feel Suo Wei's forehead, and, miraculously, noticed the calluses had softened. Whoa, that dead skin actually melted off? Dr. Jiang exclaimed. This hit Suo Wei in a sore spot. Calluses may be hard, but even those wear away under constant rubbing. One day it is a new remedy, the next it is a circulation device. And whenever the peeling made him itchy, there would be 8 calls a day forbidding him to scratch. Hey, Shaoshui, let me ask you something. Wu suddenly spoke. Jiang Shaoshui was eager to help with any psychological questions. So, a straight guy can be bent, right? But once he is bent, can he be bent back? A deep philosophical question. Jiang Shaoshui furrowed his brow and thought hard, then replied solemnly, probably not. Why not? Suo Wei asked. Think about it. When it is hard down there, you can bend it. But try bending it back straight again, and it breaks. Somehow, This nonsensical theory made up by Dr. Jiang actually managed to scare Suo Wei into silence. Later that night, Jiang Shaoshui was home, fresh out of the shower, and sitting on the bed when his phone rang. He thought it was a spam call, but it was Suo Wei. His heart fluttered. Could it be that he has finally come to his senses? He excitedly answered, only to hear Suo Wei's animated voice. Shaoshui, I looked it up. You can bend it back. It is a medical condition called abnormality of the penile tunica albuginea. Usually, they fix it with corrective surgery that straightens it. Jiang Shaoshui. Wu was still talking when a deep male voice echoed from the doorway. Who are you on the phone with, chatting so hot and heavy? Before Wu could hang up, Chi Cheng loomed over him like Mount Tai. He tried shoving the phone under the pillow, but Chi snatched it with force. His eyes scanned the screen, then turned toward Wu with a deathly glare. You sure know how to avoid suspicion. Chi Cheng spoke coldly. Wu replied with annoyance. What is wrong with a couple of bros cracking a joke? You think I am blind? Chi suddenly kneed Wu in the abdomen, pinning him to the bed. His sharp gaze scraped over Wu's face like sandpaper. He is gay. You talk like that with him? You are obviously trying to provoke me. Damn it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be having that kind of conversation. Wu was pissed. He hated being talked to like that, and immediately shoved Chi Cheng by the collar, his eyes full of thorns and hostility. Chi Cheng yanked off his belt, eyes dark and menacing. How many times have you two had chats like that? Wu refused to yield. What is it to you? We talk every day, every night. Can't even count how many. The belt cracked through the air beside him, but instead of hitting him, Chi used it to tie Wu's wrists over his head, his hawk-like gaze boring into him. You think he can satisfy you like I can? Wu said nothing, his jaw clenched. Chi Cheng pounced like a wild beast, tearing open Wu's shirt with his teeth and biting down on his tender nipples. Even though he was angry, he still couldn't bear to hurt Wu. He was just a bit rougher than usual. At first, Wu gritted his teeth in silence, but when Chi's mouth reached his inner thigh, he couldn't hold back anymore. You have been screwing me for real all this time, and I never said a word. Now I just talk, and you think you can scold me? Chi shot back. That was before I fell for you. Wu opened his mouth to curse, but a jolt of pleasure shot through him. He twisted to get away from Chi's ruthless tongue. His lower lips were soaked, and a slick finger slipped inside with ease. Get that thing out of me, Wu shouted, kicking at Chi. Chi pinned his legs down and rammed his finger in hard. Still want to flirt with someone else? Wu trembled violently, his voice distorted by pain. I asked you a question. Chi jammed in a second finger. It hurts. It hurts. That word, hurts. Chi had heard it so many times in bed. Before, it always turned him on. But now, hearing it from Wu's lips, it made his heart ache. He hadn't meant to go this far. He knew Wu had been run-ragged these days. He only came to hold him and sleep together. He hadn't prepped him at all, not even brought lube. 2 fingers were already a struggle. If he really forced his way in, Wu would be back in the hospital, and he had only just gotten out. Then she saw faint bruises on Wu's chest. Dabao. He turned Wu's face toward his own and spoke firmly. Say something sweet to me, and I will let you off tonight. But Wu was as stubborn as they come. Give in. Him? Why should I? I didn't do anything wrong. We were talking about a medical issue. It was a clean, above-board discussion. If you have got the balls, you finish it off. Come on. Fuck me. Chi Cheng's eyes went bloodshot. Wu wasn't backing down. He grabbed Chi's cock and shoved it toward his own ass. Just the tip went in, and his eyes bulged, teeth grinding. Still, he pushed more in, even though his guts felt like they were being ripped apart. He barely managed to get in a third. For the first time ever, Chi Cheng surrendered in bed. Enough. I believe you, all right? Wu didn't move, still stiff. Chi didn't dare pull out for fear of hurting him. He waited for Wu to do it himself. But Wu didn't budge, holding his waist rigid. Chi, seeing how stubborn he was, gave him a hard smack on the ass. Pull it out. Now. Wu's muscles immediately loosened. He grabbed the sheets and wailed. Don't rush me. I can't pull it out. Chi Cheng. 10 minutes later, after a joint effort by the two of them, the task was finally completed. She wanted to wash Wu up and apply some ointment, but Wu refused to let him near, eyes full of resentment. You are mad at me? Chi gently tugged his ear. Wasn't it you who shoved it in? Wu ground his teeth. That is not what I am mad about. Chi waited. Wu took a deep breath and finally let it all out. When I was trying to pull it out, why couldn't you go soft? If you cared about me at all, I wouldn't have suffered so much. Why do you think? Chi's eyes widened. If I could go soft, I would have. You think I didn't try? Wu ignored him, buried his face, and said no more. The next day, Suo Wei ditched all his work, dragging his battered body straight to the clinic. Jiang Shaoshui looked up, surprised. Well, got time today? Wu's eyes were steely. I have decided. I am ending it with him. Jiang Shaoshui's face changed. Are you sure? No regrets? Wu slammed his palm on the desk. There is no discussion. Chapter 107. The next morning, before Suo Wei left, Jiang Shaoshui specifically asked him, going to see him? Suo Wei nodded expressionlessly. Jiang Shaoshui looked regretful. Whether it was for a normal relationship or in this circle, Chi Cheng was definitely 1 in 100. So many people threw themselves at him and still couldn't get close. But he was a bit much. Once you got involved, you were stuck. After him, no one else would ever be enough. All right, suit yourself. Jiang Shaoshui said. I will come see you tomorrow morning. Suo Wei asked, what for? Afraid you might do something stupid. Jiang Shaoshui said with concern. Suo Wei vowed confidently. You underestimate me. I have weathered all kinds of storms. If I can get through those huge pits, you think I can't handle this little bump? Jiang Shaoshui nodded. Good luck. Chi Cheng had canceled the rental for the suburban property and moved the snakes to a new, much better facility. It looked like a botanical exhibition hall. Each room had customized temperature and vegetation to suit different snake species. This saved a lot of effort, no longer needing to maintain each individual snake box. He could focus entirely on this. Suo Wei searched for a long time before finally finding the place. Chi Cheng was on the second floor feeding the snakes. Xiao Bao was the first to catch Suo Wei's scent, slithering down the stairs with its little head bobbing, heading straight for him. Suo Wei crouched down, and the snake climbed up his arm, wrapping a few loops around his neck. Before long, Chi Cheng came down. Go snuggle with your brothers. Chi Cheng ordered Xiao Bao. The little snake clung to Suo Wei and refused to move. Chi Cheng had to pinch its tail several times before it reluctantly slithered off and paused at the stairs before climbing back up. Suo Wei had come with a steel-hard resolve to speak his mind, but after snuggling with the snake a bit, he lost his edge. After just one night, Chi Cheng's violent aura had completely dissipated. His gaze was calm and deep, like the look he always gave Suo Wei when he woke up from the hospital bed. Why did you come here? Suo Wei spoke with difficulty. I have something to tell you. Chi Cheng said. Wait a moment, I will go wash my hands. Suo Wei had just sat down on the couch when he bounced right back up, yelping. It felt like 6 wasp stings in his butt. The pain hit hard and lingered. When Chi Cheng came back from washing his hands, Suo Wei was still grimacing in pain. Chi Cheng's expression shifted. He walked over and hugged Suo Wei, placing both big hands on his buttocks. Still hurts? The tenderness in his tone made Suo Wei almost complain aloud, but he swallowed it and held firm. Doesn't hurt. Chi Cheng mischievously twisted and kneaded the area with his hands, making Suo Wei jump a meter high. He punched Chi Cheng in the shoulder, gritting his teeth. Fuck your grandma. My grandma is long gone. Suo Wei wanted to seize this moment of anger to say what he came here for, but Chi Cheng, of all times, had to kiss him. Suo Wei knew his own willpower. Once you hit the 3 danger zones, lips, chest, crotch, it becomes nearly impossible to speak. He grabbed Chi Cheng's head and pulled with all his strength, finally untangling their tongues. Chi Cheng stared at him. Suo Wei stared back. The two glared for a while. Just as Suo Wei opened his mouth, Chi Cheng cut him off. You mad at me? Suo Wei took a deep breath. Why are you being so stupid? Chi Cheng interrupted forcefully. I said I wouldn't force you, and I won't. I am not even rushing you. Why are you rushing yourself? Suo Wei felt a flicker of hope. But what if I never agree? Can you really let it go? Chi Cheng answered plainly. No, I can't. I never will. Why not? Suo Wei was irritated. Why does it have to come to that? We are both happy without it. But with it, only one of us is. Why go through that pain? You are wrong, Chi Cheng said, grinding his molars. Without it, we are both happy. With it, we are even more happy. It only hurts the first couple of times. Once you get through that, you will see how worth it the pain was. Suo Wei pouted. Then why don't you be the one to go through it? Chi Cheng glared at him, clearly stating that such a scenario had a 0% chance of ever happening. You have endured broken ribs. Why can't you handle this tiny bit of pain? It wasn't about pain. Suo Wei's real issue was that he, a grown man, was the one being taken. Chi Cheng softened his tone. If I didn't care about you, I would be rough. It is not going to be painless, but I will do my best to keep you from crying. Such a confident tone made Suo Wei steel his heart. After a long silence, he forced himself to speak. Let's break up. Anyone who is truly in love will feel their chest clench at words like break up or end it. Even though Suo Wei was the one saying it, and even though this relationship had started as a setup, his heart still trembled as he spoke. His eyes lost their sharpness, his chest felt suffocated, and he didn't dare meet Chi Cheng's eyes. Just because you don't want a bottom? Suo Wei shook his head. No. Chi Cheng's expression stayed calm. Then give me a reason. Because I lied to you. Chi Cheng grabbed Suo Wei's head and pressed it in front of his own, his gaze sharp like a blade. What did you lie about? If refusing to bottom sounded weak, this lie was something Suo Wei genuinely feared to admit. I am not who you think I am, Suo Wei said. The whole time we have been together, I have never been myself. I don't appreciate classical Western music. I don't enjoy reading those political or economic books. I hate dressing properly. I don't want to act gentlemanly every moment or speak in such well-structured sentences. Chi Cheng cut him off. You really think that is how I see you? Suo Wei. In my eyes, you are just a little dork. Suo Wei. Chi Cheng swiped his thumb across Suo Wei's forehead. I love seeing you in holy floral boxers, pants hiked up to your balls like an idiot. Love watching you clumsily blow sugar figures and chase sparrows around. Love when you pinch pennies and scratch your feet while reading manga. Love how 2 licks make you squirm and how you wiggle your hips all flirty. You are my little dork, and I am obsessed with all your little dorky ways. This outrageous, yet heart-stirring confession stunned Suo Wei. Chi Cheng's mocking gaze lingered on his frozen face. Anything else you want to say? Suo Wei shook his head sheepishly. And just like that, he ended up back at Chi Cheng's company, still dazed after a shower, lying on the bed. Chi Cheng pulled down his underwear. Suo Wei reflexively tried to stop him. Don't move. Chi Cheng grabbed his hand. Just applying some ointment. Chi Cheng's hands were firm and warm. Every time he held Suo Wei like this, it made his chest feel warm. Suo Wei pulled his hand free and tucked it under his cheek, his whole face flushed. Chi Cheng spread his cheeks and took a look. No tearing, just some mild swelling. As he applied the medicine, Suo Wei's glutes tensed into an enticing shape. Chi Cheng's tongue nudged his molars. He wanted to take a bite. The cool ointment eased the discomfort. Suo Wei closed his eyes in relief. The next second, he was suddenly flipped and cradled in Chi Cheng's arms. Suo Wei shouted, his face red. What the hell? I am a grown-ass man, not some damsel. Put me down. Chi Cheng smirked. Saves you from lying on your stomach too long. I am not tired. Suo Wei snapped. Don't fuss, Chi Cheng scolded. Seeing Suo Wei quiet down, he softened his tone again. Let me check the scar on your neck. He leaned in. His stubble grazed Suo Wei's chin and cheeks, making him squirm. Chi Cheng spotted the distinct scar on Suo Wei's throat. His heart ached, and he kissed it. A trail of kisses from neck to nipple. Then a big hand slid along the inside of Suo Wei's thigh. 3-point strike. Suo Wei knew he was doomed. The next morning, Jiang Xiao Shui anxiously came to check on his disciple. The lobby was full of people, but no sign of Suo Wei. He grabbed someone. Where is your general manager? No idea. Haven't seen him since morning. Jiang Xiao Shui bolted up to the 2nd floor, straight to Suo Wei's bedroom. Suo Wei had just woken up. Chi Cheng was casually playing with his morning wood, teasing, still pretty hard. From needing to piss. Suo Wei slapped his hand away and got up to head to the bathroom. As soon as he pulled out his junk, eager to relieve himself, a sudden force from behind gripped it. Fuck, what are you doing? Chi Cheng held him tightly, chin resting on his shoulder. Helping you aim. Get the hell off me. Suo Wei yelled. Chi Cheng refused to let go, shameless and firm. I want to watch you pee. Then he started whistling. Jiang Xiao Shui knocked on the door. The bathroom was soundproof. Neither of them heard. What if he did something stupid? Panicking, he kicked the door open. The way. The splashing stopped. For eyes turned toward them, Too startled, too murderous. Jiang Shaoshui backed toward the door step by step. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Bang. The door slammed shut. Jiang Shaoshui's face turned pale as a ghost. Chapter 108. In the days that followed, Suo Wei was like an ant on a hot pan, restless and agitated every time he thought about what had happened in the bathroom. He was so ashamed he didn't dare face Jiang Shaoshui. He avoided the clinic in his spare time and even made detours during inspections just to avoid that area. A week passed. On another weekend, Jiang Shaoshui, having confirmed through various sources that Chi Cheng wouldn't be at the company, finally dragged himself over to visit his apprentice. This time, Suo Wei couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to. All morning, Suo Wei was holed up in his office, getting an earful from his master. What the hell were you thinking? Changing your mind last minute without saying a word. Great. I barged into the bathroom like a damn fool and ended up witnessing something I will never be able to unsee. Suo Wei sat there like a deflated balloon, not uttering a word. Jiang Shaoshui paced the room anxiously, walking in circles before stopping in front of Suo Wei again. And after it all went down, you didn't say a damn thing. I called you, you didn't pick up. I texted, no reply. Hell, you even set your QQ to be invisible for me. Did you forget I have your password and can log into your account? Suo Wei looked like he wanted to crawl under the desk and disappear. Jiang Shaoshui was fuming. He had been living in fear these past few days, like a sitting duck at the clinic, waiting for Chi Cheng to show up and retaliate. He spent a week scared out of his mind, and in the end, nothing happened. He had spooked himself so badly, he nearly made himself sick. After a long silence, Suo Wei finally muttered something. I was just too ashamed to face you. Jiang Shaoshui slammed his fist into his palm. Ashamed? You being with him is a good thing. I am thrilled for you. We are close enough that it is not a big deal. So what if he saw you pissing? Even if you two screwed right in front of me, I wouldn't even blush. Then he blushed. Suo Wei held his forehead in his hand, visibly tormented. The thing is, we are not even together. Jiang Shaoshui's expression changed instantly. His bloodshot eyes widened. What? You are kidding me? You two broke up just like that? So I saw all that for nothing? Risked my ass and got nothing in return. Chi Cheng might come after me for revenge. Damn it. How unjust. Of course, he didn't say that part out loud. Didn't want to ruin his wise and heroic image as a master. Then Suo Wei dropped another bomb. We were never even together. There comes a point when anger turns into speechless disbelief. Jiang Shaoshui reached that point. He realized now. Suo Wei and Chi Cheng really were made for each other. Both indecisive and messed up, one more damaged than the other. He took 2 big gulps of water to suppress his fury, sat heavily on a chair, and stared at Suo Wei. So you went there that day and didn't say a damn thing? Suo Wei looked miserable. I did. I said everything I needed to. And he just brushed it off? Suo Wei buried his face in his hands, distressed. I laid it all bare, confessed the ugliest parts of myself. And he said, he likes my pathetic self. Then he changed his online status to "You are my beloved little loser," with an icon of 2 giant balls. He must have installed some software. Even if I am invisible, he still sees me online, then sends nudges without saying a word, just to make me stare at that name and those balls. It is driving me crazy. Jiang Shaoshui burst out laughing, tears nearly coming out of his eyes. So I tried so hard to upgrade you, and it turns out he likes you organic and unfiltered? Suo Wei was too defeated to care anymore. His big round eyes were dull and lifeless, scanning the room for something to latch onto. Anything. So, have you tried breaking it off with him again? Jiang Shaoshui asked. Every day? I keep telling him, making it clear, but it is useless. He doesn't take my words seriously. Keeps doing whatever he wants. He watches me exercise every day, says he is helping me get in shape so he can fuck me later. Jiang Shaoshui leaned in and whispered, how about you just tell him the truth? About why you approached him in the first place. Maybe once he knows everything, he will finally give up. If I don't confess, maybe I will just get fucked. But if I do confess, I will be ruined. Jiang Shaoshui looked equally troubled. Yeah, even if you two do end up together, that secret will always hang over you. I have been wanting to confess forever, but I just can't grow the balls. Suo Wei grabbed Jiang Shaoshui's hand, looking at him pleadingly. Master, lend me your courage. Help me rid myself of this burden. Jiang Xiao Shui gently pulled his hand away. Sorry, dear disciple, I would love to help, but I am even more screwed than you are right now. As the two tormented young men sat wallowing in their self-made misery, the door suddenly opened. General Manager, someone is here to see you. Both Suo Wei and Jiang Xiaoshui froze. Jiang Xiaoshui was already half crawling under the desk. Who is it? Suo Wei asked. A delivery man. Says you have to sign personally. They both exhaled in relief. Suo Wei said, let him in. Soon, a sharply dressed young man with good looks stepped in. Mr. Wu, this is from Mr. Chi Cheng. He asked me to ensure you receive it in person. He also asked me to deliver this message. No matter how big the goal, we can break it into smaller goals. By accomplishing one small goal at a time, we will eventually reach success. I firmly believe, with our combined efforts, we can overcome all obstacles and achieve our ultimate victory. Suo Wei looked completely stunned. What the hell is this? The delivery man smiled professionally and shook Suo Wei's hand. Mr. Wu, I wish you and Mr. Chi a smooth and happy cooperation. Once he left, Suo Wei and Jiang Xiaoshui stared at each other, dumbfounded. What is going on? Jiang Xiaoshui asked. Suo Wei threw up his hands. I have no idea. I didn't understand a word he said. What kind of stunt is Chi Cheng pulling now? Suo Wei peeled away the layers of packaging, revealing a large square gift box, about the size of a soda crate. Inside, perfectly arranged, were rows of items that made Suo Wei freeze like a statue. Jiang Xiaoshui's mouth twitched. He began pulling the items out and laying them on the table, one by one. After staring at them in silence, he suddenly exploded into laughter. Meeting Suo Wei was probably the most absurd thing that had ever happened in his life. What Chi Cheng had sent over were 12 anal expansion rods, organized from the thinnest, barely bigger than a pinky, to the thickest, about the size of an average person's wrist. Jiang Xiaoshui, remembering the delivery man's motivational speech, nearly laughed himself to death. Oh my God! Breaking down the big goal into small goals. So this is like one per month? A whole year to reach the final objective. Suo Wei couldn't laugh, couldn't cry. His whole face went numb. His emotionless eyes drifted toward Jiang Xiaoshui, and he said in a hollow voice, Master, remember when you pushed open my bathroom door? And that phone call we had where we discussed how to straighten a dick? Yeah, turns out Chi Cheng heard all of that too. Jiang Xiaoshui's laughter instantly choked in his throat. His eyes narrowed in horror. Why did you have to remind me? Why? That evening, the underground parking garage felt especially eerie. Jiang Xiaoshui parked his car and walked toward the elevator, nerves on edge. Every car he passed seemed to give off a cold, ghostly glow, just like Chi Cheng's eyes, watching him from somewhere in the dark. He quickened his pace. In the elevator, his heart pounded like a drum. It felt like Chi Cheng's ghost was floating all around him. Finally, he made it home safely and locked the door behind him. He gulped down a glass of water, changed his clothes, then remembered he still had laundry drying on the balcony. Ah! His shriek echoed from Xuanwu district all the way to Mintugu. There, sitting calmly on the edge of the open-air balcony, was Chi Cheng. His building had no child safety net. This was the 11th floor. Chi Cheng was perched on the very edge. That scream should have startled anyone off, but he didn't flinch, didn't even blink. Are you human or ghost? Where the hell did you come from? Chi Cheng dropped to the floor with both feet, his pupils glinting with cold menace. Take a guess. Jiang Xiaoshui backed away slowly, from the balcony to the bedroom, and finally into the bathroom, where his back hit the wall, and he couldn't retreat any farther. Chi Cheng leaned against the wall with one arm, completely enveloping Jiang Xiaoshui in his shadow. I didn't go in on purpose. I swear I didn't. Suo Wei wasn't in the bedroom, and the room was a mess. I was worried he might do something stupid, so I— You have been helping Suo Wei plot against me, haven't you? He interrupted coldly. Jiang Xiaoshui paled, frantically shaking his head. No, I didn't help. It is not like that. With our brains, how could we possibly outsmart you? Chi Cheng's mocking gaze lingered on his face, his voice cool and detached. Suo Wei got drunk and rambled on in the car, kept thanking his master for all the guidance. Jiang Xiaoshui's forehead broke out in sweat. Suo Wei, you bastard. You have done all this shady shit, and you still dare to get drunk? Before he could think of a response, a question slammed down from above. You and Guizi? Are you two together? Jiang Shaoshui stiffened. I didn't say yes to him. Truly a pair, master and apprentice. Both play the same games. Jiang Shaoshui opened his mouth to explain, but a hand clamped around his throat. The words got stuck, and he could only make choking noises as Chi Cheng's face turned vicious and terrifying. You have schemed against me for this long, so you should know. I always go after what Guizi wants. But you were the only exception. You should know why. But just because I haven't doesn't mean I won't. You get what I am saying? Jiang Shaoshui gasped for air, his handsome face twisted with fear. Chi Cheng tightened his grip just a little more, then gave his final ultimatum. I will give you 5 days. Do whatever it takes to get that thing out of his system. Make him willingly be with me. If you fail, I will give up completely. And when I give up, I will go back to who I used to be. And I will keep fucking whoever Guizi fucks. Jiang Shaoshui's vision went black, then white. Chi Cheng whispered, slow and threatening, into his ear. I believe in you. A master who helped his disciple trap me so thoroughly must have what it takes. Chapter 109. Jiang Shaoshui never expected that after a life of honor, he would end up scheming against his own disciple. Suo Wei couldn't get through to Jiang Shaoshui on the phone and figured his mobile had run out of credit. Gritting his teeth, he recharged it with 30 yuan. But after checking at the service center, he discovered there was still over 200 yuan left on the account. He regretted it so much his intestines turned green. Unable to contact Jiang Shaoshui, Suo Wei became genuinely worried. It was a sensitive time. Any hint of trouble called for extra vigilance. That afternoon, Suo Wei drove for over an hour and finally arrived at the clinic. But the door was locked. Jiang Shaoshui hadn't come in. It was Monday. No reason to be closed. He tried calling Jiang Shaoshui again, but still couldn't get through. Feeling anxious, he drove to his home. As the elevator slowly rose, Suo Wei suddenly caught a strong scent of Chi Cheng's presence, a very distinct kind of scent. Like how someone might not have a strong smell themselves, but wherever they went, they left behind a trace of their aura. And only he could sense it. As he was thinking this, the elevator doors opened. Jiang Shaoshui's door was unlocked. Suo Wei walked right in. The apartment reeked of alcohol. He clearly remembered Jiang Shaoshui lived a healthy lifestyle, rarely touching alcohol or cigarettes. He called out from the entrance. No answer. Feeling puzzled, he searched room by room and finally found Jiang Shaoshui curled up in a corner of the balcony. Hey, what are you doing here? Suo Wei was shocked. Beside Jiang Shaoshui were a bunch of empty bottles, all recently scavenged. The only one he had actually drunk from was still in his hand. His eyes were bloodshot and unfocused, drifting until they finally settled on Suo Wei's face. Staring at him for a while, he suddenly raised the bottle and called out cheerfully, "Buddy, have a swig." Having seen Jiang Shaoshui in his usual suave and elegant demeanor, seeing him in such a mess was unbearable. So Suo Wei snatched away the bottle, dragged Jiang Shaoshui into the bedroom, and tucked him into bed. But no sooner had he left the room than Jiang Shaoshui sat up and started smashing things off the nightstand, smashing them while feeling heartbroken. Damn it. Once you two are together, you better pay me a big wedding gift. Hearing the noise, Suo Wei rushed back in. Jiang Shaoshui had his head buried under the blanket, shoulders shaking. Suo Wei's heart clenched. He gently patted Jiang Shaoshui's back and asked, "Shaoshui, what happened to you? If something is wrong, talk to me. Why are you doing this to yourself? Telling you won't help anything." Jiang Shaoshui sobbed under the covers. Realizing something serious had happened, Suo Wei squatted down and spoke gently. "Shaoshui, listen to me. Your disciple is no longer the weakling he used to be. Trust that I have what it takes to deal with this. Give me a chance to repay you, okay?" Jiang Shaoshui thought to himself. Damn it, the trouble is you. If you hadn't been so weak and let him have his way just once, I wouldn't be in this mess. Is it Chi Cheng? Suo Wei stood up. I will go talk to him. No. Jiang Shaoshui grabbed Suo Wei's arm, his voice hoarse and drained. Please don't fight him over this. I told you before, he is not someone we can mess with. If we had pulled back sooner, things wouldn't have ended up like this. I even feel like dying now, he said, then started pounding the bed. Seeing Jiang Xiao Shui like this was heart-wrenching for Suo Wei. It really is Chi Cheng, isn't it? His tone turned deadly serious. Seeing Suo Wei about to storm out again, Jiang Xiao Shui quickly clung to him, hanging all his weight off him. Wei, I am begging you, please don't go, okay? Suo Wei struggled, but Jiang Xiao Shui held on with a death grip. With no choice, he calmed down and asked, then tell me, what exactly happened? Jiang Xiao Shui took a deep breath, red eyes staring at the bedsheet. After a long silence, he finally said, yesterday, Chi Cheng came to me and said he is almost out of patience with you. If you keep refusing him, he is going to take it out on me instead. Suo Wei's face darkened instantly. He roared, why? What does this have to do with you? Originally nothing. But don't you remember? Guozi has feelings for me, and Chi Cheng has always been at odds with him. Before, because of you, he spared me. But now, you keep stalling him, and I provoked him again. So he is turning on me. After saying this, he broke down and punched his own head. Don't worry about me. I have already been used once. My chastity isn't worth much anymore. What is one more time? Suo Wei's expression froze. He said nothing for a long time. Jiang Xiao Shui had a terrible tolerance for alcohol. After a few sips and all that crying and struggling, he soon passed out. When he woke up, Suo Wei was gone. Sitting on the bed, Jiang Xiao Shui recalled the words he vaguely heard before falling asleep. Master, I am willing to do anything for you. His chest tightened, emotions tangled. Suo Wei was willing to force himself to do what he hated most, while he, Jiang Xiao Shui, schemed against his own disciple just to save himself, pushing him into the very thing he feared most. There is a kind of deep bond called master and disciple. Standing by the window, Jiang Xiao Shui wondered, was Suo Wei already lying in Chi Cheng's bed? The thought made his eyes wet. Just as he was about to wipe them, a soft voice spoke behind him. Xiao Shui, don't be sad. I have handled it. Jiang Xiao Shui froze, turning around in disbelief. Suo Wei stood before him, safe and sound. You are back already? He didn't keep you? It is not time for that yet, Suo Wei said calmly. Jiang Xiao Shui thought of the 5-day deadline Chi Cheng had given him and suddenly understood what he meant. Suo Wei added, don't you want to know how I handled it? His tone carried a kind of self-sacrificing heroism. Jiang Xiao Shui's heart ached. His eyes reddened. Don't. I don't want to hear it. Unexpectedly, Suo Wei grinned, eyes gleaming. It is a brilliant plan. Kills 2 birds with 1 stone. I cleared your mess and cured my own illness. You will regret not listening. Jiang Xiao Shui got a bad feeling. Suo Wei proudly explained, today I went to Guozi. He agreed. If Chi Cheng really loses interest in me, he will be with me to protect you. Jiang Xiao Shui. This way, if Chi Cheng wants revenge on Guozi, the target becomes me, not you. Jiang Xiao Shui had once read a story about someone with misfiring nerves who experienced euphoria just from brushing their teeth. He felt Suo Wei was reaching that level. Right now, there was no reason not to go berserk. Why don't you just get with him directly? Why take such a detour? Suo Wei's eyes gleamed. You don't get it. Chi Cheng is smart. You can't underestimate him. If he is bluffing and I agree too quickly, I would fall into his trap. Better to hold off, see if he really loses interest, and act accordingly. You are not late. I am. Jiang Xiao Shui screamed internally. You are the one who caused this mess. I clean it up, then you act all noble and take it back. And suddenly you are the hero? Unbelievable. He glanced at the clock. Past midnight. A whole day wasted. On the second day, all was calm. Chi Cheng didn't show up once. Suo Wei enjoyed a rare debt-free day. After a nice bath, he snuggled into bed and had a blissful night's sleep. The third morning, while verifying orders at his computer, Suo Wei's phone rang. It was Jiang Xiao Shui. Hey, Wei, I have got some good news for you. You will love it. Suo Wei was curious. What news? Guozi told me that Chi Cheng's Snake Lord is coming back in 3 days. Snake Lord? Suo Wei's casual tone couldn't hide a thread of tension. Jiang Xiao Shui chirped. You know who? Chi Cheng's official boyfriend. The one he has been obsessed with for 6 years. The one he ditched his bros over. Long to Shui. I saw a college photo of the 3 of them yesterday at Guozi's place. That Wang Shuo. Man, he is ridiculously hot. Like, unspeakably handsome. Suo Wei's face went dark. So what if he is back? What do you think? With the main guy back, You think Chi Cheng has time for us? That means he will stop pestering you, and definitely stop coming after me. Plus, Guizia's got a thing with him too. Maybe he will win Chi Cheng over. That means I am totally free. Think about it. It is a triple win. Where else can you find a deal like that? Suo Wei forced his mouth into a grin, the kind you would see on a talking dictionary pen. That is great. Wei, aren't we just the luckiest? Suo Wei robotically replied, yeah. Jiang Xiao Shui hummed a little tune on the other end. Suo Wei didn't hear a thing. His phone remained at his ear until he realized the call had long ended. Chapter 110. The entire day, Suo Wei was out of it, making constant mistakes during account audits. He finally lost patience and threw the work to his subordinates. Just yesterday, he was secretly pleased that no one was bothering him and had stolen a day of leisure. But today, though it was just as quiet, Suo Wei felt uneasy. He kept tossing and turning the thought that this piece must be hiding something. At 5 in the afternoon, the company got off work on the dot. After surviving the hectic and tricky launch phase, the company had officially entered a stable phase. Every department had clear divisions of labor, and everything was organized and well managed. Clients were coming in continuously, schedules were packed, capital was flowing back quickly, and operations were smooth and stable. This good state of affairs had been expected because Chi Cheng had done such thorough prep work, laying down a path that was flat and solid. She had personally visited the main supplier. For every shipment, the best quality goods were prioritized for delivery here, and the loading and transport processes received special treatment. On top of that, young Master Chi held powerful social connections. Any organization that received his referral material would instantly buy his favor. Low-cost, high-quality goods, fast transportation and installation, excellent after-sales service, plus a diligent and meticulous general manager. It would be hard for such a company not to thrive. As the company ran more and more smoothly, Suo Wei had more and more free time. Before, he had prayed for more work to avoid certain things. Now he had no excuses, he was idle, and still, no one was bothering him. It had only been 2 days, but the quiet front door, once a source of anxiety, now felt strangely empty. Suo Wei checked every room's switches and locks to make sure everything was secure before returning to his bedroom. He sat in front of the computer, not knowing what to do. It had been 2 days since that pop-up window had appeared. He no longer needed to go invisible. He could be online openly, and still, no one contacted him. Chi Cheng's icon was still dim. The 2 big eggs on it were dim too. Suo Wei thought. He probably didn't have the time or energy to sit in front of a computer being dramatic anymore. He sat there blankly for over 2 hours. Just as he was about to log off, Chi Cheng's icon suddenly lit up. Suo Wei's grip on the mouse tightened. Some strange sense of anticipation welled up inside. But he sat properly at the desk and waited more than 10 minutes. The icon remained lit, but there was no movement. After another 2 minutes, Suo Wei noticed Chi Cheng's icon had changed from 2 eggs to a snake. The username had also changed to "You are my beloved little snake demon." Even the empty status message had content now. Just 5 words, but enough to send a storm through Suo Wei's chest. 3 days. Waiting. Hoping. Enduring. A rush of acid surged up. Suo Wei slammed the laptop shut, grinding his teeth. Waiting my ass. Dumbass. You pathetic piece of trash. Got cheated on, and still stupidly waiting. When you were crying to me, you sounded all tough. Now he is back, and suddenly it is all little snake demon this and that. Demon your damn uncle. Fuck. 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 He pounded his desk 3 times, the soles of his shoes stomping with a clang, sending sparks as he marched toward the bathroom. After a cold shower, the fire in his chest was extinguished, and so was his heart. Lying in bed, his forehead itched. His phone lay silent on the pillow beside him. No one was there to stop him from scratching, so he went all out, scratched wildly, vengefully, until the itch completely faded. His fingernails filled with bloody scabs. The pain kept him up all night. At the traffic police booth by the intersection, Chi Cheng was having a blast rolling dice, listening to the rattle while keeping an eye on the road. With a flick of his wrist, the dice jumped, and just as he felt the 5 dice stick to the inner wall, he slammed the cup down with a snap. When he lifted it, 5 dice stood in a perfect pillar. He tossed in a spare die and started again. Not long after, the booth door opened, and a traffic officer stepped in. "Captain Chi, you had better go out and take a look. Your buddy has run over 20 red lights now. The cameras are going nuts." A junior officer tried to say something, but he just drove off. Came back again not long after and kept circling the intersection. "We saw it was your old car, and no one dared stop him." Chi Cheng acted like he hadn't heard, continuing to shake the dice noisily. "Captain Chi, this can't go on," the officer urged cautiously. Chi Cheng suddenly paused, lifted the cup. 6 dice, standing perfectly straight. The officer's eyes went wide, blurting out, "Holy crap, how the hell do you even practice that?" Chi Cheng brushed past him and walked out. Suo Wei, dressed in a black shirt with the collar wide open, a small cigarette in his mouth, sat in that second-hand car he had snatched from Chi Cheng. He was cruising coolly around the intersection, forehead decorated with 2 band-aids. He deliberately rolled down the window, glancing at Chi Cheng's figure in the rearview mirror. With a fierce bite on the filter tip, he spun the car around and charged forward, the tires screeching right past Chi Cheng's feet, leaving a dark mark. Chi Cheng stood still, his expression unreadable. Suo Wei's sharp eyes scanned his face. After a pause, he spat the cigarette but straight at Chi Cheng's feet and barked, "Hypocrite." Then he floored the gas and sped off, never once turning back. All that circling at the intersection for an entire afternoon, just for that one word. Chi had let him run red lights, didn't even react when spat on. But the wide-open collar and those band-aids on his forehead, that wouldn't go unpunished. Chi Cheng sneered. "Fine, I will jot it all down. 3 days later, we settle this one account at a time." Across the road, 3 new junior officers were whispering. "That car ran over 20 red lights. No one dared stop him. I saw the driver spit at Captain Chi's feet." "Captain Chi didn't flip the car?" "Flip it." Captain Chi smiled at him. "Damn, that guy is seriously badass." A few days ago, the guy had been showing up every day, acting all caring. Now, he hadn't shown his face once in 2 days. When Suo Wei went to find him, he got nothing but cold shoulders. All those sincere and patient words thrown around earlier, and now, after just 2 days, they were worthless. Hypocrite. That really was the best word Suo Wei could think of for Chi Cheng. He had stayed up all night. Thought that after cursing him out today, he would feel better. But instead, he felt worse. Lying in bed, tossing and turning, thinking about everything Chi Cheng had said. Each word more hateful the more he thought. His eyes were like cannonballs, blasting every corner of the bedroom. By morning, it was war-torn. He dragged his dark circles to the company and put on his general manager hat. The tiniest thing set him off. Anyone who slightly irritated him got chewed out. At lunch, he ordered potatoes but got tofu instead. One look and he threw down his chopsticks and stormed out. That afternoon, he went to Chi Cheng's place, a steamy, stifling basement. The landlord told him Chi had moved out. "When did he move?" Suo Wei asked. "Just in the last couple of days," the landlord replied. "He didn't say why? Isn't it obvious?" The landlord laughed dismissively. "He is a rich young master. Probably just slumming it for fun. Who could stand living like that for long?" He had lived in this hot, oppressive place for 6 years and never had a problem. But now, suddenly Chi Cheng couldn't stand it? Yeah, right. Now that the real snake was back, the substitute snake was worthless. No way he would let Snake Master live in a dump like this. Would probably cry his heart out from guilt. Poor Air Bao. If he had known Chi Cheng was this heartless, he should have stolen Air Bao away to live with him. Suo Wei stomped on the gas and raced back to the company. He stormed into his room, grabbed that evil box, and marched back out. He hurled it into the car, did a sharp U-turn, and sped straight to the traffic bureau. On a rare quiet day, Chi Yuan Duan arrived alone at the traffic bureau. The bureau chief wasn't in. The deputy chief hurried out to greet him, face full of apology. "Secretary Chi, you really should have called first. If Director Zhang hadn't knocked, we wouldn't have known you were here." Chi Yuan Duan calmly replied, "I just came by to take a look." "Please, come sit in this room," the deputy offered. "No need." Chi waved him off. "Tell me where Chi Cheng's office is. I will go take a look." On the way there, Deputy Chief Lei showered Chi Cheng with praise, only for Chi Yuan Duan to cut in coldly. "I know exactly what my son is like." Chi Cheng's office was spacious and bright, spotlessly clean, with a designated cleaner every day. Everything was high-end. The office furniture even better than other officers of the same rank. The bureau had truly pampered his son. Stop with the special treatment, Chi Yuan Duan warned coldly. The deputy quickly nodded. Everyone gets the same setup. No favoritism at all. Chi Yuan Duan wordlessly opened Chi Cheng's drawer. Inside was a mess of odds and ends, but a bottle of Dabao moisturizer stood out. Chi Cheng usually kept that on him. Lately, he had stopped carrying it around, afraid Suo Wei might spot it and grow suspicious. He never used to wear this stuff, Chi murmured. The deputy chuckled. These young guys are different from US. Gotta keep up appearances. Suddenly, a huge crash came from the glass window beside them. Both men jumped back. Shattered glass fell everywhere, along with a strange rod-shaped object. Deputy Lei picked it up, feigning confusion. What the heck is this? Before the words were even finished. Crash. Another rod came flying in. The deputy tried to shield Chi Yuan Duan, but he didn't even flinch. He reached out and caught it. They were the same shape, just different in thickness. Chi Yuan Duan took a close look and instantly recognized what they were for. His face turned from green to pale. The deputy still pretended he didn't know, fiddling with them while Chi stood awkwardly nearby. Outside, Suo Wei held the rest of the 12-piece anal dilator set, cursing loudly. Fuck. Take it all back. Use it on yourself, you bastard. From small to large, one by one, he hurled the rods into Chi Cheng's office window. Inside, 2 older men got pelted. The rods got thicker, the hits harder. The last one smacked Deputy Lei right on the forehead, nearly knocking him out. Suo Wei hopped into his car, floored the accelerator, and peeled out. Deputy Lei staggered to the window, roaring, "Catch him!" Fong Xin led a few officers to the squad car. Just as they were about to give chase, they recognized the car. Wait, that is the guy who ran all those red lights. Captain Chi's badass buddy. Should we chase him? Vice Chief Lei said Secretary Chi got attacked. Shouldn't we? Before the sentence was finished, Chi Yuan Duan waved a hand. Don't bother. What was the point of chasing? He knew his son's car like the back of his hand. With a grim face, he picked up the bag, stuffed with 12 anal rods of various sizes, and carried it out. Chapter 111. Day 5. Jiang Shaoshui felt like a condemned man about to be executed, with Suo Wei as the hand holding the gun, and whether the bullet named Chi Cheng would be fired or not depended entirely on Suo Wei's grip. And whether that hand could be steadied depended on this final bet today. Another sleepless night. Suo Wei's heart was like shattered glass, broken into countless pieces. When Jiang Shaoshui saw Suo Wei, he was startled. His face was sallow, with dark-eyed bags, pale lips, dull pupils. Nothing about his appearance looked normal. Seeing him in such a miserable state, Jiang Shaoshui couldn't help but feel a flicker of glee. Looks like today's gamble might just work. Dewei, how have you been these past 2 days? He slapped Suo Wei on the shoulder. Suo Wei almost collapsed from the blow. Just as he barely steadied himself, Jiang Shaoshui launched another fatal strike at his fragile heart. Good days are ahead. Tonight we are going out for a big meal. Actually, this so-called good day wasn't good for either of them. Suo Wei's expression shifted. He forced out a smile. Sure, yeah, we should celebrate. The more Suo Wei forced a smile and lacked confidence, the more hopeful Jiang Shaoshui felt, invigorated and full of enthusiasm. The two sat together, seemingly laughing and joking on the surface, but in truth, both had nerves wound tight. Chi Cheng hasn't been harassing you these days, has he? Suo Wei asked, testing the waters. Jiang Shaoshui replied lightly, nope. Suo Wei couldn't manage a real smile, and only forced a faint expression. That's good then. Huh. Jiang Shaoshui laughed heartily. At first I was worried Chi Cheng might change his mind halfway through. But after gossiping with Guo Chengyu, I realized those worries were totally unnecessary. What did you two talk about? As soon as he asked, Suo Wei mentally slapped himself. Damn your loose mouth. What else? The usual gossip about the three of them. I am starting to find Wang Shuo more and more interesting. I used to think he was just a pretty face with some skills. But now I see. He is a damn heartthrob. He leaned close to Suo Wei, excitedly praising. You know what? He is super talented. Besides raising snakes, he is a master of both Eastern and Western musical instruments. Held concerts in high school, even wrote a few songs for Chi Cheng. These outrageous lies were stabbing straight into Suo Wei's back. Given Suo Wei's level, falling asleep at concerts, once mistaking Yao Ming for a pop star, forget writing music, he couldn't even sing an old cheesy ballad in tune. Jiang Xiao Shui kept twisting the knife. And he has got a great body. He was a national-level athlete in high school. He is wild in bed. TSK. Just hearing Guo Cheng use descriptions made me drool. Apparently, anyone who has ever slept with him, no matter who they are with afterward, just has to close their eyes and they will see him. He is unforgettable. Suo Wei's eyes darkened with contempt. You are exaggerating. Jiang Xiao Shui kept spinning stories. Guozi hooked up with him once and reminisced for 6 years. Now think about it. Chi Cheng was with him for 3 years. He is probably going to reminisce for a lifetime. Who could remove such a deeply rooted tumor? Could you? Of course not. With your skinny body, not a chance. Suo Wei snapped. I wouldn't even want to. Jiang Xiao Shui saw that he was about to blow, so he pushed harder. And that guy is gutsy as hell. Started raising venomous snakes when he was just a kid. Got bitten 7 or 8 times. Almost died twice. Didn't faze him. Still raises them. I admire that. Nothing scares him. You think Chi Cheng is badass? Wang Shuo still went behind his back and hooked up with other men. Would you dare? Of course not. You don't even dare be with him, let alone cheat on him. Suo Wei's face turned purple. That is because I don't even want him. Sure, you don't want him. Jiang Xiao Shui grinned. Just messing with you. Why so worked up? Who is worked up? Suo Wei's face turned red, neck bulging. Where did you see that I am worked up? Jiang Xiao Shui thought to himself. Where didn't I see it? One more degree of heat, and you would spontaneously combust without gasoline. See, just a friendly chat, and somehow you flipped the table. Jiang Xiao Shui feigned confusion. Wei, something is off with you today. You got something on your mind? Suo Wei sneered. I am just overexcited. Jiang Xiao Shui kept pestering until Suo Wei's face looked like the bottom of a pot, then casually put his hands in his pockets and swaggered out. Around 8 p.m., Suo Wei dragged his nearly broken body into bed. To survive the night, he had taken 4 sleeping pills. He lay down and soon fell asleep, then dreamed. He dreamed he and Chi Cheng were lying on the little bed in the clinic. Chi Cheng told him, if I promise you something, I will definitely do it. The moment he heard that, Suo Wei woke up. The sky was still dark, the clock pointed to 11. Suo Wei nearly broke down. Why couldn't I have slept just 1 hour longer? He suddenly remembered the night Chi Cheng poured his heart out. It was also a night of watching the clock tick minute by minute. He didn't notice at first, but when the clock passed midnight, he suddenly felt at ease. That day was Wang Shua's birthday. Chi Cheng had drunk himself senseless for him. Suo Wei remembered every word he said. 1 hour. If there is no traffic, it takes about 30 minutes to get from Chi Cheng's furthest apartment to here. So he only needed to last another 30 minutes before he could let go of any lingering hope. How to endure? Books, TV, movies, couldn't focus. No energy to clean. Staring blankly just made him irritable. In the end, only one path remained. Put his hand down his pants. If lucky, he might get off twice, and that would kill 30 minutes. But judging by tonight's situation, just getting hard would be a miracle. Suo Wei closed his eyes and began imagining voluptuous girls shaking their hips in front of him. Flower girls, he chanted in his mind, but his tool stayed lifeless. Frustrated, he moved rougher. Felt no pleasure, only discomfort. After a while, Suo Wei relaxed his shoulders, giving in to despair. Just indulge one last time. After tonight, he and Chi Cheng will be done. Thinking that, he pulled Chi Cheng, whom he had tried so hard to block out, back into his mind. And the little Suo Wei in his hand immediately came to life. Slowly, gently, he replayed those intimate moments, sinking into the memory's tender warmth. Anyone who has ever slept with him, no matter who they are with afterward, just has to close their eyes and they will see him. He is unforgettable. Who could remove such a deeply rooted tumor? Could you? Of course not. Those 2 sudden phrases completely ruined Suo Wei's rhythm. He tried to block the intrusive thoughts, but it was futile. If he ever dares to show up in front of me again, I swear I will fuck him till he stops breathing. Scenes of Chi Cheng and Wang Shuo in bed played vividly in his mind. He could almost see Chi Cheng's entranced expression, his breathy moans, calling out Wang Shuo's name. echoing clearly in his ears. Suo Wei's erection instantly deflated. Just like all the principles and beliefs he had clung to, shrinking to nothing under the pressure of mental torment. Grievance, sorrow, unwillingness, heartbreak, every negative emotion surged at once, piling up in his wounded chest, unbearable. Finally, he exploded. At 11:30, Suo Wei gritted his teeth and climbed out of bed, eyes burning with fire, storming toward the door. In his heart, a wild roar. I don't care if you can write songs. I don't care how brave you are. I don't care how amazing the sex is. He is mine. Suo Wei's. Get lost and stay gone. He yanked the door open and froze. A tall, commanding figure stood at the door. A chiseled face, bold brows radiating authority, smiling subtly. I thought you would burst out at 11:59. Looks like I overestimated your self-control. Suo Wei stood stunned for a second, then roared and lunged at Chi Cheng, biting hard into the muscle of his neck. Even when the scent of blood filled his nose and his teeth turned red, he didn't let go. Chi Cheng simply held him tightly, letting him bite. After a long while, Suo Wei, choking with sobs, could no longer bite. 2 scalding tears soaked into Chi Cheng's collar. At that moment, Chi Cheng suddenly felt guilty. Why did I have to force him like this? He is just a little stubborn, a little slow. If I had more patience, coaxed him more gently, maybe I could have untied that knot in his heart naturally. But I ripped it open by force, blood and all. How could he not hurt? Chapter 112. After a long silence, Suo Wei spoke. You are mine. Chi Cheng's eyes, sharp like twin blades slicing through the air, suddenly softened. His large hands cupped Suo Wei's cheeks, and with a deep, rough laugh, he replied steadily, I am yours. Suo Wei added domineeringly, You can't fuck him. Chi Cheng leaned in, his lips nearly brushing Suo Wei's ear, his breath hot and coarse. If I don't fuck him, then I will fuck you. Just as things were about to escalate, Suo Wei stopped him seriously, repeating with emphasis. When you are fucking me, you can't be thinking about him either. What is with this kid today and all this pointless talk? Chi Cheng couldn't get it. Why the hell would I be thinking of him while I am fucking you? You know very well why. I am warning you. No matter how talented he is, it has nothing to do with you. From now on, the only voice singing in your ear will be mine. No matter how good his body is, don't you dare lust after it. My neck and chest wounds are what you should care about. Even if he is bold, that is his business. You don't get to use someone else's shamelessness as a standard and twist my dignity and self-respect into being some kind of sex toy. From this completely incomprehensible rant, Chi Cheng realized one thing. Jiang Xiao Shui wasn't just a chatterbox, he was a paranoid fantasist too. Not wanting to ruin the mood, Chi Cheng pulled the topic back with a smirk, gripping the soft flesh of Suo Wei's ass, deliberately teasing. So, you finally willing to let me fuck you? Suo Wei lowered his head, picking at his fingers, voice sullen. I didn't say that. Chi Cheng, amused by Suo Wei's shy manner, kept rubbing his hands over him and asked again. Then what did you say? I just said you are mine. I didn't say anything else. Chi Cheng pressed on. So are you mine? Talking about this stuff with another man made Suo Wei feel awkward, but he couldn't dodge Chi Cheng's aggressive stance. He had to respond, albeit grumpily. Aren't you just stating the obvious? Chi Cheng laughed from deep in his chest with the dominance of someone ready to devour the world. His hand slid between Suo Wei's ass cheeks, and his piercing gaze burned into Suo Wei's face. Even if you are mine, there still has to be proof. In today's world, you are nothing without credentials. If you are not carrying a Chi Cheng certificate, how are you going to track me down if I run off? Suo Wei snorted coldly. If you run off, great. I will go get certified with someone else. Chi Cheng grabbed Suo Wei by the collar and flung him onto the sofa, pinning him down with a kiss. Who dare steal my man? They must be tired of living. Just as the words left his mouth, the tired of living person called. Suo Wei glanced at the time, midnight. His heart skipped. Chi Cheng felt his tension and gave his hand a reassuring squeeze. It is okay. It is my dad. Then he got up and walked onto the balcony. Where are you right now? Chi Yuan Duan asked over the phone. Chi Cheng replied blandly. At a friend's place. What is up? Come home immediately. I am busy right now. Chi Cheng refused flatly. Chi Yuan Duan's tone hardened. If you are too busy to come home tonight, I will make time tomorrow to tear your friend's company apart. When Chi Cheng came back from the balcony, Suo Wei was still lying on the sofa obediently. Though physically exhausted, his mind was clear. He even reached out to beckon Chi Cheng over. Come on, let's get certified. That one sentence made Chi Cheng's conflicting emotions explode like a mushroom cloud. I have worked so hard for this. Waited so long for him to finally ask for it. Hands stretched out and all, and now I have to leave? Chi Cheng ground his teeth secretly, thinking whoever dares mess with his moment, man or woman, he would screw them before killing them. My dad needs me. I have to head back for a bit, Chi Cheng said. Suo Wei's expression shifted. Is it really your dad? He asked, skeptical. Chi Cheng gave him a firm nod. Once I am done, I will come right back. I won't sleep at home. For once, Suo Wei was surprisingly understanding. His big dark eyes looked at Chi Cheng and said, then hurry back. I will wait for you. Chi Cheng, heart aching, left the apartment. Suo Wei's words had been sincere. I will wait for you to come back before I sleep. Yet 2 minutes later, he was passed out on the sofa. Couldn't help it. He had been sleep-deprived for days, and now that he felt secure, his body took over. Chi Cheng got grilled all night by Chi Yuan Duan because of those 12 dilation rods. Initially, Chi Yuan Duan didn't mean to disrupt Chi Cheng's certification time, but the issue was sensitive, couldn't bring it up in daylight, and didn't want the skittish Zhong Wenyu to find out. So he waited until after midnight, once Zhong Wenyu was asleep, and summoned Chi Cheng. Chi Cheng put on a dead pig, unafraid of boiling water face, insisting the rods had nothing to do with him. Chi Yuan Duan barked. Nothing to do with you? Then who did you sell your car to? I will go find them directly. To protect Suo Wei, Chi Cheng took the blame. I secretly had someone do it under my orders. Chi Yuan Duan's face turned black. I knew it. You little bastard. You threw those filthy things at your own father's head. And in front of your boss too? The most selfless thing I have done in my life was bringing you into this world. Chi Cheng looked like he was offering his neck for execution. You like smashing things, huh? Fine. Now smash all 12 of these dirty items with your bare fists. Break them completely. You are not leaving until they are dust. Don't want to smash? Then tomorrow I will go smash up your storefront instead. You pick which one. Chi Cheng had picked those rods specifically for their firmness, to enhance compatibility with the digestive tract. Now it turned out the one most intimately acquainted with them was his own damn fist. Damn hard. He scowled, smashing away for over 4 hours. Early morning, Li Wang and Guo Chengyu were on their way back from an errand. Bored, Li Wang brought up Jiang Shaoshuai. Chi Cheng scared him off. Guo Chengyu smirked. I know. You know? Li Wang blinked. Oh right, Big Iron Head talked to you that day. Guo Chengyu didn't respond. He narrowed his eyes, staring out the window, lost in thought. Li Wang pushed further. You just gonna let him scare your guy like that? The implication, shouldn't you teach him a lesson? Guo Chengyu licked his lips and told Li Wang. Head to Guomao. I need to have a proper chat with Suo Wei. Suo Wei had no idea those rods had been thrown at Chi Yuan Duan's head. While Chi Cheng was being reprimanded, he was snoozing away, grinding his teeth in his sleep. Slept all the way through the morning without even shifting position. When he woke, Chi Cheng still hadn't returned and hadn't taken his phone, leaving Suo Wei with no way to contact him. He went to wash up first. After a restful night, his spirits were high again, and he finally felt like looking in the mirror. A staff member came up the stairs and knocked. General Manager, someone is here to see you. Suo Wei went down and saw Guo Chengyu sitting in the lobby, chatting and laughing with 2 female employees. What are you doing here? Suo Wei asked. Guo Chengyu turned his amused eyes to him and teased. You keep dodging my messages. I got worried. So, when are you going to be with me? Suo Wei announced seriously. The agreement is cancelled. I am already with Chi Cheng. Guo Chengyu's smile deepened with hidden meaning. So you are leaving me high and dry? Suo Wei cleared his throat, reminding him. Everything you say might reach my master's ears. Guo Chengyu scoffed internally. You poor fool. You are already being sold out, and you are still bargaining on their behalf. Let's find a place to chat, Guo Chengyu said, patting Suo Wei's shoulder. A couple is still a couple, no matter how brief. At least explain yourself before jumping into someone else's bed. When the hell were we ever a couple? Suo Wei, confused, still ended up in Guo Chengyu's car. On the way, Suo Wei asked, Isn't Wang Shuo flying back today? Didn't you go pick him up? Guo Chengyu raised a brow in surprise. He is coming back? News to me. Come on. Wu Suo Wei scoffed. You told Xiao Shui yourself. Don't play dumb with me. Guo Chengyu got it now and snorted. If I said I haven't seen Jiang Xiao Shui in a week, would you believe me? Nope. Wu Suo Wei answered without thinking. Guo Chengyu chuckled and patted his head. Straightforward and adorable. After a while, Wu Suo Wei's expression changed. He turned to Guo Chengyu. Didn't you say Wang Shuo was super talented, played all kinds of instruments, and even wrote songs? Guo Chengyu and Li Wang burst out laughing. What if I told you he can't carry a tune to save his life? Wu Suo Wei still said. I don't believe it. He was a national-level athlete in high school, right? You told Xiao Shui that, didn't you? Guo Chengyu laughed. If I said he can't even finish a 1,000-meter run, would you believe that? Wu Suo Wei shook his head again. Then surely you are the one who slept with him once and couldn't forget for 6 years, right? Silence fell over the car. After a long pause, Guo Chengyu's voice drifted in. If I told you I have never slept with him, would you believe it? Wu Suo Wei got silent. Chapter 113. Guo Chengyu took Wu Suo Wei to a karaoke and dance club. During the daytime, the place was pretty empty, with only a few staff members wandering between private rooms. Guo Chengyu was clearly a regular. As soon as they entered, several decently attractive staff greeted him. Wu Suo Wei and Guo Chengyu went into a private room. A flamboyantly dressed male attendant followed them in, occasionally brushing against Guo Chengyu in a clearly flirtatious way. Wu Suo Wei, being a straight guy, felt a bit grossed out watching this. Guo Chengyu still maintained some level of image in front of Wu Suo Wei and warned the little flirt clearly. Behave yourself today. I am here to talk business. The little flirt obediently backed off as soon as he was told. You come here often? Wu Suo Wei asked. Guo Chengyu took a sip of his drink and answered casually. Not as often as Chi Cheng. That hit a nerve with the little flirt, who immediately began probing. By the way, how come young Master Chi hasn't shown up in so long? What has he been busy with lately? I miss him so much I could die. Guo Chengyu teased. Getting an itch again, huh? The little flirt shamelessly grinned. Yup. Tell young Master Chi my ass is itching. Tell him to come and fuck me soon. Wu Suo Wei spat his fruit wine all over the place. A moment later, Guo Chengyu got a call and stepped out, leaving Wu Suo Wei alone with the little flirt. The flirt gave him a coy smile from across the room. Seeing that Wu Suo Wei didn't outright reject him, he slinked over quickly. You are straight, right? Wu Suo Wei brushed the hand off his thigh with a cold expression. Yeah. The flirt pouted. Never fooled around with a guy? Wu Suo Wei didn't want to answer, so he changed the subject. Chi Cheng used to come here a lot. The little flirt nodded. He used to come every day at one point. Even stayed overnight. Wu Suo Wei knew digging into Chi Cheng's past would only hurt, but he couldn't help himself. What did he do when he came here? Play with people, obviously. What else do you think? Sing and dance for real. Wu Suo Wei's heart clenched. He pressed further. How did he play? The little flirt got excited at the topic. Young Master Chi liked the heavy stuff, orgies, S&M, all regular business. Remember that room on the right when you came in, second door? That is the one for special services. Once he went in, it sounded like ghosts crying and wolves howling. He played hard. The most iconic one was the human head, snake tail game. A bunch of guys hung upside down while a snake crawled up from below, becoming their tail. Whoever had the shortest tail lost and got punished. Wu Suo Wei almost slipped off the couch. The little flirt continued. But Chi always paid the most, and except during special services, he never cursed or insulted the staff. Everyone here liked him. Most important, Chi was incredible in bed. Even if you got torn up, you would still feel amazing. His face flushed as he spoke. Wu Suo Wei gave him a side glance. Judging by what you said, he must have played with you a lot. The flirt fluttered his lashes. He asked for me the most. Said I was obedient, could do whatever he wanted. Look at these scars on my waist. She gave me those with a cigarette. And this nipple ring? He pierced it himself. Oh, and the whip marks on my ass are still there. Want me to show you? Wu Suo Wei held out a hand. No need. Too late. The little flirt had already pulled down his pants. His ass was covered with angry red welts and scars that made Wu Suo Wei's heart freeze. Guo Chengyu returned just in time to see Wu Suo Wei leaving the room. Hey, where are you going? Wu Suo Wei's expression was complicated. Got some stuff at the office. I will leave first. We will talk later. Guo Qingyu tossed some cash down and left too. Last night, Jiang Shaoshui tried calling Suo Wei, but his phone was off. Figuring the two were likely busy in bed, he didn't press. But even this morning, the phone was still off. Jiang Shaoshui was getting anxious. Had it worked out between them or not? Just then, an unwelcome guest showed up. Jiang Shaoshui gave Guo Qingyu a side-eye. What do you want? Bring you some good news. Jiang Shaoshui sneered. Since when do you have good news? Guo Qingyu casually grabbed a pear from the coffee table and took a bite. Chi Cheng bullied you, right? I have helped you get back at him. I took Big Iron Head to that sleazy Din Shi frequents and exposed all his dirty secrets. You think Big Iron Head is going to let Chi off easy after hearing all that? Jiang Shaoshui's temples throbbed with a sense of foreboding. When did you take him? Guo Qingyu subtly shifted the timeline forward by a day. Yesterday afternoon. Jiang Shaoshui nearly collapsed. All that effort he made earlier that morning to mentally prepare Suo Wei, it had all gone to waste. And just when everything was about to come together, Guo Qingyu had to throw a wrench in it. Completely losing his cool, he grabbed Guo Qingyu by the collar and roared. Why the hell couldn't you report this earlier or later? Why exactly at the worst possible moment? Are you trying to fuck with me? Guo Qingyu got kicked out, but still wore a smug grin. Li Wang couldn't figure him out. Why did you tell him it was the day before? Guo Qingyu stared out the window with a sly glint in his eyes. Clearly, Jiang Shaoshui doesn't know Suo Wei and Chi Cheng are already together. He thinks I screwed up his plan and thinks Chi Cheng will come after him now. And when he panics, who is he going to run to? Li Wang chuckled. Definitely you. Guo Qingyu flicked the ash off his cigarette, eyes narrowing with dark delight. Li Wang asked, You think Big Iron Head and Chi Cheng will break up over this? Guo Qingyu replied coolly. You underestimate his emotional endurance. That guy is stubborn as hell. Once he sets his mind, he doesn't let go easily. Li Wang sighed. That is a shame. You don't think staying together will make Chi Cheng's life even harder? Guo Qingyu added. Li Wang tapped the steering wheel, laughing at the rearview mirror. You really do play at a higher level. At 9 a.m., Chi Cheng finally left home, his knuckles scraped and bleeding. Naturally, he marked another entry in his little black notebook. But when he arrived at Suo Wei's company, the man was nowhere to be found. His phone was still off. Eventually, Chi Cheng found his phone in the restroom. Turns out, it had been off since last night. Chi Cheng waited in the office, face darkening by the minute. Over an hour later, Suo Wei finally returned. Where were you? Chi Cheng grabbed his chin. Suo Wei smacked away his hand and turned toward the bedroom. Chi Cheng yanked him back and slammed him against the wall, forcefully kissing him. He was full of rage and fire, his whole body burning like a lit fuse, desperate for an outlet. But this outlet not only didn't cooperate, it poured a bucket of gasoline on the fire. Don't touch me. Suo Wei's tone was sharp. Chi Cheng's breath turned ragged. Why? Because I didn't come back last night? I find you disgusting. Suo Wei snapped. It was as if someone had stabbed Chi Cheng's eyes. His vision burned red with fury and blood. What did you say? Suo Wei stared him down, word by word. I find you disgusting. Chi Cheng almost couldn't breathe. Suo Wei had stabbed him in secret, stirred up his father. Chi hadn't even come at him for that yet. But now Suo Wei had the nerve to throw such harsh words in his face. Disgusting, that word. But more than that, the word find. Who dared say that to Chi Cheng? Suo Wei dared. Even if it meant getting his neck snapped, he had to say it. Xiao Tian from room 6 at the Howdy Club wanted me to tell you. His ass is itching. Better go fuck him quick. Chi Cheng slammed Suo Wei's head against the wall, his vicious gaze stabbing straight into his eyes. You really needed to go dig into my past? Fine. I will tell you everything right now. I don't even know how many people I have slept with, how many beds I have been in. Some people got so fucked up by me they lost their minds, still lying in the hospital. Want to go visit? My past is filthy. My nature is violent and cruel. Whether you accept it or not, this is who I am. You don't care, because you are to bow. So if you regret it, now is the time. Suo Wei had been holding back, but now he exploded. You think if I regretted it, I would still be yelling at you. So what if I called you out? Don't you deserve it? You did all those nasty things. Don't you think you should be scolded? I feel disgusted, and I am going to say it. I find you disgusting. I find you disgusting. I find you disgusting. Bang. The door slammed shut, right in Chi Cheng's face. Chapter 114. This past week, the thing Chi Cheng regretted most was standing outside for over 3 hours that night, just to make Suo Wei open the door and pounce on him willingly. If he hadn't tried to play deep or sentimental, and had just kicked the door open earlier, he would have had enough time to get the job done. Then things wouldn't have ended up like this. The saddest thing in life is when the person you want to sleep with happens to be the one you like. In a hurry? Hold it in. Chi Cheng now couldn't be described as a fireball anymore. He was a whole damn sun, wanting to fuck everything he saw. Saturday morning, he got up early. Gangzi accompanied him on some errands. Passing a breakfast stall, they pulled over. Gangzi said, "I will grab some breakfast." "What do you want to eat?" Chi Cheng said coolly, "Just get something for yourself." "I already ate." 5 minutes later, Gangzi returned with a food bag. He pulled out a fried dough stick with one hand and 2 boiled eggs with the other. Putting them together, the outline of a certain object became unmistakably clear. Chi Cheng glanced sideways. The fire burning inside him immediately flared up, all the way to his eyebrows. Gangzi sensed an abnormal intensity coming from beside him and turned to look. Chi Cheng's pupils were blazing with fierce flames, staring hungrily at the food in Gangzi's hands, like a tiger that hadn't eaten in days. Want some?" Gangzi offered. Chi Cheng turned his head away and ignored him completely. Gangzi stuffed the dough stick into his mouth. Just as he was about to bite down, those scorching eyes shot over again. Holding the dough stick in his mouth, he turned and saw Chi Cheng's burning gaze. His heart trembled. What kind of look was that? He held it in for over a minute. His cheeks were sore, but he didn't dare take a bite. It just didn't feel safe eating that thing under such a gaze. Feeling uneasy, Gangzi asked, "Did you actually eat breakfast, or not?" Chi Cheng looked away again. Gangzi hurried to chew and swallow, trying to finish quickly before getting stared down again. While munching the egg-wrapped dough stick, he stole another glance to the side. That one look nearly choked him. Chi Cheng's crotch had risen. If it were any other man, he would try to cover it up when something arousing popped up. But Chi Cheng, even in a normal state, he was already packing enough to rival most guys' full display. When he got aroused, the prominence was unmistakable. Gangzi cleared his throat uncomfortably, clearly shaken. Why was Chi Cheng getting excited now? There wasn't anything stimulating in the car, was there? Following Chi Cheng's gaze, Gangzi looked down at his own hands, one holding a boiled egg. Then he remembered the dough stick, and Chi Cheng's creepy gaze while he was sucking on it earlier. Shit. No way, right? Gangzi's face went slack with black lines. Getting aroused from just staring at breakfast? How starving could a man get? That last egg got Gangzi completely choked up. He spent the rest of the drive hiccuping. Once they hit the highway and things calmed down, he couldn't help but ask, "You and Suo Wei are still together?" Chi Cheng raised an eyebrow. "Sounds like you are hoping we are not." "No," Gangzi quickly clarified. "Just making conversation." Chi Cheng didn't respond. His scorching gaze followed a swaying little female dog outside the window. Gangzi hiccuped and teased, "It can't be that bad, right?" Chi Cheng didn't get it. Gangzi nodded at Chi Cheng's crotch. Chi Cheng said coldly, "If I am not allowed to touch him, what do you think?" Gangzi hiccuped again. "Why won't he let you?" Chi Cheng replied without shame. "He says I am dirty." Gangzi stared at him, stunned that those words had come from Chi Cheng's mouth. Dirty? Chi Cheng. Was this a joke? But looking at his expression, it was no joke. That shock alone cured Gangzi's hiccups. After a while, Gangzi dared to ask, "Why does he think that?" Chi Cheng lit a cigarette and took 2 hard drags. His face hidden in the white smoke, voice hoarse and smoldering. "My past caught up with me." Gangzi, brain misfiring, blurted, "Could be karma." "Huh?" Chi Cheng's pupils shrank. "What did you say?" Gangzi froze, then quickly shook his head. "Nothing. Didn't say anything." "Repeat the 2 words after could be." Gangzi. They arrived at a district center, and Chi Cheng spotted a pharmacy. He told Gangzi to park. "Go get me some medicine." "What kind?" "Something to suppress libido." "There is such a thing?" Gangzi was skeptical. Chi Cheng, stone-faced. "Ask the pharmacist. If they don't have it, look for meds with side effects like reduced sex drive or erectile dysfunction." Gangzi's face twitched. First time hearing someone want side effects. 5 minutes later, Gangzi came back empty-handed. He got in and said apologetically, "The doctor said, if you want to suppress desire, your only options are surgery or chemical castration. Chi Cheng. After a moment, Gang Zi pulled out a bottle of sleeping pills from his pocket. The doctor said if nothing else works, take these to calm down. Small fire, a few pills. Big fire, take the whole bottle. Then you will never worry again. That evening, Gang Zi and Chi Cheng went out to meet a client. It was an old classmate of Chi Cheng's. They didn't usually keep in touch, but the guy heard Chi Cheng's company was working on a big project and needed a lot of LED equipment, so he arranged a meetup. Strangely, he specifically wanted to meet at the Howdy nightclub. As the host, Chi Cheng couldn't refuse. Before getting out, Gang Zi glanced worriedly at Chi Cheng's crotch. You think you can go in like that? Chi Cheng slammed the door and got out, face dark. Gang Zi quietly texted Suo Wei. Suo Wei was at home, fed and lounging around. After giving Chi Cheng the cold shoulder for a week, the emotional fire had faded, but a new kind of heat was rising. He started to regret his harsh words. But pride kept him from reaching out first. If only Jiang Shaoshui were here to give advice. But where the hell was Jiang Shaoshui these days? As he was lost in thought, his phone buzzed. Suo Wei's heart jumped. He secretly hoped for something. But the message was from Gang Zi. Deji, Chi Cheng and I are already at Howdy nightclub. When are you coming? Suo Wei blinked. Then another message came. Sorry, wrong person. Reading both messages, Suo Wei instantly got the picture. His internal fire roared back to life. Fuck. He went there again? Knew you couldn't hold it in. Ayaha. I am going to kill you, you horny dog. He grabbed his stuff and stormed out the door. Inside the club, a flamboyant guy was tailing Chi Cheng like a clingy fly, thrilled to see him. Chi Cheng's old classmate was quite the character too, gathered a bunch of hot guys and girls into a private room, singing and dancing wildly. The flirty dude stripped down to AT back, shaking his ass to the beat, throwing sultry glances. If it had been Suo Wei doing that, Chi Cheng would have long since skewered him on the spot. Several others were also eyeing Chi Cheng, just not as openly. 10 minutes later, Suo Wei barged into the club with a squad. Thanks to Gang Zi's heads up to security, they got in smoothly. Suo Wei went straight to the private room and kicked the door open. A wave of human stench hit him in the face. Inside was a chaotic mess, clothes strewn across sofas, tables, and dance floors. All kinds of postures, standing, twisting, sitting, lying. The showstopper was that flirty guy, twirling his ass like it could carve patterns into the air. The door flew open. The room fell into dead silence. Everyone froze, except Chi Cheng, calmly lounging on the sofa, ignoring Suo Wei's burning rage. Suo Wei's group swarmed in and began smashing the place. But they were civilized. They didn't trash the club, only people. Anyone dressed skimpily or giving lewd looks got a solid beating. Gang Zi stood by the door, calming the staff. It is okay. We will pay for any damages. Suo Wei stormed up to Chi Cheng, kicked the flirty guy onto the couch, grabbed a belt, and whipped him twice on the ass. The guy screamed like a banshee. Aren't you asking for it? Like showing off those marks on your butt? Fine, I will add 2 more. Let's see if I can spell slut on it. Shake that ass with more flair next time. He smacked him a few more times. But honestly, Suo Wei couldn't bring himself to hit hard. Chi Cheng's whips had way more bite. The guy still cried dramatically though, and reached out to Chi Cheng. Chi Xiao, save me. Chi Cheng returned a look of consolation. Hang in there. I will whip him for you at home. Suo Wei finally felt avenged. He stood up and shouted to the room. Everyone look closely. This guy is mine. The room went dead silent again. Chi Cheng's eyes simmered with magma. The volcano on the verge of eruption. Suo Wei declared again. We are done with this place. Sorry we can't keep supporting your business. Take a good look now. Once we are out that door, you will never see him again. With that, he yanked Chi Cheng out the door, not letting anyone else have even a glimpse. Before getting into the car, Chi Cheng asked, what is the meaning of this? We are getting our license. Damn it, can't let you out without official proof. And then, Chi volcano erupted. Chapter 115. A comfortable room temperature, a clean and soft bed. For this day, Chi Cheng had specially moved to this new apartment and even prepared a warm, cozy little room for Xiao Siyu Bao. Feeling his vision go dark, Suo Wei panicked and grabbed Chi Cheng's wrist. Why are you covering my eyes? It will feel more exciting this way, and you won't be as nervous. Of course, That was only one reason. There was another, more important reason. He didn't want to see Suo Wei cry. As the bed shook slightly and feet landed on the floor, Suo Wei suddenly blurted out something foolish. "You are not planning to have someone else do it for you, are you?" Chi Cheng was so angry he almost laughed. After waiting so long for this day, why the hell would he let someone else take his place? Did he hate himself that much? Without a word, he pulled 2 candies from a tin box and stuffed them into Suo Wei's mouth. Tasting the sweetness, Suo Wei asked again, "This isn't some kind of aphrodisiac, is it?" Chi Cheng pressed down on him forcefully, his heavy breaths hot against Suo Wei's ear. "In my bed, we don't need that kind of thing. It is just candy, helps you relax." Whether it actually worked or not, Chi Cheng didn't know, but he had genuinely gone out of his way to learn about this candy for Suo Wei. A cold, imposing, unsmiling alpha male, standing in front of a shelf, patiently picking out sweets for the person he loved. That alone spoke volumes about how much this man meant to him. Chi Cheng's gaze lingered on Suo Wei's lips as they moved, watching until his own desire grew unbearable. His thick tongue pushed in, sharing the candy's sweetness. Their saliva mixed, the taste gradually blending into one, rich, intoxicating. Chi Cheng deliberately pulled back from the kiss, teasingly observing Suo Wei's reaction. Blindfolded, Suo Wei couldn't see anything. Thinking Chi Cheng was about to kiss him again, he kept his lips slightly pursed, waiting. When he heard soft laughter beside his ear, he realized he had been tricked. Reaching out, he grabbed the back of Chi Cheng's head and yanked him down. At that moment, their 2 burning bodies ignited. Tangled tightly together, their breaths ragged, they bit, caressed, and ground against each other. After being neglected for so long, every part of them was desperate, aching to dig nails into flesh, to sink teeth into skin. The sheets were a mess, tossed aside along with the troublesome clothes. Suo Wei lay completely bare, his body trembling slightly in the air. Unable to see, his senses were heightened. Even though Chi Cheng hadn't moved further, Suo Wei could still feel his gaze roaming over him, tense yet thrilling, shy yet craving. Soon, Chi Cheng's gaze traveled downward, spreading Suo Wei's legs, and staring openly at his most private area. Suo Wei was so embarrassed he instinctively tried to cover himself, but Chi Cheng forcefully pinned his hands down, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "I want to look." Suo Wei felt like Chi Cheng's gaze had weight and heat. Wherever he stared, that part of him burned and itched. Chi Cheng spread his buttocks, his tall nose almost dipping into the crevice, examining every fold with meticulous attention. Suo Wei's muscles tensed involuntarily, his entrance clenching nervously. The thought of that alluring hole soon squeezing around him made the monstrous thing between Chi Cheng's legs stir to life, standing tall and ready. Suo Wei shifted his legs uneasily, his voice anxious. "I want to see yours too." Chi Cheng leaned closer, gripping Suo Wei's hand as he coaxed. "I will let you see in a bit." Then his tongue plunged into Suo Wei's ear, his rough fingers pinching and teasing his hardened nipples. Each touch deliberate, each one sending shudders through Suo Wei's body. Suo Wei gasped and moaned, his hands greedily roaming over Chi Cheng's body, the firm, powerful muscles, the coarse hair, the fierce masculinity. And those strong, sculpted buttocks. No one dared to touch Chi Cheng's ass. He hated it when others did. But he loved it when Suo Wei touched him, loved the feeling of those resilient fingers kneading his most private places. Chi Cheng straddled Suo Wei's chest, pulling out his weapon and prying Suo Wei's mouth open before thrusting halfway in, hitting the back of his throat. Suo Wei nearly choked. "Make it wetter," Chi Cheng ordered. Truthfully, it was already thick enough to fill Suo Wei's mouth completely, leaving him gasping for air whenever it pulled out. Chi Cheng braced his hands against the bed, his heated gaze fixed on Suo Wei's flushed face as he swallowed him down. His breathing grew heavier, his hips moving faster. Hearing Suo Wei's muffled whimpers, he playfully pinched his nose shut. With his mouth stuffed full and his nose blocked, Suo Wei couldn't breathe. His face turned red, his hands tugging desperately at Chi Cheng's roots. In the end, Chi Cheng couldn't bear to torment him. He released his grip and let Suo Wei do as he pleased. Meanwhile, he flipped over, burying his face between Suo Wei's legs to lavish attention on his treasure. Suo Wei, already struggling with his technique, was further distracted by Chi Cheng's ministrations. Lost in pleasure, he moaned and whimpered, neglecting Chi Cheng's little master entirely. Chi Cheng toyed with Suo Wei's sensitive flesh, twisting the soft skin of his inner thighs, making Suo Wei clamp his legs around his neck as he writhed shamelessly. Adult. The moment Chi Cheng's thick, powerful tongue pressed inside that tight entrance, Suo Wei's teeth accidentally scraped against him. As punishment, Chi Cheng slid a finger inside. Thanks to the lubricant, it went in smoothly, the tightness making his cock swell impossibly thicker, stretching Suo Wei's cheeks to their limit. A second finger met more resistance, but with Chi Cheng's patience, it eventually slipped in. By the third, Suo Wei was clearly struggling, his legs clamping together as he resisted. Chi Cheng's voice was low. If you can't even take 3 fingers, how are you going to handle something much thicker? Suo Wei relented. Chi Cheng kissed him tenderly, easing his tension, forcing in the 3rd finger. Hearing Suo Wei's pained whimpers, he paused, then pushed deeper. By the 4th finger, Suo Wei had had enough. Just get it over with, he begged. Truthfully, Chi Cheng was at his limit too. He had never spent so much time on foreplay. Chi Cheng gave Suo Wei's ass a light slap with the riding crop, teasing, "You sure?" Suo Wei nodded with the resolve of a dead man. Chi Cheng positioned Suo Wei on top of him, entering from below to lessen the pain. But even then, the resistance was overwhelming. Half a bottle of lube later, he was only halfway in. Suo Wei, however, was unexpectedly brave. He didn't make a single sound the entire time. It wasn't until Chi Cheng stopped to let him catch his breath that the delayed reaction hit. A wail tore through the room. "Get out. I changed my mind. Let's just never see each other again." Suo Wei's slow reflexes finally caught up. Now he understood what pain really was. But there was no turning back now. Chi Cheng said, "If you back out now, you will be pushing me to the edge." Suo Wei felt Chi Cheng shift and immediately wrapped his arms around his neck. "I am begging you, don't move, okay?" Chi Cheng held him tightly, kissing his neck and face tenderly while his lower half moved ruthlessly. Suo Wei cried and struggled, but Chi Cheng only fucked him harder, whispering sweet nothings in his ear. "Liar, bastard. Ah, it hurts." Chi Cheng pressed Suo Wei's face into the crook of his neck, letting him scream. "If you want all of me, you have to cry for me, hurt for me. Understand?" With one brutal thrust, accompanied by Suo Wei's agonized howl, most of him was sheathed inside. The impossibly tight heat, the fierce clenching, it tested Chi Cheng's patience and willpower. He held back from losing control, from ravaging Suo Wei completely, all for the sake of the heart pounding in his chest. "Dabao," Chi Cheng murmured deeply. Suo Wei had no strength left to respond. There was nothing but pain. Pain so intense he wanted to call his mom and tell her how badly her son was being wrecked. Chi Cheng gripped Suo Wei's waist and began thrusting upward, each movement fierce and relentless, the sound of skin slapping skin filling the room. Suo Wei felt like his ass was on fire, his lower half split open, his insides churned to mush. "Fuck, stop!" Suo Wei cursed between moans, biting down on Chi Cheng's shoulder hard enough to draw blood. Little did he know, the more he cursed, the harder Chi Cheng fucked him, driving deeper and deeper. Then, Chi Cheng flipped him onto his side, entering from behind. Suo Wei tried to escape, but Chi Cheng's arm locked around his chest, thrusting in without mercy. Suo Wei trembled from the pain as Chi Cheng's hand reached between his legs, skillfully teasing him to distract him. His tongue traced the sweat-dampened skin of Suo Wei's neck, the slow, tender rhythm a stark contrast to the brutal pounding below. Suo Wei was caught between overwhelming pleasure and excruciating pain, two opposing sensations clashing violently. Instead of canceling each other out, they only intensified the torment. Contradiction, intensity, conflict, it drove Suo Wei to the brink of madness. Chi Cheng rolled him onto his back again, kissing him fiercely, wiping the sweat from his brow as he murmured, "Baby, I am really starting now." Suo Wei nearly lost his mind. Had all that suffering just been the warm-up? Chi Cheng gripped Suo Wei's ankles, spreading his legs wide before slamming into him with everything he had. Suo Wei's eyes rolled back, his face contorted, his toes curled, his screams raw and desperate. His hips twisted uselessly on the bed, unable to escape the relentless assault. Even now, Suo Wei managed to gasp out, "Do you know who I am?" Chi Cheng paused, then thrust in hard, burying himself to the hilt. "I am fucking my Dabao, my treasure, my Wei." His eyes and heart were completely consumed by this man. Obsessed, addicted, enchanted, every emotion focused solely on him. The power of this spiritual opium was overwhelming. Somehow, Suo Wei grew hard again. Chi Cheng lifted Suo Wei's hips, slamming into him ruthlessly as he demanded, "Then what about you? Who is fucking you?" Suo Wei's back arched as Chi Cheng hit that sweet spot, his words dissolving into incoherent moans. Chi Cheng leaned down, embracing him tightly as he pistoned in and out, each thrust sending electric currents through Suo Wei's body, pushing him toward the edge. "Who is fucking you? Who do you belong to?" Pleasure and pain collided, tearing through his nerves, shattering his sanity. In that moment, everything exploded. His body convulsed, his release shooting out uncontrollably. "Chi Cheng,